Recalling the draconic conversation he overheard while still within the egg, Godzilla's eyes filled with complex emotions. As long as these eggs never hatch, no one will ever know that you once. You know that, Leon. Even without all this, I could never bring myself to love you. Is that so? Then why didn't you stop me when I used the touch of blood solvent? Drop the act, Nivelle. You yourself didn't want to see them born either, didn't you? Silver Dragon Nivelle fell silent. Leon was right. Had she truly wished to intervene, he would never have succeeded. Although this was the first clutch of eggs she had ever laid, the act had not been her own wish. Watching the faintly trembling dragon eggs, she could only pretend not to see and swiftly took flight from the nest. Damn Tachyon, I will tear your head from your shoulders. The metallic dragon Leon muttered viciously to himself, then followed suit and flew from the cavern. Godzilla's face was filled with vexation. The situation was already obvious. He was the hybrid offspring of a red dragon and a silver dragon, and the relationship between his parents was far from amicable. He was a child born of force. Nivelle as his birth mother would not earn his lasting resentment, but that dragon called Leon, the great metallic dragon, would one day pay the price. Perhaps it was because the shedding of his shell had consumed too much of his energy. The residual shell fragments and egg fluid could not satisfy Godzilla's ravenous hunger. He could not help turning his gaze toward his less fortunate siblings. Though he had once been human, after facing death and the influence of dragons, his view of certain things had completely changed. Compared to a hatchling's teeth, a dragon egg's shell was not much harder than a crisp biscuit. After swallowing the remaining 3 dragon eggs, Godzilla finally felt the satisfaction of a full stomach. Hatchlings generally experience a brief period of deep slumber on their first day of life in order to better adapt to the pressure brought by draconic inheritance. But because Godzilla carried the inheritance memories of 2 kinds of great dragons, his slumber came faster than ordinary hatchlings. Almost immediately after eating his fill, a wave of irresistible drowsiness swept over him. But this was no good time for slumber. The cave was far too conspicuous. With the great dragon's deterrent presence gone, other beasts might well come here, and a sleeping Godzilla would be nothing but an easy meal. Moreover, the dragon, named Leon, might come back to check. Forcing himself against the drowsiness, Godzilla left the cave, and after walking several hundred meters found a hidden crevice among the rocks where he crawled in and fell into slumber. A hatchling's size at birth is roughly that of a small pony, but because Godzilla had absorbed too much nourishment after a full night of slumber, his build already exceeded that of an ordinary hatchling by more than a margin. Ugh, as a hatchling I'm really too miserable. I don't even have a dragon mother, and I nearly died inside the egg. After a night's rest, Godzilla's spirits had greatly improved, and those inheritance memories had been hastily shoved into some corner of his mind. Through the inheritance memories, he learned how wretched the life of a young dragon without a mother's protection was in the outside world, let alone for a mere hatchling. Although metallic dragons were far more responsible than chromatic dragons, and few would target the offspring of metallic dragons, Godzilla looked at himself and could not see even a hint of any metallic breed. Not just metallic dragons, even the chromatic dragons differed greatly from him. What sins did I commit in my past life? After seeing his own appearance clearly through a small lake, Godzilla let out a helpless cry. A large square head with several short horns angling upward on top and fine coral-like spines running from the crown all the way to the tip of the tail. His scales, unlike those of an ordinary great dragon which lie flat and distinct, overlapped in wrinkled folds, compared to hatchlings with big heads and small bellies. Godzilla's build was unusually robust. His thick, powerful hind legs were enough to support his body for bipedal walking. His strong, sturdy forelimbs were astonishingly flexible, even able to scratch his own back, but his neck was far shorter than that of an ordinary dragon. Compared to his overly powerful body, his wings seemed somewhat underdeveloped, but the thick muscular fibers at the wing roots and the hooked claws at the tips shimmering with metallic luster suggested this was no weakness of his. If one stopped here, the impression was undoubtedly of a fierce and menacing form, but pair it with the cherry-pink color of his scales, and everything suddenly became much less normal. A dragon hybrid is not a color palette, so why did my scale color turn out like this? Godzilla was at a loss. He felt that either red dragon's crimson or silver dragon's silver-white would have been much better, failing that black or gray like a typical dragon would have done. A flashy pink ferocious dragon. Just the thought made Godzilla feel he had shamed dragons all the way to Io. Such a scale color, likely not a single match, could be found anywhere in the entire history of dragonkind. But while the color was eye-catching, his defense was far stronger than that of an ordinary hatchling. Perhaps the one thing worth consoling himself with. Godzilla quickly accepted this fact. Since he could not fight it, he might as well learn to enjoy it. But the pressing matter was to find a proper hiding place. The cave where he had hatched could not be stayed in. Who knew if Silver Dragon Nivelle or the metallic dragon Leon of unknown kind would return to this spot? If they discovered him, who knew what would happen? To avoid such a possibility, Godzilla had no choice but to abandon with great reluctance such a fine shelter. However, he did not dare move by day. Though he felt himself already far stronger than an ordinary hatchling, beings far stronger than hatchlings were everywhere, and worse, he could not fly like an ordinary hatchling. Yes, he could not fly, though he possessed wings they could not support his oversized frame no matter what he tried. This was the lesson he gained when he had leaped off a cliff to practice flying. And he had also incidentally tested the defensive power of his scales. Though great dragons used magical power to assist flight, as instinct to hatchlings' meager mana simply could not lift Godzilla to any meaningful degree. But once night fell, Godzilla's cherry pink scales became a kind of camouflage in their own right. Compared to other colors, this hue reflected very little light. This greatly aided his movements. In the span of a single night, Godzilla set out with quick little steps and successfully put 10 kilometers between himself and the dragon nest. He was helpless. He couldn't fly, had to dodge large herds and dangerous beasts, and 10 kilometers was already a respectable distance. Seeing that dawn was about to break, Godzilla had still not found a hiding place. He grew anxious. He didn't know whether intelligent beings inhabited the area, but any kind of intelligent creature was extremely dangerous to him. Even kobolds, those loyal hounds of dragonkind, were not above harboring ill intentions upon encountering a lone hatchling like him. But perhaps the goddess of fortune favored him. Just as dawn was breaking, Godzilla discovered a small river. While red dragons hated water, they were not incapable of swimming, and besides, Godzilla was a champion swimmer. He could even remain in the water indefinitely, without needing to surface for air, much like certain aquatic great dragons. Water was his home turf. Here in the shallows, he need not worry about any powerful monsters, the worst that might be present being a few merfolk. Croak, croak. A frog, as if sensing some danger, hurriedly leaped away in panic, only to be caught by a large mouth that descended from the sky, swallowing it along with the soil beneath it into its stomach. Not enough to eat. Godzilla licked his lips and smacked his mouth, his sharp fangs even clashing with a few sparks. Having spent over half a year since he left the dragon nest, Godzilla had gradually become familiar with this world and understood his own situation. After traveling hundreds of kilometers by day and night, Godzilla finally chose a campsite, a pool backed by a mountain with some streams flowing into it from above. Thanks to this fine spot, Godzilla enjoyed many creatures that came to drink. However, the good times did not last long. The animals of this land seemed to have learned of the predator's presence and rarely came to drink here anymore. But this place was in the southwestern part of the continent, in a valley called Changfeng Valley. Beyond the valley lay the human kingdom. Even if food were still abundant, Godzilla had no intention of settling here permanently. Although Godzilla had never seen humans, he had eavesdropped on conversations between kobolds and gnolls in the valley. Occasionally, some novice adventurers would come here, and their fate was often to become manure in this place. Dragons have long lifespans, but their growth also takes a considerable amount of time. Although Godzilla's size was already comparable to a young dragon, his dragon inheritance still reminded him that he was still within the category of a wormling. His ever-growing size only made it increasingly difficult for Godzilla to hide. Generally, the growth period of a wormling lasts 0 to 5 years, after which it becomes a young dragon and gains some ability to defend itself. This is also usually when chromatic dragons choose to drive their young away. Godzilla's genes, a mix of red dragon and silver dragon, endowed him with an extremely voracious appetite and rapid digestion. Although the new Godzilla could survive without food, using only water or air to react and provide the energy needed, Godzilla had not yet evolved to that point. At best, he had a much higher efficiency in absorbing and utilizing energy than ordinary dragons. These factors, combined with the inherent growth rate of Godzilla's genes, were the reasons why his growth far exceeded that of other dragons. But as a wormling, it was still very difficult to fill his stomach on his own. Fortunately, dragons could eat anything. When food was scarce, they could even digest soil and sand, and consuming metal could strengthen a dragon's physique. Thus he could persevere. Godzilla had once hoped that his golden finger would be more effective, but perhaps due to being separated by a world, the download speed of the next movie was unbearably slow. It would take years to finish downloading. As for the already downloaded movie of the new Godzilla, Godzilla never considered entering it again unless he could achieve the same monstrous defense as the new Godzilla in the movie. During the more than half a year he stayed here, Godzilla had not been without danger. When he first arrived at the pool, it was home to many short-tailed crocodiles, each no smaller than Godzilla. But compared to a true dragon, these ordinary animals were nothing. Godzilla lured them out one by one, and under the dragon's breath, they all lost their lives. Although he was not yet capable of using Godzilla's atomic breath, his red dragon's flame breath seemed to be enhanced much stronger than that of an ordinary wormling. Additionally, he also possessed the silver dragon's frost breath and paralysis breath, which greatly enriched his combat capabilities during the wormling stage when he was unable to cast magic. Thanks to his near-cheating ambushes, the crocodiles in the pool contributed their bodies, allowing Godzilla to enjoy a period of carefree life. But now the good times were coming to an end. For some unknown reason, the number of human adventurers coming to the valley had increased significantly, which Godzilla had overheard from 2 passing kobolds. Before the wormling stage passed, Godzilla did not intend to appear before any intelligent beings. It seemed that he could not stay here much longer. Godzilla thought to himself, no matter what these adventurers came for, it was never good for him. Although his current appearance did not belong to any chromatic dragon, nor did it belong to a metallic dragon, if seen, he would only be regarded as an unknown dragon that had been driven out. Human greed was evident to all. Whether he would be killed and turned into weapons, armor, or potions, or forced to sign a contract to become a pet, none of these were acceptable to Godzilla. Having only eaten a single frog in the morning, the hunger in his stomach kept urging Godzilla to find food quickly, making him irritable. He lowered his head and bit a few mouthfuls of water plants, resentfully, slightly appeasing his rebellious stomach. Waiting passively for prey was now basically impossible. His appetite was enormous. He alone ate more than all the short-tailed crocodiles in the pool combined. Except for the reckless, no animals would come here to drink anymore. They would simply go farther away. It was not like this was the only place with water. Forced by necessity, Godzilla could only choose to move during the day for the first time. The water rippled, and his pink body dragged a long tail as he left the pool. Bailey was the most ordinary adventurer in the kingdom of Carlo. Although only in his 20s, he had been out in the world for quite some time. Recently, a rumor had spread from somewhere that a dragon had once built a nest in Changfeng Valley, but had left for unknown reasons. This attracted a large number of greedy adventurers trying to find the dragon's lair and see if they could discover any treasure left behind. Of course, if they had not been certain that the dragon had already left, adventurers like Bailey at the very bottom would never have dared to entertain such a thought. Most of these adventurers who came to try their luck were at the lowest level. Truly powerful humans would not come here. Cole, do you think we can really find the dragon's nest? Bailey belonged to a small mercenary group. Including the leader, there were only 7 or 8 people in total. Among them, only 2 or 3 could be considered professionals, and there was not a single mage. This was the standard configuration for most small mercenary groups, unlike the night novels, where even a small group of a few people would have a half-baked mage. Cole was his fellow villager, and they had joined the Blade mercenary group together 3 years ago. Who knows? Even if we find it, the leader won't give us a few extra silver coins. Cole muttered quietly. After all, if the leader had not had a sudden whim, he would have been at the tavern in town squandering the last of his silver coins. Keep your voice down. Bailey looked around, guiltily afraid of being overheard. He dared not say anything more to Cole now. No kidding. The leader had promised to guide him in swordsmanship training before they set out. Careful. There's movement. The valley was not a place ruled by humans. Just as Bailey turned his head, he noticed a bush in the distance seemed to be shaking. Leader, there's movement here. Be on guard. Bailey drew his sword, his eyes fixed on the bush. Cole was still dazed until Bailey drew his sword, then he hastily drew his own. Bailey's companions were not far away. Upon noticing the movement, they quickly rushed over. It's a kobold. The creature in the bush, seeing that it had been exposed, stopped hiding. With a loud clamor, it swarmed out in a rush. The fierce appearance made Bailey and Cole's faces turn pale instantly. So many kobolds were beyond their ability to handle. Each of them could only deal with 2 or 3 at most. Turning and running would be the most foolish move. It was better to stay put and wait for the leader's support. The kobolds charged without any discipline, but their numbers made up for it. As soon as they made contact, Cole was hit in the groin by a bone club and fell to the ground screaming. Instantly, a group of kobolds swarmed over him, and he gradually lost his breath. Bailey was terrified, but he could barely hold on himself. Soon he would follow Cole's fate. However, the long-term training finally paid off. Before he could be killed by a kobold's mining shovel, he managed to hold on until support arrived. Several arrows flew in relieving Bailey's immediate crisis. Then the other members all arrived. Soon, under the combined assault of a swordsman and 2 archers, the kobolds were routed. Without any opposition of the same level, the kobolds could not even put up a decent fight. Bailey watched from behind, his heart surging with excitement. So this was what a professional was like. Although he knew the leader was strong, he had never understood the gap between a professional and an ordinary person. The kobolds, terrified, began to flee wildly. However, the Blade mercenary group did not give up the attack, but instead pursued them. Because kobolds also possessed true dragon blood, they, like true dragons, liked to collect wealth. Occasionally one could find unexpected gains in a kobold's lair. The Blade mercenary group naturally would not let this opportunity slip. The dog-headed human named Dao Gu was fleeing in a panic with several companions by his side. They had assumed these intruding humans would be as easy to handle as before, but now they had seemingly kicked the titanium plate. Among those humans, there were actually professionals. When he smashed the first human's egg, Dao Gu was still gloating, for this was a hard-earned special skill of his, and he fantasized about being the one to claim the first merit in this battle. However, the human professional slaughter, as if slicing through melons and vegetables, made them quickly recognize the situation. Especially after the leading kobold squad leader was beheaded with a single sword stroke, Dao Gu was the first to react and fled. Dao Gu was secretly lamenting his misfortune. As soon as he ran, the other kobolds followed him, and naturally the humans chose to pursue them, while the few kobolds scattering in other directions were left alone. Whenever Dao Gu turned, they turned too, infuriating him. He wanted to curse loudly, but the humans closing in from behind made him shut his mouth and continue running with his head down. Dao Gu must have never heard of the herd effect. He was now like the lead sheep. Wherever he ran, the terrified kobolds would follow closely. Facing a life-or-death crisis, Dao Gu utilized his small kobold brain to its utmost, desperately thinking of how to escape with his life. Go back to the lair. No. Only some young kobolds remained in the lair. Even if they returned, it would only lead the tribe to complete destruction. Moreover, these human professionals could clearly catch up to them, yet they seemed to deliberately slow their pace. Their intentions were blatantly obvious. Suddenly, he remembered a place that might allow him to escape with his life. As far as he knew, a group of short-tailed crocodiles dwelled in that pond. They had strong territorial instincts and were not very bright, so the kobolds never went there to fetch water. If he could lure these humans there, perhaps those dull-witted crocodiles could cause them some trouble. That might be his chance to escape. Although these crocodiles were certainly no match for the professionals, they were much tougher than kobolds. They could at least hold them back. Thinking of this, Dao Gu felt a glimmer of joy and immediately changed direction, running toward the pond. The Blade Mercenary Corps, who were in hot pursuit, also showed delight. The kobolds' escape route was no longer erratic, but heading in a single direction, which undoubtedly indicated that they were terrified and returning to their lair. As for whether the kobold tribe had dragon-blooded kobolds or kobold sorcerers, they were not worried. The larger the kobold tribe, the more likely it was to have dragon-blooded kobolds. If it were such a large tribe, a kobold who hadn't even reached the first rank would never have been made squad leader. Almost there. The pond occupied by the crocodiles was now within sight, but somehow Dao Gu felt something was off. The pond looked the same as before, yet Dao Gu sensed a peculiar faint scent that tugged at his mind. But he had no time to dwell on it. He let out a howl and threw his bloodstained bone club into the pond. The kobolds who had followed Dao Gu to this place also saw the pond and immediately stopped in fear, remembering that more than one of their kind had been dragged into the water when fetching water here before. They didn't even bother cursing Dao Gu as if waking from a dream. They wanted to scatter in all directions, but the humans had already arrived, slowly forcing the kobolds back. What was going on? Dao Gu stared intently at the pond. The scent of blood had already spread, so why weren't those brainless crocodiles appearing? He had prepared everything, but the main players were still absent, which made him extremely uneasy. Captain, this doesn't look like the kobolds' lair either. Why did they run here? One of the two archers expressed his confusion to the captain of the Blade Mercenary Corps. I'm not sure either. Everyone be careful. Maybe these kobolds think there's something here that can turn the tables. The captain of the Blade Mercenary Corps frowned. Based on his experience, these kobolds didn't seem to have the backing of a true dragon, and the leading kobold hadn't led them to the tribe, which was unexpected. What could a bunch of kobolds possibly use to turn the tables? Could a dragon suddenly leap out of this water? Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They instinctively looked at the pond, where only faint ripples disturbed the surface. Nothing unusual, and they breathed a sigh of relief. The archer realized he might have misspoken, smiled sheepishly, and knocked an arrow, aiming at the group of kobolds. The kobolds had been driven to the edge of the pond. Although no crocodiles appeared, they dared not enter the water. Dragon. What a familiar word. Dao Ji's heart trembled violently. The faint scent lingering around his nose and mouth seemed to have found an answer. Dragon. 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 Dao Ji's mind was in turmoil. The instinct buried deep in his genes was screaming wildly. The scent that had been indistinguishable before, now amplified by Dao Ji's brain, became crystal clear. Though his heart was churning like a stormy sea, he revealed no trace of it. He thought he understood where the short-tailed crocodiles had gone. But judging from the fact that the dragon had yet to show itself, the one lurking in this pond was probably just a young dragon. The humans were closing in. He could clearly see the arrows on the human archers' bow trembling slightly, as if they would fly out at any moment. Swish! An arrow flew out. Dao Ji's pupils contracted sharply. He knew he could hesitate no longer. He lowered his head, leaped backward, and plunged into the pond. He did not pray for the dragon to appear and save him, for he knew it was impossible. Instead, he silently submerged himself, waiting for the humans to come investigate. He was sure that this unknown dragon would not be able to hold back. But diving into a pond where a dragon lived and bringing the young dragon into danger, he did not know whether he would face the dragon's sharp fangs and claws. Indeed, he was gambling. He was betting that the dragon would not kill him immediately. Fortunately, it seemed he had guessed right. The kobolds still on the shore were quickly slaughtered. The captain of the Blade Mercenary Corps casually wiped the blood from his longsword, staring at the undisturbed pond with a hesitant look. Except for the leading kobold, none of the others had been willing to jump into the water, even at the point of death. This abnormal behavior made him wary. Captain, there's still one in the water. Should I? The archer who had misspoken earlier drew a dagger and prepared to dive in to finish Dao Gu. No, I'll go. The captain of the Blade Mercenary Corps was silent for a moment. He chose not to let the archer go, but to go himself. Though he didn't know what was in the pond, it couldn't be too outrageous. If something went wrong, his own strength, being the strongest, would surely allow him to hold out until the archers on shore could support him. He had confidence in his own strength. For safety, he did not remove his leather armor. Instead, he drew two short swords, took a deep breath, and plunged into the water. The pond was not large, and the water was relatively clear. The captain soon spotted the terrified kobold trembling in the water. This discovery relieved him greatly. It seemed he had been overthinking, but he did not notice in the silt at the bottom of the pond 2 eyes had quietly opened. For this unusual kobold, he decided to capture it alive. After all, this kobold could not possibly harm him. Just as he surfaced to reassure his teammates, he saw their eyes widening and mouths gaping in shock. At the same time, a chilling sense of dread surged from behind. Damn! Realizing he was being ambushed, the captain of the Blade Mercenary Corps, relying on his extensive experience, quickly turned around in the water. He lowered his head, swung his arm to stab the short sword behind him, and kicked his legs backward. With this counterattack, no matter what was sneaking up on him, it would surely be in for a world of trouble. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. The short sword of decent quality felt as if it had struck an iron wall, and then snapped in two. His heart jolted. By then he had turned his head, and saw only a massive jaw closing down. Crunch! The tough leather armor offered no protection. His body along with the armor was bitten in two. Dragon! Only then did the remaining members of the Blade Mercenary Corps on the shore scream out hoarsely. Godzilla felt extremely unlucky. The first time he took the initiative to leave the pool and forage for food, he encountered a situation where dog-headed men were besieging humans. Relying on the dragon's superior vision, he had intended to stay far away. But who would have thought that the dog-headed men, originally hunters, had in an instant become prey, being chased and fleeing in all directions by humans. One of the groups, fleeing in panic, was heading straight toward his location. Not yet ready to reveal himself to humans, Godzilla felt overwhelmed. With no choice, he turned back and submerged himself once more into the pool. Unexpectedly, that group of dog-headed men was chased all the way to the edge of the pool where he was hiding. It seemed they had deliberately run over there. This forced Godzilla to suspect whether he had revealed some clue. But regardless of whether these people had discovered traces of a dragon here, Godzilla knew there was no peaceful resolution. Since they had found this place, he had to annihilate this entire group. With the element of surprise on his side, in a single encounter, Godzilla crippled the most powerful fighter among them. You pathetic worms! Who gave you the audacity to dare intrude upon the territory of the great dragon Godzilla? A resounding dragon roar burst forth along with the dragon's pressure. Although the pink scales on this dragon made him look somewhat comical, the surging draconic might, combined with the sight of the captain's body bitten in half, still made them tremble with fear. The members of the Blade Mercenary Corps left on the shore were stunned. They felt their limbs go weak, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Doug, who was in the water, was knocked unconscious by the roar and floated to the surface. Seizing the moment of their distraction, Godzilla took a deep breath, his chest heaving high. The special substance within his breath organ combined with magic to form the dragon's most intimidating and effective weapon. Dragon breath. The cone-shaped fiery dragon breath engulfed everyone gathered by the pool, and screams immediately rang out. Including the two archer professionals, not a single one remained standing after Godzilla's breath. The Blade Mercenary Corps was completely annihilated today. Only Bailey, who had arrived late due to an injury, escaped this fate. He watched helplessly as his teammates screamed and melted under the flames of that strange dragon. There's one more fish that slipped through the net. Already very hungry, Godzilla felt even hungrier after breathing fire, smelling the scent of roasted meat. He was deeply reluctant to eat humans. Although he was now a dragon, his previous life had been that of a human. He was unwilling to eat not only humans, but even humanoid creatures like dog-headed men. With one more human to deal with, Godzilla had to suppress his hunger and slowly walk to shore. Due to his physique, Godzilla preferred to walk upright on his two hind legs rather than crawl on all fours like other dragons, which made his figure appear much larger than an ordinary dragon. When standing on his two hind legs, Godzilla's height reached over 3 meters. Coupled with the dragon wings on his back, the shadow he cast in the sunlight was enough to cover all the open space beside the pool. Seeing this dragon with its rare pink scales, Bailey was completely mesmerized. He would never forget the image of professionals whom he regarded as immensely powerful being devoured by the dragon's breath. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, his own life was about to end as well. In his eyes, the pink scales could not conceal Godzilla's ferocious aura. Whether it was the dragon fangs still dripping blood, or the spines running from head to tail, everything testified to the power of the dragon before him. What kind of strange dragon is this? Bailey had given up on fleeing. The appearance of dragons was no longer a secret in the human world, but a dragon as bizarre as Godzilla was something he had never seen before. Hearing the young human mutter to himself, Godzilla suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment, which quickly turned into anger. He believed the human was mocking his pink scales. His greatest fear had come true. To prevent the human from uttering any more shocking words, Godzilla decided to give him a quick end. With a flick of his front claws, the human was torn into several pieces. It seems it's time to move. What a headache. Godzilla turned back in irritation. Couldn't these humans just stay safely at home? Why did they have to come out and die? Great. Mighty true dragon. The dog-headed man Daoj is willing to pledge allegiance to you and offer all the treasures of the tribe to you. Daoj had somehow regained consciousness. Trembling, he knelt on the ground, staring at the dragon before him with fervent eyes. The dog-headed man also possessed inherited memories. Although he had searched through them all, he could not find this dragon, but the aura of a true dragon was unmistakable. The dog-headed men's worship of true dragons was deeply ingrained in their bones. The more powerful the true dragon, the easier it was to earn their loyalty. Daoj had originally thought that what was in the pool was merely a young chromatic dragon, but instead he had startled such a deep water bomb. Godzilla was somewhat surprised. He had thought this dog-headed man had been scared to death, but now he was still alive and well. If his memory served him right, it was this dog-headed man who had led the group here. At that thought, Godzilla's eyes became extremely displeased, and his voice grew colder. Oh, a small dog-headed tribe of just over a dozen people. What good things could they possibly offer? Hearing Godzilla's reply, the dog-headed man Daoj lowered his head, deeply sensing the hidden anger in Godzilla's words. For the sake of his own life, Daoj had to calm his thoughts and slowly suppress the fervor of encountering a true dragon. Great true dragon, please allow me to first help you clean up the spoils. Although our tribe is not large, we do have some gold and silver coins. Seeing that this dog-headed man was not only quick-witted but also knew how to behave, Godzilla couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for his talent. Perhaps accepting him as a subordinate might not be a bad idea, Godzilla thought to himself. He gave a slight nod. The dog-headed man Daoj promptly stood up, and at the fastest speed he could manage gathered all the valuable items from the dead humans and piled them before the dragon. The harvest was not substantial. Apart from a few gold coins and several dozen silver coins retrieved from the captain's body, the others had no valuable items. Apart from the gold coins, there were only a steel longsword, a short sort of notebook, and a map from the captain. As for the others, their equipment had all been destroyed in the flames of the dragon's breath. Only a longsword was seized from Bailey. Nevertheless, the dog-headed man diligently picked up the metal lumps that had melted into weapons, placed them on the ground one by one, and bowed his head, waiting for the dragon's judgment. Daoj's heart pounded wildly. He could clearly hear the dragon's breathing, and the brief silence made time feel unbearably long. Well done. For Godzilla, this was merely a simple remark, but for Daoj, it was the recognition of a true dragon. Daoj trembled with excitement. A greater goal suddenly emerged in his heart: to follow this true dragon, serve him, while seize more wealth for him, and thus earn more praise. Looking at the dog-headed man, whose body was flushed and trembling with excitement, Godzilla felt a bit bewildered. Was this creature sick or something? However, hunger made him choose to temporarily ignore Daoj's odd behavior. With a flick of his tongue, he swept up the gold coins and weapons Daoj had laid out, leaving only the notebook and map that interested him. The steel longsword in Godzilla's mouth was not much harder than a stone. As long as it wasn't a magic weapon, it could hardly harm him. Having eaten a little to stave off the hunger, Godzilla felt less famished. Seeing the dog-headed man Daoj still absent-minded and lost in thought, he couldn't help but bare his teeth. Pathetic dog-headed man. Now, take me to your tribe. Offer all the treasures and food in your tribe to me. Yes, great master. Daoj had not yet come to his senses and instinctively immersed himself in the role of Godzilla's servant. But seeing that Godzilla did not seem displeased or opposed, it made Daoj's heart stir. It seemed there might be an opportunity. Inside the mine tunnel near the mountainside, a group of kobolds huddled in fear and unease. Faint, barely audible whimpers and sobs occasionally broke the silence, making the atmosphere all the more oppressive. This was only a small tribe. Counting the young, there were no more than 40 or 50 in total. Now barely a dozen remained in the mine. Not long ago, their tribe's strongest chieftain had led most of the adult kobolds out to hunt. Yet who would have thought that within half a day a kobold would flee back in panic? The hunting party was ambushed by a band of adventurers who killed more than half of them, and even the chieftain failed to escape with his life. Only 3 kobolds managed to flee back to the mine. The rest had perished at the hands of the humans outside. The remaining kobolds were terrified, fearing that the humans would find their way here and slaughter everyone. A few suggested fleeing immediately, but with this group of elderly, weak, and wounded, they would likely be devoured by beasts before traveling even 10 li. With no other choice, the kobolds finally mustered their courage. Led by the few remaining adults, they tremblingly picked up their weapons and ambushed the entrance hall. Growl. As Daoj entered the tribal hall, a mining pick struck him down, and several more followed crashing toward him. Daoj was terrified. He had barely managed to survive. Could he really die at the hands of his own kind? Clang, clang, clang. Stop. The leading kobold, realizing that the intruder was not a human, but Daoj, quickly blocked the picks aimed at him. Then he pulled the dazed Daoj to his feet. Daoj, what are you doing here? What's the situation outside? Those humans, did they follow you? Have they found us? Daoj, who had just skirted the gates of death, was bewildered by the barrage of questions. He opened his mouth to answer, but had no idea how to begin. The kobolds suffocating under the impending doom desperately craved answers. Seeing Daoj's hesitant expression, some quickly imagined that he had betrayed the tribe. Daoj, did you lead the humans here? Limpy shrieked, voicing his suspicions. This lit the fuse. Limpy's words snuffed out the last shred of rationality among the kobolds. Their eyes reddened with rage, and they wanted to kill Daoj the traitor first. Daoj, who had just caught his breath, nearly choked at the sight. He dodged and cursed at the top of his lungs. Damn you, Limpy. Is your brain filled with ogre dung? If I had brought the humans, you'd all be corpses by now. I found a way to save our Blackwood tribe. Hearing this, the kobolds paused, instinctively turning toward Daoj. Only Limpy persisted relentlessly. Daoj, I believe you didn't bring the humans. But how can a single kobold like you save our tribe? Who says I have no way? I've found a true dragon as my master. Daoj puffed out his chest, looking down on his former companions with pride and triumph. Impossible. The true dragon of the Longwind Valley left long ago. Everyone knows that. And how could a true dragon possibly take a liking to you? Limpy felt Daoj was bragging. He simply didn't believe Daoj could be that lucky. This enraged Daoj, and his gaze toward Limpy grew increasingly hostile. Limpy, I only accidentally cracked one of your eggs once. I didn't expect you to hold a grudge all this time. Come, smell the scent on me. This is the scent left by the great true dragon. Seeing Daoj so confident, most of the kobolds believed him. They crowded around Daoj, sniffing. They hadn't noticed it before, but now that Daoj pointed it out, any kobold who couldn't detect it would be unworthy of being a kobold. Right? Oh, it's true dragon scent. No mistake. My aunt's second cousin's grandfather's house has a true dragon scale. It smells exactly like this. A true dragon. Our Blackwood tribe will have the blessing of a true dragon. The kobolds pressed around Daoj, sniffing him incessantly, their faces filled with ecstasy. Limpy too detected the scent. It was unmistakably dragon musk, and it was fresh. His face flushed, and he sheepishly stepped aside. Enough. The great true dragon master is waiting outside. Hurry and bring out the tribe's treasure as an offering to the great dragon. This determines whether we become his chosen. The kobolds, snapping out of their daze, rushed into the chieftain's cave in a panic, ransacking everything they could find. Under Daoj's lead, all the kobolds emerged carrying several wooden chests. With awe and trepidation for the true dragon, they shuffled outside. Great true dragon, please accept the tribute of the Blackwood tribe. As they stepped out of the mine entrance, the kobolds were struck by the overwhelming dragon might. They fell to their knees, chanting the dragon's greatness. Not bad. Open the chests. Godzilla deliberately released his dragon pressure, aiming to intimidate them first, lest any fool question his color or species. Yes, great true dragon. The kobolds finally saw Godzilla's form. With the dragon might already impressed upon them, they found nothing strange about his appearance. Only greater excitement. Daoj and the others opened the wooden chests one by one. Inside were mostly wild fruits gathered by the kobolds, meat from unknown animals, and some iron, or they had mined. There were also a few gold coins and gems, a pitiful dozen or so. Daoj's heart was uneasy. He wondered if such a meager tribute could truly move the dragon before him. Godzilla hadn't expected much from these kobolds, but seeing the offering still disappointed him. Suddenly a deep restlessness stirred within him, as if something in one of the chests was calling to him. Empty the contents of that chest. Godzilla suppressed his inner craving, maintaining a dignified facade, and ordered Daoj in a calm tone. Daoj was puzzled, but obeyed, tipping the entire wooden chest over. The ore spilled out onto the ground. Among the reddish iron ore, one piece stood out. It was faintly greenish and seemed to glow with a subtle light upon closer inspection. Once that ore was fully revealed, Godzilla's desire nearly overwhelmed him. This was a piece of radioactive ore. Godzilla's heart jolted. He understood the source of that feeling. Godzilla fed on radioactive substances. But he had only come to this world half a year ago, still a hatchling. Scraping by for a full belly was already a challenge. How could he find radioactive materials to eat? Where did you find this stone? Godzilla couldn't help asking, desperate to know the source of the radioactive material. Daoj followed Godzilla's gaze to the stone. His dog-like face turned pale, and he immediately knelt, begging for forgiveness. Great true dragon. I truly didn't know this chest contained such a devil's eye. I'll throw it away at once. Wait. Why do you call it devil's eye? This stone is very useful to me. Now I need more. Godzilla licked his lips. He could no longer restrain himself. Eagerly he swallowed the radioactive ore along with the wooden chest. Burp. Godzilla felt a warm sensation in his belly, as if every cell in his body was cheering and dancing. Devouring the radioactive ore was entirely different from eating ordinary minerals. It had a peculiar spiciness that for a dragon's palate was a rare experience. Deoj watched in astonishment, inwardly marveling that this was indeed a true dragon. Even the devil's eye that they avoided like the plague could be consumed as food. Great true dragon, compared to your majestic power, we are far too weak. We cannot withstand the devil's curse. This, or was dug from the mine in our former territory. At first we thought it was some kind of rare gem, but after we unearthed it, our tribe seemed to be struck by a devil's curse. Many of our kin died there. Our clan was once much larger, but now only these few remain. As he spoke, Deoj seemed despondent, reminiscing about the tribe's prosperous days. Hearing this, Godzilla's joy was uncontrollable. He grinned, drool dripping down. So you're saying that at the site of your original tribe, there are still many? Devil's Eye's right. Excellent. Now, take me there immediately. If what you say is true, then your Blackwood tribe will become my first chosen clan. The excitement within Doug was beyond words. He knew he had finally found an opportunity to gain the true dragon's acceptance. Yet what troubled him was that the original tribe's location still harbored some troublesome issues. Contemplating the consequences of deceiving the majestic dragon, Doug had no choice but to steel himself and step forward. Great true dragon, I swear everything I say is true. But now that place is occupied by a swarm of spider demons. They were originally just small spiders, but somehow after being infected by the demonic curse, not all of them died. Instead, they became immensely huge and grotesque. Mutation caused by radiation. Godzilla scratched his chin. This was indeed a problem. In his past life, nuclear radiation leaks had spawned giant boars, let alone this world brimming with magic. But nuclear material was the nourishment for his evolution, and he was determined to obtain it. So this journey was a must. Alright, I understand. Don't worry, I have my ways to deal with them. Godzilla's demeanor of absolute control infected the group of kobolds, boosting their morale as if they had swallowed a calming pill. Doug seized the moment to step forward, flattering as he led the way. Although Godzilla hadn't explicitly stated it, all kobolds knew that Doug had become the leader of their kind. The original location of the kobold tribe was not close by, and the journey was far from as easy as imagined. The young kobolds were not fast, and as his first batch of followers, Godzilla did not wish to see them die so meaninglessly. He had no choice but to exercise patience, following closely behind this group of kobolds, acting as a temporary babysitter. Ultimately, it was because Godzilla could not fly. If he could, he would have simply carried the few kobolds on his legs. Of course, even on foot, Godzilla could have sped up, but he would never do that. He absolutely refused to let any kobold ride on his back. However, slow travel had its benefits. At least it avoided many risks. Although Godzilla was now fairly powerful, the Long Wind Valley was teeming with fierce magical beasts, and he did not want unnecessary trouble. The distance between the two places was quite considerable, especially since they encountered two groups of human adventurers along the way. Under duress, Godzilla had no choice but to annihilate them. These humans were no stronger than the Blades mercenary company he had encountered before. Under Godzilla's triple dragon breath ambush, they met their end swiftly. The blazing dragon breath incinerated bones to ash, the frost dragon breath froze them into ice blocks, and the paralyzing dragon breath turned them into vegetables. Using 3 types of dragon breath in rotation, it was enough to handle all kinds of emergencies. Though this risked exposure compared to the impending rewards, it was all worth it. After several days and nights of trekking, they finally reached their destination. The youngest kobold was already on the verge of collapse. If they had walked 2 more days, casualties would have been inevitable. Fortunately, the worst didn't happen. The kobold's original tribe was located on a low slope beside a dry riverbed. Above, the kobolds had dug a large cave entrance, but now it was covered in white spider silk. Not only on the slope, but Godzilla could clearly see that within a radius of hundreds of meters centered on the cave entrance, there were also scattered strands of spider silk, presumably the spider's means of vigilance. It seemed that, as Doug had said, the place was indeed occupied by spider demons. In Godzilla's vision, radiation was radiating outward from the cave entrance, making his mouth water. Doug, you all leave this place. Let me see how formidable these spider demons really are. Godzilla's gaze turned serious. He had already sensed numerous biological auras inside the cave. Compared to normal life force, these were particularly chaotic and twisted. Godzilla took a deep breath, his pink scales refracting the sunlight, rimming him with a golden edge. Bracing his legs, he flapped his wings and charged straight toward the cave entrance, snapping the spider silk strands along the way. The spider demons inside were alerted. Terrifying screeches rang out continuously, and a dark, surging mass of spiders poured out like a tide. Just as Godzilla reached the cave entrance, the spider demons also rushed out. Roar! A roar filled with draconic might echoed, but the spider demons only paused imperceptibly, suffering no significant effect. Godzilla took a look. The appearance of the spider demons was truly nauseating. About the size of a newborn dragon, their exposed exoskeletons seemed tougher, covered in bristles. Some had bumps and lumps all over their bodies, pitted with tiny holes. Their spider legs were also largely mutated. Some long, some short, some even sprouting pincer-like or sickle-shaped appendages. The number and placement of legs had changed considerably. Of course that was just one of them, the others all looked different as well. Though the draconic might didn't work, Godzilla was not discouraged. Taking advantage of the moment when the spider demons were crowded at the entrance, he spat a scorching dragon breath, covering most of the spider monsters. Boom. The spider webs at the entrance were instantly incinerated and flames continued to spread deeper into the cave. However, to Godzilla's amazement, the casualties among the spider swarm covered by the fire breath were not as severe as he had imagined. Apart from the bristles being burned off and a few unlucky ones having their eyes blinded, not a single spider demon had died. But although they had withstood the dragon breath, the spider demons had not escaped unscathed. Their shells had become much more brittle than before, and some fragile limbs were cooked. The residual flames still burned. The spider demons with bumps on their bodies secreted a special liquid from the tiny holes, which actually extinguished the fire. Now there was no obstacle between Godzilla and the spider demons. They collided with Roar's claws and appendages interlocking. Godzilla's claws effortlessly pierced into the spider demons' bodies. With a pull and a tear, he finished one off. The spider demon's appendages hacked and stabbed at Godzilla, but to little effect. His pink scales were harder than steel. But there was not just one spider demon swarming him. From all sides they surrounded Godzilla, some even climbing onto his back, their highly developed venomous fangs stabbing repeatedly. Godzilla was also stirred by the battle lust. The combat experience from his dragon lineage was continuously absorbed and refined in the heat of battle. Though his form was not exactly like a dragon's, there were commonalities, and some experience could be adapted with slight modifications. Clawing, biting, ramming, tail sweeping, wing strikes. Godzilla grew more exhilarated with each exchange. Through this battle, he released the pent-up frustration he had felt since arriving in this world. However, a swarm of ants can bite an elephant to death, and the gap between Godzilla and the spider demons was not that vast. He did get injured. But these were minor wounds, nothing serious. Godzilla intended to continue the melee. Yet perhaps because their casualties were heavy while the enemy showed no obvious injury, the spider demons suddenly began to screech urgently. After the screeching, several more spider demons emerged from the depths of the cave. Though their size was no larger than the previous ones, the sense of danger they brought to Godzilla was greater than all the earlier spider demons combined. While fending off the spider demons' attacks, Godzilla remained cautiously vigilant. He did not know what abilities these newcomers possessed. Suddenly, the magical elements inside the cave surged, and the source was those newly appeared spider demons. Damn! Godzilla's pupils contracted sharply. These newcomers could actually use magic. But due to the distance, Godzilla could not interrupt their spellcasting in time, especially with many spider demons blocking the way. Seeing the situation was untenable, Godzilla decided to retreat first. Throughout the battle, he had been holding back, conserving his strength, but now it was clearly no longer the time to save energy. Godzilla's sudden burst caught the spider demons off guard. His massive size granted him immense power. If he wanted to leave, these spider demons could not stop him. But the spider demons were not entirely helpless. Their abdomens quivered in unison, and the accumulated silk was sprayed out, entangling Godzilla's body. The spider demons with bumps also sprayed a sticky liquid from the holes on their bodies, drenching Godzilla and even sticking themselves to him. Godzilla was trapped. Meanwhile, the spider demon's magic was ready and unleashed upon him. Acid spray, decay breath, weakness curse, touch of madness, claw of withered bones. Danger! The alarm bells in Godzilla's mind clanged frantically. If he were to endure this entire barrage of skills, he would not be able to escape today. Fortunately, he had been cautious enough to reserve the frost dragon breath for emergencies. The magical energy within Godzilla's body was mobilized at an unprecedented speed, rapidly converging into his expelling organ, where it combined with special substances and was expelled. Upon reaching his throat, it had already transformed into a chilling frost, sweeping across Godzilla's entire body from the direction of his dragon maw. Though this dragon breath was hasty, it still fulfilled its original purpose. The mucus instantly froze into a crust of ice, and the spider silk became brittle. Godzilla's claws swiftly scraped and pulled, and his body soon broke free from the restraints. Then he casually grabbed two spider demons and hurled them forward. The magically created acid was mostly blocked by the spider demons. The sizzling sound of corrosion rang out, and the two spider demons struggled as they were corroded into a pool of pusicite that filled Godzilla with lingering fear. Although Godzilla had taken precautions in time, some splashes still landed on him. A most unpleasant sensation. His scales, which he had once despised, but never failed him, seemed unable to withstand it, corroded into small holes. Had his scales not been layered in overlapping folds, the corrosion would have reached his flesh. At the same time, a pair of bone claws emerged from the ground and seized Godzilla's legs tightly. If his scales were not hard enough, this would have torn his skin and even broken his bones. However, after dealing with the most troublesome acid, the remaining threats were not as menacing to Godzilla. Godzilla held his breath, crouched down, and hammered at the bone claws. After a few strikes the claws loosened, but then he felt a heaviness in his body, a wave of fatigue spreading from all over, and a sudden dizziness in his head. If it were an ordinary dragon, it would have fallen here, but Godzilla's physique was far superior. He forcibly broke free from the bone claw's grip and stumbled out of the cave. The spider demons did not pursue relentlessly, as if they dared not stray too far from the cave. Phew. These spider demons are truly troublesome. I never expected there to be so many magic-wielding varieties. Godzilla panted heavily, taking a long while to recover. Only after the magical effects faded did he tidy himself up and slowly stroll back to the kobold. When Doug saw Godzilla return safely, his worried heart settled back into place, but judging by Godzilla's appearance, things seemed far from smooth. Great true dragon, you have returned. Those spider monsters. Ahem. Those spider demons are nothing to worry about, but their numbers are simply too great. I cannot kill them all in one go. I need to devise a more efficient method. Godzilla answered Doug without changing his expression. As a true dragon, he would not easily reveal his vulnerable side. Yet this was indeed his thought. He needed to find a suitable approach, not charge in recklessly as before. Though dragons are proud and arrogant, they are not mindless brutes. Even the most ferocious red dragons employ cunning and deceitful schemes, and green dragons are the masters of such tactics. No matter how many ordinary spider demons there were, they were merely a minor annoyance to Godzilla, but those magic-wielding ones truly gave him a headache. Moreover, were there really only those few that appeared later? Godzilla did not think so, and judging from the behavior of the spider demons, he had every reason to believe there might be a dominant presence akin to a master among them. This time he suffered from a lack of intelligence. If he had not exhausted his most powerful flame dragon breath at the very beginning, he would not have been so passive when facing those magic-wielding spider demons later. Magic is an insurmountable obstacle in this world, but thanks to his mixed heritage of silver dragon and red dragon, he not only shed the weakness of being more susceptible to fire and frost, but also greatly enhanced his resistance to both types of damage. However, magic is not limited to ice and fire. For other magical damage, his scales could not provide adequate protection. He could only gradually gain stronger magical immunity as he aged. Godzilla did possess some spell-like abilities, but aside from dragon breath, the innate magical tricks from his bloodline, such as prestidigitation and light, were of no help in the current situation. If he had enough minions, he could have them deplete the spider demon's magic first, but Godzilla glanced back at the few elderly and weak kobolds behind him and abandoned that idea. It was not that Godzilla was kind-hearted. Even if he dragged all the kobolds over, they would be a drop in the bucket. Godzilla changed his strategy. Since a direct assault was not feasible, he would take it slowly and steadily. He had enough stamina and energy to complete this arduous task. Early the next morning, Godzilla stealthily approached the cave infested with spiders. The warning webs which he had torn apart the previous day had been meticulously restored by the spider demons. This time, however, Doug was also there. Since it was difficult to dodge inside, they would lure them out and eliminate them. Go! Godzilla hid behind a massive boulder, suppressing all his aura. Doug's legs trembled slightly, but recalling that the true dragon was behind him, his courage swelled. Following the true dragon's instructions, he carefully touched the tightly stretched spider silk with his hand. Perhaps because they had just been attacked by Godzilla, the spider demons reacted with extraordinary speed. In moments, over a dozen surged out from the cave entrance. Their eyes scanned left and right, but they saw only a lone kobold not far away. At that moment, Doug appropriately displayed a panicked expression, stumbling and running toward the massive boulder. The spider demons had vivid memories of kobolds. Before their mutation, they were neighbors, and after transformation, they had even taken kobolds as food. But that was a long time ago. Now they had not seen kobolds for a very long time. The spider demons immediately relaxed their vigilance. Two of them split off and chased after Doug while the rest returned to the cave. The two spider demons were naturally killed by Godzilla without a sound, and the kobold Doug once again changed direction, touching the spider silk on that side. Under this despicable tactic, the dull-witted spider demons did not notice anything amiss. Instead, they thought today's kobolds were quite numerous. They fell into the trap as usual. After a morning of arduous effort, Godzilla had killed as many as 20 spider demons, almost matching the number he had killed in the cave the day before. Godzilla estimated that if they continued, the spider demons would soon realize something was wrong, so he told Doug to stop the luring. Doug also breathed a sigh of relief. The morning had exhausted him, especially later on. He had to keep provoking them before the spider demons would give chase. Doug sat down wearily, took out some prepared dried frog, and stuffed it into his mouth. Meanwhile, Godzilla gazed at the pile of spider demon corpses on the ground, his eyes wavering. The kobold's meager provisions had been mostly consumed by him. Since his arrival, food had always been a troubling issue. For his own sake, he did not want to waste these spider demon corpses, but the thought of eating these deformed spiders made him resist from the bottom of his heart. After hesitating for a long time, Godzilla decided to give it a try. He adjusted the intensity of his dragon breath and sprayed it toward the spider demon corpse before him. To Godzilla's great surprise, after being roasted by the flame, the spider demon's body emitted a peculiar fragrance. Even Doug was attracted by the aroma drooling all over the ground. Godzilla took a tentative bite, and his eyes immediately lit up. Without a second word, he stuffed the entire spider demon into his mouth. With one bite, the shell was crispy and fragrant, while the inner meat was full of chewiness. Paired with the slight spicy sensation brought by radiation, it had a unique flavor. Moreover, Godzilla discovered that eating the meat of these spider demons was beneficial to his growth. Although the effect was not as good as radioactive, or he understood the principle of constant dripping wears away the stone. Besides, the roasted spider was delicious. Though Doug was sorely tempted by the spider demon's meat, he dared not share the true dragon's meal. He could only close his eyes, chewing on dried frog jerky, as the aroma of roasted spider filled the air. Even cooked, the spider demon's flesh carries a curse. If you're not afraid to die, go ahead and eat it. Godzilla seemed to read Doug's mind, speaking in a flat tone. Doug, startled by the words, jerked back and scurried away from the tempting corpse of the spider demon. Over the following days, Godzilla came daily to seek opportunities. But as time passed, the spider demons seemed to recognize Doug. No matter how he provoked them, they no longer chased him. Not only Doug, but every remaining kobold in the tribe was assigned by Godzilla as bait. Moreover, Godzilla sometimes captured ordinary animals like rock sheep or jackals to use as bait. With Godzilla's varied ambush tactics, the spider demons suffered heavy losses. Eventually, even when the kobolds boldly ran to the cave mouth and shouted, the spider demons refused to come out. It was time to make an end of it. Godzilla rose abruptly. The constant supply of nutritious food over this period had increased his size. Standing upright, he was now nearly 4 meters tall. After days of rest, the kobolds had told Godzilla the locations of all the mines they had dug and drawn a detailed map for him. Upon entering the cave mouth, Godzilla did not spot a single spider demon. It was only when he reached the hall that he saw a sparse dozen or so lying there. This handful of spider demons was no match for him, not even when a magic-wielding spider demon emerged from the rear. Before its innate magic could be unleashed, Godzilla had already snapped all its limbs with a single tail strike. The tunnels dug by the kobolds were not spacious for Godzilla. In some places he had to crawl forward. Fortunately, most of the spider demons here had been lured out and killed by Godzilla, otherwise he would never have attempted this. According to the kobolds' judgment, the remaining spider demons should be hiding in the storage chamber, because there was not only the kobolds' stored food, but also ample space, dry and suitable for nesting. More importantly, the demon's eyes the kobolds had excavated were all stored there. Godzilla had to go there no matter what. Only one last passage remained leading to the kobold storage. In his special vision, Godzilla could already see the radiation light radiating continuously from the end. But the spider silk ahead was growing thicker, even blocking the entire passage, making Godzilla's progress difficult. Godzilla took a deep breath. This dragon breath was originally meant for the possible spider queen, but now it seemed he had no choice but to use it. Scorching dragon breath surged forward in a cone shape. The tough, widespread spider silk burned and melted as quickly as snowflakes falling into a furnace. The flames triggered by the dragon breath pushed relentlessly ahead, leaving only swirling wisps of smoke behind. The defenses the spider demons had painstakingly prepared were swept away in an instant. But this was not the end. When the flames reached the end and entered the deeply hidden sealed storage chamber, something no one expected happened. Even Godzilla had not anticipated that his single dragon breath would have such tremendous power. Boom! The dense spider silk in the sealed space ignited simultaneously so fast that the remaining spider demons had no time to react. Like a dust explosion, the spider silk produced the same effect. The rapidly expanding air generated unimaginable destructive force, tearing open the ground above the storage chamber. The spider demons died without ever imagining that they would perish by their own silk. Godzilla, still in the tunnel, did not escape this calamity either. He watched helplessly as the violent shockwave mixed with flames surged toward him through the narrow, cramped passage. Caught off guard, he could only close his eyes and let the shockwave hurl him out of the ground. Cough! Godzilla pounded his slightly tight chest. His scales were quite resistant to blunt force damage, so the explosion did not cause him serious harm. The top of the storage area was completely blown off. The spider demons hiding there suffered heavy casualties. Even those still alive had only a breath left. Godzilla pushed aside the earth and rocks covering him and walked toward the storage area. He found that the spider demons hiding there were not many, only a dozen or so, but every one of them was a powerful elite. But now they were just a pile of corpses. Besides that, the most striking sight was the enormous spider demon queen in the center and the terrifying number of spider eggs. These spider eggs had no hope of hatching. Even if a few survived by chance, they would only be a piece of meat in Godzilla's mouth. The spider demon queen was not dead yet. One of her spider legs had been blown off at the root, and her belly had a large hole through which she struggled weakly. Godzilla's size was already considerable, but this spider demon queen was even larger than him. Even sprawled on the ground, she stood taller than Godzilla when he rose. Without this unexpected explosion with the support of many spider demons, it would have been nearly impossible for Godzilla to win. Seeing this, Godzilla silently rejoiced. If he had delayed a few more days and let these spider eggs hatch, all his efforts would have been wasted. Watching the spider demon queen still shrieking in agony, a cold glint flashed in Godzilla's eyes. Frost breath gathered in his mouth, and the spider demon queen, as if sensing something, turned her head desperately, magical light rapidly gathering. Godzilla did not wait any longer. The frost breath instantly enveloped the spider demon queen's head, freezing it solid. The unfinished magic naturally dissipated. He slowly stepped forward, swung his tail, and the spider demon queen's head shattered into a pile of ice shards. The spider demons that had long haunted this place were thus slaughtered by Godzilla. Godzilla also found the radiating ores and swallowed them one by one. As he swallowed more and more ores, his body grew hotter, especially his stomach, which felt like it was burning. But he felt no discomfort. His body told him everything was developing in a positive direction. After digesting all the ores, Godzilla suddenly felt an endless hunger, even stronger than the hunger he had felt at birth. Godzilla glanced at the dead spider demons and their eggs. Not bothering to cook them, he opened his mouth wide and began to devour them. After a long while, there was no longer a single spider corpse or spider egg left in the crater left by the explosion. All of them had been stuffed into Godzilla's stomach. Godzilla's stomach seemed to connect to a different dimension. He had eaten food equivalent to dozens of times his own body size, yet his body did not change much, though it looked a little rounder. With a full belly, sleepiness came. Godzilla knew his second slumber was approaching. Although normally it takes several years to grow from a hatchling to a young dragon, there are always some anomalies in the world that develop fast enough to enter the next stage early. Before his slumber, Godzilla summoned Doug and his tribe. I once said that if you helped me obtain what I wanted, I would take you as my vassals. Now then, are you ready to be loyal to the mighty true dragon? Doug's face was filled with excitement. He stepped forward and shouted loudly to Godzilla, "Great true dragon, you are our savior. From this day forward, your will is our direction. We will forever be loyal to you." "Very well." Godzilla nodded. "Then remember my true name. I am the light of nuclear peace, the atomic dragon. Godzilla, Gungnir, Raise Bestos." After accepting this group of kobolds as his followers, Godzilla began to prepare for hibernation. The commotion here was too great, and it was clearly not a place to stay for long. He had not forgotten that there were still many adventurers seeking the dragon's lair in the area. Taking advantage of the remaining time, Godzilla led the kobolds dozens of miles away from the site. Upon finding a small lake, he ordered them to camp by its shore. The original inhabitant of the lake, the swamp python, cowered and retreated upon seeing Godzilla. Godzilla then submerged himself into the lake, burying deep in the mud to begin his second slumber. As a cross-world hybrid, Godzilla had no particular requirements for a hibernation site. Whether in magma or water, it made no difference to him. After Godzilla entered hibernation, his body gradually began to transform, advancing further toward the form of a giant beast. His head became more structured, completely different from its formerly rounded shape. His neck shortened slightly, yet it did not affect the flexibility of his head. Instead, it enhanced his already formidable bite force. His horns began to grow, merging with the spikes on his head to form a crown-like shape. His body became more streamlined, appearing less bulky and strong, but in reality this greatly enhanced his combat prowess. Originally his physique resembled Godzilla's, but now it combined the advantages of both, strong yet agile. The dragon wings on his back grew larger, achieving a perfect proportion with his body. However, flight required more than just perfect proportions. His scales remained pink, but their edges faintly revealed a hint of blue-purple. Apart from that, the most significant change was the spikes on his back. Previously his back spikes were numerous, but short and fragmented like coral. Now they had grown thicker and longer, with a faint blue-gold glow emanating from within. Unlike the portrayal in movies, his back spikes were arranged in a radial sword-like pattern, not chaotic, but resembling sharp short swords. His tail grew longer, with spikes extending and merging into the tail to form a special blade at the tip. If Godzilla were awake, he would surely be astonished by the magnitude of his transformation. The evolutionary ability inherited from Shin Godzilla began to show its potential rather than merely blending with the dragon bloodline as a fusion material. However, since the dragon bloodline was also top tier in this world, no matter how Godzilla evolved, he would never abandon his identity as a dragon. Thump. Thump. The heartbeat of the sleeping Godzilla grew from faint to powerful, eventually becoming so intense that it scattered the fish in the lake in panic. At its peak, the heartbeat gradually diminished until it returned to normal. The lakebed mud suddenly stirred, revealing two enormous blue-gold eyes. Godzilla flipped over and sat up, squinting as he examined his new body. Though he had anticipated it before hibernation, Godzilla was still startled by his current appearance. Both his more streamlined and majestic form and his greatly increased size testified to his power. If his combat strength during the hatchling stage was 1, now it was 10. His height had reached 5 meters, and the shadow he cast when standing could cover a basketball court. I have been asleep for a month. Godzilla was somewhat surprised, but his dragon biological clock reminded him that he had indeed slept for a full month. He was the first to sleep so long while evolving into a young dragon. Dragons are heavy sleepers as each slumber brings an increase in power. Generally, the longer the sleep, the greater the growth. I wonder how Doug and the others are doing. They should be fine since I drove away all the powerful beasts in this area before hibernation. Godzilla cared about his only follower Doug. Other kobolds might die, but one as reliable as Doug was hard to find. Godzilla flapped his wings, slightly generating a strong thrust that propelled his body upward through the water like a cannonball. Roar! A massive creature burst from the center of the calm lake, sending silver water splashing like a reverse waterfall. Godzilla soared into the sky, the freedom of flight, making him roar with excitement. But the joy was short-lived. As the upward momentum faded, his body began to descend due to gravity. Even with frantic wing flapping, he could only manage a hover. However, it was much better than when he was a hatchling unable to fly at all. Now he could at least glide significantly, improving his mobility. The commotion of Godzilla's emergence from the water was immense. Doug and the others quickly spotted him circling in the sky and rushed to the lakeshore chanting praises. Since he still couldn't fly properly, Godzilla didn't push it. He rode the wind and landed gently on the shore. Doug and the others looked somewhat battered. 2 of them were missing and the rest were injured as if they had just endured a fierce battle. Doug, what happened? I thought I had cleared all the nearby beasts. How did you end up like this? Master, for the first half of your slumber, everything was fine. But then a group of fishmen arrived. I sneaked over to listen, and... Doug paused before continuing. They're the Raging Tide fishmen, originally living on the western coast of Changfeng Valley. They came here to escape harassment from a nearby powerful creature and to find a new home. After seeing this lake, they decided to make it their new tribal base. Fortunately, they were only a scouting party. To prevent them from disturbing your slumber, I led the tribe to ambush them. Through Doug's account, Godzilla gradually understood the situation. He didn't care much about the Raging Tide fishmen's invasion, but he was very interested in the troublesome neighbor they mentioned. This place was never his ideal long-term home. If Godzilla hadn't needed to hibernate urgently, he wouldn't have stayed here at all. What he yearned for was the boundless sea. However, as the master of these kobolds, he had to show some response. Moreover, in Godzilla's eyes, the kobolds were now part of his wealth. As his power grew, Godzilla's heart gradually gained confidence. This slumber brought not only a change in size. Let aside the spell-like abilities from his bloodline, without taking on the dragon mage class, these magics could not help Godzilla much except for the silver dragon's innate polymorph. First noteworthy is the dragon breath. The 3 types of breath increased from once a day to twice a day, which undoubtedly had a huge impact on his strength. A dragon's breath also requires rest to recover. The once a day is just an estimate. If well rested, it could recover in less than half a day. Conversely, if constantly in exhausting battles and escapes, it might take 2 days to muster even a single breath. Rather than increasing the number of uses, it's more like accelerating the recovery speed and capacity. In addition, Godzilla's stomach had mutated into something like a nuclear furnace. But now it was only evolving in that direction, far from reaching that level. Nevertheless, even now it greatly enhanced Godzilla's endurance. It could be said that most substances in this world could no longer withstand his digestion. Although theoretically any substance could provide energy for Godzilla, who would be foolish enough to eat dirt when they could eat meat. As for the atomic breath that Godzilla had been longing for, there was still no sign of it. Even if he opened his mouth wide and imagined spitting forward, it only resulted in a radioactive burp. With an energy source, there naturally needed to be a matching power center. Godzilla's internal organs were greatly strengthened by the radiation, especially the heart. After he deliberately activated its full power, a sound like a thunderous war drum came from Godzilla's chest. At the same time, a faint glow emanated from the gaps between his scales, and the radiation energy locked within his body swirled around the surface. Godzilla had tested it. In this state, his destructive power was terrifying. Wherever he touched, a scorched radiation mark would appear, but the energy consumption was indeed considerable. Godzilla called this state death mode, because even if one didn't die immediately upon contact, they would slowly be killed by the radiation. Godzilla could imagine that when he reached adulthood, once death mode was activated, a radiation field would surround him, and enemies would fall like wheat being reaped. Under the setting sun, a group of kobolds were cheerfully advancing in a direction. On their shoulders they carried a strangely shaped box inside, which sat a little boy with cherry pink hair. If an uninformed person saw this, they would surely think that these kobolds had caught a human child from somewhere and were going to cook him. But was that really the case? Godzilla sat on the swaying chair with an extremely displeased expression. Clearly, he had used a spell-like ability polymorph, for Godzilla's spells were as incomprehensible as heavenly books. If polymorph wasn't driven by bloodline, he would never be able to cast it even if he exhausted himself. But even if successful, he could only follow the spell's intention. He himself couldn't change anything. When he first used polymorph, he intended to become an adult human, but unexpectedly he transformed from a 5-meter-tall dragon into a 4- or 5-year-old human child. Such a huge gap almost made the kobold's jaws drop. Godzilla had also tried to transform into other animals, but without exception they all appeared in juvenile form. In the end, Godzilla chose to transform into a human child not only because he was once human in his past life, but also because he felt that turning into other animal cubs would make him feel like prey captured by the kobolds. However, he might have selectively forgotten that humans were also on the kobold's menu. But becoming a cub had its advantages. Who would imagine that within this small body lay a hidden dragon? From the map obtained from human adventurers, it was known that to the east of Changfeng Valley lay the human capital Carlo Royal City, though further south was a vast plain, which was also unsuitable for hiding. To the north, there was a vast primeval forest marked with a skull symbol indicating some danger within. As for the west, a dozen li from Changfeng Valley lay an open beach. If there were a larger river estuary here, and the two sides weren't blocked by mountains, the Carlo Kingdom would never have abandoned such a vast land. Originally, Godzilla intended to go north, but the arrival of the rage-tide fishmen changed his mind. Perhaps the sea was more suitable for him than the forest. After more than a month, the fervor for searching for the dragon's nest was slowly subsiding, but there were still many adventurers lingering in Changfeng Valley. Otherwise, Godzilla wouldn't have had to go to such lengths. Perhaps because the powerful creatures in the valley had been well fed by the recent influx of human adventurers, the kobolds had an unusually smooth journey. Except for the occasional beast trying to take advantage, they didn't encounter a single magical beast. These beasts, the moment they appeared before Godzilla, were paralyzed by a single glare from him, then were swarmed by the kobolds, who pierced their necks and cheerfully carried them on their backs. But Godzilla wasn't entirely without something to do. He was studying his golden finger cheat ability. He had checked it many times before, but unfortunately the download speed of his golden finger was still as slow as ever. If he wanted to wait for the next movie to appear, it would take at least 3 or 4 years. But during his slumber, something seemed to have changed, as if an accelerator had been turned on. It jumped from 823 to 9026 all at once. Could this be the so-called offline download? However, Godzilla also noticed that after entering the juvenile dragon stage, the download speed seemed to have increased a bit. He couldn't help but wonder, does greater strength and larger size lead to faster download speeds? Doesn't that mean his role is equivalent to a signal tower? The taller the signal tower, the stronger the power, the better the signal. His slumber was equivalent to the removal of the signal tower's interference source, which resulted in such fast download speed. Thinking of this, Godzilla couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. Encountering such a golden finger, it was fortunate that he was a dragon, otherwise anyone else would be utterly screwed. But he also felt some anticipation. True, Godzilla gave him the potential for infinite evolution. What would the next movie be? Unfortunately, before the movie was fully downloaded, he had no idea what it was. After all, he had searched for a monster disaster movie collection online. It was like opening a mystery box, which added a lot of anticipation in his heart. Moreover, according to the current download speed, it would be completely downloaded in, at most, another month or two. With the kobold's pace, it would take less than half a month to exit Changfeng Valley, and by then, there would be plenty of time to deal with the rage-tide fishmen. Unlike the land, the sea was vast and boundless, offering enough space for Godzilla to survive. If nothing unexpected happened, Godzilla would spend a large portion of his time in the sea. Scalehide's heart was fraught with unease. Doug, with whom he had shared a grudge over a crushed testicle, had now become the true chieftain of this remnant kobold tribe by clinging to the dragon's thigh. Although Doug showed no overt signs of hostility, Scalehide remained perpetually vigilant. As a fellow kobold, Scalehide envied Doug's fortune. Yet since Godzilla had accepted them as vassals, it was not too late to grovel now. Scalehide did not aspire to replace Doug in Godzilla's heart. He only wished to be remembered by the true Dragon Master. Then he would no longer have to fret over when Doug might strike. Though his fears were virtually unfounded, Doug bore no ill will over Scalehide's daily hostility, feeling instead a sense of guilt for having crushed his testicle. Scalehide still worried. Since accepting them, Godzilla had been constantly engaged in battle. Now that he finally had a moment of respite, he had fallen into slumber, leaving Scalehide without a proper opportunity to prove himself. The invasion of the rage-tide merfolk presented Scalehide with a chance. He wished to render great service in this battle, thereby demonstrating his worth. Yet the merfolk resisted tenaciously. Despite the kobold's ambush achieving its intended effect, 2 merfolk still managed to escape. Scalehide volunteered to pursue them, but was caught in a net trap, becoming a prisoner in the battle with alarming ease. Had the merfolk not wished to extract information about the kobold's true strength through Scalehide, he would have been killed the moment he was captured. During his captivity, he babbled nonsense, divulging nothing of value, which gradually exhausted the merfolk's patience. Though beaten repeatedly to the brink of death, the merfolk always held back at the last moment, as if deliberately sparing his life. Scalehide could only grit his teeth and endure. As the self-proclaimed smartest kobold in the former tribe, Scalehide knew full well that silence offered a glimmer of hope, while speaking would surely mean death. Yet he was nearing his limit. What sustained his will now was nothing but a stubborn refusal to lose to Doug, the one who had crushed his testicle. He vowed silently that if he survived this ordeal, he would make Doug see that even with one fewer testicle, he could still dominate him. Truth be told, the only one who could save him now was Godzilla. He was uncertain whether Godzilla would bother to retaliate for a mere kobold or two, but it was his only hope. But the merfolk had other means to make him talk. When neither persuasion nor torture worked, he was brought before a withered ancient merfolk priest with saggy skin and brittle bones. He only recalled the priest's fishbone staff, waving once, after which he fell into a dazed stupor and knew no more. When he regained consciousness, he was back in his prison cell. Having learned everything from Scalehide's mouth, the rage-tide merfolk decided to launch a full-scale assault. Not merely for the lake occupied by the kobolds, but for Godzilla himself. What gave them the confidence to subdue a dragon? Scalehide was unaware that he had already given away their secrets. The merfolk were making preparations. He was to be sacrificed to Gumaratha along with many other slaves at the moment the merfolk set out. Scalehide had no idea what Gumaratha was, but he suspected it was nothing good. The word sacrifice was inherently linked to blood and darkness, especially in barbaric civilizations. Master, your most humble servant begs you. Please deign to come here and save your servant. As he was being dragged to the sacrificial site, fear compelled Scalehide to pray incessantly in his heart. Scalehide, along with other creatures the merfolk had captured from unknown places, was driven onto a circular altar near the seashore. Besides kobolds like him, there were also gnolls, goblins, hobgoblins, and even a few humans. The rage-tide merfolk priest lit bonfires on either side of the altar and placed a black stone statue in the center. He began to dance and chant around the altar in a guttural tongue. Sabura Sonajdaria Yae. His voice was dry and raspy, as if his vocal cords had been soaked in acid. As the ritual progressed, the shadow of fear crept into the hearts of every sacrifice, slowly consuming their souls. The weakest goblins were the first to break. Terrified beyond measure, they clutched their heads and shrieked frantically, trying to break free from their chains. But the merfolk guards standing by swiftly slit their chests open with daggers, then deftly flicked out still-beating hearts onto the altar. With the goblins' death, the oppressive atmosphere around them grew heavier. An invisible presence seemed to materialize. The weather turned gloomy and eerie winds howled. The surrounding merfolk had all knelt, bowing their heads. The priest's voice grew more frenzied. His hunched body contorted into seemingly impossible positions, making one wonder if he might snap his own spine. Gumaratha, descend. Beseech. One by one the creatures on the altar fell into terrified chaos, only to have their hearts carved out by the dagger-wielding merfolk guards. Scalehide was among the more resilient ones, but as those around him died one after another, he too reached his breaking point. He hung his head in misery and screamed hoarsely. Doug! Fear had flooded his mind. He saw the bloodthirsty grin on the merfolk guard beside him, the blood-dripping dagger raised ready to strike down at any moment. Suddenly a resounding dragon roar rang out, instantly drowning out the priest's raspy chanting. Dragons might press down without restraint upon everyone present. A blurry figure approached from afar, growing larger as it flew closer. By the time it drew near, its shadow even covered the entire altar. The priest's chanting unsurprisingly faltered. Before he could react, the dragon's might crashed upon him, and then before his eyes appeared a pink dragon gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. A blast of red dragon fire descended. The priest's face contorted in alarm. A water-blue barrier instantly enveloped him, but it shattered in less than a second. Yet the priest within the barrier had vanished, leaving only the fading glow of magic. Godzilla seized his futile breath. He was quite regretful that he hadn't managed to pin down the priest. Truly, mages and warriors were different. Even a mere merfolk priest possessed far greater survival abilities than a warrior. The moment Godzilla appeared, the kneeling merfolk tried to rise, but the dragons might press them down again, forcing them back to their knees. This back and forth allowed Godzilla to reach the priest's side, as if striding through an empty hall. The merfolk guards on the altar who were about to execute the sacrifices were also suppressed by the pressure. Their burly frames instantly dropped to their knees, causing their daggers to veer off target. Scalehide too was affected by the dragon's might, but being bound to a rack he could not kneel. The deadly dagger missed its mark, but still wounded him. Linpai only felt a chill, then a piercing pain surged to his head. He had experienced this sensation only once before. Now feeling it again, the outcome was naturally self-evident. Linpai lowered his head tremblingly. His brother had forever departed from him. No. Perhaps Linpai's cry was simply too wretched, for Godzilla could not help but turn his head to glance at him. Upon seeing him, Godzilla froze. Godzilla had originally assumed this notable dog-headed figure perished in the earlier battle, never expecting him to survive. Looking at his appearance, it seemed he had lost everything once more. Witnessing this, Godzilla couldn't help but glance at Lin Pai with pity. It appeared the world now had a new species, the eunuch doghead. At this moment, the fishmen who had been cowed by the dragon's aura gradually recovered. Gazing at the massive, fearsome dragon before them, they suppressed their inner terror and began their assault. The fishman shaman, having escaped the dragon's breath through spellcraft, commenced another round of chanting under the protection of several elite fishman tidehunters. Though the sacrifice ritual had been shattered, Gumasila still managed to channel a fragment of divine power through the incomplete ceremony. This divine energy, controlled by the fishman shaman, merged into every rage-tide fishman. The power dispersed their fears and replaced them with endless bloodlust. Their eyes turned crimson as steam erupted from their mouths and nostrils, muscles swelling throughout their bodies as though afflicted by a mass bloodthirst spell. Simultaneously, their resistance to spells increased considerably under these circumstances, yet the side effects proved severe. Their lifespans would shorten significantly, and after the duration ended, they would remain weakened for an extended period. Godzilla wouldn't foolishly remain stationary while surrounded by these clearly unhinged fishmen, but before departing, he glanced at Lin Pai and decided to rescue him. After all, Lin Pai was his vassal, so carrying one dog-headed creature wouldn't impose too heavy a burden on him in this situation. Godzilla made his decision in an instant, approaching the altar, lowering his head slightly, and snapping the execution stand that bound Lin Pai. At this moment, Lin Pai emerged from the delirium caused by excruciating pain. Gazing upon the towering dragon before him, he bore the agony, silently murmuring continuously, "Great Master." Godzilla naturally had no intention of staying to hear more empty words. Extending a draconic claw, he grasped Lin Pai and turned to spread his wings for flight. Although he couldn't achieve a flat takeoff relying on his powerful leg muscles, he could leap high and glide a considerable distance through the air. "Respectable Dragon Lord, please stay your hand. Save us." Godzilla had intended to depart, but someone spoke up. One of those who had been pushed onto the altar alongside Lin Pai. She was a human woman, and though she appeared quite disheveled at present, her fair complexion and the adornments upon her body suggested she came from a respectable background. Despite the dire circumstances filling her with panic and dread, she maintained her composure and breeding. Even while trembling with fear, she managed to force a somewhat stiff smile toward Godzilla. Fearing Godzilla might ignore her, she spoke rapidly. "I am Xia Vera, daughter of Duke Vera of the Carlo Kingdom. If you can save us, I will surely have my father prepare a substantial reward for you." Having said this, she gazed at Godzilla with hopeful eyes. Though she didn't recognize the strange dragon before her, his appearance instinctively filled her with fear. Yet she had no choice. Even if this were a red dragon, she would beg for its aid without hesitation. Being devoured by a red dragon would still be preferable to becoming a sacrifice for an evil deity. For now, she could only pray in her heart, hoping Godzilla was not one of the chromatic dragons known for their cruelty, but rather a metallic dragon. Though metallic dragons might have various quirks, they generally would not maliciously harm humans. Godzilla had initially intended to leave, even though the human woman before him was quite to his liking. A dragon's nature made him care little for the lives of other creatures, especially in such an environment. However, Xia's words changed his mind. Since he had already saved Lin Pai, saving one more wouldn't matter. If he could make good use of this woman's status, it might bring him considerable profit. Moreover, even if her words were false, he would lose nothing. But if all of this were true that so-called Duke Vera provided, he wasn't foolish, would dare not embezzle what was owed. After all, in this world, few dared to defy a dragon's vengeance. "I hope you're not lying." Godzilla grasped Xia in one claw and prepared to depart, but Xia suddenly cried out, "Wait! Great Dragon Lord, could you perhaps?" Several humans were bound alongside Xia, appearing to be her guards. Upon discovering Godzilla had chosen only to take her, Xia, unable to bear it, pleaded once more. Godzilla suddenly turned his head, his blue-golden eyes gleaming with cold light, the corners of his mouth curving slightly to reveal sharp fangs. "I am willing to save you because of the value you can bring me, but this does not mean you can make demands at will." Gazing at the enormous head before her, Xia was instantly petrified, her face draining of color. Though pink was her favorite hue, this dragon revealed not an ounce of pink's gentleness or warmth. She couldn't help but lower her head, staring at the ground, daring not speak again. Fearful of angering the dragon before her, she dreaded both being abandoned and devoured in a single bite. "Save us. Princess Xia. Be quiet. Your Highness, focus on your own safety, ignore us." Hearing that they were to be abandoned, the guards below displayed varying reactions. Listening to their cries, Xia could only force herself not to look at them. The rage-tide fishmen were closing in. Godzilla swept his tail horizontally, the sword-like spines on its tip cutting like the sharpest blades. Any fishman struck would be left with a gaping wound. But as long as injuries weren't fatal, the enhanced rage-tide fishmen showed no fear of pain. Godzilla cleared the fishmen surrounding him, retracted his claws to his chest, and protected Lin Pai and Xia against his body. Bending his legs, his tensed muscles suddenly erupted with force, launching him nearly 30 meters into the air. Spreading his wings, he glided toward the distance. The fishmen below watched the low-flying dragon and hurled their harpoons. Some of the stronger ones even flung their nets upward. Clang upon clang rang out as these harpoons struck Godzilla's scales. Aside from sparking briefly, they couldn't even leave a mark on his scaly armor. Fishmen lived underwater and were inherently unskilled at forging. Their most commonly used weapons were bones from large fish sharpened to points. Perhaps certain large tribes had special methods for crafting weapons underwater, but the rage-tide fishmen certainly lacked such technology. Bone weapons could handle ordinary creatures without issue, but facing a dragon, without magical enhancement, or if the bone itself came from a powerful creature, it was nothing but a joke. Perhaps against a typical young dragon these attacks might prove effective, but Godzilla's scale armor was already as hard as that of an adolescent dragon even during his hatchling stage. Due to his inability to sustain flight, Godzilla soon glided back to the ground where a dozen elite rage-tide fishmen gripping bone spears stood ready in formation. From the faint magical glow emanating from their tightly held bone spears, it was evident that the weapons had been temporarily enchanted with multiple effects such as sharpness, durability, and armor penetration. Although the enchantments were only temporary, they would be sufficient to inflict damage upon Godzilla during their duration. Roar! Godzilla narrowed his eyes. Facing such a group of adversaries, he abandoned his playful demeanor. Moreover, the Fishman priest who had just escaped was lurking somewhere waiting for him. Watching the growing shadow in the sky, Fishman Chief Fij tightened his grip on the gleaming spear, let out a fierce roar, and then leaped abruptly, thrusting his weapon toward Godzilla. Emboldened, 7 or 8 other fishmen followed suit, leaping into the air and striking at Godzilla's vital points with their weapons. Godzilla let out a savage roar, spewing scorching dragon fire. The heat caused Xia, whom he held in his grasp, to break out in a drenching sweat. Despite the searing heat around her, Xia felt a chilling dread. Earlier at the altar with her back to Godzilla, she hadn't seen how he had driven away the Fishman priest, but the fiery breath now made everything painfully clear. It's over. This is a mutated red dragon. And she had fallen into the clutches of a red dragon. Such was the despair in Xia's heart, for it was well known across the continent that red dragons savored human maidens above all else. Godzilla, however, was oblivious to the maiden's thoughts. He was busy spreading his dragon fire over a wider area. Water's blessing. The Fishman priest, who had vanished for some time, finally reappeared, and with a single gesture, he neutralized most of Godzilla's dragon breath. Protected by Water's blessing, the elite fishmen, though still injured by the dragon fire, would not be instantly incapacitated. Summon Water Elemental. Summon Water Elemental. Alongside the Fishman priest, 2 Tidecaller fishmen appeared. 2 water elementals slowly emerged from the summoning circles, launching fierce water arrows toward Godzilla. Fij's spear struck Godzilla's scales, but only scratched the surface, unable to penetrate deeper. At the critical moment, Godzilla lowered his head and bit down on Fij's spear, preventing it from finding its mark. His teeth scraped against the shaft, producing a grating sound that made one fear the spear might snap at any moment. Magical energy radiated wildly. Had the spear not been made of exceptionally sturdy material, Godzilla would have bitten it in two and swallowed it. Realizing he couldn't break the weapon for now, Godzilla gave a forceful toss of his head, sending the spear and Fij flying. The other fishman also struck Godzilla, but he ignored the attacks that didn't target his vital areas. His wings spread to their full span, sweeping away the nearby fishmen, while his tail, longer than that of an ordinary dragon, proved invaluable. With his forelimbs occupied, his tail became his most effective weapon. In an instant, over half of the fishmen surrounding him were incapacitated, though Godzilla paid a price. The enchanted bone weapons left wounds of various sizes across his body. However, compared to his massive frame, these were merely superficial injuries. He feared no ordinary fishman, as only high-level warriors like the chief could threaten him. What truly put him on guard were the Fishman priest and the 2 water elementals. Though their water arrows and blasts seemed weak, they dealt pure magical damage. His sturdy scales could not negate such damage entirely. Fortunately, after entering his juvenile stage, Godzilla's scales had gained improved resistance to magic, reducing the full impact. As for the 2 Tidecaller fishmen, aside from summoning water elementals, they posed no threat in Godzilla's eyes. The water elementals' arrows struck Godzilla, each seemingly weak impact causing him to stagger. Meanwhile, the Fishman priest's robes fluttered without wind, indicating he was preparing a formidable spell. Godzilla could no longer hold back. If the priest's spell were to be unleashed, he might be thrown completely onto the defensive. Not only Xia believed Godzilla to be a red dragon, but the Fishman priest also shared that conviction. The description of his scales and his 2 bursts of fiery breath all pointed to him being a mutated red dragon, or at least bearing red dragon blood. Intense cold erupted from Godzilla's maw, chilling the air that had been scorched by his earlier breath. The rapid shift from heat to cold made Sia sneeze violently. The two summoned water elementals lasted only a few seconds before being frozen solid and banished back to the water elemental plane. The fisherman priest, caught off guard by Godzilla's unexpected ability, saw all his prior preparations unravel. Glaring at Godzilla with irritation, he abandoned his nearly completed spell and retreated swiftly with the two tie-collar fishmen. The fishman chief Fij, having been flung aside, was rallying his subordinates. Godzilla cast a regretful glance at the retreating priest, then leaped into the air and flew away. This was their second clash, and Godzilla had the slight edge. He had a premonition that killing the fishman priest would yield an unexpected reward. After two gliding flights, Godzilla had escaped the fishman's encirclement. With a few more bounds, he vanished from their sight, leaving them helpless. The beach was not small, and though the Rage-Tide tribe had many fishmen, they could not patrol every stretch of coast. Most of them lived along the small river that flowed from Changfeng Valley into the sea. Upon arriving, Godzilla had led his kobolds far from the fishmen's territory, choosing a different direction. Because of the Rage-Tide fishmen's dominance, the original creatures of the beach had seen their living space constantly squeezed, resulting in a crowded and chaotic environment. Most of these creatures fought alone, and they generally refrained from antagonizing the kobolds, who had formed a small group. Godzilla left them there to find a suitable place to settle, while he himself went to scout the Rage-Tide fishmen's tribe. That scouting mission led to trouble. Through his draconic inheritance, Godzilla learned that the Rage-Tide fishmen were performing a heretical god's ritual. Having already regarded them as potential enemies, he naturally would not allow them to grow stronger. Moreover, two tigers cannot share one mountain. He did not want to constantly be wary of these fishmen. When Godzilla found Doug and the others, the kobolds had already located a cavern by a seaside cliff following his instructions. With some modifications, it would make an excellent hideout. However, the cave was occupied by two large sea lions which the kobolds could not defeat. But for Godzilla, this was a trivial matter. The kobolds thus enjoyed a sumptuous feast, and Godzilla also satisfied his own appetite. If Godzilla were to eat with abandon, even a dozen more would not be enough to satisfy him. Since his last evolution, his digestive capacity had reached a terrifying level. Fortunately, Godzilla's demand for food had decreased significantly. Although the nuclear furnace within him still could not extract every ounce of energy from the substances he consumed, it was far superior to before. This was also why, after sleeping for a month, Godzilla did not appear overly famished. Sia watched the dog-headed men moving about the cave, shrinking her head in fear. Ever since she saw Godzilla not only spew flames, but also exhale freezing breath, she had become confused about his nature. She was not well versed in the various situations of the continent. Compared to these, quietly being a lady was her true passion. What knowledge she had of dragon habits was largely thanks to her best friend. Unlike her friend Lumia Bloma was an unwavering adventure enthusiast, having loved adventure stories and legendary biographies since childhood. When she grew up, she went to the Tower of Dawn in the north to study magic. If nothing unexpected happened, she would graduate in a couple of years and become a powerful mage. Although their personalities were completely different, their friendship had not grown distant. Instead, it had become even closer. Recalling her friend's chatter, Sia suddenly regretted not having listened more carefully, so she might have known which type of dragon Godzilla belonged to. However, after bringing her here, Godzilla had not chosen to eat her, which somewhat alleviated the fear in her heart. But seeing the cave full of monsters, how could a delicate and powerless girl not panic? As the human brought by Godzilla, Sia was also given a large piece of roasted sea lion meat. Although she usually preferred vegetables and desserts over meat, having been hungry for a long time and frightened throughout the journey, meat filled the void in her body better than other foods. Despite being ravenous, Sia did not wolf down the food. Instead, she maintained her elegance and swallowed it in small bites. Seeing this, Godzilla felt even more that he had made a wise decision. After all, although his aesthetic sense was influenced by the dragon, he still leaned somewhat toward human standards. Before, he had always faced a group of dog-headed men and found nothing amiss, but now with Sia as a contrast, the disparity became apparent. Godzilla even entertained the thought of keeping her as his maidservant. However, he soon dismissed the idea. A maidservant would provide him with very limited help. It would be better to exchange her for a substantial fortune. Your name is Sia, isn't it? The more Godzilla looked at Sia, the more pleasing he found her, and even his voice became gentler, though to Sia, it still sounded terrifying. Sia, who was struggling to chew the sea lion meat in small bites, was startled by the dragon's question. She tried to swallow the meat first, but choked instead. Cough, cough. She patted her chest vigorously, causing ripples, and finally managed to swallow the food. Then, slightly flustered, she smoothed her chest, tidied her disheveled golden hair, and bowed to Godzilla. Honorable Dragon Lord Sia, Vera pays her respects to you. May the Lord of the North Wind forever favor you. Sia's heart was uneasy. She had set a small trap in her words to test Godzilla's alignment, but it was a very risky move. Godzilla cast a meaningful glance at Sia, making her hair stand on end, and the smile on her lips became extremely unnatural. Admittedly, Sia was quite bold, but Godzilla was not annoyed by her actions. On the contrary, he greatly admired this intelligent and resolute woman. You need not probe any further. Don't worry, though I am not a follower of the Platinum Dragon God, neither do I worship the Queen of Chromatic Dragons. You can call me Godzilla, that is my name. You need not be so restrained. I may not be a good dragon, but I will do you no harm. Once I have dealt with these fishmen, I will arrange to send you back to the human world. By then you should be able to notify your father, shouldn't you? But don't forget what you promised me. Don't think of fooling me. Godzilla directly pointed out Sia's thoughts, and this attitude actually made her feel much more at ease. Go, Godzilla. Sia called out his name awkwardly. It was remarkable that merely knowing Godzilla's name improved her perception of him. This dragon lord did not seem as ferocious as he appeared, and his pink gold scales looked quite beautiful. With a different mindset, even when facing the same thing, her perception changed accordingly. You may stay here under my protection. These dog-headed men will not harm you. But in return, I hope to obtain some useful information from you, such as news about dragons and any major events that have occurred recently. Sia frowned slightly, struggling to recall. To be honest, she was not very interested in current affairs of the continent. What she knew was scattered, and most of it came from her best friend. With this thought, Sia spoke with some difficulty. Lord Godzilla, I do not know much, and I may not be able to fulfill your expectations, but I will do my utmost to tell you everything I know. Godzilla naturally did not mind. When it came to the secrets of this world, dragons were the ones who knew the most. What he wanted to know were simply the major events that had occurred on the continent recently, which would determine his next course of action. Moreover, he had not forgotten that before he was even born, a dragon had nearly killed him inside the egg. Sia took a deep breath and began to speak before Godzilla. Accompanied by the girl's soft voice, Godzilla gradually gained some understanding of the outside world. This place belonged to the territories of the southern human kingdoms. Compared to the north, the economy here was much more prosperous, and the population had multiplied several times. Such a large population naturally meant this was fertile ground for the growth of divine churches. Every city had churches of varying sizes, some large and some small. In Carlo City, within the kingdom of Carlo, the largest church belonged to the goddess of love and beauty Sun. As a gathering place for many divine churches, this region was much safer than other parts of the continent. The northern kingdoms seemed to be at war, but Sia did not know much about it. As for the dragon-related events that Godzilla particularly cared about, there were indeed some tidbits. It was said that in the kingdom of Marin, north of the kingdom of Carlo, someone had spotted more than one dragon, and roars had echoed across the sky. As for the outcome, Sia did not know. Although the information from Sia was vague, Godzilla instinctively sensed that this matter was related to the dragon named Leon. Perhaps, as Leon had said before leaving, he had gone to seek trouble with the red dragon Tarkin, the sire of Godzilla's current body. Within this crude cave, the kobolds had already fallen asleep. Aside from occasional low whimpers of pain from Lin Pai, only the sound of the sea tide could be heard. Despite the warmth from the campfire in this vast and barren cave, Xia could not help but feel the cold. She struggled to curl her body, trembling against the chill, but days of exhaustion compounded by the proximity of those dual dragon breaths, freezing and scorching, and the relentless sea breeze had left her utterly miserable. Any ordinary woman would find this unbearable, and even a grown man would struggle to endure such conditions. Apart from the fire, there was nothing here to protect her from the cold. Xia couldn't stop sneezing repeatedly. If this continued, she feared she would fall severely ill. Godzilla narrowed his eyes and slightly spread his folded wings, creating a small gap between them and his body. Xia noticed Godzilla's movement and hesitated before slowly approaching him. Gazing at his slightly pink golden scales, she lowered her head and crawled inside. Though somewhat uncomfortable, the warmth radiating from Godzilla's body brought Xia such comfort that she couldn't help but close her eyes in contentment. "Good night, Mr. Godzilla," Xia whispered to herself. The following morning, the kobolds began their preparations early. Under Godzilla's direction, they arranged precious materials and painted an intricate magical formation several meters in diameter. Colorful gems were piled on the ground, while some magic-rich materials were ground into powder and mixed with mithril to form a complex magical diagram. This was a dragonborn transformation array. The materials came from the kobold tribe previously overrun by spider monstrosities. Due to radiation and the spider threat, the kobolds could only escape with minimal supplies. The spider monstrosities naturally couldn't utilize these materials, leaving them for Godzilla to claim. Though bearing these expensive materials slowed the kobolds considerably, they deemed it worthwhile. This ritual determined whether they could obtain the bloodline of a true dragon. Godzilla now possessed the ability to conduct the dragonborn transformation ritual. Though he understood nothing of magic, the dragon ancestors who left behind this legacy had accounted for such limitations. Anyone could complete the array simply by following the instructions step by step, no matter how simple-minded. The most crucial components for the Dragonborn transformation ritual come directly from the great dragon itself, whether scales, fangs, or blood. Among these, dragon blood holds the greatest power. Godzilla, being generous with his limited subordinates, found extracting blood far less painful than plucking scales. Yet Godzilla harbored his own concerns. If he were merely an ordinary dragon, there would be no issue. However, his body now carried the genes of a true Godzilla, and with the emergence of his atomic furnace, his blood had become saturated with radiation. Godzilla was uncertain whether the fragile kobolds could withstand such power. Even when ordinary dragons performed the Dragonborn bloodline transformation ritual, the success rate was never high. How much more difficult for a creature of Godzilla's extraordinary magnitude? With these thoughts in mind, he left the decision to his followers. Would they opt for the safer dragon scales or pursue the path of a more powerful dragon-blooded kobold? To Godzilla's surprise, every kobold chose the latter path. Their desire to grow closer to the mighty dragon was boundless. They would never back down from such an opportunity. Due to material constraints, the Dragonborn transformation array could only accommodate 5 or 6 kobolds. Yet the entire Blackwood tribe had only 13 kobolds remaining, with just 5 adults, including the wounded Lin Pai. Upon learning of Godzilla's intention to transform the kobolds, Lin Pai had forced himself to his knees before the dragon, despite his severe wounds, begging for a chance to undergo the transformation. Duj worried deeply about his condition and urged him to abandon this ritual, suggesting he wait until his injuries healed before seeking another opportunity. But Lin Pai firmly refused, even taunting Duj that he feared being surpassed. Seeing his unwavering resolve, Duj had no choice but to accept it. With preparations complete, Xia approached and watched curiously. When she caught sight of Godzilla, her face flushed involuntarily. After all, she'd used his wing as a blanket the night before. Godzilla swept his gaze across the scene, reading the palpable excitement on each kobold's face. This moment ranked among the most significant events they had ever witnessed. Drawing a deep breath, Godzilla chanted in the ancient dragon tongue as the legacy prescribed. His thunderous roar resonated with the ambient magical energy, channeling both his own power and the gathered aura into the center of the circular formation. The carved formation on the ground ignited with luminescent energy, functioning flawlessly, a testament to centuries of refinement by successive generations of dragonkind, rendering it exceptionally stable. Begin. As the kobold leader Duj stepped forward without hesitation, Godzilla extended a razor-sharp claw and drew a single drop of blood, letting it fall toward the array's center. As the ritual progressed, portions of the accumulated materials within the formation dissolved, serving as catalysts for the transformation. The dragon's blood dispersed into a crimson mist instantaneously, and through the array's influence was drawn into Duj's body. Duj's brow furrowed deeply as Godzilla's bloodline forcefully reshaped his physiology. Waves of excruciating pain coursed through him, causing his frame to shake uncontrollably as agonized wails tore from his throat. Watching from the sidelines, Xia felt a pang of sympathy. She remembered Duj had offered her roasted meat just the day before. Concentrated energy condensed into a cocoon surrounding Duj, while Godzilla's blood rapidly transformed his very essence. As moments passed, and the ritual's power faded, the massive cocoon dissolved entirely, and Duj emerged stumbling from within. He panted heavily, and once the ritual array dimmed, everyone could clearly see his transformed appearance. Duj's scales had turned a deep crimson, thick and armored. 2 dragon horns erupted from his skull, his once frail frame now towering. Blue crystalline patterns spread from his back across his entire body, and Godzilla detected the unmistakable scent of radiation within them. The first transformation had succeeded, prompting Godzilla to exhale in relief. He had hoped to spare Duj from such risk, but this was ultimately Duj's own choice. Duj staggered forward, gasping for breath as he braced himself against the cave wall. Master! His eyes blazed with emotion and adoration. The dream he had long coveted had become reality. In this moment, he would willingly face death for Godzilla. Tell me, what abilities have you gained? Duj responded with reverence, and then demonstrated his newfound powers. First, having become a dragon-blooded kobold, his physical strength had been dramatically enhanced. He could hurl boulders the size of millstones dozens of meters with ease. Secondly, Duj appeared to have inherited certain abilities from Godzilla's red dragon lineage. His resistance to fire had increased tremendously, and he no longer suffered from cold vulnerability. Notably, Duj had also inherited Godzilla's red dragon breath weapon. While neither its temperature nor coverage was particularly impressive, this alone pleased Godzilla enormously. Typical Dragonborn could only randomly inherit one ability from among dragon breath wings, strength, or scales. Yet it appeared Duj had inherited everything except dragon wings. Though the reason he only received the red dragon's portion remained unclear, Godzilla was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. Moreover, Duj seemed to possess other unshown abilities, such as the crystalline blue patterns covering his body. Duj's transformation greatly inspired the kobolds, who were eager to follow suit. After obtaining Godzilla's permission, one kobold stepped forward and entered the transformation circle. The procedure was the same, but the outcome proved vastly different. This kobold began screaming in agony almost immediately, his body rapidly twisting and distorting. Before the magical energy could form a protective cocoon around him, he had already collapsed into a pool of blood and flesh, his cries trailing off into nothingness. Witnessing this, Godzilla's brow furrowed deeply. Sia's face drained of color, and she turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. The kobold's death was like a bucket of cold water poured over the entire group, cooling their fevered excitement and lending them a moment of clarity. Shall we continue? Godzilla's tone remained remarkably calm. He made no demands of the kobolds, yet the desire to become a dragon-packed kobold still overpowered their fear of death. The next kobold gritted his teeth and stepped into the formation. Compared to the previous one, his transformation proceeded far more smoothly. Everything appeared flawless. The massive cocoon of magical energy had fully enveloped him. Yet he could not withstand the subsequent transformation. Suddenly the cocoon swelled grotesquely. A pale white bone pierced through its surface, and then the cocoon shattered entirely, revealing a horrifying creature within. His facial features were unrecognizable, internal organs exposed to the air. Jagged bones grew wildly, jutting outward from every direction of his body. Pustules of all sizes covered his form, and various abnormal growths continued to writhe and pulsate. Amid the horrified stares of the kobolds, the creature began to move forward. With every inch it shuffled, large chunks of flesh and tissue fell away. Before it could even reach the edge of the formation, it collapsed and crumbled into a scattered pile of remains. Upon witnessing this, every kobold stood frozen in shock. The young kobolds were so terrified that they fell to the ground. This was far more gruesome than the earlier scene of dissolution into bloody pus. The remaining kobold, despite his burning desire to become a dragon-packed kobold, was thoroughly frightened by the carnage. Godzilla himself felt a wave of nausea. He quickly exhaled a blast of dragon breath, freezing all the blood and flesh into blocks of ice, then swept them into the sea with a powerful flick of his tail. In truth, this was entirely within Godzilla's expectations. When other dragons performed the dragon spawn ritual, they chose only those kin who had rendered great service or possessed exceptional physical strength. Even so, the overall success rate never exceeded 50%. How different from Godzilla, who showed no such discrimination, allowing the few remaining adult kobolds to undergo the ritual regardless of their qualifications. Godzilla had grown restless to bolster his strength. If he had had capable subordinates at the Rage-Tide Merman camp to hold back the ordinary mermen, he might have achieved far greater victories. However, without careful selection, the success rate of this ritual would surely be dismal. Godzilla wavered. He did not wish to see his followers die pointlessly nor waste precious materials. Aside from Limpy, the sole remaining kobold fell to his knees before Godzilla. Faced with the fierce, corrosive power of the dragon blood, his courage faltered, and he began begging to use dragon scales instead for the transformation. Since matters had reached this point, Godzilla had no choice but to grant the request. Perhaps another success might yet emerge. Yet this kobold also failed. Although dragon scales proved far less brutal than dragon blood in reshaping the body, the transformation was still formidable. Moreover, fear already gripped his heart. How could he possibly succeed? Though he did not survive, at least his end was not as gruesome as the previous two kobolds. His heart simply burst during the transformation. Limpy lay on a crude stretcher. The deaths of the preceding kobolds had done nothing to shake his resolve. He hungered intensely for transformation despite Godzilla's repeated warnings about the ritual's dangers. Godzilla found himself deeply torn. Only enough materials remained for one final attempt. Should he wait for other kobolds to mature and choose carefully, or let Limpy take his chance? But soon Godzilla made his decision. He would allow Limpy to try. For a kobold so resilient, he held a measure of anticipation. Doug worried deeply, but he knew he could not dissuade Limpy. So he could only stand silently by and pray. "Great Master, I wish to undergo the ritual using your dragon blood." Limpy's hoarse voice rang out, filled with profound reverence as he pleaded with Godzilla. Godzilla's brow furrowed. Given Limpy's current physical state, even using dragon scales would be extremely dangerous. With dragon blood, the chance of survival was likely less than 10%. He could already foresee Limpy's fate. Nevertheless, he allowed a drop of dragon blood to fall, having promised that his kin would choose their own path. Under the scornful stares of the other kobolds, Limpy pressed his legs together and staggered into the formation. Like the previous kobolds, Limpy's agonized screams erupted the moment the ritual circle activated, causing the surrounding kobolds to clutch their chests in horror, unwilling even to watch. But then Limpy fell completely silent. Only a cocoon stood at the center of the formation. Was this success? The thought crossed Godzilla's mind. But why did this differ from Doug's experience? Curious, Godzilla patiently continued to observe. As time passed, the massive cocoon began to dissolve, shedding scales and bone fragments that startled the kobolds. Had it failed? It looked so much like success. Only when the cocoon had entirely vanished did Godzilla finally behold Linpe's transformed form. His eyes remained closed, his body emitting not a single trace of spiritual pressure. Were it not for the slight movement of his fingers, one might have mistaken him for lifeless. The name Linpe no longer suited him. All his original scales had fallen away during the metamorphosis, replaced by a new layer of skin, or rather a membrane woven from countless dark crimson to purplish muscle fibers. His physique had undergone dramatic change. Though still lean, he was now defined with sharp, elegant lines. A pair of small dark red dragon wings folded delicately against his back, nearly imperceptible unless observed closely. The dragon wings bore no scales, giving them a resemblance to the membranous wings of a bat. His legs had mutated into clawed structures reminiscent of dragon talons, the sharp digits gouging holes into the stone beneath him. Though Linpe's overall size had not changed significantly, anyone who laid eyes on him could not help but marvel. He was a refined killer, a masterpiece of living art. Linpe's eyes snapped open. His dragon wings stirred gently, and he rose effortlessly into the air. Godzilla, standing so close, did not even hear the displacement of wind. A natural road, truly. Godzilla admired silently in his heart. Great master, Linpe shall forever follow in your footsteps. A somewhat hollow voice resonated, making it impossible to discern what manner of creature it belonged to. Linpe drifted gracefully through the cavern, completing a gentle rotation before landing before Godzilla and bowing in homage. Excellent. You have truly surprised me. Godzilla gave open voice to his admiration. Those precious materials had not been wasted after all. Linpe and Doug were then summoned to the depths of the cavern. Before their master, who had granted them new life, both showed uncommon reverence. As an outsider, Sia was politely asked to leave temporarily. She was deeply astonished. She never imagined Linpe could succeed in his transformation, nor that his new appearance would be so extraordinary. Now I trust you have grown accustomed to your new bodies. Tell me, what special abilities do you possess? Scaleskin and Doug exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Doug who took the first step, respectfully reporting to Godzilla. Master, I seem to have acquired a unique ability. I can sense an extremely special energy and absorb it for storage. As Doug spoke, he turned to show his back. Godzilla focused his gaze and saw, starting from the cervical vertebrae, a series of gem-like scaly protrusions neatly arranged along his spine. Godzilla realized that the radiant energy on Doug's body originated from these. This energy can be channeled at my will, spreading through these patterns throughout my body, enhancing my strength, speed, and destructive power. With that, Doug demonstrated, and a faint luminescence spread from his back along the crystalline patterns that covered his body. As a warrior, Doug was exceedingly suitable. However, he was unaware that any enemy wounded by him in this mode would suffer from nuclear radiation for a long time, even if they survived. Yet Doug seemed unable to sustain this state for long. After a brief moment, the luminescence became nearly invisible, and Godzilla's special vision noted that the nuclear radiation concentration on Doug's body was rapidly decreasing. It appeared he lacked the ability to replenish nuclear energy on his own. Godzilla keenly observed this. Compared to his own death mode, Doug's ability was strikingly similar, but far weaker. Master, this special energy in my body is scarce in the outside world. If I absorb it slowly, it would take a very long time to fill my reserves. But I can sense that your energy is vast as an ocean. Even just staying by your side, I could replenish in a few days. That energy is called nuclear energy, also known as radiant energy. If that's the case, your recovery rate should be much faster, right? Godzilla slightly loosened his restraint on nuclear energy, and Doug's face lit up with surprise as he exclaimed joyfully to Godzilla, Master, if I stay in this environment, I can even maintain the previous state continuously. Godzilla nodded in satisfaction. He could already envision that if he had such an army under his command, they would be the sharpest blade at his side. Then Godzilla turned his head to Scaleskin, the dog-headed man, who had previously received little attention from him, and who had given him a tremendous surprise. Master, although I lack Doug's immense strength, my speed and agility surpass his. Moreover, I have inherited your paralyzing dragon breath. Besides that, even though I have no scales, I can sense that the defensive power of this skin is no less than Doug's dragon scales. Not only that, I now possess the ability to briefly communicate with the shadow plane. Indeed, although Scaleskin was not yet proficient in this ability, due to his recent transformation, his presence under the shadows had been weakened to an extreme degree. In fact, Godzilla sensed something deeper than Scaleskin himself. He noticed that as Scaleskin's wings fluttered, they seemed to be wrapped in the power of space. Yet this power was exceedingly faint, so much so that Scaleskin himself was unaware of it. If Godzilla had not possessed the dragon heritage, he would not have discerned it either. This indicated that Scaleskin's potential for growth was far greater than Godzilla had imagined. Godzilla was already looking forward to the day when Scaleskin could master the power of space. From now on, Doug, you will temporarily be in charge of all the dominated followers I will gather. I need you to forge a powerful army for me. Let it be named the Radiant Legion. I swear to serve my master with my life. Godzilla was naturally at ease with Doug. The fervor in his eyes said it all. And you, Scaleskin, by your nature you are destined to be a wanderer lurking in the shadows. Thus you will be a blade hidden in the darkness, delivering a fatal strike to any enemy. To some extent, Godzilla valued Scaleskin even more than Doug because his unique abilities made him supremely suited for this role. After losing something, Scaleskin had grown increasingly calm, even letting go of his hatred for Doug. After undergoing the ritual to become a dragon-blooded, dog-headed man, this feeling deepened. My master's will is where my blade points. From today on I shall rename myself Scaleskin, Rootless One. May I become your sharpest hidden blade. Though Scaleskin's voice was ethereal and flat, Godzilla could still feel the sincerity in his words. However, his self-renaming to Rootless One was something Godzilla had not anticipated. What was this? His own chief eunuch. Should he pick a name too? Eastern Depot or Western Depot? Good. The two of you, one in the open and one in the shadows, will both become my capable right hands. Now I command you to impose my will upon this beach to conquer all creatures here. And then, Godzilla bared his teeth in a vicious grin. Kill every rage-tide merfolk. Doug and Scaleskin, Rootless One, accepted the order in unison. As dragon-blooded, dog-headed men transformed through the draconic ritual, they had no rival on this beach. One by one, the races oppressed by the rage-tide merfolk on this beach were defeated by the duo's collaboration and brought under Godzilla's command. Naturally, there were those who resisted to the end. For these races, either Doug led an army to slaughter them or the chieftains were systematically assassinated by Scaleskin, Rootless One. They were left with no choice but to migrate or submit. Soon, in less than a month, the entire beach echoed with only one voice aside from the rage-tide merfolk. The creatures living here were mostly evil-aligned. Scaleskin and his allies had recruited over 100 goblins, more than 30 gnolls, 50 dog-headed men, over 20 mud frogmen, and even 2 sharkmen. These were not all the creatures here, but they were the only ones capable of fighting. Perhaps due to the extreme oppression of the rage-tide merfolk, these races barely survived, retreating step by step as the merfolk expanded their territory. Now that Doug intended to unite the beach, he might not have been able to command instant obedience, but the resistance he encountered was far less than expected. Especially when Doug revealed that he served a true dragon master. Some races even voluntarily joined. Apart from the dog-headed men, the 2 sharkmen were the only ones who joined of their own accord. Both were mature sharkmen, clearly well-trained warriors, yet for some reason they were not with their kin, but wandering on this beach. Regardless of the intentions of these 2 sharkmen, Doug believed they could never cause any trouble before their master Godzilla. While Doug and his companions were busy conquering the beach's creatures, Godzilla was not idle. After growing into the young dragon stage, his body once again underwent rapid development. But now, unlike the hatchling stage, hunger was no longer a concern. For one, Godzilla's stomach had already developed the rudiments of an atomic furnace capable of digesting any matter ingested into nutrients for his growth. Moreover, simply being near the sea meant Godzilla would never go hungry again. His swimming speed and agility in water were far beyond those of ordinary dragons. Ample food caused Godzilla's size to surge dramatically. In less than a month, his body had doubled compared to when he first transformed. His height had now reached a staggering 10 meters. Even when crawling on all fours, he stood over 5 meters tall. With his current size, he could easily be mistaken for an adult dragon. Yet who would know that his true age was merely that of an adorable young dragon? Xiao longed for Godzilla to return her home, yet she never pressed him about it. She had been observing his recent behavior closely. Since Godzilla had promised to take her home once the wrath-tide merfolk were eliminated, all she could do was pray he would triumph in this war. Though her understanding of the world was limited, a dragon like Godzilla, whose height doubled in merely a month, made her sense his extraordinary nature. Perceptive as she was, Xia kept her thoughts unspoken. Godzilla naturally understood what she could conceive, yet this mattered little. As long as Xia signed the contract before his departure, her knowledge of these matters would only strengthen her resolve not to breach it lightly. During these days of pre-battle preparations, the download progress of Godzilla's golden finger was also nearing completion. He was eager to know what world awaited him next, but until the wrath-tide merfolk were dealt with, he could not depart, even if the download finished. Otherwise, he might emerge from the cinematic world only to find his stronghold utterly destroyed by the wrath-tide merfolk. Before entering the next film world, Godzilla had to resolve the wrath-tide merfolk threat. How could he allow others to sleep peacefully while his own bed was threatened? Doug had already consolidated the subjugated races. Though their strength varied, they could at least serve to deplete the enemy's forces. Lin Pai, the Rootless, had already surveyed the entire merfolk settlement. After days of relentless travel, his mastery of shadows grew ever more refined to the point where he could seamlessly shift between shadow planes even in daylight. Without sufficient surveillance and warning spells, the wrath-tide merfolk would never have detected Lin Pai's infiltration. The merfolk's settlement roughly formed a semicircle at the mouth of a small river, with part of it extending into the sea. The merfolk numbered roughly 2,000, most dwelling at the junction of sea and sand, while the landward areas served primarily for training and storing supplies. Lin Pai had once penetrated to their center and discovered they were conspiring for their next ritual. Their purpose needed no explanation. The merfolk shaman seemed to have sensed Godzilla's movements through some prophetic spell and was now preparing with all his might for the dragon slaying, determined to avenge their previous defeat. They had prepared numerous massive and resilient capture nets, sharp throwing spears, and some enslaved deep-sea monsters. Lin Pai even spotted a giant crossbow within the camp's depths, a weapon typically found only in human capital cities. This giant crossbow was fixed upon the back of a half-giant. Judging from his skin tone and seaweed-like hair, he was likely the offspring of a tide giant and some unknown sea beast. His head appeared somewhat dull, cowering, as merfolk far smaller than him drove him onward. His body was wrapped in specially forged merfolk chains, and a massive collar encircled his neck, clearly a creature kept in perpetual merfolk bondage. Undoubtedly, these were devastating weapons against dragons. Had Godzilla encountered them unawares, he could very well have suffered. Lin Pai quietly slipped back to the cave and reported everything to Godzilla. Godzilla's eyes flickered with interest. He had not expected to find a half-giant among the merfolk. Though dragons and giants had once been mortal enemies, these vague bloodline ties held no power over Godzilla whatsoever. Yet one thought occurred to him: since the wrath-tide merfolk could enslave half-giants and worship evil gods, what manner of being had driven them and forced their migration inland? With the enemy now prepared, there could be no more waiting. They must strike while the merfolk were unprepared. Godzilla summoned Lin Pai and Doug to begin formulating their battle plan. Before dawn on the following day, Doug began his operation, gathering all combat forces. With battle imminent, Doug had repeatedly emphasized they now had a true dragon lord, yet until they saw him with their own eyes, the newly subjugated peoples remained uneasy. After all, they had been thoroughly terrified by the wrath-tide merfolk. Though they had fought separately, the merfolk were simultaneously waging war on multiple fronts. If they had not taken cover in time, they would have been wiped out entirely. Some who had previously fought the wrath-tide merfolk recalled that horrifying scene. Those merfolk behaved unnaturally, shrugging off mortal wounds as they remained lively, their injuries rapidly healing, while their own side fell relentlessly. Doug led the assembled monsters forward, positioning themselves reverently by the seaside cliff, and called out loudly, "O great Lord Godzilla, your retainers are ready for war. Lead us to feast upon our enemy's blood." Amidst the awestruck gazes of bugbears, kobolds, and goblins, the calm sea erupted, and a fearsome dragon breached the surface, roaring as it landed before them. An overwhelming draconic pressure washed over them, leaving some gasping and their legs trembling. Though the dragon before them looked somewhat unusual, its mighty aura was undeniable. From Doug onward, the monsters knelt in succession. The two sharkmen's expressions darkened slightly. They exchanged a glance, and also half-kneeled. "I care not what race you once belonged to. You now share but one identity, the retainers of the great dragon Godzilla." Those merfolk worship evil gods, which is how they gained their fearless courage. But they have not yet performed their ritual. If we strike now, we will catch them unprepared. The time for vengeance has come. The gathered evil races kneeling below grew restless with excitement. They had never imagined that the merfolk's immense strength stemmed from their evil god worship. Upon learning the truth, inner fury surged through them. And with such a powerful true dragon on their side, their excitement knew no bounds. Under Doug's leadership, they crept silently toward the wrath-tide merfolk's territory, as if instinctively knowing how to move unseen. Godzilla, meanwhile, returned to the sea. He would land from the ocean to cut off the wrath-tide merfolk's escape route, ensuring their complete annihilation. Lin Pai, the Rootless, had already infiltrated the wrath-tide merfolk settlement and begun his assassination campaign. It was dawn, the hour when the merfolk grew most lax. After days of reconnaissance within their settlement, Lin Pai knew every detail of their layout. Unaware of a presence like Lin Pai, the entire settlement was as transparent as glass to him. He had already set his sights on the merfolk petty leaders. Compared to those elite merfolk warriors, these petty leaders were far more vulnerable. Lin Pai needed scarcely any effort to end their lives, even in their sleep. Like a specter drifting between merfolk huts, Lin Pai silently claimed one life after another. One by one, the merfolk sentries on outer watch were slain, without so much as a whisper. Under these circumstances, Doug led his forces into the merfolk settlement with ease. It was only when Doug's troops entered the merfolk settlement and began their slaughter that the merfolk realized with horror the enemy had already breached their ranks. The wrath-tide merfolk's elite warriors quickly armed themselves and rushed out to meet the enemy, but what met their eyes was nothing but chaos among their own kind. Those merfolk instinctively sought their captains, only to discover in terror that their leaders had already fallen without warning. This threw them into total disarray, leaving them helpless and directionless. When Feg, the chieftain of the tide-raging fishmen, emerged from his dwelling, he was confronted by a scene of utter chaos. fishmen everywhere in panicked retreat. The pursuers were merely remnants of defeated races far outnumbered, yet they could not organize any effective resistance whatsoever. Some attempted to turn and fight, others scrambled desperately to flee, and there were even those who fell to their knees in surrender. This sight made Feg's eyes bulge with fury. He roared loudly, attempting to rally the chaotic fishmen back to composure. Once organized, dispatching these beaten opponents would be child's play. Yet only a small fraction of the fishmen heeded Feg's call, gathering around him, while the majority remained frozen in confusion. However, this was only momentary. The remaining elite warriors were already rounding up the scattered fishmen, temporarily assuming leadership to corral this disorganized rabble. Doug could hardly stand idle while this unfolded. He personally led several elite warrats to intercept and slaughter those fishmen warriors. As for the two shark fishmen, they demonstrated terrifying battlefield dominance. Towering 2 or 3 meters tall, they wielded long blades with devastating efficiency, each swing claiming multiple fishmen lives. Yet they seemed to hold back their full strength, deliberately avoiding the higher-ranking fishmen warriors and focusing their attacks solely on the ordinary fishmen. Though those fishmen warriors were considered elite before Doug, who had become a dragon path kobold, they were reduced to mere prey for slaughter. Moreover, Limpi would suddenly appear intermittently, and whenever he struck, those fishmen would either die or be maimed. Doug's remarkably efficient slaughter naturally drew the attention of Fishman Chieftain Feg, who positioned himself with his personal guards to block Doug's path. Soldier against soldier, king against king. Both Doug and Feg harbored the same intention. If they could slay the opposing leader, it would lay the foundation for their side's victory. The Fishman priest had detected something amiss from such immense commotion long beforehand, yet he did not appear immediately. He had anticipated this surprise attack from a dragon, and now he could only curse himself for not striking earlier, allowing that monstrous dragon to exploit the opening. Nevertheless, he wasn't particularly fearful of Godzilla, for he had been preparing all along. Even if every fishman in the tribe perished, he wouldn't falter. As long as he could hold Godzilla here, everything would be worthwhile. He led several elite fishmen tide hunters who protected him to the beast cages to release the marine leviathans he had enslaved. Meanwhile, his only 2 fishmen tide callers were dispatched to aid Feg. Against a dragon, these rare casters couldn't make much of a difference. They would need warriors assigned to protect them anyway, and ultimately their ranks were simply too low. The fishman priest sighed inwardly. If only he had been given more time. The fishmen guarding the beast cages did not reside among those on shore. Hearing the occasional anguished cries from the battlefield, their hearts trembled with dread, yet, without the priest's command, they would never dare abandon their posts. The fishman priest finally arrived and surveyed the monstrous creatures in their cages, nodding in satisfaction. These beings included a deep-sea giant crab, an abyssal demon octopus, and 2 ape-like hybrid dragon beasts. At the priest's command, the trembling guards approached the cages and unlatched the sealed doors. The moment these deep-sea horrors broke free, they erupted into mindless frenzy, grasping nearby fishmen with their limbs and devouring them whole. Yet the fishman priest's expression remained utterly unchanged. These sea beasts were bound by his dark curses and could never turn on him. If they consumed fishmen to sustain themselves, he had no objection. Each of these sea monsters possessed tremendous strength and could operate on land, animals he had carefully selected for this very purpose. He did not expect these beasts to slay the dragon outright. Simply holding that unknown dragon in place for a while would give the fishman priest the opening he needed. What he failed to realize was that the dragon he so urgently sought had already infiltrated the tribe itself, but not in its draconic form. Godzilla naturally avoided revealing his true dragon form, for there remained a mysterious caster whose power he could not fully gauge. Last time had caught him off guard, but the fishman priest had undoubtedly prepared comprehensively by now. Repeating the same tactic would likely prove fatal. Moreover, this priest maintained ties to an evil deity. There was no telling whether that entity might descend through one of the fishmen's bodies to ambush him. He had transformed into the form of a human child and wandered through the fishman's settlement. Perhaps due to his growth in human form, he appeared considerably older, somewhere around 6 or 7 years of age. In the chaos of invasion, passing fishmen merely glanced at him without comment, assuming he was a captive who had escaped during the turmoil. Since the fishmen ignored him, he preferred to remain unobtrusive. Until the priest appeared, he had no intention of revealing himself. After all, his subordinates currently held the advantage. Both schemers lay in wait, watching their followers clash and bleed, each waiting for the other to crack first. Godzilla had his own preferences. He would rather have incinerated the area from afar with atomic breath and been done with it. But he was still immature, his ambitions outpacing his capabilities. Yet as he wandered, something caught his eye, something intriguing that sparked genuine interest. His gaze filled with amusement. Doug had become a dragon path kobold, but the transformation was too recent for him to unlock its full potential. Moreover, his time as a warrior had been far too short to properly hone his techniques. Though his physical attributes surpassed Feg's, his combat skills were being thoroughly outclassed. Without Godzilla's bloodline significantly enhancing his defense and regeneration, he would have been slain by Fishman Chieftain Feg long ago. Fortunately, he had stepped forward and absorbed Feg's pressure. Otherwise, the men he brought along would have been no match for Feg's blade. Aside from the two shark fishmen, none of the others could withstand Feg for more than 2 exchanges. Their duel was too fierce for outsiders to intervene. Even Lean P found no opening to strike. Feg's experience was simply too rich, his spear moving with impenetrable precision. Unless one relied on overwhelming force like Godzilla, breaking through his spear's defense was nearly impossible. Doug was further disadvantaged by lacking a proper weapon. Though Feg's spear had not been enchanted, its inherent sharpness could still penetrate Doug's defenses. Under such immense pressure, Doug's combat skills began to improve visibly, and now it was Feg who grew anxious. He had originally intended to dispatch Doug quickly, then rally the fishmen to counterattack and annihilate the invaders. Instead, he had been dragged into a prolonged stalemate. These were his people. While the fisherman priest did not care, Feg certainly could not bear it. This kobold before him was of an unknown breed. Its strength was monstrous, and its defense and regeneration far exceeded the norm. Had his spear not been sufficiently sharp, piercing the opponent's armor would have been nearly impossible. During their initial exchange, he had nearly suffered grievously because of it. However, the opponent's technique was genuinely lacking. Feg soon altered his strategy, abandoning brute clashes in favor of crushing Doug with superior skill and battle-hardened experience. Yet despite accumulating wounds under Feg's masterful technique, the kobold never showed signs of fatigue, instead growing increasingly adapted to the pace. And inexplicably, whenever he sought to unleash a finishing move, an icy chill would encircle him, as though a venomous serpent were poised to strike at any moment. This kept him from committing fully, forcing him to maintain vigilance over his surroundings. He trusted his instincts implicitly. They had been forged through countless brushes with death. How much longer would this situation persist? Watching Doug improve so noticeably, Feg's frustration mounted. Had he become nothing more than a sparring partner? This was damned inconvenient. Feg cursed inwardly. Both sides had fallen into an eerie stalemate, but that equilibrium was about to shatter soon. Those 2 Fishman Tide Whisperers had arrived to provide reinforcements following the Fishman Sacrificer's command. Although their levels were not particularly high, they were genuine spellcasters whose damage output far surpassed anything a warrior could achieve. Watching their Fishman kin fall into a disadvantaged position, the Tide Whisperers quickly unleashed their magic, summoning 2 azure blue water elementals. The water elementals were highly conspicuous in appearance, and now the scattered Fishman warriors finally found their bearings, swarming toward the Tide Whisperers' position. Furthermore, the Fishman Tide Whisperers continuously pelted Doge's subordinates with water bullets, coordinating with the water elementals to deal devastating damage. Against magic, these ordinary evil aberrant races possessed absolutely no defensive capability. Even water-based spells of modest destructive power were enough to make them suffer greatly. Seeing that the enemy's spellcasters had already arrived while their own true dragon had yet to appear, the morale of these aberrant coalition forces plummeted sharply. In stark contrast, the Fishman forces naturally saw their morale surge dramatically. The presence or absence of spellcasters in a force was an entirely different matter altogether. Upon seeing the Fishman Tide Whisperers appear, Furious Tide Fishman Chieftain Fei Gu felt a surge of joy. Benbo Bababwa Ben, you 2 have arrived at the perfect moment. Come quickly and help me slay this damned kobold. Where is the sacrificer? Why hasn't he come? Benbo Ba and Babwa Ben exchanged a glance, then one of them sprinted toward Fei Ji's direction, while the other remained at their post, continuing to manipulate the water currents with spells. The High Sacrificer likely went to release the deep-sea colossus. He's guarding against that dragon. With our assistance here, it should be more than sufficient. While speaking, Benbo Ba began preparing a spell intending to help the chieftain deal with that troublesome enemy as quickly as possible. Iron Horn of Balangang. This was the spell he had readied. Though its raw power was not particularly formidable, it proved exceedingly practical given their current situation. This spell generated a vibration field that would continuously stagger and trip any creatures within its range. He had already discerned that the kobold was no match for the chieftain, merely enduring through sheer physical resilience. Once that kobold fell, the outcome would be self-evident. Benbo Ba's arrival gave Fei Gu immense relief. He was just about to open his mouth to praise the newcomer when his expression suddenly changed. Quick dodge! Fei Gu bellowed in desperation. He had just sensed that bone-chilling coldness, which had clung to him like a second skin, suddenly vanish. Rich experience instantly told him what had happened. A rogue exceptionally skilled at stealth was nearby. Now that this presence had moved away from him, it boded absolutely no good. Its target was undoubtedly Benbo Ba, who was in the midst of casting a spell. What a... Benbo Ba was bewildered, but instinctively, he halted his spell casting and rapidly darted to the side. Too late. A voice devoid of any emotion suddenly echoed in Binbo Ba's ear, and the next moment, he felt a sharp chill at his neck before his throat was ripped open by razor-sharp claws. He turned around in terror, but all he saw was a dark purple figure silently flapping its wings and soaring toward Babwa Bin's direction. "Be careful." Blood gushed from Binbo Ba's throat, blocking his words. He managed to mutter his final sentence before losing consciousness. Binbo Ba. Babwa Bin also saw his companion lying on the ground, his eyes widening like fists, bloodshot, veins instantly spreading across his entire eyeballs. Since he could remember, he had been inseparable from Binbo Ba, and later they had become fishmen tide whisperers together. The bond between them was profoundly deep. Even when Binbo Ba was on the verge of death, he had not forgotten to warn Babwa Bin. Come out. Get your damn self out here." The sudden death of his close friend plunged Babwa Bin into a frenzy of rage, and water bullets rained down with reckless abandon shot forth like they were free. "Snap out of it. Babwa Bin. He's after you now." Fei Ge's impatience nearly burst through the heavens. Spellcasters were exceedingly precious in any race. Losing Binbo Ba was far worse than all the fishmen killed before him combined. If Babwa Bin perished as well, Fei Ge genuinely did not know how he would answer to the sacrificer. He desperately wanted to impale that damned kobold's skull with his spear right then and there, and then drag out that wretched rogue and crush him into pulp. But the course of events did not bend to his will. He still had not managed to break through Doge's entanglement. A ring of elite fishmen warriors surrounded Babwa Bin, forming a protective circle around him. Lean Pea circled in the air continuously, seeking an opportunity. Though he could not find a perfect opening, each of his sudden dashes claimed the life of an enemy. Meanwhile, Babwa Bin could only vainly rage, swinging his fishbone staff. The fishman sacrificer's mood was dire. The dragon had not yet appeared, and one of the tide whisperers he had painstakingly cultivated had already perished. If it were any other fishman who had died, it would be acceptable. Even if Fei Ge had perished, he could find another fishman to take his place. But a fishman with spellcasting talent was extremely rare to come by. Especially fishmen such as Binbo Ba and Babwa Bin, whose talents were truly exceptional. The very reason he had not taken them along was precisely to prevent both of them from falling to the dragon's claws. Unexpectedly, before they had even caught a glimpse of the dragon, one of his highly anticipated tide whisperers had already perished. He could no longer wait in peace. Those two tide whisperers were indispensable to his plan. One had already been lost. He absolutely would not stand idly by and watch the other die. Clack! The fishmen and aberrant forces in the midst of battle were all startled by this sound, hastily turning to look in the direction from which it came. It was a massive crab walking sideways, having crashed through and collapsed the fishman's sentry tower. And following behind the crab were several enormous figures. Warriors of the furious tide tribe. The sacrificer has come to provide reinforcements. Let the sacrificer witness your bravery. Let the invading enemies drown in rivers of blood. Upon sighting those several massive deep-sea monsters, Fei Ge's spirits lifted instantly. He recklessly expended his battle energy to amplify his voice, shouting loudly. Upon hearing this voice, all the fishmen erupted into wild cheers, their eyes red with excitement. Even the kobolds and werrats they were fighting were momentarily startled, seemingly recalling the sight of the enhanced fishmen slaughtering them previously. Who killed Binbo Ba? The fishman sacrificer's voice was as unpleasant as ever, but to the ears of all the fishmen it sounded like heavenly music. After arriving on the battlefield, the fishman sacrificer did not attack immediately. Instead, he asked who had killed Binbo Ba, clearly demonstrating how significant Binbo Ba's standing was in his heart. Honored sacrificer, there is a stealth expert rogue here. Binbo Ba was killed by an ambush. Fei Ge attacked Doge while rapidly responding to the fishman sacrificer. No wonder. The fishman sacrificer sighed slightly. He genuinely did not expect that among these common rabble a noteworthy individual had emerged. He had previously spared these people only to serve as sacrifices for the ritual of the ancient sacrificer Gamacera. But now it appeared they could not be spared after all. Oof. You can't even take down a mere kobold. And you got Binbo Ba killed. What a useless piece of trash. The fishman priest cast a sinister glance at Ferg, then suddenly extended a hand and hurled a crackling orb of electricity toward him. The electric sphere flew with astonishing speed, striking Dog squarely on the back before he could even react. Zazup! A violent crackling sound erupted and Dog was blasted several meters away. Electric arcs writhed like silver snakes across Dog's body, causing him to convulse uncontrollably, leaving multiple scorched marks and a faint stench of burnt flesh in the air. Had Dog's physique not been exceptionally robust, that single strike would have surely claimed his life. A sharp claw suddenly emerged from behind the fishman priest, its curved razor-like nails gleaming with a chilling light as it lunged viciously toward the priest's neck. Moi! The fishman priest grunted softly, tapping his staff lightly. A violent shockwave burst forth from the staff, expanding rapidly in a ring centered on the priest's body. Scalehide was instantly sent flying backward, but in midair, he spread his wings and swiftly glided toward Dog. I've been waiting for you. The Fishman Priest's face twisted into an evil grin as he raised his staff and pointed it at Scalehide. Acid storm. Countless streams of potent acid shot toward Scalehide like bullets, covering a vast area in an unrelenting barrage. If that acid deluge were to rain down upon them, even the formidable defenses of Scalehide and Dog would not save them from being reduced to bare bones. Bang! At that critical moment, a massive wall suddenly interposed itself between Scalehide and Dog, blocking the splashing acid completely. A shaken Dog looked up. It wasn't a wall at all, but the giant crab from earlier. The giant crab, assaulted by the acid, was hissing and emitting white steam. It thrashed about its legs and pincers, digging shallow pits into the ground. Roar! A resounding dragon roar echoed as Godzilla's massive body descended from the sky, landing squarely on the giant crab. The still struggling crab was instantly crushed flat under Godzilla's weight, turning into a pool of crab roe. Dog, Scalehide, fall back. I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. Though Dog and Scalehide had no idea what Godzilla meant by ultimate move, they assumed it must be a fearsome technique. You've finally arrived. This time I will sacrifice you to the great master. The Fishman Priest was visibly shocked by Godzilla's dramatically transformed size, but soon his expression turned to boundless greed. He knew a thing or two about dragons. For its size to change so drastically in such a short time. Could this be another aberrant dragon? Sacrificing an ordinary wormling might please Gamethara, but the rewards would be meager. But if he could capture this aberrant dragon, even if not offered to Gamethara, if he could unlock its secrets himself. The Fishman Priest thought to himself. He had been determined to claim Godzilla from the start, and now he was even more unwilling to let go. He resolved to do whatever it took to keep Godzilla trapped here. Murica's Arena. The Fishman Priest activated an extremely rare magical scroll, creating a magical cage. Creatures marked by the spell could not leave its boundaries. However, the Fishman Priest himself was also trapped unless he voluntarily dispelled the magic. Blinded by greed, he underestimated the true power of Godzilla, which would far exceed his expectations. Mass endure elements. Mass resist fire. Mass bull strength. The Fishman Priest began to spare no expense casting group spells, as if they cost nothing, with the occasional sound of magical items shattering on his person. Clearly, he was diverting the cost of rapid spellcasting to his magical items. Watching the magical aura flashing around the Fishman Priest, Godzilla's fury rose. This Fishman dared to waste his treasure. Yes, Godzilla already considered everything on the Fishman Priest as his own. Seeing his possessions squandered so recklessly, how could he not be enraged? Death mode. Activate. Godzilla roared, his heart beginning to pound violently. The thumping grew louder and more intense. Intense atomic energy surged out of his body along the flow of blood, turning into terrifying radiation that spread wildly in all directions. In this mode, the gaps between Godzilla's scales, his eyes, dorsal fins, and even his nostrils emitted a faint, eerie glow. The moment Godzilla activated death mode, the surrounding fishmen began to feel unwell, and their condition worsened with each passing moment. The Fishman Priest, sensing danger, quickly erected a magical shield, but to his dismay the oppressive feeling persisted, as if the shield had no effect at all. Could it be some kind of curse? The Fishman Priest wondered. He tried several different protective measures, but none worked. Since defense was useless, the Fishman Priest simply abandoned it. In his mind, once he eliminated Godzilla, all these problems would naturally resolve themselves. Thanks to the numerous spells he had cast earlier, the Fishman, though uncomfortable, did not die immediately. Driven by the priest's commands, they charged at Godzilla with fanatical expressions. The closer they got to Godzilla, the greater the radiation dose. Before Godzilla could even act, the Fishman perished from terrifying radiation sickness. Watching the Fishman fall rapidly, the Fishman Priest felt a growing unease. He had also realized that the closer one got to Godzilla, the faster death came. It seemed those fishmen were useless for exhausting Godzilla's stamina. The Fishman Priest frowned and turned his gaze to the deep-sea demon octopus and the two hybrid dragon beasts standing nearby. They too sensed the danger radiating from Godzilla, hesitating and refusing to advance. But bound by the spells inherited from the evil god, they had to suppress their fear and obey the priest's command to charge at Godzilla. This was the first time Godzilla had activated death mode in actual combat, and the sensation left him deeply intoxicated. Strength, speed, endurance, physique, even reflexes, all were enhanced across the board. Against foes as insignificant as these fishmen, a mere sweep of his tail or a casual charge could wreak bloody havoc among their ranks. But then the fishmen changed tactics, no longer approaching Godzilla recklessly. Instead, they hurled temporarily enchanted weapons from a distance. At the same time, the strongest fishmen joined forces to cast fishing nets studded with caltrops toward Godzilla. Though their aim was not precise enough to snare Godzilla's body with sheer numbers, a lucky shot or two might still manage to brush against him. The specially made giant nets upon touching Godzilla's body hooked onto his scales significantly, slowing him down. Soon his body was draped in nets. Yet this still could not stop his advance. He dragged the nets along, turning them into an extra layer of armor against the fishman's thrown spears. At that moment, the deep-sea demon octopus and the two hybrid ape-like dragon beasts arrived. Their sizes were not much smaller than Godzilla's current form, but their combat prowess was worlds apart. Fortunately, the fisherman priest didn't expect them to do much. Just hold Godzilla back long enough for him to cast his spells without interruption. The dense radiation energy scorched all creatures approaching Godzilla. The deep-sea demon octopus, unable to bear the pain inflicted by the radiation, extended its tentacles, first sweeping toward Godzilla. Just as he was feeling drowsy, someone delivered a pillow. Godzilla had been finding the fishmen too small to kill, like knocking over building blocks, but now some big ones had arrived. Although the deep-sea octopus appeared slightly smaller in size than Godzilla, its 8 long tentacles gave it a greater attack range than Godzilla. Its tentacles were thicker than the waist of an average adult, densely covered with suckers coiling toward Godzilla like a giant python. Slap. The tentacle precisely struck Godzilla's body, but the hard scales rendered Godzilla immune to the octopus's attack. Instead, the deep-sea octopus was agonized by the radiation emanating from Godzilla. Yet it did not release its tentacle. Instead, it extended several more, wrapping around Godzilla with even greater force. Godzilla grinned, his jagged teeth chillingly prominent. He grabbed the deep-sea giant octopus's tentacle with both hands, his sharp dragon claws digging deep into the tentacle, pulling with all his might. The deep-sea giant octopus was instantly racked with pain. The radiation energy swirling around Godzilla's claws was far stronger than that on his body. Cells in the tentacle contacting Godzilla's claws withered and died. Meanwhile, the two hybrid dragon beasts were not idle. Though fearful of Godzilla's draconic might, they were compelled by the magic to charge at Godzilla. Each grasped a long, thick stone pillar, wielding it as a weapon and swinging it fiercely toward Godzilla's head. Godzilla gave a mighty tug on the deep-sea giant octopus, which could no longer hold on. He yanked it over, swung it around like a meteor hammer, and smashed it into the ape-like dragon beast. Fortunately, the deep-sea giant octopus's body was extremely tough and flexible, so no major damage was done, but the two dragon beasts' attacks were indeed interrupted. The fisherman priest had also completed his first spell. He summoned a group of demons from the lower planes, a practice strictly forbidden by all divine churches. Although these demons included no high-ranking ones like Balers or Meriliths born in the bottomless abyss, they were naturally immune to most of a dragon's draconic might. Moreover, living in the sulfur-laden hell, their fire resistance was also considerable. It must be said that the fisherman priest's move was well calculated. Though these demons could not be immune to Godzilla's radiation, their harsh living environment granted them a resistance to radiation far beyond that of ordinary creatures. The small demons looked around, letting out bloodthirsty shrieks, as if eager to harvest souls. But summoned by the fisherman priest, they could not resist the contract. They cast a greedy glance at the surrounding fishmen, and then charged toward the distant dragon. The aura of the abyss. Godzilla soon detected the demons, and immediately became wary. It seemed he could no longer afford to toy with them. He must finish this quickly. Once Godzilla shed his playful attitude, the deep-sea giant octopus and the two dragon beasts quickly succumbed. Godzilla moved relentlessly. Tail swipes, charges, claw rips, and fang bites, swiftly severing 3 or 4 tentacles from the deep-sea giant octopus and blinding one of the hybrid dragon beasts. Upon learning that their opponent was a dragon, the demons grew even more excited instead of fearful. Driven by their chaotic nature after being hit by Godzilla's radiation, they mistakenly believed they had been attacked by their allies and began fighting among themselves mid-charge. But that was no great matter. After all, the fisherman priest only needed them to delay Godzilla. The demons closest to Godzilla could already reach him with spells. Filled with excitement, they chanted loudly, and soon fist-sized fireballs materialized, all shooting toward Godzilla. By then, Godzilla had snapped the neck of one dragon beast, the other was in a dire state, and the deep-sea giant octopus was reduced to a lone massive head. Watching the demons assault, Godzilla frowned. Though the fireballs were not extremely hot, the abyssal aura they contained vexed him deeply. Not all demons chose the same attack method. Some fired fireballs, others used curses from afar, secretly released poison, or charged with their crude weapons to hack at Godzilla. Cloud kill. Feeble mind. Blindness. Slow. The distant fisherman priest, seizing the opportunity created by his minions, began hurling debuff spells at Godzilla. Godzilla naturally could not allow the fisherman priest to cast freely. Though confident in himself after being hit with countless debuffs, it was not impossible for him to suffer an unexpected defeat. He had not used his dragon breath earlier, but now it was time. When dealing with abyssal demons, if the power gap is not too great, a fierce blast of cold often proves more effective than fire. The fireballs launched by the demons collided with Godzilla's frost breath, each one extinguishing like a ball of fire dropped into water. In this state, Godzilla's dragon breath naturally carried a substantial amount of radiation. Perhaps due to its penetrating power after being struck by the breath, the demons were frozen into ice sculptures from the inside out. Godzilla gave a light tail swipe, and they shattered into a pile of ice shards. However, the Fishman Priest's spells also made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, as if he were wearing a bulky, hot, and non-breathable suit of armor. But with each beat of his heart under the continuous wash of radiation energy, these sensations quickly faded away. Yet Godzilla maintained his previous state, as if still troubled by the Fishman Priest's spells. This was deliberately done by Godzilla, the purpose being self-evident. There were many demons in the way, and even with Godzilla using both hands and feet, he could not avoid being slowed down by them. These demons were extremely agile in close combat and thick-skinned. Unless directly struck by Godzilla, they would not sustain serious injuries. Some demons even crawled under Godzilla's belly attempting to find his weak spots. Godzilla glanced down and sat down heavily. Dragons' reproductive organs are usually retractable, and Godzilla was no exception. Due to the thickness and shape of his scales, his were even more concealed than those of ordinary dragons. Otherwise, once he grew to over 100 meters tall, dangling around would be quite indecent. Soon Godzilla broke through the demon's blockade and reached the vicinity of the Fishman Priest. By then, only a few demons were still attempting to attack him. Just as Godzilla broke through the demon's obstruction, the Fishman Priest's spell was finally ready. If it had not succeeded, he would have already considered relocating. After all, he was now close enough to Godzilla. He could feel his lifespan being drained bit by something invisible. The closer he got to Godzilla, the clearer this sensation became. Finger of death. The Fishman Priest laughed triumphantly. He could already envision Godzilla's death throes. Having been hit by so many debilitating spells, the instant death effect of Finger of Death would be maximized. Godzilla's heart jolted with sudden shock. He had not expected the Fishman Priest to have prepared this very spell. Instant death spells of this kind relied entirely on luck when the two parties were of comparable strength. However, if one could first weaken the opponent's attributes, the success rate of such spells would increase significantly. Yet Godzilla had a feeling that even if his strength were reduced to its nadir, even if he had only a single breath left, all instant death spells would be ineffective against him. Though he did not know where this feeling came from, Godzilla chose to trust himself. Instant death spells targeted nothing more than two aspects, the body and the soul. The body needed no elaboration. The dragon's physique already stood at the pinnacle of this world, let alone the evolutionary genes of Godzilla that were at play. As for the soul, it was a more intricate matter. Not to mention that after traversing time and space, Godzilla's soul intensity, though not quite matching that of divine beings, was not far off. But do not forget that deep within Godzilla's soul lurked a golden finger, a cheat. Within that golden finger was not only a fully downloaded world, but also connections to countless other worlds. How could a mere instant death spell ever shake a world? Though he was unafraid, the performance still had to be played. Godzilla pretended to be panic-stricken, frantically spewing dragon fire breath forward. Yet the glimmer of the instant death spell easily pierced through the barrier of dragon fire, without even a trace of depletion, striking Godzilla straight in the chest. Godzilla's eyes widened, then quickly became vacant. With a mournful cry, he collapsed to the ground. His heartbeat ceased, and the radiative glow on his body gradually faded, as if he had truly perished. The Fishman Priest heaved a heavy sigh of relief, then cackled. To ensure that this finger of death successfully struck Godzilla and achieved its intended effect, he had exhausted all his resources. He could hardly wait to uncover Godzilla's secrets. However, before approaching Godzilla, as a precaution, the Fishman Priest continued to chant incantations. Another finger of death shot into Godzilla's body. Apart from a soft puff sound, nothing happened. Then he cast two spells, stone to mud and mud to stone, fixing most of Godzilla's body firmly into the ground. This finally set the Fishman Priest's mind at ease. He paced over to Godzilla's side, obsessively stroking Godzilla's pink scales back and forth. It nearly made Godzilla lose control and strike, but he held back. As he stroked, the Fishman Priest suddenly coughed uncontrollably. Cough, cough. The radiation he had suffered earlier finally manifested its aftereffects. The Fishman Priest looked at the blood. He coughed up his face, full of disbelief. How can this be? Didn't I already kill this strange dragon? Why is my body still being damaged? With this thought, the Fishman Priest looked around. He had been entirely focused on scheming against Godzilla, but now that he calmed down, he realized the ground was littered with corpses. A few who were still alive had blood oozing from their mouths and noses, limbs convulsing, scales falling off profusely, and disgusting boils erupting all over their bodies. Seeing this, he understood that the Raging Tide tribe was destroyed. But it was all worth it. As long as he could decipher Godzilla's secret, he too would master such divine power. However, his increasingly weakening body urged him on. After casting a few healing spells on himself, the Fishman Priest felt much better. He stepped onto Godzilla's body, stood on his chest, and reached out to stroke Godzilla's head, his eyes filled with curiosity. Suddenly, he discovered that Godzilla had somehow opened one eye and was staring intently at him. Oh no! The fisherman priest's heart jolted in alarm. He wasn't dead. Was it all an act? Instantly, he activated his magical items at the fastest speed, intending to teleport away. He had never imagined that even the finger of death could not harm Godzilla. But the distance was too close. Godzilla slightly opened his mouth and bit him so fast that the priest could not react at all. As the jaws closed, sharp fangs bit down. In an instant, several different magical shields burst forth from the fisherman priest's body. But trapped inside Godzilla's mouth, subjected to the full force of his bite, the magical shields shattered one after another. The fisherman priest was terrified out of his wits, desperately activating the full power of his magical items. Cracking sounds rang out incessantly as the necklace rings, and even his staff shattered inside Godzilla's mouth. Nevertheless, this bought him some time. He took out a pearl so pale it was almost transparent, crushed it in his hand, and with a flash of silver light the fisherman priest vanished from Godzilla's mouth. Godzilla had not expected him to escape even like this. He could only attribute it to the fisherman priest's incredible wealth. Godzilla was puzzled. This tribe was clearly not large. Logically, the fisherman priest could not possibly possess so many treasures. A streak of silver light flashed, and the fisherman priest's figure appeared hundreds of meters away from Godzilla at the edge of the arena he had created with magic. By the rules, he could not leave. As luck would have it, he landed right beside the only remaining fishman, Tidecaller Bobbweben. During Godzilla's display of might, even though Bobbweben was far from Godzilla, he had also been affected and was now lying weakly on the ground. Upon seeing the fisherman priest, Bobbweben mustered his strength to sit up and called out weakly, "Priest, sir. Is this really worth it? Benboba is dead. Our home is destroyed. All for a dragon." Hearing Bobbweben's words, the fisherman priest's eyes turned icy cold. He sneered, did not reply, but instead looked at Bobbweben with an inscrutable gaze. In the distance, Godzilla was struggling to free himself from the magically solidified ground. He had intended to break the spell and leave, but after seeing Bobbweben, he seemed to be weighing something. Pink man. Pink man. Just then a simple, honest voice came from afar. It was actually that half-tidal giant. Originally, he was also one of the fisherman priest's chosen means to slay the dragon, but due to the sudden turn of events, the priest had not had time to bring this half-tidal giant along. On the back of this half-tidal giant was a giant crossbow made by humans. Even compared to the size of a tidal giant, this crossbow was still considerable. This crossbow had been modified so that the half-tidal giant could use it like a human using a crossbow. Upon seeing the half-tidal giant, the fisherman priest was overjoyed. He abandoned his previous idea. Now he had a better plan. Giant crossbows were not rare. These fixed fortifications on city walls served more as a deterrent. They were effective against ordinary enemies, but to injure an adult dragon, one had to work on the bolts. And he had equipped this giant crossbow with a bolt that could be considered among the finest. Even with his wealth, he had only one such bolt. It was a bolt forged with adamantine, fully 3 meters long and covered with countless magical runes. When fired, it possessed built-in functions of acceleration, armor-piercing, stabilization, and more. This bolt was forged in ancient times, jointly crafted by elves and dwarves. Its purpose was naturally to deal with the overlords of the continent at that time, dragons. However, later dragons fought with titans, and as the elves' magical abilities continuously improved, legendary mages became more numerous, so such bolts were no longer needed. It was truly remarkable that this bolt had survived to this day. You lowly bastard. Use that crossbow in your hands to shoot that damn dragon. The fisherman priest looked toward Godzilla, exuding an air of triumph, not even turning his head. This half-giant had been raised by him since childhood, and was extremely fearful of him. He would never dare to disobey his orders. No. No. Unexpectedly, the fisherman priest heard the half-giant's voice of opposition. Perhaps because the half-giant was too docile, the fisherman priest had not even bothered to use a slavery contract. Now he could not command him immediately. Seeing that Godzilla was about to break free, the fisherman priest shouted viciously, "You lowly bastard. I'll give you one more chance. Kill him. Tonight I'll give you 2 extra fish." Swoosh. The sound of a crossbow bolt being released rang out. The fisherman priest nodded in satisfaction, but the sound seemed a bit off. Before he could figure out what was wrong, a golden glowing bolt flew from afar, brutally pierced through his chest, and pinned him firmly to the ground. No. The merman priest could not accept this reality. He simply could not fathom why the half-tide giant, who had always appeared so obedient, would suddenly turn against him and deliver a fatal blow. His eyes stared fixedly at the half-tide giant, while the half-tide giant lowered its head in abject terror. Are you wondering why? Why he refused to obey your command? Godzilla had somehow freed himself, and now stood before the priest, a mocking smirk playing upon his lips. With a crossbow bolt piercing through his chest, the merman priest was as good as dead. He desperately wanted to ask why, but blood had flooded his lungs, blocking his airway and rendering him speechless. "Want to know? I'd rather not tell you." Godzilla gave a cruel smile and reached out to seize the merman priest. But the merman priest seemed to have thought of something. Madness flared in his eyes as he summoned the last of his strength to cast a spell. Not good. Godzilla sensed the danger, but he was already a step too late. The spell had been cast far faster than he had anticipated. Remarkably, however, the target of this spell was not Godzilla, but Bo Ben, who lay paralyzed not far away. Preferring to nip things in the bud, Godzilla crushed the merman priest's life from him in an instant, then tossed the corpse aside and raced toward Bo Ben. Though he did not know the purpose of the merman priest's final spell, he reasoned that as long as the vessel of the magic was eliminated, any treacherous scheme would come to naught. After the spell entered his body, Bo Ben suddenly froze, then let out a howl of agony. He could feel something inside him rapidly multiplying and growing. That unknown entity within his body was devouring his life force. The seed of the evil god. Bo's face twisted in terror. He sensed a familiar aura from the object within, identical to that of the evil god they worshipped. The merman priest had secretly planted it within him at some point, so he had been used as a sacrifice for the evil god's descent. If all went according to plan, his brother Bo's body would also harbor an identical seed of the evil god in the future. Despair washed over Bo Ben's eyes. It had all been a lie. The merman priest had nurtured the two of them into tied collars only to use their bodies to summon the evil god. He longed to end his own life, but alas, he could no longer control his body. The seed of the evil god grew with terrifying speed, its churning flesh bursting through his skin and proliferating relentlessly. Kill me. Seeing Godzilla hastening toward him, Bo Ben begged in a hoarse voice. After Bo's death, he felt his existence had lost all meaning. Death held no fear for him, but he absolutely could not die at the hands of the seed of the evil god. Otherwise, not only would his flesh be consumed, but his soul would suffer the same fate. Without needing further words, Godzilla would have done the same. Scorching dragon breath erupted, enveloping Bo Ben. Under the intense heat of the dragon flame, the proliferating flesh of the seed withered, while Bo Ben, exposed to the flames, was reduced to ash with an expression of relief. After the dragon breath swept the ground, only a charred mass of flesh remained. With a look of disgust, Godzilla lifted his foot and stamped down with a wet crunch, crushing it into a pool of meat paste. But what he failed to anticipate was that even after he lifted his foot, the meat paste still possessed vitality. Amidst the churning flesh, a protrusion emerged from the center of the paste, bearing a round spherical eye. That eye stared fixedly at Godzilla, imbuing him with the chilling sensation of being watched by some dark and malevolent behemoth. The absurdity of the situation was staggering. Godzilla's frame dwarfed that eyeball perched atop the pile of meat paste by orders of magnitude. Yet such was reality. As though memorizing Godzilla's visage and aura, the eyeball blinked twice, then unexpectedly burst open with a sharp pop. Just before the eyeball detonated, Godzilla seemed to have caught a faint whispered muttering. "I have remembered you." Godzilla's expression darkened, but soon returned to its usual composure. Being watched by a creature that might be an evil god was hardly ideal, but after careful consideration, Godzilla felt no need to fear it. For now, he would simply play the cautious part. They would see who laughed last. One atomic breath would teach it a lesson or two if one wasn't enough. Godzilla gritted his teeth in frustration. He felt somewhat weary. He had only wished for a peaceful habitat, never expecting to incur such an enemy. Fortunately, given Godzilla's current level, a deity of that caliber would not deign to intervene personally. Godzilla temporarily tucked these matters aside. It was time to tally the spoils. With the merman priest dead, the magical binding that had held him dissolved, and Godzilla quickly grasped the corpse and flew out. Doug and the others were indeed engaged in combat with the merfolk. Of the hostile races subdued earlier, more than half had already been lost in this battle. But this proved advantageous for Godzilla, for those who survived amid such chaos were without exception elites. In this way, he might be able to add more dragonkin to his ranks. As for the two sharkmen who had been skirting the edges, they had long since vanished, and Godzilla had no time to concern himself with them. Though many merfolk had fallen, they still generally held the advantage, for the disparity in numbers was simply too vast. But everything changed the moment Godzilla arrived. The merman priest is dead. My loyal subjects, slaughter these merfolk. Godzilla roared, raising the merman priest's corpse high above his head. Everyone present understood that the outcome of this battle had already been sealed. The merfolk before them constituted the very last remnants of the Nuchao tribe. Upon learning of their priest's demise, all the merfolk immediately lost their will to resist. They turned and fled frantically toward the sea. But Godzilla stood directly in their path. With all the courage in the world, they dared not pass before him, leaving them no choice but to detour around him on both sides. Though these hostile races were already quite exhausted, the sight of the panicked, fleeing merfolk seemed to stir some inexplicable reserve of strength within them, and they pursued the merfolk relentlessly. Godzilla did not join the chase, instead standing quietly and watching until the last merfolk escaped into the sea. Of the more than 2,000 merfolk, only a handful managed to survive and reach the sea. The Nu Chao merfolk who had dominated Nu Chao Beach for years had finally been utterly annihilated. That night, Godzilla began tallying the spoils at the center of the merfolk tribe. These had been gathered by Doug and all the surviving members. Though wealth could stir even the most avaricious hearts, none dared so much as touch a single coin. After all, their master was a dragon, and it was well known how fiercely dragons guarded their treasure. They certainly did not wish to become dragon excrement over trifles. The harvest was respectable. Thousands of gold coins along with silver and copper pieces were piled together. Several large chests brimming with pearls of various kinds, a small chest of loose gemstones and agate, and some materials from oceanic magical beasts. For a merfolk tribe of over 2,000 souls, this abundance might seem excessive, yet it remained within reasonable bounds. Within this tribe, the sole anomaly was perhaps that unknown merman priest. The facilities of this rage-tide fisherman tribe were well developed. Although all the dwellings were half submerged in water, due to the fisherman's nature it posed no hindrance. Watchtowers stood in clusters, dams were built, and all kinds of fishing equipment were available. What was most astonishing was that the rage-tide fishermen had actually carved out 2 aquaculture farms within the sea. One was a moonshell farm from which most of the pearls came. The other was a fish farm where the majority of the fishermen's food was harvested. With these 2 assets, it was only natural that the rage-tide fisherman tribe had grown to such a scale. Of course, all of this now belonged to Godzilla. However, these were merely the possessions of ordinary fishmen. What truly piqued his interest was the personal collection of the fisherman priest. He first stripped the fisherman priest completely bare, but unfortunately most of the priest's magical equipment had been destroyed. Now only 3 items remained on his body. A necklace shimmering with sapphire light, a small spiral shell, and a blood-red gemstone radiating an ominous aura. These 3 items were far too tiny compared to Godzilla's massive size, making them inconvenient to handle. Reluctantly, he transformed into a human form, which startled everyone who saw his human appearance for the first time. The half-tide giant who had been following him, however, was overjoyed upon seeing this. He ran over, excitedly crouched down, and called out softly, Pink person, you've changed back." Godzilla looked somewhat exasperated. What kind of ridiculous nickname was that? Yet he wasn't angry. The half-tide giant had indeed been a great help. If not for that unexpected arrow of his, the fisherman priest might have escaped. As for why the half-tide giant had helped him, that story began when Godzilla in human form first entered the fisherman tribe. While wandering around, Godzilla happened upon the half-tide giant sitting alone inside a cage, looking utterly lonely and desolate. Calling it a cage was generous. It was merely a crude fence of randomly planted wooden stakes. It wasn't even enough to confine a giant like him, let alone prevent any fisherman from entering or leaving freely. But for some reason the giant just sat there foolishly, which struck Godzilla as amusing. In his dragon heritage, giants were always described as vile and detestable. A giant like this one was truly unheard of. Unconsciously, Godzilla drew near the half-giant. The half-giant, who had never seen a human before, was astounded by the tiny creature before him. A joyful expression lit up his face. As if coaxing a small animal, he reached out to beckon Godzilla. "I don't understand. You clearly have the strength to resist, so why do you obey them?" The half-tide giant was startled by Godzilla's sudden speech. He hadn't expected this little creature to be able to talk. At first he was terrified, but later, seeing that Godzilla treated him completely differently from the fisherman, he let down his guard and began to converse with Godzilla. "You? How? Can you speak?" "Of course I can speak. Haven't you ever seen a human?" "Human? What is a human?" "This form I'm in now is called a human." Perhaps because he rarely spoke, the half-tide giant's words came slowly, haltingly, with frequent pauses. Having finally met someone willing to talk to him, he felt an overwhelming excitement and joy. Under Godzilla's guidance, Godzilla learned of his origins from his fragmented accounts. This half-tide giant was named Hatchling, a name that coincidentally matched the Hercules of Greek mythology in Godzilla's past life. His father was a tide giant, but his mother was a whale man. As a hybrid, he inherited not the tide giant's violent temper, but the whale man's gentle nature. Unfortunately, their relationship was short-lived. Soon conflict arose between the tide giants and the whale men. As an outsider, neither clan would accept him. Hatchling was abandoned shortly after birth. Though he was tiny, then the bloodline of both parents endowed him with strength far beyond his peers, allowing him to barely survive in the ocean. Naturally gentle and non-confrontational, he drifted alone in the sea, subsisting mostly on seaweed and moss. Occasionally he caught some shellfish, shrimp, or crabs, but most of the time he went hungry. The ocean was far more perilous than land. As a child he was attacked by many sea creatures, but his innate great strength allowed him to narrowly escape death time and again. Until one day he saw a migrating fisherman tribe. He had intended to hide, but for some reason he couldn't bring himself to do so. Perhaps he envied these fishermen. Thus Hatchling was brought into the fisherman tribe. Initially he was somewhat happy, but soon he realized that none of the fishermen treated him as a kindred spirit. Instead, they regarded him as a beast of burden to be ordered around. He had tried to escape, but where could a young half-giant run to? Every time he was caught, he was beaten mercilessly until he was bruised and near death. And so the gentle giant grew increasingly timid and cowardly. After hearing Hylasai's story, Godzilla felt a deep sense of pity. He sympathized greatly with Hylasai's plight. Moreover, judging by his age, Hylasai was still a minor equivalent to a human of 13 or 14. Godzilla couldn't help but think of himself. He too was an abandoned hybrid. If not for his own tenacity, he wouldn't have even survived birth. Their similar experiences stirred compassion in Godzilla, but to help Hylasai, he first had to shatter the fear the fishmen had instilled in his mind. Just then, several fishmen came running in panic. They were the ones assigned to guard Hylasai. Because of his docile nature, they had grown careless, leaving him alone. But upon hearing the screams of their kin and learning of an enemy invasion, they rushed over in a fluster. They had been ordered to stay alert, and once they spotted the dragon to bring Hylasai to operate the giant crossbow. At the sight of the approaching fishmen, Hylasai became frantic. He clumsily tried to hide Godzilla, because he had once found some playmates, and whenever the fishmen discovered them, they were killed. He could only crouch aside and cry like a child. He didn't want the same fate to befall Godzilla, but the place was too bare to hide anyone. He could only shield Godzilla behind his back. Such unusual behavior naturally caught the fishmen's attention. Seeing that what was behind Hylasai was merely a human child, they all revealed cruel grins. Though they didn't know how this human child had gotten here, it was simply his bad luck to encounter them. As the fishmen drew near, Hylasai knelt down, shaking his head, frantically begging them to spare Godzilla. But this only fueled the fishmen's cruelty. A whip studded with edges lashed across Hylasai's body, leaving bloody welts. Yet Hylasai endured the pain, refusing to move aside. This enraged the fishmen. He drew a bonefish spear as if to teach Hylasai a harsh lesson. Hylasai was terrified. He waved one hand frantically in front of him, trying to appease the fishman's aggression. But unexpectedly, he felt a sudden force from his elbow, thrusting his palm forward violently. It slammed heavily into the fishman before him. Slap! A sharp sound rang out, followed by deathly silence. The fishman who had been yelling in his face was crushed into a bloody pulp by that single palm strike. Hylasai was stunned. The two other fishmen nearby were also stunned. But one person was not. Godzilla stepped out from behind Hylasai. Amid the two remaining fishmen's utterly shocked gazes, he suddenly transformed into a terrifying dragon. With a couple of casual swipes, Godzilla crushed the fishman to death. He turned back and used his claws to remove all the restraints from Hylasai. If you keep retreating, you'll only invite more severe humiliation. Now I want you to stand up. No more fear, my friend. After saying this, Godzilla soared into the sky. He had already spotted the location of the fishman priest. Human. Dragon. Pink. Pink dragon. Pink person. Hylasai stood frozen, staring at the fishman, blood on his hands, then at Godzilla's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "My friend." But even Godzilla did not expect that Hylasai would defy the fishman priest's orders for his sake. Not only that, but he even turned the crossbow bolt intended for himself towards the fishman priest. Leaving aside everything else for this reason alone, Godzilla would not do anything to Hylasai. However, Hylasai seemed to have fixed his attention on him, not only following him closely, but also occasionally revealing a silly grin which left Godzilla utterly helpless. Now he had even earned the nickname Pink Man. Godzilla's face was nearly green with frustration. He was already somewhat sensitive about the color of his scales, and now Hylasai had given him such a name. Hylasai, I am telling you very seriously. My name is not Pink Man. You can call me Godzilla. Godzilla turned around, lifted his head, and spoke to Hylasai with a solemn expression. Pink. Godzilla furrowed his brow. Go-see-la. Hylasai pouted and looked at Godzilla's figure with a rather resentful gaze. All right, Hylasai. No one here will bully you anymore. I need to study the uses of these 3 items now, so please don't follow me for a while. Oh. After hearing Godzilla's words, Hylasai seemed somewhat sullen, but he still agreed. He sat down and watched the bustle of the gnolls and kobolds around him, momentarily at a loss. Godzilla had no time to attend to Hylasai for the moment. Although he did not recognize the purposes of these 3 items, the appraisal instinct rooted in his red dragon bloodline incessantly reminded him that they were of considerable value. Godzilla was utterly ignorant of magic, but he had no trouble using magical items. As he constantly cross-referenced his inherited memories while fiddling with the 3 items, he quickly figured out their functions. The sapphire blue necklace was a rare magical artifact. Unlike the items that the fishman priest had been forced to use as one-time consumables, this necklace proved exceptionally durable. The necklace not only had permanent mage armor, water breathing, and adaptation to environment enchanted upon it, but it could also store spells. It could store up to 3 spells, none exceeding the 6th level. For a mage with limited spell slots, this was akin to a divine artifact. However, the only drawback was that the necklace was overly feminine, as if it had originally belonged to a woman. For an ordinary mage, this necklace might be an invaluable treasure, but for Godzilla its utility was limited. His own physical constitution surpassed most of the necklace's functions. Still, it made for a fine collectible. Godzilla set it aside with considerable satisfaction. The small conch shell, at first glance unremarkable, turned out to be an extremely rare spatial equipment. After its original owner's death, Godzilla effortlessly broke through the spiritual imprint left by the Fishman priest and formally claimed the spatial equipment. The space inside the conch was not small, about the size of 2 rooms. Besides a messy assortment of the Fishman priest's personal belongings, it also concealed quite a few treasures. Godzilla dumped out all the Fishman priest's personal items with a look of disgust. There were some specially prepared Fishman foods, some female-oriented clothing, and even several sets of bikini-like shell underwear. Godzilla couldn't help but think of the Fishman priest's appearance. The hunched back, the wrinkled skin. He suddenly felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Even the spatial item he had acquired lost some of its appeal. Out of sight, out of mind. Godzilla simply breathed a jet of dragon flame onto the pile, burning everything to ashes. Now he felt much more at ease. The remaining items were not many, since the Fishman priest had already squandered most of them. However, the remaining items were all of considerable value. Several sets of exquisite half-body armor were neatly arranged to one side, adorned with magical metals, clearly the work of a master craftsman. Just these sets of armor, if sold in the human world, would bring Godzilla a profit of over 1,000 gold coins. Apart from the armor, there were several spears that seemed to be made of the same material as the one used by the Fishman chief Fij, likely forming a matching set. Inside, only a short sort of stack of blank scrolls, a thick book, several translucent pearls, and a sea blue gem remained. The short sword was made of bone. Although the material was bone, it appeared much harder than most metals. Moreover, the short sword was hollow, as if designed to be infused with something. Godzilla swung it a few times. The slightly curved short sword felt remarkably comfortable in his hand. It seemed to be crafted from the tooth of some creature, though Godzilla was not sure which. It seems I found a weapon for scaleskin. Godzilla smiled faintly and put the short sword away. The translucent pearls were self-explanatory. Godzilla had seen the Fishman priest use one before. Crushing it would randomly teleport the user away, making it an excellent escape tool. Godzilla carefully stored these pearls. Although he might not need them, caution was the mother of safety, and extra preparations never hurt. The book unsurprisingly detailed various methods of summoning and pleasing an evil god, even including rituals for making contracts with demons and devils. Godzilla initially intended to destroy it, but after some thought he decided to stash it in a corner. It might prove useful someday. As for the sea blue gem, Godzilla could not quite figure it out. However, since the Fishman priest had kept it with him, it likely had some other purpose. After rummaging through the Fishman priest's belongings, Godzilla grew increasingly perplexed. None of these items seemed like what an ordinary Fishman priest would possess. Unfortunately, the Fishman priest was dead and no clues about his origin were found among his belongings, so Godzilla let the matter drop. Additionally, Godzilla found information about the blood-red gem in the book left by the Fishman priest. It was a necessary component for an evil god transformation ritual, much like Godzilla's own dragonborn transformation array. The Fishman priest could use a certain ritual to merge the bloodline of an evil god through this gem. Although Godzilla did not know why the Fishman priest had never used it, now that he knew it was nothing valuable, he tossed it into his mouth and crunched it down without a second thought. The blood-red gem contained a great deal of life force, but it was extremely ominous and dark. Without ritual transformation, it would be like a lethal poison for other creatures. For Godzilla, however, it was less than a pre-dinner snack. The Fishman priest's origins remained a mystery. Although Godzilla had won the battle, a thorn of unease lingered in his heart. Having been on this beach for so long, he still hadn't found the so-called troublesome neighbors of the Fishmen. Perhaps the Fishmen had been lying. Godzilla decided not to dwell on it any longer. Let nature take its course. When it was time for them to appear, they would. Several days had passed since Godzilla defeated the Rage-Tide Merfolk tribe, and the dependents had gradually moved into the Rage-Tide Merfolk settlement and settled down. Godzilla had ordered Doug to conduct a census. Counting even the newborn cubs, Godzilla's dependents had surpassed the 1,000 mark. However, since Godzilla had already occupied this beach, it needed a new name, and these dependents had to abandon their original tribe name to formally join under Godzilla's banner. With a meager number, it was meaningless, but now things were different. His dependents would soon grow in number, and without a unified designation they would be too scattered. Godzilla was somewhat troubled about what to name them. He searched through his inherited memories and found that most dragons who gathered dependents were red dragons, while silver dragons preferred to blend into human society. The red dragon's power titles were limited to a few red nest, blazing flame, or some calamity. Godzilla held his head in distress. Naming was always his weakness. Several names tumbled in his mind, but he couldn't make a decision. Eventually, he decided to roll a dice, throwing a spear, choosing the name where the tip pointed. Fusion Dragon Nest Radiance of Nuclear Peace. This name is also good. Should I add Gamma Force at the end? Soon, under Godzilla's push, all dependents accepted the name. They began to call themselves the Children of the Radiance of Nuclear Peace, the Fusion Tribe. Although they secretly discussed why Godzilla had chosen such a peculiar name, as dependents they could only accept it, couldn't they? They were now grateful that Godzilla was not as difficult to serve as other dragons who might devour them at any moment. On the contrary, they had rarely seen Godzilla eat, and didn't know how he managed his dragon life. Nor did they wish to know. Godzilla didn't care much about his subordinates' gossip. Cohesion and loyalty required time to accumulate. All trivial matters had been settled, and Godzilla's forces were on track. Now it was time to reward merits. If there was one who deserved the greatest credit in this battle, it was undoubtedly Scalehide, who took the foremost merit. However, Godzilla had little to bestow upon him. Since everything was still in its infancy, Godzilla merely handed him the short sword, as Scalehide lacked a decent weapon. He had even fought with claws in the previous battle. Godzilla also authorized him to select some outstanding dependents to form a squad specializing in assassination and intelligence gathering. Scalehide naturally agreed, cheerfully clutching the short sword given by Godzilla, and vanished from sight. Godzilla did not know that this departure would bring him a tremendous surprise. Doug, like Scalehide, was already the appointed leader by Godzilla, so he needed no other rewards. Thus Godzilla gave Doug the crossbow bolt that had blasted the merfolk priest. Its 3-meter length was just right for Doug. This bolt, mixed with adamantine and various magical metals, had astonishing destructive power. Using it merely as a crossbow bolt was somewhat wasteful. Delighted with his new weapon, Doug had long coveted Ferg's spear during their battle. The one in his hand was clearly superior. Though it was a crossbow bolt, it could serve as a long spear. Now that the merfolk were eliminated, Godzilla sensed the deficiency in his forces. The number of strong individuals was too few. Apart from Godzilla himself, only Doug and Scalehide barely qualified as strong. This was because they had yet to fully develop their potential. Godzilla decided to expand the scale of Dragonborn. He had obtained plenty of resources from the merfolk tribe, enough to support this transformation. However, this time, he did not intend to use dragon blood. The success rate of using dragon blood was painfully low, making it not worthwhile for transforming dependents. Although dependents transformed using dragon scales were weaker than those from dragon blood, they were still sufficient. All survivors of the battle with the merfolk tribe were given the opportunity for transformation. Their number was not large. Even though Godzilla had drawn most of the fire, only a little over 40 remained. Godzilla wondered how many of them would survive the process. Godzilla naturally wouldn't force them into transformation, but none of them were willing to give up. After witnessing Godzilla's awe-inspiring power, they deeply craved that strength. The Dragonborn transformation ceremony proceeded as usual, but something astonishing happened among the remaining 40-plus warriors. A small portion had been pulled away by Scalehide, and they had already become like Scalehide. Yes, Scalehide had somehow persuaded them, and now they all shared Scalehide's condition. They had lost their lower companions. Among the surviving warriors there were women, but for some reason Scalehide chose none of them. Instead, he encouraged the others to perform an operation called self-castration. Shocked as he was, the transformation ceremony had to proceed. This time the drawn magic circle was much larger, capable of accommodating 10 people simultaneously. Perhaps because these people were much stronger than the previous kobolds, or because using dragon scales reduced the risk, the transformation ceremony was very successful. Out of over 40, 39 succeeded. Surprisingly, all the warriors who had castrated themselves like Scalehide succeeded. Moreover, unlike the others, these individuals all transformed into a form similar to Scalehide. They had all adopted Scalehide's template. Could self-castration have such an effect? Godzilla fell into deep doubt. Welcome to the Rootless. Scalehide said, a smile appearing on his face as he looked at his newly transformed team members. Scalehide, what is this? Godzilla asked impatiently. Master, I merely selected those with exceptionally strong willpower. Before the transformation, I had them drink a drop of my blood. Hearing Scalehide's words, Godzilla was greatly shocked. So this was possible. Indeed. The genes I fused were from Neo-Godzilla, so naturally Scalehide and his kind would possess some traits of Neo-Godzilla, albeit much safer than mine. By first consuming Scalehide's blood, and then catalyzing it through my bloodline transformation array, I could produce warriors nearly identical to the same template. What did this mean? Godzilla knew well that organized troops were always far more powerful than lone fighters. And Scalehide's clever trick opened the possibility of creating uniform troop types. Compared to Scalehide's side, Doug's were more diverse. Although they also inherited dragon wings, dragon breath, or dragon scales, to varying degrees, none were as perfect as Doug. Nevertheless, the emergence of these Dragonborn greatly strengthened Godzilla's forces, preventing them from being easily slaughtered when he occasionally left. Now everything in the fusion dragon nest was on track, and they had the ability to defend themselves. Godzilla could finally fulfill his promise to Xia and escort her back to the human world. Of course, before sending her off, a contract had to be signed. Even if Xia had no intention of exposing Godzilla, it was hard to guarantee that someone might trace her back to him. All in all, caution never goes amiss. As a weak, young dragon, Godzilla deemed it wise to err on the side of safety. Upon hearing the news, Xia was overjoyed. Having survived a shipwreck and been captured by merfolk, if not for this dragon with pink scales, no, she should call him Godzilla. Had he not rescued her, she would surely have perished. Now that she could finally return, Xia was elated. Even though she was usually composed and dignified, she couldn't help but jump for joy, a radiant smile blooming on her face. Thank you so much, Mr. Godzilla. Godzilla, however, was unperturbed. His decision to escort Xia back to the human world served his own purposes. Perhaps through Xia he could establish a connection with human society. Whether it was information or supplies, reaching an understanding with humans would far surpass any solitary endeavor. As for sending Xia back to the human world, Godzilla had no intention of dispatching anyone else. His subordinates were all evil races. Under his authority within the dragon's lair, they might not harm Xia, but once far from the lair's territory, it was uncertain. He chose to take Xia alone. Thus, they didn't need to carry much. With Godzilla's speed, they could reach the nearest human city in less than 10 days. Xia was naturally grateful. Compared to the gnolls and kobolds who constantly drooled at the sight of her, she trusted Godzilla far more. Their current location was at the westernmost part of the Boran continent. Following the coastline southward would lead to the bare plain of the Karo Kingdom, where the second largest city stood, second only to the kingdom's capital, Harbor City. As a coastal kingdom, Karo possessed a unique advantage, a river that ran across the plain. The Homus River. Originating from the central Adela Mountains, it flowed through several kingdoms before emptying into the sea at Karo. At the river's estuary lay a natural deep-water harbor. Thanks to the sea, Harbor City became Karo's second largest city, even surpassing the capital in wealth. Nearly every noble of any standing in the kingdom set up their ventures here. However, since the beach was surrounded by the Changfeng Valley, overland travel was impossible. Although Godzilla could cross mountains with Xia, it would cost much more time and effort. Godzilla decided to travel underwater, following the coastline southward, where the shallows offered relative safety from many dangers. Though he was not any kind of water dragon, his genes allowed him to feel at home in the water. At that moment, Xia wore a sapphire blue necklace around her fair neck. Godzilla had temporarily given her the magical artifact seized from the merfolk priest, enabling her to breathe freely underwater under its protection. Without this necklace, sending Xia back would have been far more difficult. Experiencing the underwater scenery for the first time, both Godzilla and Xia were captivated. During the first 2 days, they often paused to admire the sights beneath the waves. But after growing accustomed to the views, the novelty faded. Godzilla entered a steady swimming rhythm. Except for resting ashore at night, they spent days submerged. As they neared Harbor City, human traces increased. To avoid drawing attention ashore, Godzilla transformed into a human form. This was the first time Xia saw Godzilla in human guise. He startled her once again. She never imagined that the towering Godzilla in human form would be such a tiny child, and with such an adorable appearance. Especially his constant demeanor of a little adult. This made Xia grow increasingly fond of him. However, being human had a drawback: his aura of intimidation diminished greatly. Naturally, some foolish creatures attempted to harm them. Yet even in human form, Godzilla could easily eliminate all such intruders. After swimming for 7 or 8 days, Harbor City finally appeared on the horizon. On the sea, ships of all sizes shuttled back and forth. On land, the bustle of voices filled the air. Godzilla had already assumed human form. Having delivered Xia here, he could now return. Knowing Godzilla was leaving, Xia felt a sense of reluctance. After days together, she had come to understand his temperament. Mr. Godzilla, I am truly grateful. Please come with me to the city. I will do my utmost to host you in gratitude for your escort. Godzilla felt a flicker of interest. He had never been up close to a human city. But in the end, he declined. It wasn't that he feared Xia would harm him, but his transformation spell was far from perfect. Whether from intense emotional fluctuations or under attack, his spell could fail, revealing his draconic traits. In this regard, he was far inferior to metallic dragons. Perhaps his power was too violent, making it impossible for him to use magic smoothly. But that was hardly a concern. Every gain comes with a loss. The total amount and intensity of his magical energy far exceeded that of ordinary dragons of his kind, and his magical defenses were correspondingly enhanced. Godzilla stopped when he was a few hundred meters from the city gate. Venturing further would bring him within the detection range of the city's magical watchtowers, and he wasn't sure if his half-baked transformation spell could fool the enchantments. Xia looked at the nearby Harbor City, then back at Godzilla. She bit her lip as if making an important decision. Suddenly, she turned around, walked up to Godzilla, mustered her courage, opened her arms, and hugged him. Then, she lifted him up and held him in her arms. Godzilla was utterly bewildered. Being held aloft, he felt uncomfortable under the pressure. Before he could say anything, Xia set him down, and as if guilty ran toward the city gate. Godzilla clicked his tongue. This girl's got some nerve. I never would have guessed. But then he shook his head, dismissing the matter. Since she was safely delivered, it was time for him to leave. Suddenly Godzilla seemed to remember something. He spun around and looked toward the city gate. Amid the bustling crowd there was no sign of Xia. My necklace. He had forgotten. He forgot to ask for the necklace back? Damn it. Was she doing that on purpose? He had escorted her to earn a commission, but before he could get his payment, he had already lost a precious magical artifact. Godzilla barely restrained himself from entering the city. Then he dismissed the thought. Sigh. It'll be returned with interest anyway. I'll leave it with her for now. Godzilla glanced back at Harbor City, then turned and left with a hint of indignation. On the way back, Godzilla grew increasingly furious as he thought about it. A dark gloom settled over his small face. Though he was convinced that Xia wouldn't dare to steal his necklace, the bitter sting of losing something he had just obtained still rankled within him. However, he had no idea that at this very moment he himself had become someone's target. Port Haven was a place teeming with all manner of people. Though it was one of the premier cities and maintained decent public order, its nature as a bustling harbor meant that individuals from every corner of the world could be found there. And with Godzilla, a lonely little boy, wandering outside the city walls alone, wasn't this simply inviting those lawbreakers to make their move? Moreover, Godzilla's human appearance was quite pleasant, which stirred inappropriate thoughts in quite a few people. At such moments, they didn't hesitate to play the part of traffickers, if they weren't already. When they were still close to Port Haven, those men naturally dared not act. But now that Godzilla had deliberately strayed far from the city, they couldn't help but feel thrilled. Of course, beyond those with ill intentions, there were also quite a few kind-hearted folk who noticed the danger Godzilla was about to face. Yet most of them chose to protect themselves, for not everyone could help others without reservation. At this moment, an adventure party also sensed something amiss. Unlike typical parties, most of this team's members were from different races. Aside from 2 or 3 humans, the rest were either elves or dwarves, and there were even orcs among them. It should be noted that on the Buluan continent, relations between orcs and humans were far from cordial. In fact, one could say orcs maintained strained relations with all races. Their savage, bloodthirsty, and warlike nature had always made them favorites of certain dark deities. Sister Sirna, look over there. A crisp voice rang out as a human girl with slightly chubby cheeks pointed toward Godzilla's direction. After hearing the girl's words, the others in the party turned their gazes toward Godzilla, and soon several brows furrowed. Why do we keep running into situations like this every time? You humans. A burly bearded dwarf muttered under his breath. Enough. Not all humans are like that. Sirna cut off the dwarf's words. Watching the figures trailing behind Godzilla, uncertainty flickered in her eyes. Sirna, you always say that. That's hardly very elven of you. Then what do we do now? Are we actually going to intervene? Don't forget, we still have our mission. It's just a kid. What danger could there be? Perhaps his family is waiting for him. One of the humans couldn't help but speak up, urging them on, though everyone in the party knew these were merely excuses. Wuda, how can you say such things? Haven't you seen the kind of people following them? The girl who had spoken earlier seemed quite indignant. Sigh. Sirna gave a slight sigh. We can't finish the mission anytime soon anyway, and since we've seen this, we can't just ignore it. With Sirna, the party leader, having spoken her mind, the members ceased their debate. They remained where they were, watching as Sirna led little Anna toward Godzilla. Little one, why are you here alone? This is quite dangerous. Where are your guardians? Gazing at Godzilla's youthful face, Sirna's voice softened as she gently questioned him. I don't feel I'm in any danger. Thank you for your concern. I need to go home, so please step aside, will you? Godzilla was somewhat at a loss. Having a child's face was indeed inconvenient. It attracted not only those with ill intentions, but also those overflowing with righteous fervor. He had already planned to wait until he reached a secluded spot, then deal with those tailing him once and for all to vent his frustration. Yet here, they were interrupting his scheme. What's this? We're trying to help you. Look at that grumpy expression. Don't you realize there's a whole group of people following behind you? Young Anna couldn't help but shout loudly, which made the faces of those trailing behind grow uneasy. They exchanged a glance and melted into hiding. Godzilla was utterly speechless now. He had no desire to tangle with these people further. Even with good intentions, attracting more attention would work against him. I know. I can handle these people myself. Thank you for the warning. I'm leaving now. Please don't block my path. After speaking, Godzilla sidestepped the two and continued forward. Young Anna kept shouting after him, accusing him of boasting and warning him not to cry later. Sirna reached out and tugged Anna's arm, signaling her to stop talking. Noticing the curious glances from people around them, Anna stuck out her tongue and offered an embarrassed smile. Sirna frowned as she watched Godzilla's receding figure. Just moments ago, she had seemed to sense something about him, a chill-inducing presence. But she quickly dismissed the thought. He was merely a child, it must have been her imagination. Since he won't accept our help, then we should move on. Someone in the party urged them onward repeatedly. After a moment's thought, Sirna decided she couldn't simply let Godzilla go alone. She resolved to part from her companions temporarily and follow until he escaped the gang's sight. As for Sirna's decision, the party members had nothing to say. Some supported it, others agreed, though naturally a few harbored dissatisfaction. But none of that affected her resolve. She was well aware of what would befall a child if they fell into that gang's hands. Godzilla walked faster and faster, eventually breaking into a run, though he maintained a pace that seemed ordinary enough to avoid suspicion. The men who had hidden themselves reappeared. Perhaps because they were far from Port Haven now, they grew bolder and began openly pursuing Godzilla. They had entered wasteland by now. Beyond vast farmlands in the distance, no other humans were in sight. At first, those men felt somewhat disappointed, but as Godzilla ran ever deeper into unfamiliar territory, excitement gradually spread across their faces. Judging by Godzilla's appearance, capturing him would surely fetch a good price. If properly trained, he would make an excellent slave. Moreover, from his clothing, he clearly didn't belong to the noble class. Even if he went missing, no one would come searching for him. Such an opportunity to make a fortune had appeared right before their eyes. Wasn't this simply a heaven-sent chance? After running to a small hillside, Godzilla slowly came to a halt and turned to face the group in pursuit. Huff, huff. Huh, keep running then. What's wrong? No longer running, brat. Seeing Godzilla being attacked from afar, Helena's heart gave a sudden jolt. Weren't these people supposed to capture him? Why would they attempt to kill him now? Stop! Helena cried out, reaching to her waist and drawing several exquisitely crafted arrows, knocking them onto her bowstring. Her hands moved like phantoms, loosing the arrows at breathtaking speed. But she was a moment too late. The trafficker's blades had already closed in on Godzilla's body. Helena's eyes closed slightly as though she could not bear to witness the terrible fate awaiting Godzilla. Clang! Something unexpected occurred. The blade struck Godzilla's body, yet rang out with the sound of metal striking metal. Godzilla tilted his head to regard the swords embedded in his body, let out a disdainful chuckle, and then unleashed a thunderous roar. Within his small frame seemed to lie boundless power. The majestic dragon's roar sent the nearest traffickers flying. Only then did Helena's arrows arrive, piercing precisely into the ground where the men had just stood. Godzilla cast a glance at Helena, his gaze filled with a flicker of hesitation, but upon spotting the sea nearby, his expression shifted once more. Amidst the terrified faces surrounding him, the small human child transformed into a colossal dragon nearly 10 meters tall. Much more comfortable in my original form. Godzilla shook his wings and head, letting out that contented sigh. Now, have you decided how you wish to die? Godzilla lowered his massive body, bringing his enormous dragon head close to the men. They stood too terrified to speak, and Godzilla caught a faint stench of urine. GR. The lead middle-aged man failed to finish his word before Godzilla brought his foot down, crushing him into a bloody pulp. Had that elven ranger not been following, Godzilla might have entertained himself by playing with the traffickers. But now it was time to deal with them first. Witnessing the sudden transformation from a child into an unknown dragon, Helena's mind went blank. Though she knew many metallic dragons could assume human forms, and had encountered quite a few of them, and understood that several metallic dragons practiced entrapment to satisfy their inner sense of justice. This dragon before her bore no resemblance to any metallic dragon she knew. Its appearance was far more akin to that of a WYRM. While the traffickers deserved their fate, Godzilla's brutality made Helena consider whether this unknown dragon might one day turn its aggression upon her. Oh, respected dragon, I mean no interference with your hunt. Helena Zaifeng's elven ranger pays you homage. Helena cautiously bowed to Godzilla, meeting his gaze evenly as she slowly sheathed her bow, signaling her lack of hostility. This was not born of fear. In truth, as a high-ranking elven ranger wielding a legendary bow, she possessed the strength to contest Godzilla. Moreover, her companions awaited within Port Harbor. Should conflict arise, they could reinforce her swiftly. Yet their journey to Port Harbor had been a secret mission. Her decision to meddle had already displeased some teammates. Provoking a dragon like Godzilla would make matters far worse to explain. Furthermore, her squad was never truly united, having been assembled from various factions. Helena regarded the dragon before her, steadily drawing forth her inner energy until her aura manifested. The terry-fed traffickers soon became a pile of bloody paste amidst their screams, which considerably sated Godzilla's wrath. Regarding the elven ranger before him, Godzilla harbored no great hostility. From her aura, he could roughly gauge her strength. Moreover, his sharp eyes immediately recognized that the bow she held was no ordinary weapon. A thread of greed stirred within Godzilla's heart, urging him to slay the elf before him and seize her bow. This greed stemmed from the innate instincts of his dragon bloodline, yet Godzilla had no intention of yielding to it. For one, her strength was no mean feat. For another, her companions remained within the city. Killing her would prove far from easy. Even if he succeeded, Godzilla would need to beware of retribution from those behind her. He had no desire to become like the protagonists in novels pursued relentlessly from youth to age simply for provoking the wrong enemies. Godzilla had already prepared for the worst, but since the elf before him proved so reasonable, he decided against further complications. Elf, I will not hold your pursuit against me, but you must swear not to reveal my whereabouts. Godzilla's eyes locked firmly upon the elven ranger, and Helena readily accepted within his intense gaze. With an accord reached, the two retreated in opposite directions. Godzilla harbored little fear of Helena breaking her word. The sea lay but a short distance ahead, and once within its depths, even a legendary powerhouse would be powerless to capture him. Yet the worst never came to pass. Helena returned to Port Harbor, keeping her promise and claiming only that she had successfully delivered the child to safety. The return journey took considerably less time, for freed of a burden, Godzilla could travel at full pace. Within merely 2 days, Godzilla had swum from Port Harbor to Fury Tide Beach. On the whole, the expedition had been satisfactory. Though he had temporarily lost a powerful magical artifact, Godzilla had no real use for it, and thus felt little regret. As for Xia's payoff, that would come the following year. Godzilla reckoned that by next year he would have entered his juvenile phase at the very least. Even if Xia allied with others to ambush him, he would make them lose both man and wealth. Upon returning to the fusion dragon nest, Godzilla summoned his two top generals, Doge and Linpi. The nest had fallen into rhythm, with new intelligent beings joining each day. Though the Changfeng Valley teemed with sinister races hemmed between two great mountains, they could never break free to sweep southward into the prosperous human territories. This was precisely why the Carlo Kingdom tolerated their existence thus far. With Godzilla's reputation established, recruiting vassals proved quite convenient. Though their loyalty was hardly steadfast, they would serve well enough to bolster his foundations. Godzilla had delegated all authority to Doge and Linpi, and now turned his attention to preparations for his second cinematic world. After several months, the download of his second cinematic world was finally complete. Godzilla returned to his own lair, which lay somewhat distant from the fusion dragon nest, carved separately into a seaside cliff. The adamantine cliff face had been melted into a cavern by Godzilla's breath, and there he stored all his treasures. The entrance sat midway up the cliff. Only Linpi could easily enter, while even Doge found it difficult. Godzilla had chosen such a remote location for a reason. With advancing age and increasing size, the radiation intensity upon his body would only grow stronger. Though he could generally control himself, sealing the radiation within his body so as not to leak outward, lapses would inevitably occur. Should such an incident erupt, it would amount to destroying his own stronghold. At last that morning, Godzilla's eagerly awaited second movie finally completed its download. Unable to contain his impatience, he cast a glance at the film's title, his delight growing ever more pronounced. Before entering, he summoned Linpi, tasking him with guarding the treasures and recording exactly how long he had been absent. Rampage. That was the name of the second movie world. Godzilla had heard of this film before crossing over. It seemed to feature a rugged actor from America, perhaps something like Dwayne Johnson. But none of that mattered. What was important was that there seemed to be some kind of growth-accelerating serum within that world. Though he was uncertain whether the human technology of that world could be applied to his own Godzilla body, he would never know unless he tried. However, before entering, he needed to watch the film thoroughly. While he was still not strong enough, choosing the right moment to enter was crucial. Godzilla patiently watched the movie over and over again. Although the film's runtime and scope left many parts of the world unexplored, the surface information was enough for him to gain a general understanding of this world. Everything began with an accident at a high-tech biotech company's space laboratory. 3 experimental containers holding their latest genetic serum fell into different parts of the United States. The 3 vials gave rise to 3 different creatures. The first was naturally the protagonist, gorilla, the second a wolf, and the third a crocodile. Under the influence of the genetic serum, they grew enormously, becoming colossal monsters. Godzilla originally intended to intercept one of them, but after watching the film repeatedly, he temporarily abandoned that idea. The serum that created the rampaging beasts was a fusion of hundreds or even thousands of Earth's organisms' genes. For Godzilla, this was undoubtedly the most suitable serum. True, Godzilla was originally capable of infinite evolution. Merging with the genes of Earth's creatures was naturally the simplest of tasks. Godzilla had no need to worry about genetic collapse or other mishaps, for neither Godzilla's genes nor the dragon's genes could be compared to ordinary Earth organisms. These genes could only absorb the useful parts, and the rest would be discarded. He moved the progress bar, pausing at the moment just before the Athena space station was about to explode and disintegrate, then resolutely chose to cross over. Unlike the previous time, when he lost consciousness, this time Godzilla could clearly feel himself being squeezed like a noodle through a narrow tube. When he came to his senses, he was already inside the Athena 1 space station, which was on the verge of exploding and disintegrating. At this moment, Godzilla was naturally in the form of a human child. If he had taken the dragon form, he would have burst the space station in an instant. He floated in the weightless void of space, gazing with a hint of nostalgia at the various technological creations inside the space station. Meanwhile, the unfortunate female doctor was still being pursued by a giant rat desperately trying to reach the escape pod. Naturally, she did not notice that another person had appeared in the space station. Although the giant rat sensed Godzilla, it had gone mad under the lure of fresh blood ahead and would not abandon its current prey to chase another. Tisk tisk tsk. So this is the serum that can turn creatures into monsters. Godzilla picked up a vial of the serum, marveling at it. Earlier, when he entered the space station, he had tried to place the serum into his spiral shell space equipment, but to his disappointment, this world had no magical particles whatsoever, making it impossible to open the space within the shell. Godzilla shook his head. He had originally intended to try bringing these serums back to strengthen his followers, but now it seemed that idea was not feasible. The timeline of this film was quite tight, spanning only a few days from the beginning to the end. This suited Godzilla's intentions, as he was unwilling to stay here indefinitely without knowing the time ratio between the two worlds. Although he could have chosen to swallow the serum into his stomach and then instantly exit, just like the first time he entered, he had already understood, while studying the function of his golden finger, that this method was not feasible. Because after each exit he needed to rebuffer before he could enter again. Although the buffer time was not as long as downloading, it still took several days. But the key issue was that once he had entered a world, the timelines of the two worlds became synchronized. Only after the buffer was complete would the movie world's time stop flowing. Just like with the film Shin Godzilla, he had entered when the true Godzilla first landed in Japan, but the subsequent buffer took several days. If he wanted to re-enter the Shin Godzilla world, he could only choose a time point several days later. Moreover, if he caused a significant impact on the movie, preventing the plot from proceeding smoothly, he would no longer be able to see the subsequent story. He would also be unable to freely choose the time of entry, and could only re-enter at the moment he left. Because the movie world was a real world. Without his interference, it might have unfolded exactly as depicted in the film, but with his presence in the plot, everything would become different. The greater the impact he had on the movie world, the stronger the butterfly effect, and it was even possible for the plot to deviate completely. The space station was about to explode, and Godzilla's heart was slightly uneasy. Although the dragon could roam the astral plane, he was not sure whether the nature of the astral plane in his universe was the same as the vacuum of the real universe. He was not afraid of the explosion. Even if the blast were 10 times more severe, it would only inflict minor injuries. What truly worried him was whether he could withstand the vacuum environment. At the moment before the Athena 1 space station exploded, Godzilla transformed into a dragon and swallowed all the remaining vials of the serum into his mouth. The relatively small space station could not contain Godzilla's body. The moment he reverted to his original form, the space station burst apart. But amidst the flames of the explosion, the female doctor, who had narrowly escaped death, did not notice Godzilla's presence. Even if she had noticed, it would not have mattered, for her escape pod was soon to meet the same fate as the Athena 1 space station, turning into a beautiful firework in space. The 3 vials of serum she carried would give rise to the 3 protagonists of this rampage world. Godzilla had no time to bother with the female doctor at the moment. He was now completely exposed to the vacuum. The distant sun emitted a blinding radiance. He could feel countless radiation rays, having traveled an unknown distance, shining upon his body, not only from the sun, but also from the infinite deep space. Such intense radiation entering his body caused his cells to feel a slight sting. After all being so utterly exposed to the vacuum, even Godzilla needed a moment to adapt. Aside from the ubiquitous radiation, the most fearsome aspects of the vacuum were the low temperature and the imbalanced pressure. Compared to these, oxygen was secondary. Even without breathing, the cells in Godzilla's body could function normally, maintaining respiration merely out of habit. Radiation was his food. Low temperatures could not penetrate Godzilla's body. The only threat to Godzilla was the imbalanced pressure. But the dragon's body was inherently formidable. Although the cosmic vacuum was slightly different from the astral plane, it was still within Godzilla's tolerance. Moreover, after incorporating the genes of Shin Godzilla, his genes had evolved. He could now be considered the V2 form of the dragon. Of course, it could also be called the V2 form of Godzilla. After all, Shin Godzilla, from the moment it came ashore until it was destroyed by humans, had only evolved 3 times, making a total of 4 forms. As for Godzilla himself, his original dragon form could already be considered the first form. After evolving once, this form could naturally be called his second form. Although he was not as powerful as Shin Godzilla now, that creature had been growing in the deep sea for who knows how many years. The scale of the two was not on the same level. Yet even if Godzilla stopped evolving from now on, he would slowly grow to the size of Shin Godzilla, or even larger. After confirming that the cosmic vacuum could not harm him, Godzilla finally relaxed and abandoned the thought of returning to his original world. Whether it was his imagination or not, in the cosmic vacuum, he felt as if he was growing. The omnipresent radiation continuously surged into his body, changing from the initial sting to a warm, comfortable sensation like soaking in a hot spring. He spread his wings, stretching his body freely. He felt as if he was being replenished and repaired. At that moment, he was like a child deficient in calcium, iron, zinc, selenium, and all vitamins suddenly receiving a supplement. These rays did not make his body larger, but they made his scales sturdier, his muscles more powerful, his senses sharper, and his form more agile. His constitution was also greatly enhanced. Godzilla, feeling the immense boost from the cosmic rays, was astonished. He had never imagined that he who seemed so formidable still harbored such numerous deficiencies. It appeared that beings like Godzilla were destined to roam the boundless starry cosmos. Yet there was no need to rush at present, for opportunities would abound later. The most important thing now was to return to Earth first. The 3 experimental containers loaded with gene potions had already fallen toward Earth. Tonight, 3 colossal beasts would emerge, and he could not afford to miss this spectacle. However, moving in space posed a real problem. Though Godzilla could use his immense jumping power to kick off the remnants of the Athena, one space station behind him, using the recoil for propulsion, he could not adjust his direction. If he merely drifted with the flow, he had no idea where on Earth he would land. If his landing site was too far from Meligua, by the time he arrived there, the opportunity would be long gone. Just as Godzilla was considering using his dragon breath as a means to adjust his direction and control his body, he suddenly sensed a strange movement in his wings. Starting from the base of his dragon wings, a faint lavender luminescence began to emerge, extending all the way to the tips of the wing edges. Godzilla abruptly discovered that rows of extremely tiny pores had grown on the rear side of his dragon wings, seemingly without his knowledge. These pores resembled miniature spacecraft thrusters, each capable of freely adjusting direction. The lavender glow he had seen was the light emanating from these pores. Not only that, but similar structures also appeared on his tail. These minuscule apertures were hidden within his scales and skin, imperceptible unless one looked closely. This was the effect of Godzilla's evolutionary genes. Space was an entirely different environment from the ground. To adapt to the conditions of space, Godzilla's genes had evolved organs analogous to spacecraft propulsion devices. Perhaps this evolution was not the most optimal method of movement, but for Godzilla at this moment nothing could be more suitable. To think these propulsion organs could be used not only in space, but also on the ground. Flight had always been a source of pain for Godzilla. As a dragon of immense size, Godzilla could not fly. Having only been able to glide now with these propulsion devices, he could already imagine the thrill of soaring freely through the sky. This was extremely advantageous both for attacking and escaping. After all, compare a flying dragon to a non-flying one. Even if their strength was nearly equal, the one that could fly would undoubtedly hold the upper hand in a real fight. Commanding the airspace was simply unreasonable. Moreover, he thought of many clever maneuvers, such as using the propulsion organs to accelerate during attacks, or using them to dodge attacks by shifting position. As long as Godzilla mastered these propulsion organs, his close combat capabilities would be greatly enhanced. Godzilla gazed toward Earth, a faint smile curling on his fierce dragon head. Without needing much effort, he simply spread his wings, and the propulsion organs began ejecting high-speed particle streams. In the absence of air resistance, Godzilla's speed quickly surpassed the speed of sound. Earth, I'm coming. Godzilla stared at the increasingly close water-blue planet, his eyes slightly dazed. Though this Earth was not the one he had crossed over to, it bore the same name. It also had the same country. However, for the time being, he did not consider going there. Instead, he adjusted his direction and flew toward the Western Pacific. The thick atmosphere rubbed fiercely against Godzilla's scales, eventually igniting blazing flames. These flames obstructed his vision, forcing him to close his eyes slightly. What is that? A meteorite. On the night Godzilla flew toward Earth, many humans witnessed the sight of him breaking through the atmosphere and gliding across the night sky. However, due to the distance, they could not see clearly. Instead, they mistook him for a shooting star and made many wishes upon him. After descending to a certain altitude, Godzilla began to slow down gradually. Even for him, crashing into Earth without any measures would likely be a narrow escape from death. Looking at the city dotted with flickering lights before him, Godzilla felt a bit troubled. Meligua was a place he had never set foot on, neither in his past life nor in this one. According to the movie's introduction, the 3 colossal beasts were located at the Shengdaich Zoo, the Falualada Swamp, and the forest of Huaiming State. Eventually, the low-frequency radio wave transmitter of the Claire's siblings from the Gene Energy Company would attract the 3 beasts to Jijiech. In other words, Godzilla only needed to go to Jijiech and the 3 beasts would come there. But the first thing to do now was to find the location of Jijiech. Godzilla slowly descended in an uninhabited suburb and then transformed into a human form. He stood upright, stepping on the soft soil. Even in the darkness, Godzilla's eyes saw everything as clearly as day. Aside from the gently swaying leaves, there were no other humans around. Feeling the coolness of the breeze against his face, Godzilla straightened his chest and took a deep breath. The air in America isn't particularly sweet either. Godzilla could not help but think of the so-called high-intellectual remarks from his past life. In their words, everything in Meligua was good, even the farts of Americans had a sweet fragrance worth taking home to preserve. Godzilla shook his head to dispel the thoughts. He now needed to figure out where exactly he was. Godzilla could sense that the Gene Energy Company's potion had begun to take effect, but not as an active transformation. Instead, it was being screened by Godzilla's genes in a predatory manner. Everything superfluous and useless was cast aside. Only a small portion that met the approval of Godzilla's genes was retained and merged through predatory assimilation. Godzilla's genes were already different from the new Godzilla that had bestowed them upon him. Now within his body were the genes of the dragon Godzilla, completely his own. Compared to the new Godzilla, the dragon Godzilla represented an entirely different evolutionary path. Godzilla could feel that his growth rate, which had been leveling off, began to surge dramatically. Correspondingly, the energy within his body decreased significantly. Unlike those three beasts, every bit of growth Godzilla achieved required 10 times more energy than they did. This was naturally due to Godzilla's physique being far superior to theirs. Although Godzilla could consume any object to maintain a rapid growth rate, if he did that, he would have no time for anything else. The greatest energy support for him was undoubtedly the naturally occurring radioactive minerals on Earth. Godzilla had not yet reached the level where he could use any substance for reactions. The easiest source of radioactive materials on Earth was the nuclear power plants built by humans. Godzilla could faintly sense that the radiation emitted by these nuclear power plants was like beacons in the night, guiding him like signposts, as long as they were within his detection range. No wonder the monsters that fed on radiation ended up rampaging across Meligua. Within Godzilla's detection range there happened to be two such beacons, emitting nuclear radiation. One was a bit farther away while the other was closer. If he could swallow the nuclear fuel from the power plant, Godzilla would not have to keep eating constantly. The nuclear fuel would be enough to support the energy needed for his evolution. The skies over Meligua were not like those of the Bourne continent. In a technological world, satellites and various radars were everywhere. If Godzilla took to the sky within a quarter of an hour, the local military of Meligua would send fighter jets. Doing so would be like stirring up a hornet's nest, which would be detrimental to Godzilla's plans. Now he needed to find someone to take him to the distant nuclear power plant. He was already hungry. The cityscape of the United States at night is etched deeply in everyone's memory, especially in Texas, where the rough and tumble spirit runs even fiercer. Darkness shrouds the prosperity this city enjoys by day, and on its streets at night it is rare to see anyone brave enough to walk alone. Those still active after dark are nearly all gang members, addicts, and streetwalkers of dubious profession. Of course, the downtown district is an exception where safety is at least somewhat guaranteed. Hey, Jack, what the hell is that? Am I seeing things? There's a kid out here in the middle of nowhere. What is he looking for? Oh, and he's got pink hair. Did he dye it in a strawberry jam jar? Kid, come here to Uncle Jimmy. Let Uncle Jimmy show you some real love. Godzilla gazed at the American streets at night, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He had heard one should not venture out alone after dark. He wanted to test that for himself. A child wandering the streets of America at night, dressed in peculiar clothing. It was unmistakably wrong in every way. But this was not the Marvel Universe, so these street thugs had no such awareness. Godzilla had not walked far when two drunken louts arm in arm spotted him and began lurching toward him. Upon getting a clear look at him, one of the scrawny black men's eyes lit up immediately, and he rattled off the above dialogue at breakneck speed. Perhaps it was some racial endowment. He spoke with a rapid-fire cadence peppered with rap-like inflections, but the words spilling from his mouth were anything but pleasant. Although Godzilla's English was poor thanks to the inherited magical ability of universal comprehension, he easily understood everything they said. After understanding what the man had said, Godzilla had already sentenced both of them to death in his mind. His expression darkened visibly, then quickly returned to normal. His companion Jack was no better. A child wandering alone at night, whether sold to the Viper Gang's traffickers or kept to hand over to their boss, was a profitable deal either way. Moreover, upon closer inspection, they took in Godzilla's appearance and were utterly stunned. They had never seen such a flawlessly perfect child. Jimmy's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His breathing quickened, his mouth hung wide open, and his heart pounded so violently that half his drunkenness vanished in an instant. Jack was not faring any better. A visible flush rose to his face as he exchanged a glance with Jimmy. The same thought occupied both their minds. Grab him. Little one, have you lost your family? Come to Uncle here. I'll take you to find your family, okay? Come on. Uncle has candy. Jack slowly approached Godzilla, rummaged wildly through his pocket, and pulled out several unidentifiable pills. A forced stiff smile spread across his face. Still intoxicated, he stumbled with uneven steps, nearly tripping and falling. Meanwhile, Jimmy closed his chatterbox mouth and crept forward in silence. In the darkness, those with poor eyesight would have seen nothing but two white eyeballs approaching. A truly horrifying sight. Perhaps afraid of alerting others and losing claim to the kid, neither Jimmy nor Jack chose to chase Godzilla directly. They opted for cunning instead. Witnessing their cringeworthy acting, a faint sneer curled Godzilla's lips before he quickly masked it. Of course he knew exactly what they were planning. But he was not the only one wary of drawing attention. An expression of fright flickered across his small face as his limbs fidgeted nervously. Proceeding with caution, he replied, "Really? You'll help me find my mom. I just arrived today, and the moment I stepped off the plane she was gone." Whether due to the alcohol or sheer greed clouding their judgment, neither detected that Godzilla was not speaking English. Astonishingly, they actually understood him. Of course. Just come with us. We'll definitely help you find your mom." The black man Jimmy, fearful Godzilla would not trust them, hastily began explaining. Grinning widely to project warmth, he revealed a row of teeth that made his advancing white eyeballs even more terrifying. Any ordinary child would have burst into tears at such a sight. Godzilla's lips twitched as he restrained the urge to slam the man's face into the pavement, speaking in a high-pitched voice instead. "Great. You're such good people." Yes, we are good people." Jimmy and Jack nodded in unison, radiating false innocence. Now steadying themselves, they reached Godzilla and seized his arm, without hesitation dragging him toward a side alley. The stench of their mixed alcohol, smoke, body odor, and some indescribable foulness hit Godzilla, making him regret his choice of escorts. Jimmy and Jack accelerated their pace, eventually breaking into a run while still dragging Godzilla along. An ordinary child would have been asking questions by now. Jimmy and Jack were ready to knock the kid out cold, yet somehow this unbelievably pretty child remained silent. Is this kid mentally defective? The thought struck both men simultaneously. Thud. They dragged Godzilla into a dilapidated room and slammed the door behind them, their restraint now completely gone. Tossing Godzilla onto the sofa, they immediately began discussing how to handle him. "Have we arrived?" Godzilla slowly rose from the sofa, stretching his neck and wrists. "Oh shit. Damn kid. If you don't want to taste Uncle Jimmy's big dick, behave yourself." Seeing Godzilla's complete lack of fear, Jimmy's anger flared. Rolling up his sleeves to display his puny arms, he cussed his way toward Godzilla. At this point, Godzilla could hold back no longer. While his transformation limited his power output, or risked breaking the spell, even 1/10,000th of his true strength was more than enough to overwhelm both men. Bang! A seemingly delicate fist hammered into Jimmy's abdomen. Jimmy's eyes bulged outward as he collapsed, clutching his stomach. "Oh, damn it, you filthy kid. I'm gonna kill you." Jimmy felt his intestines shattered. He wondered if he had smoked too much weed and was hallucinating. The attacker was not a child, but a gorilla. Still, he glared ferociously at Godzilla, continuing to curse through the pain. Jack was equally stunned. If Jimmy fell to one punch, he knew he would not last any longer. "Oh, kung fu." Jack produced his concealed pistol, pointing it directly at Godzilla. Triumphant, he declared, "Kid, I don't care how you took down Jimmy, but you're finished now. No amount of martial arts can save you from my gun. Kid, I don't know how you took down Jimmy, but now you're done for. Even with your kung fu skills, you can't beat a gun." But Godzilla remained unmoved, continuing his calm advance. "Stop. Fuck. Stop right now." Watching Godzilla keep walking forward, Jack grew visibly nervous. Pointing his pistol, he ultimately chose to fire. Bang! Fearing he might kill Godzilla, Jack specifically aimed for the legs, but the shot missed entirely. He only caught a blur before Godzilla vanished. When he reappeared, he was already standing right in front of him. Godzilla grabbed the gun from his hand. With Jack's eyes wide in absolute horror, the pistol crumpled into scrap metal. Then a single backhand sent him flying to the ground. Godzilla, in the terrified gazes of the two men, reached out and grabbed an iron rod, bringing it down upon their heads without mercy. After the beating, he felt remarkably refreshed, as if the very air around him had grown cleaner. With a clatter, Godzilla casually tossed the blood-soaked iron rod to the ground and made his way to the sofa, taking a seat. "Now tell me, which state is this? Where is Chicago? And where is the nearest nuclear power plant from here?" The two gang members lying on the floor were thoroughly frightened by Godzilla's brutality. Despite their pain, they eagerly began reporting to him. "This is Texas. Chicago is in Illinois. This city is." Though they didn't understand why Godzilla was asking such questions, they readily confessed everything in the interest of survival. As the two spoke, Godzilla gradually understood the layout, and once they produced an American highway map, he memorized it entirely at a glance. "I want to go to the nearest nuclear power plant. What transportation do you have here?" We do have a car, but it seems you can't drive it." Hearing this, Godzilla fell silent for an uncommon moment. In his past life, he knew how to drive, but now he could barely reach the accelerator. But he quickly devised a solution, forcing them to hand over their car keys and fill the tank with gasoline. Once everything was prepared, Godzilla didn't leave immediately. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Jimmy and Jack, his expression carrying some unspoken meaning. Panicked Jimmy and Jack fell to their knees, begging Godzilla to spare them. "I can spare you both, but only one of you will survive. Now decide among yourselves who gets that chance." Upon hearing Godzilla's words, their faces immediately changed. They exchanged wary glances before lunging at each other under his mocking gaze. Both had gone mad, their eyes fixed only on each other, desperate to kill, and seized the sole chance of survival, never noticing Godzilla had already slipped out of the house. Godzilla sealed the doors and windows, then poured the remaining gasoline around the house. His head shifted, and a torrent of scorching dragon flame erupted, igniting the fuel. Roaring flames engulfed the entire house. Inside, Jimmy, fueled by sheer ferocity, bit through Jack's throat. But as he rose, flames surrounded him. Only then did he realize Godzilla never intended to spare either of them. No. In Jimmy's desperate screams, the fierce flames consumed his body. Though Godzilla couldn't reach the pedals due to his height, he didn't need brakes. There was no turning back. Godzilla's vision and reflexes far surpassed human capability. He quickly started the car, skillfully shifted gears, and the vehicle began moving forward. Godzilla used an iron rod to hold down the accelerator, sending the engine revs to maximum. The car shot forward with wild momentum. Godzilla had shifted into top gear. The car continued accelerating until it hit its limit, 240 kilometers per hour. This was the car's maximum speed. Even through turns, Godzilla refused to slow down, relying entirely on the handbrake to drift through curves. Only Godzilla could drive like this. No ordinary person, no matter how confident in their driving, would dare such recklessness. Godzilla's immense physique allowed him to disregard the consequences of a crash, making his carefree driving possible. Though it was late at night, the highway outside the city still had traffic, mostly drag racers and truck drivers. When the drag racers first heard Godzilla's engine roaring, they instinctively slowed down, planning to speed up once he was close and leave him behind. But when Godzilla drifted through the curve at 240 kilometers per hour right before their eyes, they could only believe they'd witnessed something divine. The nuclear power plant wasn't far from the city, but still over 100 kilometers away. Without concern for the vehicle, Godzilla reached the facility in less than an hour. Naturally, he couldn't drive openly here. They wouldn't allow unauthorized vehicles inside. Godzilla removed the iron rod from the accelerator, shut off the engine as the speed dropped to minimum, and the car quickly pulled over. The nuclear power plant covered a vast area surrounded by high walls that prevented ordinary people from entering. As a national asset, security here was thorough. Not only armed patrol guards inside, but a small military base nearby. Surveillance cameras lined the high walls with few blind spots, yet Godzilla found a vulnerability. The towering walls couldn't stop him. With a single leap, he cleared them. Though it was nighttime, the plant was bustling with staff, bright lights illuminating every detail. Godzilla lacked the ability to sneak in invisibly, but he had his own methods. As a great dragon, his senses differed from humans. Where smoke might obscure vision for humans, it posed no problem for him. Moreover, his unique Godzilla dragon genes had already surpassed ordinary dragons, and by merging advantages from many Earth creatures, his senses had become even sharper. Even with his eyes closed, he could build a panoramic map in his mind, clearly sensing where anyone moved. No matter how tight the defenses, there were always weaknesses. These guards, accustomed to peace, were notably lax in their vigilance. Guided by his sense for nuclear materials, Godzilla evaded surveillance as he penetrated deeper into the facility. What surprised him was that the most intense radiation wasn't coming from the reactor core. Instead, it pointed toward a heavily secured room. Following the corridor, Godzilla hurried toward the source, but soon had to stop. A massive sealed door blocked his path, marked with several giant skull warning symbols. This appeared to be one of the most critical areas in the entire plant. Cameras surrounded the door, and Godzilla could clearly sense a special metal within. It seemed to be lead. So this was the destination. But how to enter without alerting the guards was the real challenge. Godzilla wasn't afraid of human weapons, but being discovered would bring trouble. If he could avoid being filmed in his transformed state, the problem would be much easier to solve. Godzilla quickly formed a plan. Looking at the cameras and alarms above the door, he gradually opened his mouth. In human form, his dragon breath was weaker, but still enough to destroy fragile surveillance equipment. Under the scorching dragon flame, both visible and hidden cameras were destroyed. At the same time, piercing alarm sounds echoed throughout the facility. What's happening? Looks like there's a problem at the material storage. Owing to the nuclear radiation, the warehouse contained no electronic devices whatsoever. Godzilla casually transformed his arm into a dragon claw, tearing open the thick safe to reveal several lead-wrapped boxes inside. Because uranium's mass is so great, storing it all together could easily reach critical mass. Once the uranium mass approaches about 15 kilograms, a chain fission reaction becomes highly probable, so it must be stored separately in lead boxes. Even through the lead boxes, Godzilla could still sense that the uranium inside was of extremely high purity and had not been processed into fuel rods for reactor use. This greatly simplified matters for Godzilla. He swallowed the uranium metal lead boxes and all into his stomach. Godzilla's stomach began its work. The lead casing around the uranium metal was quickly digested, and the radioactive uranium slowly started a fission reaction within his abdomen. Ugh! An intense red glow emanated from Godzilla's stomach region, spreading across his body, and his body temperature began to rise rapidly. But soon Godzilla's genes autonomously adjusted, isolating the effects of the nuclear material in his stomach. Now he felt nothing but a warm, pleasant sensation throughout his body, brimming with power. With this uranium metal, Godzilla could continue growing without pause. The purpose of his visit to the nuclear power plant had been fulfilled. Now he needed to race toward Chicago at full speed. The uranium undergoing fission inside Godzilla still affected him somewhat. Due to the surge of energy within his transformation technique was becoming subtly unstable. It seemed as if it might fail at any moment, reverting him to his original form. If the emergency response team caught him and a fight broke out, the transformation would surely collapse. To avoid this scenario, Godzilla hesitated no longer and began to withdraw rapidly. However, the nuclear plant's emergency team had already been dispatched, wearing thick protective suits and rushing toward his location. The overhead dry chemical fire suppression system had stopped spraying, but the entire corridor remained shrouded in a haze of smoke. Because of the uranium present, the fire prevention measures here did not include water-based extinguishing, as dealing with contaminated water would be problematic in the event of a radiation leak. However, this situation greatly benefited Godzilla, as he was unaffected by the mist. In contrast, the emergency team, clad in thick, cumbersome protective suits, found their vision obstructed despite the suit's ability to block radiation. Moreover, to avoid malfunctions, the suits were equipped only with breathing apparatus and communication devices, without any additional electronic instruments, making it impossible to thoroughly scan the material room. Emergency team, report status. We have entered the material room. The door has been destroyed, apparently melted by intense heat. Damn it. Did you catch anyone? What about the nuclear material? The nuclear material has been stolen. We found no one here. Taking advantage of his small size, Godzilla hid behind the door he had melted open. Once the entire protective suited team had entered, he quietly slipped out from behind them. The team members were all busy searching everywhere, overlooking the space behind them. After all, in their understanding, if someone had stolen such a massive amount of nuclear material, the target would be extremely conspicuous. Retracing his steps, Godzilla quickly scaled the wall and escaped. During this entire process, not a single person detected him. They had all fallen into a logical fallacy. That is, they assumed it must be a group operation, that the thieves who stole the nuclear fuel were still hiding somewhere inside the plant. Little did they know that while they mobilized surrounding police to assist in a meticulous search, Godzilla had already driven dozens of miles away. Not until the early hours did they empty-handed identify the vehicle Godzilla had driven through surveillance cameras. But by the time they alerted police along the route, Godzilla had already sunk the car into a river. After being driven for most of the night, the old battered car was on its last legs. Its fuel was nearly exhausted midway, and Godzilla couldn't exactly pull into a gas station to refuel. To erase his tracks, Godzilla turned off the road into the wilderness, found a small river, and drove the car into it. From then on, he would have to travel on foot. Without the car, Godzilla couldn't very well transform and fly. Instead, he simply dove into the river, reverted to his original form, and lurked at the bottom. He swam downstream, savoring the endless energy from the nuclear reaction. After drifting through the night, he had fully assimilated the evolution brought by the genetic serum. Unlike the giant crocodile that had grown to over 60 meters, the serum only granted him a 10-meter increase before losing its effect. Now his growth rate had returned to normal. Adding his original height, Godzilla now stood over 20 meters tall. Godzilla had harbored some expectations for these genetic serums, but how could the genes of ordinary creatures compare to those of a dragon and Godzilla? He was already satisfied with the 10-meter growth it provided. After all, Godzilla's combat prowess was far beyond that of any ape or wolf, in every aspect. His current size already surpassed that of a prime dragon, even reaching the level of an elder dragon. If Godzilla crouched low and included his tail, he measured over 40 meters in length. With nuclear weapons ineffective against him, this size allowed him to disregard most technological worlds. Of course, worlds with black technology were an exception. The river was not wide, and eventually Godzilla's body nearly filled most of its channel. As dawn approached, Godzilla left the river to avoid being spotted by early risers. He transformed back into human form and set off on the road toward Chicago. He walked at a moderate pace. After sunrise, traffic increased, mostly trucks passing by with occasional cars carrying tourists. Naturally, many drivers noticed Godzilla walking alone, but due to various concerns, none stopped. It is worth noting that with his increased size, Godzilla's transformed appearance had aged slightly, now resembling an 8 or 9-year-old boy. However, after a while, some kind-hearted people did stop to ask. When they learned that his destination was Chicago, they all tried to dissuade him. Though Godzilla had covered a significant distance, Chicago was still hundreds of kilometers away. A child his size could never make it on foot. They attempted to coax his home address out of him to send him back, but Godzilla refused them all as expected. Helpless, they had to drive away. But while some meant well, others harbored ill intentions. Once they invited Godzilla into their vehicle, everything after that was no longer under their control. Riding in the cars of these good Samaritans, Godzilla finally arrived in Chicago after several hours. The plot of this cinematic world was straightforward, revolving entirely around three colossal beasts, and the ones who created these three monsters were none other than Gene Energy Corporation. Godzilla gazed at the flowing traffic and the bustling crowds, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. These people were likely unaware that their peaceful days would soon be shattered by the arrival of three monstrous beasts converging upon them. Godzilla did not think highly of the two siblings from Gene Energy Corporation, nor did he care about the scientist who had developed the prototype of the Rage Serum. It was not that Godzilla underestimated the importance of scientific research, rather his main world was the Buluan continent. Even if he could bring the research results here to that continent, what use would they be? Even similar technological worlds had differences, let alone the Buluan continent, which was entirely distinct from a technological world. After all, in the Endless Star realm, there were not a few prime material planes, and each had its own peculiarities. Even the same species of dragon could differ. Rather than relying on scientists to research black technology, it was far more efficient and effective for Godzilla to grow and evolve on his own. According to the film's plot, this afternoon agents from the Secret Department, the Special Affairs Division, would go to Gene Energy Corporation to confiscate all the data. The low-frequency radio wave transmitter that would lure the three beasts to Chicago would also be activated by Claire today. Although Godzilla did not know the exact location of the Gene Energy Corporation building, he did not need to search the streets aimlessly. Once the low-frequency wave transmitter was turned on, he could easily find it. In the vast city of Chicago, a little boy like him wandering alone was not particularly conspicuous, and thus no one troubled him. Godzilla simply sat on a park bench watching the passers-by, and waited patiently. At that moment, a billboard on a building suddenly lit up, broadcasting the day's news. Godzilla clearly saw the figures of the flying wolf Ralph and the gorilla George. It seemed time was almost up, but the following news made him narrow his eyes. His deed had been exposed. The nuclear power plant from which he had stolen the nuclear materials had joined forces with the police and requested military assistance. They quickly traced the source of the car. The small-town gang in Texas had truly fallen into misfortune. While they were still indulging in their usual activities, skating, gambling, and carousing, a large force of armed soldiers and police surrounded them. Jimmy and Jack were already dead. Although the firefighters had arrived in time to prevent their bodies from being completely burned, nothing could be found from them. Finding no answers from the questioning, the soldiers and police simply sent them all to prison. A true unadulterated calamity. The car that Godzilla had driven until it was scrapped was also found, and in the river, where he had once hidden, they detected radiation levels exceeding the standard. Although Godzilla had been careful at the time, he had unavoidably left claw marks on the riverbed and the riverbank. Although these details were not reported, the U.S. military had already heightened their alert. Connecting the incident to Gene Energy Corporation's actions, the Claire siblings were honored to take the blame for Godzilla. However, due to insufficient evidence, they could not arrest them and had to leave in frustration. The Claire siblings were also bewildered. They both thought of the missing third vial of serum. Perhaps it was really their doing. Regardless of what the U.S. military and the Claire siblings thought, the residents of Texas were in an uproar, and the neighboring states also suffered greatly. If anyone understood radiation best besides the Japanese, it was the Americans. They had no desire to be killed by radiation for no reason. Panic-stricken people fell into riots with marches and protests. Among them, some uncivilized niggers even seized the opportunity to engage in $0 shopping activities. In their hearts, they were fervently praising the one who had given them this opportunity. These events gave the state government officials a massive headache. They had to focus their efforts on calming the public, temporarily slowing down the investigation into the nuclear power plant theft. Godzilla was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that the nuclear power plant would dare to report such an incident to the public. Truly, it was a free country. When he later saw the footage of the $0 shopping spree, he immediately realized that America was even more free. Different world, same America. The American pursuit of freedom would never change. After waiting for a while, the moment the low-frequency radio wave generator was activated, Godzilla immediately detected it. The distance was not close. It was at the other end of the city. This so-called low-frequency radio wave transmitter only annoyed Godzilla a little. It had no effect on him, let alone controlling his actions. However, the waves had a significant impact on the other three beasts. On the plane, the white-furred gorilla George, even after being injected with a sedative, woke up under the stimulation of the waves. Relying on the positioning of the low-frequency radio wave transmitter, Godzilla headed toward the Gene Energy Corporation. What he wanted was the antidote that could calm the three rampaging beasts. Although Godzilla did not understand science, he had fully merged with the gene serum and could clearly see its strengths and weaknesses. These serums were entirely obtained at the cost of life, to gain combat power. Despite relying on their mutated bodies, the three beasts could grow rapidly, heal quickly, and even withstand gunfire, but their internal structures were extremely fragile. The largest crocodile reached a length of 68 meters, yet weighed a mere 150 tons. For comparison, a blue whale of 20 to 30 meters weighed 100 to 200 tons. The antidote could halt the relentless life-draining effects of the gene serum. Even if George later failed to kill the crocodile, it would not have lived much longer. The reason Godzilla was so concerned was naturally because he had set his sights on the three beasts. Any creature that was subdued and surrendered to him could be taken out of the cinematic world. Of course, this was a one-way ticket. Only exit, no return. Although the three beasts seemed to effortlessly handle modern military forces, that was because they were in a city where humans could not use large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Moreover, humanity had underestimated them. That was another reason. If placed on the Bluan continent, these three beasts could certainly massacre ordinary armies, but when encountering powerful warriors, they would likely fall quickly. Nevertheless, if he could bring all three beasts under his command, it would greatly strengthen Godzilla's power. The once bustling Gene Energy Corporation building was now in a state of utter disarray, as if looted by bandits. The vast company was completely empty, with only the Claire's siblings left. Everyone else had left. Upon entering the building, Godzilla felt somewhat lost. Although he could understand English thanks to his language comprehension ability, staring at the English letters, he had no idea which room held the antidote. The antidote did not emit radiation to guide him, so Godzilla had no choice but to temporarily withdraw from the building. He could only wait for the arrival of the protagonists. Godzilla was confident that he had not altered the plot too much. If nothing unexpected happened, the protagonist would still come here seeking the antidote, and he could follow them to find it. The sky gradually darkened. Godzilla knew that the three beasts were rushing here recklessly, and to make them submit, demonstrating his power was essential. Very well. Let the world witness the power of Godzilla. Leaning back on the park bench, Godzilla felt the energy within him surging and growing, increasingly scorching. Tonight in Chicago, it seemed peaceful and uneventful as usual, but the three colossal beasts were gathering momentum from distant lands, heading straight for this place. As dawn approached, Godzilla faintly caught the sound of explosions echoing from the distance. It appeared those monstrous creatures had nearly arrived. The military had severely underestimated the behemoths spawned by the rage virus, and failed to intercept them as they closed in on Chicago. George the albino gorilla and Ralph the winged wolf had already pressed close to Chicago. Human light weaponry was utterly useless against them, and in the heart of the city, heavy destructive weapons could not be deployed without devastating civilian areas. American officers had ordered ground forces into action, deploying armored vehicles and gunships, yet against the colossal beasts these defenses still appeared woefully inadequate. The mere presence of Ralph the winged wolf and George the giant gorilla was already causing the American military significant trouble. But then something even more alarming occurred. The most powerful of these behemoths, the crocodile Liz, had made landfall. The moment she appeared, she capsized a sightseeing vessel on the river, sending all aboard to their deaths. That thing, what is it? The American colonel's eyes hardened with fury as he spotted the crocodile outside his surveillance systems. Direct all fire on that crocodile. Stop it before it breaches the city limits. Pull up the data from yesterday's nuclear plant incident and determine if there's any connection. The moment the massive crocodile appeared, everyone privy to the nuclear plant's secrets immediately connected it to the enormous claw marks. Yet reality dashed their hopes. As they analyzed and compared the data, they discovered the two profiles didn't match. After the colossal crocodile Liz made landfall, she quickly encountered the modern army's defenses, but tragically against such a thick-skinned beast, even armored vehicles proved as fragile as toys. The three monsters kept pushing toward the Geneco Tower, while the piercing low-frequency radio waves constantly assaulted their minds, driving them into a restless, violent frenzy. The protagonist has arrived. Then it's time for me to make my entrance. Godzilla noticed a bald black man escorting a black woman into the Geneco building, so he rose and followed stealthily behind them. Kate, formerly a researcher at Geneco, knew the building intimately and led Davis straight to the room where the antidote was hidden. Just then Claire and her brother appeared, unexpectedly confronting them. Davis tried to turn the tables using his exceptional skills, attempting to destabilize the siblings with words, but he hadn't anticipated Claire's ruthless nature, and she opened fire without hesitation. Davis clutched his stomach and collapsed instantly, while Kate, forced at gunpoint, had no choice but to go with them. But as they turned, someone appeared before them whom they never expected. A child. How did you get here? Claire narrowed her eyes at the strikingly handsome boy before her weapons sweeping up and down almost casually. It doesn't matter how I got here. What matters is that I came for the antidote in your hands. The boy stood blocking their path, utterly unfazed by the gun pointed at him. Oh, how unfortunate. I certainly can't hand that over to you, little one. Claire slowly turned her pistol toward Godzilla, her face twisted with malice. What could a mere child possibly do? No, don't do this, Claire. He's just a child. Kate, who knew Claire's cruel nature all too well, rushed to intervene. She could not stand by and watch a child die before her eyes. Shut up, or I'll kill you too. The building trembled slightly as the white gorilla George scaled its walls, driving Claire further into impatience. Kate's lips parted at the gun aimed at her, but she dared not speak, simply turning her face away in silence. Little one, remember never to wander off again. Though Claire didn't believe Godzilla posed a threat to her, her ruthless nature meant she wouldn't spare anyone who might endanger her. She raised her pistol toward Godzilla once more, her expression contorted with cruelty, as though the act of killing a child brought her satisfaction. Blake, standing beside her, kept his lips moving as if wanting to speak, but eventually he sighed and abandoned his attempt to intervene. In everyone present, Godzilla was already marked for death. Bang! Claire fired, but instead of hitting Godzilla, the bullet exploded in her own hand. The sight left everyone stunned. At the precise moment she pulled the trigger, Godzilla moved with speed beyond human comprehension, inserting his finger directly into the barrel. Ah, my hand. Claire clutched her mangled palm and wailed, tears streaming down her face, her former arrogance completely shattered. Crack! A bench struck Claire from behind, knocking her unconscious in one swift motion. It was Davis, rising from his pain to deliver the blow. Oh, I surrender. Please don't hurt me. Claire's brother raised his hands quickly, showing no hostility. He backed away slowly, abandoning his sister, and ran straight for the stairs. Neither Davis nor Godzilla paid him any mind. Godzilla was busy gathering the antidote, while Davis watched him with wariness. Listen, I don't know what you're after, but this isn't something you can be part of. Give me what you have. Your only option now is to escape. Davis, who had been playing dead on the ground, was likely the only one who witnessed everything Godzilla did. As a former Marine sniper and anti-poaching operative, he understood that no human could replicate what Godzilla had just accomplished. Godzilla continued his work without pause, barely glancing at Davis before speaking slowly after collecting all the antidotes. If I were you, I wouldn't say such things. If you want to live, stay out of my way. As he spoke, Godzilla rose and made for the rooftop. Meanwhile, the building shook violently as Liz the crocodile and Ralph the winged wolf arrived, scaling the structure. Hey! Kate started to protest, but Davis stopped her. She stared at him in confusion, wondering why such a tough man would fear a mere child. Davis's expression grew grave. He could feel that Godzilla meant every word. Unlike Claire's malicious cruelty, Godzilla inspired a primal dread. It felt like standing alone on a cliff's edge or being abandoned in the vast emptiness of space. Every danger Davis had faced in his life paled in comparison to a single glance from Godzilla. We need to move. Do as he says. Davis's face darkened as the building trembled more violently. Just as Godzilla warned, they'd have no chance to escape if they waited. Godzilla reached the rooftop and saw George the albino ape attacking the low-frequency transmitter. He casually tossed a vial of antidote into the creature's mouth. At that range, Godzilla couldn't miss. The frenzied gorilla never even registered what it had swallowed. Ralph the winged wolf and Liz the crocodile climbed up as well. Under the combined force of these three behemoths, the Geneco building groaned and began to topple. Godzilla flung the remaining antidotes into their mouths. Their focus on destroying the transmitter left them oblivious as the structure collapsed around them. Godzilla didn't flee. Amidst the dust and debris, he chose to reveal his true form. To subdue these monsters, he needed to break them first. That was an unchanging law. With a thunderous crash, the building crumbled completely. Then a majestic roar echoed through the chaos, and a colossal figure emerged on the rooftop, spreading its wings to announce its arrival to the world. Everyone who heard Godzilla's roar felt a shudder run through their hearts, as if a terrifying beast was standing right before their eyes. This feeling came abruptly, and then they witnessed a sight they would never forget for the rest of their lives. A ferocious dragon was rising from the ruins of the Gene Energy Company building. His wings spread wide like a demon descending upon the mortal world. The moment Godzilla returned to his original form, the drones in the sky locked onto him, and his image was transmitted to the U.S. military command without delay. Damn it! What is this thing now? Don't tell me this is also from the Gene Energy Company. The U.S. colonel was already furious. Just 3 giant beasts had caused heavy casualties to his forces, and now there was another one that could fly. Could things get any worse? Speed up the B-2 bombers. We must kill that damned beast before it flies somewhere else. This was a treatment that the previous 3 giant beasts had never received. Not even Agent Russell from the Political Affairs Office could stop him now. Moreover, Davis had failed to obtain the antidote, leaving him unable to convince the colonel. He could only silently call Davis and offer an apology. Colonel, the comparison results are out. This newly appeared giant beast's data matched the traces left in the river from the nuclear power plant theft incident. Then, tell me, what does this mean? The U.S. colonel stared into the technician's eyes, pressing him aggressively. Colonel, according to our inference, this new giant beast likely feeds on nuclear energy. The stolen uranium metal should be in its stomach. The technician took a slow breath and continued. In other words, even if we kill this beast, we must be prepared for nuclear radiation leakage. After hearing the technician's words, the U.S. colonel nearly stumbled. After all, Godzilla had swallowed over 40 kilograms of uranium. If this uranium leaked out with Godzilla, the entire city would be contaminated by radiation. This was no longer something his unit could handle. Despite his reluctance, he gritted his teeth and walked to a telephone. With trembling hands, he dialed the number. General, it's like this. After the call was made, the Illinois Disaster Prevention Department had already sounded emergency alarms. They quickly prepared all measures to deal with radiation, waiting only for the giant beast to die before proceeding with cleanup. Including the U.S. colonel, none of them doubted that they could kill Godzilla. What they were worried about now was only the aftermath. This was the confidence of a great power and the superiority of humanity. No matter how ferocious the beast, hadn't they all been tamed by modern humans? But Davis, who was right next to Godzilla, thought otherwise. The feeling Godzilla gave him reminded him of the boy he had encountered in the building. Although this idea was utterly insane, and even he didn't believe it, there was always this intuition in his heart. This newly appeared giant beast must be connected to that boy. Having fallen from such a tall building, the three giant beasts had suffered no harm. After losing their common target, they involuntarily turned their gazes toward one another. Moreover, Russell had brought a very unfortunate piece of news, so he could only choose to retreat. This place was clearly not somewhere to linger. Davis grabbed Kate, who had been in a state of shock since Godzilla appeared, her eyes vacant. She kept muttering, "Impossible. Shouldn't be. This is unscientific," and such words. It was truly laughable. The scientist who had essentially created these three unscientific giant beasts was now saying it was unscientific. The drug's effect seemed not to have taken hold yet. The three giant beasts were still equally berserk. They temporarily ignored Godzilla flying in the sky, exchanged glances, and then charged at each other. Godzilla hadn't returned to his original form just to watch the show. Taking advantage of the three giant beasts not yet regaining their senses, beating them up now would surely leave a deep impression. With that thought, Godzilla stopped flying, ceasing the particle flow from the base of his dragon wings. He spread his wings and dove straight toward the three giant beasts. Facing this sudden dragon from the sky, the white-haired gorilla George and the flying wolf Ralph both chose to dodge, but the largest giant crocodile Liz met it head-on without fear. Since its mutation, it had never lost in strength. Even the other mutated giant beasts, Ralph and George, dared not confront it directly. Thud! As if the mountains were shaking, Godzilla's body slammed violently into the giant crocodile. For some reason, Godzilla did not use his sharp claws and teeth, but only relied on the speed and weight of his dive. The giant crocodile was knocked over by Godzilla. Not only that, but the scales on the part of its body that came into contact with Godzilla were shattered. These were scales that even rocket launchers couldn't penetrate. Yet they were shattered in a single collision. In contrast, Godzilla's cherry-pink scales still glistened, as if freshly polished, without even a single scratch. Although Godzilla's current size was much smaller than the giant crocodile, his weight was even greater. This was the main reason why Godzilla found it difficult to fly. As the saying goes, good things come in small packages. Though not always true, it holds some wisdom. These giant beasts had grown too fast without time to settle. The giant crocodile Liz had clearly suffered a great loss in this collision. And this was with Godzilla holding back. If he had used his claws, Liz would have been pierced through by now. The threat Godzilla posed to the three giant beasts was too great. Even though they were still in a berserk state, they unanimously chose to join forces. The flying wolf Ralph and the albino gorilla George took the opportunity to attack. The giant wolf had grown many spikes on its body, which it flung at Godzilla, while George secretly picked up a large piece of wall, lifted it above his head, and leaped violently toward Godzilla's head. Godzilla felt a slight anger. Why did someone always want to smash his head? The spike shot from Ralph's body struck Godzilla, making a clattering sound as they fell to the ground. Godzilla glanced sideways at the albino gorilla George, then spread his dragon wings and gave a fierce flap, striking George directly and sending him flying. Perhaps he had used a bit too much force. The 10-meter-tall gorilla was sent flying dozens of meters away. As luck would have it, the albino gorilla George landed right next to his keeper Davis. Perhaps because it was the smallest in size, the drug's effect took hold on it first. It shook its head vigorously, and its eyes became clear. "Hey, George, it's me." Davis keenly noticed this and quickly called out to the albino gorilla George. George now recognized Davis. Under Davis's guidance, George decided to join him in stopping this catastrophe. But when it looked at Godzilla, who was beating up the giant wolf and crocodile, its expression immediately turned timid. Unlike the state when it was affected by the drug, it was now fully awake. As an animal, George could better sense the explosive energy hidden deep within Godzilla. But under Davis's eager gaze, George had no choice but to brace himself and go get beaten up. Meanwhile, Davis called Russell again, asking him to postpone the military superbomb drop. Until now, he still harbored a faint, unrealistic hope. Russell once again contacted the military colonel on the phone. After his persistent persuasion, the colonel reluctantly agreed to his proposal, though the mission aircraft still remained in place. The colonel issued a patrol order to the B-2 stealth bomber pilot. If any sign of trouble emerged, the super bomb was to be dropped without hesitation. This time Davis chose not to foolishly confront the enemy alongside George. The colossal beast resembling a dragon stirred an instinctive unease within him. Driven by the unprecedented pressure from Godzilla, the three rampaging monsters made a tacit decision to unite. Liz, relying on her formidable physique, stepped forward to engage Godzilla in close combat. Ralph the dire wolf, leveraging his agile body, continuously fired disruptive spines, seizing opportunities to strike at Godzilla's vulnerable spots. Among the three monsters, the albino gorilla George was undoubtedly the least effective in attack. The sheer disparity in size alone made it nearly impossible for him to inflict any significant harm on Godzilla. Facing the combined assault of the three beasts, Godzilla remained fearless. The crocodile Liz's attack pattern was monotonous. Aside from biting with her massive jaws, she relied on her immense size to overpower her opponent. However, given that Godzilla surpassed her in both defense and strength, the crocodile Liz could only endure a beating. Godzilla retracted his claws and delivered repeated blows with his iron fists upon Liz, leaving her body battered and dented with scales scattered across the ground. Ralph, meanwhile, was ensnared by Godzilla's long, powerful tail. Godzilla swung the tail relentlessly, slamming Ralph against the ground over and over. As for George, he dared only to hurl objects from a distance. Cars, floor slabs, rubble, statues. At Godzilla. All these objects were intercepted by Godzilla's dragon wings, often deflected before they could even touch his body. After being pummeled by Godzilla's barrage of punches, the giant crocodile, Liz, collapsed to the ground. Godzilla grabbed her by the tail and hurled her into a skyscraper. The dire wolf Ralph suffered the same fate, flung onto the crocodile's body. The albino gorilla George attempted to flee, but before he could take 2 steps, Godzilla swooped down, snatched him up, and tossed him onto the same pile. What is he doing? In the U.S. Military Command Center, the team observed Godzilla's unusual movements through real-time drone footage. After watching for so long, they had come to recognize Godzilla's distinctiveness. Unlike the three monsters, every action of Godzilla seemed purposeful. He appeared to possess intelligence. Of course, this was merely speculation. They were reluctant to accept and would not permit the existence of a second intelligent species on Earth, for humans were the masters of this planet. At this moment, the antidote had fully taken effect. The crocodile Liz and the dire wolf Ralph's eyes grew clear, having completely shed the influence of the rage serum. Pitiful beasts. The rage serum has utterly altered your destinies. Remain here, and you will face nothing but endless harassment from humanity. Compared to humans, you are far too weak. Now I, the great dragon Godzilla, will offer you a chance to survive. Godzilla's voice suddenly rose. He spread his wings and soared to a high pile of rubble, casting a shadow that engulfed the three monsters. That chance is to submit to me. I will lead you away from this world. Simultaneously, Godzilla unleashed the draconic pressure he had been suppressing. The fierce, surging aura even knocked several people unconscious. In the U.S. Military Command Center, everyone was struck speechless with shock. Though Godzilla's previous actions had hinted at considerable intelligence, they had still considered him a beast, subconsciously denying the possibility of his sentience. But now they could no longer fool themselves. Even though they could not understand what Godzilla was saying, there was no doubt that it was a brand new language never before heard on this world. It was draconic. The language of dragons was majestic and imbued with powerful magic. Though this universe lacked magical particles preventing the language from resonating with arcane forces, it was still far more imposing than ordinary speech. Godzilla was not concerned about comprehension. With his ability to understand all languages, he could communicate seamlessly with any intelligent being. Naturally, this included not only the three monsters, but also every human within Godzilla's vicinity, including Davis and Kate. My God, am I going insane? Kate was so overwhelmed she could barely speak. He says he is a dragon. Oh damn. I have never heard this language before, yet I understand every word. What is this? Magic. Under the previous draconic pressure, Kate had already wet herself, but now she paid it no heed. Her eyes were fixed on Godzilla, as if she were seeing a deity. Not only her, but everyone still conscious stood their mouths agape. Dragons were legendary creatures, and now an unknown being claimed to be one. How could this not strike terror into their hearts? Godzilla paid no attention to the humans' reactions. His eyes were locked on the three monsters before him. His azure golden irises emitted a tangible glare, pressing down upon them with overwhelming force. As animals, the three monsters were not as shocked as humans. They had no concept of dragons, so the revelation did not unsettle them. However, Godzilla's overwhelming strength and the oppressive aura radiating from him forced them to submit. But Liz, being a cold-blooded reptile, even after growing into a 60-meter-long crocodile with a brain enhanced by the rage serum, still followed her instincts. She chose not to submit. Instead, she opened her massive jaws, first displaying a threatening gesture toward Godzilla, then slowly backing away. This was typical crocodile behavior. Their group consciousness was weak. Even when they lived together and selected the strongest as leader, the weakest would still disregard the strongest's commands. It was simply their nature. The dire wolf Ralph, on the other hand, was different. Wolves were pack animals with strong group cohesion and obedience. Though the rage serum had driven him to kill his entire pack, he still bowed to a superior force. As for George the gorilla, with intelligence far surpassing the other two, he had a cognitive level close to that of a human child. Seeing that Godzilla was capable of communication, George began gesturing with sign language he had learned from Davis, while supplementing with vivid expressions. He said he could not bear to part with Davis. They were family, and he begged Godzilla to spare him and let him reunite with Davis. I am not negotiating with you. This is a command. If you refuse to submit, I will have no choice but to kill you all. However, apart from the dire wolf Ralph, who explicitly expressed submission, the crocodile and George still clung to their old ways. Seeing this, Godzilla shook his head in disappointment, clicking his tongue. It seems there really are those who do not fear death. How dare they defy my will? The crocodile seemed beyond redemption. She could not change her instincts. Godzilla had to settle for his second choice, setting his sights on the albino gorilla. To intimidate the other two beasts, Godzilla decided to make an example of one. However, the chicken he chose was rather large. Moreover, giant crocodile, Liz possessed nothing of value beyond its colossal size. In that world, it would likely serve merely as a living target for high-tier professionals and mages alike. By comparison, giant wolf Ralph proved somewhat more useful, his repertoire of abilities far surpassing that of the giant crocodile. Godzilla launched himself toward giant crocodile Liz in an instant. Sensing the killing intent radiating from the titan, the crocodile was seized by panic and fled in a frenzy. When consumed by the berserk potion, giant crocodile Liz had nearly been beaten to death by Godzilla. Now that the potion's effects had faded, a profound terror toward Godzilla took root in its mind. Yet all was futile. How could its crawling pace on the ground ever match Godzilla's flight through the lower skies? After only a few strides, Godzilla descended from above and shattered its skull with a single claw. After 2 convulsions, it collapsed to the ground. White Ape George's heart nearly stopped at the sight. The effectiveness of making an example of the crocodile had proven far greater than anyone could have anticipated. In an instant, George dropped to his knees and bowed with all 5 limbs touching the ground, a gesture of complete submission learned from humans. From his throat came whimpering sounds like a wounded creature imploring Godzilla to spare his life. Godzilla gave a satisfied nod at this outcome. His mission essentially had been accomplished. But at that moment, a dark speck fell from the sky. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself as a massive spherical superbomb. While Godzilla was subduing the 3 great beasts, officers in the U.S. Military Command Center had pieced together the meaning behind Godzilla's sounds through the soldiers present at the scene. A dragon. A creature of pure myth. Yet here it stood before them in flesh and blood. They could not deny what their eyes witnessed. Even more unsettling was the account from frontline soldiers. Though they could not understand Godzilla's language, they somehow grasped the meaning behind his words, a phenomenon that demanded careful consideration. Driven by fear of the unknown and greed, the U.S. military quickly reached a consensus: eliminate the dragon, known as Godzilla. Of course, capturing it alive would be ideal. With this directive, no one gave a second thought to the frontline soldiers or the civilians who had failed to evacuate. Such concerns paled in comparison to the prize that was Godzilla. Very soon, as a test strike, a B-2 stealth bomber pilot acting on military orders dropped a super bomb toward Chicago. Godzilla abruptly raised his head, gazing at the dark speck descending through the sky. Having witnessed this scenario multiple times before, he quickly recognized it from memory. An American super bomb, the most devastating conventional weapon at their disposal. Since growing to over 20 meters tall, Godzilla had harbored a subtle sense of invincibility, and he was not entirely wrong. Human conventional weapons simply could not harm him now. Naturally, this super bomb could not kill Godzilla. If he were not at the epicenter, he would likely emerge unscathed. But his newly subjugated followers might not survive such an attack. Despite the 3 great beasts' immense power, the U.S. military had placed their confidence in this weapon for a reason. Not only Godzilla but nearby humans also spotted the falling super bomb. Without needing to explain, everyone understood what it meant. In an instant, wailing and curses erupted from every direction. Those who had been unaware caught sight of the bomb as those around them reacted, and despair consumed them utterly. As citizens of the United States, they had expected salvation from their government in this moment of crisis, only to be met with a super bomb. How could they not rage? Some wept and wailed, others stood frozen in shock. Some fired their weapons wildly into the sky, consumed by uncontrollable fury. Others fled, while still others knelt and prayed to God. In that moment, humanity displayed every possible expression of suffering and despair. Davis too abandoned any attempt to flee. Reflecting on his life, he realized he had always preferred animals to people. As expected, humans are simply not trustworthy, especially those in power. Davis chuckled bitterly at his own fate, yet a strange calm settled over him as death approached. Unconsciously, his gaze drifted toward Godzilla. He wondered whether such a mythical creature could withstand the blast. Godzilla watched the bomb descend and knew he could not let it detonate. Otherwise, all his efforts would be for nothing. Before the bomb could strike, Godzilla slammed his feet against the earth and launched himself skyward, his massive wings spreading as he surged toward the descending weapon. As a colossal dragon, every movement of Godzilla's drew countless eyes, especially this reckless charge toward the bomb. In this moment of life and death, all eyes turned instinctively toward the beast. To everyone's astonishment, as Godzilla approached the bomb, he unleashed a visible blue frost from his maw, encasing the super weapon in a thick layer of ice. The threat had vanished. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, overcome with relief at having survived. Their attitude toward Godzilla shifted entirely, from fear to reverence. Some dropped to their knees, offering continuous prayers to the creature. They elevated Godzilla to the status of a deity. Though he had acted solely for his own purposes, not humanity's, he had undeniably saved every life present. A testament to the remarkable power of human imagination. Godzilla's true intention was to tame the great beasts, yet they rewrote the narrative to cast him as their savior. Having endured such turmoil, they desperately needed something to anchor their hope. Godzilla, with his transcendent power, naturally became their sole focus. Once the super bomb was completely encased in ice, Godzilla swept his powerful wings and sent it spiraling into the nearby river, where it sank to the bottom. This display left everyone in the U.S. command center stunned, not only by Godzilla's apparent understanding of human weaponry, but by the extraordinary breath he had unleashed. That single breath of frost cemented their conviction Godzilla was indeed a dragon. The command center's authority had shifted beyond their control. Senior military and political leaders from across the United States patched into the feed, including the president himself. This command center was closest to Godzilla and had been managing the beast incident throughout, making it the logical hub for decision-making. The original commander, a U.S. colonel, could only stand awkwardly to the side. Every voice connected to the command center now held far greater authority than he did. B-2 bomber mission failed. Requesting instructions. The pilot's shocked report crackled through the earpiece. The colonel instinctively opened his mouth to issue orders, then paused, realizing he needed to defer to his superiors instead. Through the video link, voices overlapped in heated debate. Yet beneath the chaos, a singular consensus emerged: Godzilla must not be allowed to escape. No matter the cost, we keep him here, the president declared, silencing the room. Colonel Blake, I order you to contain this dragon at all costs. Deploy every available asset. Reinforcements from nearby bases are en route. Do not let it escape. Yes, sir. Duty bound him to obey. Despite the depleted garrison, Colonel Blake had no choice but to comply. A bitter smile hung on Colonel Black's face. To keep Godzilla here, they would have to fill the ground with human lives. He had already deployed all his ground mobile forces, including over a dozen armored vehicles and several tanks. All the heavy firepower stored in the arsenal had been unearthed: heavy machine guns, anti-tank rocket launchers, howitzers, and the like. The Air Force was also committed in one fell swoop. The few remaining fighter jets roared into the sky, each carrying several missiles. The soldiers still near Godzilla received orders they were to hold him back at all costs, preventing him from leaving the battlefield no matter the sacrifice. As soon as this order was issued, an uproar erupted among the surviving troops. They had barely survived being nearly blown up by their own bombs, and now, after clinging to life, they received another suicidal command from above. How could they accept this? Moreover, the target they were ordered to face was Godzilla, who had just saved all of them. Regardless of whether Godzilla had saved them out of sincerity or falsehood, they still owed him that debt. And the closer they got to Godzilla, the more they felt his surging power and oppressive aura. Just approaching Godzilla made them tremble. Their weapons seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. They couldn't even lift them. How could they possibly fight Godzilla? Most of the soldiers mutinied. They angrily threw down their weapons, stripped off their uniforms, tore off their medals, and flung them to the ground, stomping on them fiercely. Some even set fire to the American flag, reducing it to ashes. A few officers and soldiers still loyal to America tried to regain control of the morale, but they were far too few to stand against the mutinous troops. Forget about stopping Godzilla. It was already a blessing that they weren't adding to the chaos. However, this only applied to the units near Godzilla. Those farther away, unaware of what had happened, received the orders and rushed over without hesitation. The first to arrive were the remaining few attack helicopters. Amid the roar of engines, 2 helicopters surrounded Godzilla, one ahead and one behind. Perhaps taught by their previous battle with the giant beasts, they only dared to fire their heavy machine guns at Godzilla from a distance, not daring to approach an inch. The bullets from these heavy machine guns could barely pierce the skin of the three giant beasts, let alone harm Godzilla. A torrent of bullets dense as a rainstorm pelted against Godzilla's body, but aside from sparking tiny flashes, they did not even scratch him. But although the attacks didn't hurt Godzilla, they irritated him immensely. To him, the two helicopters were like oversized flies buzzing incessantly around his ears, making him want to crush them with a single swipe. Godzilla thought it, and so he did it. The two helicopters thought they were far enough away to be safe, but reality slapped them hard. Godzilla's speed was far greater than that of the three giant beasts. Both in agility and explosive power, they were no match. With a single leap, Godzilla instantly crossed hundreds of meters and slammed his massive palm down onto one of the helicopters. The helicopter pilot, seeing Godzilla suddenly appear before him, was gripped by sheer terror. He yanked the throttle to the max and pulled the stick up as hard as he could, but in the end he was swallowed by the explosion's flames with a scream. The pilot of the other helicopter was terrified. The roaring machine gun fell silent as he frantically climbed for altitude. But before he could rise 100 meters, Godzilla grabbed the helicopter and slammed it violently into the ground. Roar! After disposing of those two annoying flies, Godzilla couldn't help but roar, then slowly descended amid the awed gazes of all. But the ground reinforcements had also arrived. Amid the rumbling gunfire, countless shells and bullets targeted the descending Godzilla, hurtling toward him. For a moment, the bombardment thundered, jolting everyone near Godzilla awake. They seemed to realize the U.S. government intended to keep Godzilla here, and they had already been abandoned. The shells would not show mercy just because they were human. Before the bombardment could reach them, most people chose to flee outward, while a small trembling few hid, hoping to save their lives. Seeing the relentless U.S. forces, Godzilla's anger began to kindle. He was only trying to take away two underlings. Why must they be so aggressive? But in his heart he knew this was inevitable. For him, and for the three giant beasts alike. Only in the eyes of humans he was worth more. You two hide by the river first. After I deal with them, I'll take you away. To prevent his newly acquired underlings from being killed by stray shells, Godzilla nimbly dodged the densest areas of bombardment while restraining the eager Ralph, the flying wolf. Ralph was quite obedient. He immediately suppressed his urge to attack and turned to run toward the river. George, the albino gorilla, always mindful of his owners, scooped up Davis and Kate before dashing to the river. These shells were far more powerful than heavy machine gun rounds. Even Godzilla's formidable defense could not completely negate their impact. Moreover, many of them were armor-piercing shells. He had not yet grown to the level of new Godzilla, whose defense could ignore all human weapons. But hurting him merely meant cracking his scales and tearing a few small wounds. The shells couldn't even penetrate his body. Even his seemingly weakest dragon wings were enough to withstand the shell blasts. However, although the shells couldn't wound Godzilla, the sheer force of the dense explosions made it difficult for him to advance. The commander of this battle was highly experienced. Seeing that he couldn't harm Godzilla, he ordered his troops to attack in staggered waves to maintain an unrelenting barrage. But this reduced the density of the fire. Godzilla seized the opportunity, activating the thrusters on his dragon wings, and charged through the bullet storm straight into the armored vehicle formation. The human soldiers who had been fighting suddenly realized face to face with Godzilla what they were up against. Even their fingers trembled on the triggers, their limbs stiff and immobile. Godzilla was merciful in dealing with those who dared attack him. He unleashed a scorching dragon breath, spraying it in a 360-degree arc that engulfed the entire position. The soldiers outside didn't even have time to scream before they were incinerated into ash. But those inside the vehicles suffered a worse fate. The vehicles quickly turned red-hot, their internal components melting, and the humans inside. Their end was easy to imagine. Though they died only a few seconds later than those exposed, those few seconds subjected them to a torment no less than a sea of fire and a mountain of blades. Thus Godzilla wiped out the entire U.S. ground force. Reinforcements from the nearest military base, ground troops, would take at least a few hours to arrive, but fighter jets would be much faster, reaching in about half an hour. The command room fell into dead silence. Although they knew the ground forces stood no chance against Godzilla, none of them expected the troops they had placed such hope in to be defeated so swiftly. After a brief silence, everyone present turned their gaze toward Colonel Blake. With the connection ended, he once again became the most powerful person in this command room. As a black man, his face showed no emotion, and people could not read anything from his expression. But inside his heart was screaming frantically. Why are you all looking at me like that? What could I possibly do? My most elite ground forces were wiped out so easily. What am I supposed to do? You don't expect me to carry a rifle and fight that giant dragon for 300 rounds, do you? That's what Captain America is for. Although his inner thoughts were in chaos, to everyone else their commander remained as calm as ever. As if facing an insurmountable catastrophe, his expression never faltered. Fortunately, just then fighter jets launched from the air base arrived in time and attacked Godzilla again. Finally, we've kept him from escaping. Colonel Blake secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The fighter squadron before him was his only remaining weapon. If these fighters failed, there would be nothing left to stop Godzilla. The fighter jets roared in and from a distance unleashed a devastating barrage with their mounted machine guns sweeping at Godzilla. Unfortunately, like the tank shells on the ground, this had no effect whatsoever on Godzilla. His defense against pure physical damage was astonishingly high. A total of 4 fighter jets flew relentlessly across the sky, emitting piercing sonic booms. Here we go again. Godzilla's anger surged within his heart. These buzzing fighter jets were just as annoying as the helicopters he had shot down. However, their speeds were in different leagues. Even with his particle beam acceleration, Godzilla could barely keep pace with the fighter jets. Though unable to pierce his defenses, the bullets pinging against his scales still caused Godzilla some minor irritation. Fighter pilots possess far greater combat expertise than ordinary soldiers. Upon realizing their heavy machine gun bullets were ineffective against Godzilla, they immediately adjusted their tactics. Given Godzilla's impressive speed, they needed to slow him down before launching missile attacks. Naturally, Godzilla had no idea of their plans. He was merely annoyed and had yet to figure out how to deal with these incredibly fast jet fighters. After coordinating with the combat operations room, the fighter pilots began executing their plan. First, one fighter would draw Godzilla's attention, while the other 2 harassed from the flanks. Finally, using computer calculations to predict his trajectory, one jet would force Godzilla to a halt. Then the remaining 3 fighters would strike at Godzilla's weak point. But where exactly was Godzilla's weakness? After discussion in the operations command room, they unanimously agreed that Godzilla's eyes must be his weak spot. Because no matter what creature, the eyes are always the most vulnerable. Compared to Godzilla's overly hardened scales, his eyes appeared far more fragile. However, they were mistaken. Dragon eyes are similar to cold-blooded creatures, with a transparent nictitating membrane between the eyelid and eyeball. And that eyelid of Godzilla's naturally possessed formidable defensive capabilities. As one of evolution's most perfect creatures, how would a dragon leave such an obvious vulnerability? Moreover, even without that membrane, a dragon's ocular defenses were far stronger than imagined. As the dragon ages, its eyes gradually crystallize, eventually becoming one of the hardest parts of its body. Their plan proceeded well. Along the pre-calculated path, multiple missiles were launched simultaneously by the fighters, enveloping all of Godzilla's forward directions. Though these missiles might not breach Godzilla's defenses, a direct hit would undoubtedly force him out of the sky and crash him to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Endless missile explosions erupted. Godzilla was forced to descend to the ground, as they hoped, even crashing through 2 buildings. This instantly boosted everyone's morale. But what they failed to notice was a faint sinister smirk playing on Godzilla's lips. Now, quick! The remaining 3 fighters executed a beautiful maneuver, instantly reversing direction. Taking advantage of Godzilla's unsteady footing, they launched missiles simultaneously at his head. Explosions erupted in all directions with roaring flames. Among the chaos, the pilots seemed to hear a terrifying scream. The smoke from the explosions enveloped the area. To determine whether Godzilla was alive or dead, the 4 fighters had to lower their altitude and speed, keeping watch over that smoke-shrouded zone. Suddenly, a city bus flew out of the smoke. One of the fighter jets, caught completely off guard, was smashed apart mid-air. The other was struck by a massive tail resembling a spear. Godzilla instantly burst through the smoke. To the horror of the pilots, his eyes showed not the slightest change. Quick! Pull up! Now! The remaining 2 pilots quickly reacted, frantically maneuvering their aircraft upward, but it was too late. Godzilla's explosive power was immense. Without even accelerating, his dragon wing sliced one fighter clean in half, and the other, consumed by his final breath of dragon fire that day, reduced to molten scrap. Colonel Blake watched all of this unfold as if all strength had drained from his body, and he collapsed backward onto the floor. With his remaining 4 fighters destroyed, he had nothing left to stop Godzilla, and the nearest reinforcements would take 20 more minutes. In that time, Godzilla could easily fly away from the city. He had effectively depleted all military forces around Chicago. Wasted. Despite paying such a heavy price, they still failed to stop Godzilla. He could already foresee what fate awaited him. Godzilla naturally did not assume these were the entirety of American military might. He possessed a certain self-awareness. Although this appeared to be a decisive victory, in reality, it was entirely due to the military's lack of understanding about him. Once this war machine awakened, fully escaping would come at a significant cost, given his current condition. If he did not depart now, while American reinforcements had not yet arrived, it would be extremely difficult to escape once their unconventional forces were deployed. Godzilla flew over Chicago, and the entire city was now shrouded in thick smoke, resembling a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Though the battle between Godzilla and the American military had not lasted long, the destruction caused far exceeded that of the 3 behemoths' rampages. He soon found the remaining 2 behemoths by the river. To his surprise, these two creatures were far more docile than expected. They hadn't even tried to flee. Wolves are naturally inclined to submit to the strongest member of their pack. Although Godzilla was not a wolf, he was a being capable of communication. After being stimulated by the rampage formula, Ralph, the flying wolf, naturally gravitated toward Godzilla, the strongest among his kind. As for the albino gorilla George, it was even simpler. Almost completely obedient to Davis, it was Davis who convinced George to follow Godzilla. After surviving the bomb crisis, Davis had deeply realized something. Under the current circumstances, keeping George by his side was tantamount to seeking death. How could he alone resist humanity's endless greed? After Godzilla flew close, Davis understood that the time for parting had come. Although he had witnessed it several times, he still couldn't help but feel waves of palpitations as Godzilla descended. Even that enormous crocodile had not given him such a feeling. Perhaps this is what a dragon truly is. Davis sighed inwardly. Great dragon, Godzilla, George has decided to follow you. Please do not be too harsh on him. Despite fearing the dragon's majesty, the years of friendship with George compelled Davis to speak out. Kate, standing nearby, was trembling with fear. Although she was fascinated by Godzilla, she was so terrified that she dared not utter a word. In this regard, Davis was far braver than her. However, to Davis's great disappointment, Godzilla did not respond to his words, nor did it even cast a glance at him. Under the watchful eyes of Davis and Kate, Godzilla slowly extended its arm and placed it upon the flying wolf and George. Just as they were feeling perplexed, the space before them seemed to twist for an instant, and then the three giant beasts vanished without a trace. The two of them were left utterly dumbfounded. Even though they had accepted the premise that Godzilla was a dragon, such a magical feat still struck them as utterly unbelievable. Davis stared at the empty riverbank for a long time before finally leaving. In his heart, a lingering doubt remained whether that little boy he had encountered at the Gene Energy Company building was actually Godzilla. Before leaving, however, they quietly returned to the place where Godzilla had fought with the U.S. military. In a crevice on the ground, they found a fragment of a scale stained with blood. There were many others doing the same, but most of them just picked up a piece or two and left. An hour after Godzilla left, countless armored vehicles arrived and surrounded the area. After arresting all those who had remained, personnel in white full-body protective suits came and began a thorough search, scouring the ground. After a familiar, dizzying sensation, Godzilla, along with the two giant beasts, appeared in a tremendously enlarged cliff cave. The flying wolf Larafu and the albino gorilla Xiaoji, experiencing this sensation for the first time, both stumbled and fell to the ground. Godzilla thought it was due to dizziness, but to its surprise they remained lying on the ground for a long time without getting up. What was happening? Godzilla quickly turned to look at them, only to find their bodies trembling violently. At the same time, they began to pant heavily. White smoke rose from their bodies. Some parts even started to blister and fester. Godzilla looked intently. It seemed that some invisible things around the two giant beasts were drilling into their bodies. It even stirred up currents of air. Could it be magical elements? With this doubt, Godzilla closed its eyes and began to sense. Although it knew nothing about magic as a dragon species, a natural magical creature, the world in its eyes was far richer than that of ordinary beings. It was said that some dragons could even see the trajectories of magical particles with their naked eyes. In Godzilla's perception, the cave was filled with dense patches of magical particles. These magical element particles were diverse, each shimmering with a different brilliance. All the colors known to humanity could not describe even a fraction of them. In truth, these magical particles had no color. It was just that in Godzilla's perception, the different qualities of each type endowed them with different colors. These magical particles kept entering and exiting the bodies of the two giant beasts, as if searching for something or testing something. What was happening? Could it be that this world did not allow creatures from another dimension to exist? Godzilla was deeply puzzled. After all, even when it had broken through to the juvenile stage, the magical elements it had gathered were not as abundant as now. With this doubt, Godzilla continued to watch. As time passed, those magical particles gradually decreased. Godzilla thought it was an illusion, but it was indeed the case. Originally 2 clusters of colorful magical particles, now only a few colors remained. The rest had all vanished. Around the flying wolf Larafu, the most abundant were particles tinged with cyan, mixed with some other colors. Around the albino gorilla Xiaoji, the most abundant were particles of a mixture of earthy yellow and silvery white. Unlike before, these particles, once entering their bodies, did not come out again, as if they had merged in. Godzilla could sense that the particles surrounding the flying wolf Larafu were mostly wind elements, mixed with some miscellaneous elements. As for the albino gorilla Xiaoji, there was an unknown metal element and a portion of earth elements. Godzilla opened its eyes. It seemed that after those chaotic magical particles disappeared, Xiaoji and Larafu's physical conditions began to improve visibly, and they started to evolve. The flying wolf Larafu originally had many keratinous growths and spikes of unknown purpose, making the wolf's body rough and uneven, far from smooth. Now these keratinous growths and spikes began to fall off, replaced by tight skin. On the skin grew dense, tiny scales resembling those of a shark, and in the gaps between the scales light, cyan short hairs sprouted outward. However, the structures on its head and tail used for launching spikes were retained. The wing membranes between its limbs became even tougher and could fit tightly against the body, not hindering movement when not in use. Xiaoxi's changes were not as drastic. His white fur began to fall off completely, and from the original pores grew hair that resembled silver threads. At the same time, a thick layer of earthy yellow hard armor formed on his chest and back, connecting across the ribs, making him look as if he had donned a half-body armor. Godzilla was amazed. Originally, it had positioned these two giant beasts merely as enforcers and cannon fodder shredders, but now it seemed they could be of great use. Yet it felt a slight regret. Since these movie creatures were transformed by its own world after entering that giant crocodile, would surely become much stronger than before. But that was just a thought. After all, that giant crocodile still retained its original mindset, utterly unaware of the concept of submission, and Godzilla could not bring it back. Godzilla was not worried about whether these two giant beasts would rebel after becoming stronger. After coming out of the movie world through its golden finger, they had already been marked with its label. Although Godzilla could not directly control their life and death, as time passed they would only grow closer to it. A whoa! Roar! Amid two fierce beastly cries, the albino gorilla Xiaoxi and the flying wolf Larafu completed their evolution. They had adapted to this world, or rather been assimilated by it. Such a violent commotion immediately alerted Linpi, who was on guard outside. At that moment his heart was filled with fury. The owners of those two voices were clearly not Godzilla. As the one appointed by Godzilla to guard the nest, how could Linpi not be enraged? No matter how those two creatures had entered, it was undoubtedly his dereliction of duty. But when Linpi stormed into Godzilla's nest, he was astonished to find two enormous creatures there, and Godzilla seemed to be in a daze, with a somewhat vacant expression. Thinking Godzilla had been ambushed, Linpi's protective instincts flared, and the usually placid waters of his heart churned with anger. In an instant he unleashed his utmost speed, wielding the short sword gifted by Godzilla, and silently lunged toward the giant wolf's eye socket. Linpi, stop at once. Although Flying Wolf Ralph had become capable of manipulating wind elements and his speed was not slower than Linpi's, magic was something entirely unknown to him, and it would still take time for him to fully master it. If Godzilla had not shouted to stop Linpi, Ralph would surely have ended up as a one-eyed wolf. Although Linpi was currently in a state of invisibility, any creature that had undergone Dragonborn transformation shared some connection with Godzilla. This was precisely why Godzilla could intervene in time to stop Linpi. Upon hearing Godzilla's command, Linpi's short sword, which had been about to pierce Ralph's eyeball, halted mere inches above Ralph's eyelid. Only then did his figure manifest, and at that very moment Ralph finally realized a short sword had appeared before his eyes. The razor-sharp aura shimmering on the blade stung Ralph's eyes, and with a mournful whine, he executed a sideways roll to distance himself from Linpi. Only then did he cautiously rise to his feet, glaring at Linpi's silhouette. Filled with rage, he opened his massive maw, foul-smelling drool dripping from his jaws onto the ground as he poised to pounce. Enough! Godzilla rebuked Ralph, and then turned his gaze toward Linpi. Linpi did not so much as glance at Ralph. Those eyes of his, which had always seemed utterly devoid of emotion, now held a trace of fervor. Gazing at the significantly larger Godzilla before him, he called out in a calm voice. Master, you have returned. Linpi, the Rootless One awaits your commands. For now take these two behemoths and withdraw. I shall summon you again later. Godzilla cast a glance at the two colossal beasts. Although Ralph was clearly reluctant, he moved to stand behind Linpi, shooting him a venomous glare as he did so. Linpi rose and acknowledged the order. As for why two beasts had appeared in the cave, he harbored no particular curiosity. As long as Master Godzilla was present, that was all that mattered. At first he had worried whether these two beasts would obey properly, but unexpectedly after leaving Godzilla's side, neither made any outrageous moves. Although the giant wolf seemed to harbor some displeasure toward him, it merely shot hostile glances at him from time to time, which posed no threat whatsoever. After dismissing Linpi and the two beasts, Godzilla remained alone in the cave, unable to suppress his joyous cries. This all began moments ago. The instant the two beasts, brought from the raging behemoth film world and forced to complete their evolution in this world, finished evolving, an inexplicable force transmitted toward Godzilla from somewhere unknown. To call it a force was inaccurate. More precisely, it should be described as a message. However, this message genuinely and substantially increased Godzilla's power. This was feedback from the world. Not merely the world of Buluan continent where Godzilla resided, but encompassing the boundless astral plane, the abyssal depths. The feedback of the entire Cosmere universe. And the reason, of course, lay in those two beasts Godzilla had brought over. Though these two beasts were utterly insignificant compared to the entirety of this world, all creatures and objects within this world were creations of this universe. Yet these two creatures were genuinely from other worlds. In fact, this was not Godzilla's first time receiving feedback. The first instance occurred after Godzilla emerged from the Shin Godzilla film world, when he brought back a sample of his blood. However, he had already fallen into slumber at that time, and a mere amount of blood was incomparable to his entire life force, so the feedback was extraordinarily faint. It was precisely thanks to that trace of feedback that Godzilla successfully fused the Godzilla gene. Had he attempted the fusion within the film world, he might very well have failed. The scenes Godzilla had witnessed were this world's analysis and investigation of these two visitors from beyond. Even when the rules of different worlds appear identical on the surface, there must inevitably be numerous subtle differences. And those differences served as nourishment for the world's continued growth. Though each instance yielded but a small amount, accumulated drops fill a bucket and grains of sand form a tower. Over time, the accumulated total would be quite substantial. Due to the master-servant relationship for Godzilla, who had brought these wholly extraplanar creatures this world, though it lacked consciousness akin to the primordial heavenly Tao, would driven by worldly instinct bestow rewards upon Godzilla, all the same. Much like the merit of the primordial world, this thread of worldly feedback could be described as a universal panacea. If the recipient failed to notice it, this feedback would transform into luck accumulating upon them until the appropriate moment arrived for it to manifest. But Godzilla had perceived this deeply concealed feedback. If he were to apply this thread of feedback to himself, he could even directly leap to the juvenile phase. However, this was not the optimal choice. This thread of feedback seemed to activate some hidden functions of Godzilla's golden finger, allowing him to perform deeper operations through it. Godzilla immersed his consciousness within, and under the dissection of his golden finger, he uncovered the true nature of this feedback. This thread of worldly feedback was akin to a form of authority. But unlike the authority possessed by deities, this was far superior to divine authority. With sufficient authority, he could even use it to redefine the world itself. For example, changing water flowing downward to water flowing upward. Not merely in one world, but across all worlds. They would all become so. Yet the amount of authority required to alter the world was overwhelmingly vast. Godzilla suspected that even if he transported the entire film world here, it would not suffice for even a fraction of the requirement. Moreover, even if he succeeded in changing it, such an operation that blatantly violated natural law would be immediately corrected by the world itself. A clear case of more loss than gain. Compared to redefining the world, redefining oneself was far simpler. And it would not be snapped back to its original state by the world. Yes, he could use this thread of feedback to complete a self-definition. In this world, there was no such thing as Godzilla. There were only dragons. And all dragons originated from the nine-faced dragon god Io. One could say the very concept of dragons came into being because of Io. Therefore, no matter how many people called out Godzilla's name, it would remain merely a name. At the root of it all, he was still a dragon. Even if he evolved into his ultimate form and no longer possessed any draconic genes in the eyes of the world, he was still a dragon. Merely a dragon subspecies Godzilla. But now things were different. He could rely on the world's feedback to forcibly define a species never before existing in this world, Godzilla. This single thread of feedback was naturally far from sufficient, but it gave him hope. One day he would grow to become a being no inferior to the nine-faced dragon god. Although this thread of feedback was insufficient to define the concept of Godzilla, it could make slight alterations to the concept of dragon. Under the influence of his golden finger, Godzilla felt as though he had entered a biological editor. He could clearly perceive that the fundamental concept he possessed was dragon. However, beneath the concept of dragon, there existed numerous subordinate concepts, such as magic, pressure, enormity, growth, immense strength, scorching heat, cold, and many others like them. Godzilla could use this thread of feedback to strengthen, add, or delete certain concepts. But based on the feedback he currently possessed, he could not even delete the most faintly defined concept. However, adding a concept was still achievable, though the effect could only be described as underwhelming. Actually, what Godzilla wanted most at present was naturally to change the color of his scales. But after glancing at his pitifully meager feedback, he could only grit his teeth and abandon the idea. To be honest, after looking at it for so long, Godzilla actually found the color rather pleasing to the eye. He took a deep breath and solemnly applied this thread of feedback. Upon his concept as a dragon, a slightly fainter concept slowly emerged. Radiation. After the definition was completed, Godzilla seemed to sense a slight change within himself, yet it felt as if nothing had happened at all. Perhaps it was because the concept of radiation was too faint. In any case, Godzilla now felt no significant difference in his body compared to before. However, this was to be expected. After all, the amount of this merit was still far too little. Godzilla put these matters aside for the time being, as such things could not be rushed and could only be pursued gradually in the future. He called Lin Pai in. Now he wanted to know how much time had actually passed. This was crucial to his future plans for traversing worlds. It was necessary to clarify the time ratio. Perhaps the time ratio differed in each world, but at least it could serve as a reference. Upon seeing Godzilla, Lin Pai lowered his head respectfully. Lin Pai, no need to be formal. Do you still remember the task I assigned you before I went into slumber? Of course I remember. Master, after you entered the deepest part of the cave, I recorded the exact time. From then until now 3 days have passed. 3 days, good. I understand. Godzilla nodded. Calculating this way, he had spent about 2 days in the movie world of Rampage, while here 5 days had passed. Thus the time ratio between the two was approximately 1:5. Having roughly figured out the time ratio, Godzilla felt relieved. This way, when he entered movie worlds in the future, he would have a reference for time. However, this was only the time ratio of one world. Godzilla was not sure if other worlds followed the same pattern. Godzilla had only been away for 3 days, so it was unlikely that anything major had happened here. He did not continue to ask further questions. At this moment, he was walking out of the cliff cave. This place, as his dragon lair naturally, did not allow other creatures to approach. The flying wolf Ralph and the albino gorilla George naturally could not live here either. Godzilla needed to find a suitable dwelling for them. The most suitable place was naturally where his followers were located. The Heaping Zigwang tribe. That was the name of Godzilla's followers' tribe. Having been established on the original site of the Raging Tide Murloc tribe, and relying on the fishing grounds left by the former Murloc's life, was quite pleasant with no worries about food and drink in the short term. Godzilla brought Ralph and George into the Heaping Zigwang tribe. Alerted by Lin Pai, Dao Ge had already led the newly transformed Dragonborn, and was waiting there. Great Master. Dao Ge led the Dragonborn in chanting in unison, their eyes filled with fervent devotion. Lin Pai stood on the other side. The rootless squad he led all shared his cold disposition, their words still icy. Godzilla was not particularly fond of this behavior from Lin Pai and Dao Ge. Alright, stop crowding around here. Next time I come, only Lin Pai and Dao Ge need to be present. Upon hearing Godzilla's words, everyone responded in unison and then dismissed the many Dragonborn. They sent them back to their respective posts. As for the ordinary followers, they could only watch from afar, not daring to approach. Dao Ge, these two are the beasts I have newly tamed. I want you to lead them to find a place near the tribe for them to live. At the center of the tribe, a great hall had been erected seemingly out of nowhere. The main material of this hall was wood. Although it looked somewhat crude, it was remarkably tall and spacious. Even Godzilla, now over 20 meters tall, still found it spacious upon entering. Without a doubt, this was the work of Hercules. Within the tribe, the only ones strong enough to move these massive timbers were Dao Ge and Hercules. However, Dao Ge's size was still much smaller compared to Hercules. When moving large objects, a larger body was more convenient. Godzilla stood at the center of the hall and began to give orders to Dao Ge. Yes, Master. Dao Ge turned to look at the two giant beasts, then bowed in acknowledgement, but a hint of difficulty appeared on his face. Godzilla keenly noticed this. He understood Dao Ge's concern. Don't worry about the food problem, the two of them will hunt on their own. And without my command, they will not harm anyone in the tribe. Of course, the premise is that no one provokes them. After Godzilla finished speaking, Dao Ge let out a sigh of relief. Setting aside other matters, just from the size of these two, one could tell they must eat a lot, and if starving they might even attack the tribe's residents. The Heaping Zigwang tribe had only just begun to improve, it could not withstand too many upheavals. However, with these two powerful allies, the tribe's safety would surely be greatly improved in the future. You two follow Dao Ge. He will lead you to find new territory. If he has any requests, as long as they do not go against me, you should try to fulfill them. The flying wolf Ralph and the albino gorilla George hurriedly began nodding. Everything here fascinated them, and they could hardly wait to announce their arrival to this world. Godzilla casually gave a few more instructions, and then prepared to return to his dragon lair. He needed to carefully sort out what he had gained. Moreover, he had a premonition that his next slumber was not far off. At that moment, a giant suddenly ran in from outside the hall. It was Hercules. He was first startled by the two giant beasts in the hall, but then upon seeing Godzilla, his face lit up with joy. Fun. Godzilla. He bit out Godzilla's name word by word very awkwardly. He looked at Godzilla, who was now more than twice as tall as before, and his face was full of admiration. Wow, you've grown taller again. Where have you been? I haven't found you these past few days. Come and see how this great hall turned out. I helped build it. Godzilla looked at Hercules with some helplessness. Perhaps after being completely freed from the oppression of the Murlocs, Hercules had unleashed his true nature, becoming warm and cheerful. In this tribe ruled by dragons, the beings were all of evil races, and they had little in common with Hercules. However, this did not affect Hercules. Was there anything more detestable than the abuse of the Murlocs, even if there was no common topic? Hercules was unfazed by this. Upon learning that a great hall was to be built for Godzilla, he volunteered to help. Godzilla did not dislike Hercules. This half-giant over 10 meters tall had a very simple mind. He had decided that Godzilla was his friend. Thus Godzilla naturally acknowledged him as a friend. Moreover, among all the creatures Godzilla had encountered, only he could communicate with him on an equal footing, without any trace of reverence, fear, aversion, or fanaticism. This was particularly important. Perhaps ordinary dragons enjoyed the feeling of being above all others, and Godzilla did too. But having a friend who did not change his attitude based on your status was also a very nice feeling. Hercules, you've done well. Are you getting used to it here? Has anyone tried to bully you? Godzilla's tone softened. Since there was nothing particularly urgent now, chatting with Hercules was nice. Egg is fine. The people here are also good to me. No one bullies me. You taught me that if someone bullies me I should fight back. Hercules grinned foolishly, seemingly satisfied with life here. However, Godzilla still caught a hint of loneliness deep in his eyes. Yes, if someone bullies you, you fight back. Godzilla also laughed, but he was thinking about other things. Godzilla understood Hercules' personality well. It was almost completely opposite to the evil races here. Although there was no longer oppression from the Murlocs, the only one he could truly talk to was himself. However, he could not be with him all the time. Didn't he like small animals? It seemed he should find a playmate for him. However, Hercules was so large that his companion could not be too small. Thinking of this, Godzilla's gaze drifted toward the two colossal beasts nearby. Ralph's original form had been nothing more than an ordinary forest wolf. Living wild in the untamed wilderness, he was feral and unlikely to make an ideal choice. George, however, was somewhat different. Having lived alongside humans since childhood, he was quite intelligent and well socialized. After growing to his massive size, his wisdom had naturally increased as well. Yet Godzilla decided to first consult Hercules on the matter. Who knew? Perhaps Hercules would prefer someone like Ralph. Hagrid, I know you've been rather lonely here, unable to converse with these folk. But you could use a companion. No merfolk will come to take them away now. How about these two beasts? Which one do you prefer? Really? Upon hearing this, the half-giant Hagrid nearly jumped for joy. He hurried over to Ralph and George, gazing at them with curious eyes. Upon seeing Hercules the flying wolf, Ralph retreated 2 steps uneasily. As a lone wolf, he was highly wary and unwilling to let other creatures approach too closely. George, on the other hand, began studying Hagrid mutually. Before his mutation, it had been Davis who kept him company, but after mutating, Davis seemed ridiculously small compared to him. This made him somewhat uncomfortable. Hagrid's current size was not much different from his own, and they shared the same massive build. This won George's favor. Under the influence of Hagrid's innate charisma, George quickly accepted him and began communicating through sign language. Although Hagrid didn't understand sign language, he could roughly grasp George's meaning and began stumbling through communication with him. It seemed there was no need to choose. Godzilla watched the two communicating quite happily and felt very satisfied. George, you'll follow Hercules now. I believe you will get along wonderfully. Upon hearing this, the albino gorilla George shuddered. He both revered and feared Godzilla, so he immediately rose to his hind legs, standing upright and pounding his chest with his fists. Hagrid, I have to leave for now. George just arrived here, so I'm leaving him in your care. Although Hercules was somewhat reluctant, he agreed. After all, Godzilla wasn't idle like him. With Hercules' matters settled, Godzilla was in high spirits. The uranium metal within his body continued to release energy, and he was growing every moment. However, if he wanted to maximize this growth rate, he still needed to enter slumber. Godzilla spent each day in the dragon's lair, occasionally venturing out to stretch his limbs, but otherwise remaining in a semi-dormant state. His body size gradually increased during this period. Thus passed more than 2 months. Godzilla's height gradually reached 25 meters, and from head to tail his length was approaching the 50-meter mark. However, half of this length came from his tail. Compared to ordinary dragons, Godzilla's tail appeared exceptionally thick, long, and powerful. The uranium metal in his body had also lost its energy. Godzilla couldn't fully digest it yet, so the residual waste mixed with radiation was excreted from his body. These excrement were collected by Doug without missing a single bit. Although to Godzilla these were complete waste, in Doug's eyes they were treasures. Setting aside that anything carrying the true dragon's aura would be sought after by kobolds, the residual energy and radiation in this pile of waste alone made Doug unwilling to discard it. After all, he could use radiation energy to strengthen himself. Only after the radiation energy was exhausted would recovery take a long time unless he stayed by Godzilla's side continuously. Now with this, he was like having a power bank. His combat endurance had greatly improved. However, Godzilla had also warned Doug. Even in the excrement the radiation contained was sufficient to be fatal. Godzilla didn't want to wake up to find only the dragon blood he had transformed remaining in the tribe. After 2 months of growth, Godzilla's body had reached its limit. He had now entered the perfect state of the juvenile dragon period and could enter the next slumber at any time. Those 2 colossal beasts brought back by Godzilla were doing quite well, clearly having fully adapted to their surroundings. Meanwhile, the followers within Nuclear Peace Tribe with ample food supply were steadily increasing in number, with new births every day. Godzilla completely sealed the cave and dug a secret passage leading to the sea from within. Only then did he relax his body and fall into a deep slumber. He had entered his third slumber. The download progress of the next movie world was also rapidly increasing. However, compared to the previous two, this movie seemed to be quite a bit more bloated. After Godzilla fell into slumber, the latent energy within his body began to release, providing the driving force for his growth. His body gradually elongated his head, giving off a more majestic aura. His limbs grew thicker once more, and the sword-shaped dorsal fins on his body slightly changed their arrangement, becoming increasingly transparent and clear. Godzilla's stomach had already formed the prototype of an atomic furnace. Now it had advanced further, truly meeting the standards of an atomic furnace. Even without metals like uranium, just ordinary matter would allow Godzilla to conduct fission reactions himself, though the efficiency would be far inferior to using inherently radioactive materials like uranium and plutonium. The comprehensive evolution of his body brought about a complete upgrade in radiation energy levels. The energy contained within Godzilla now was sufficient for him to use a diminished version of the atomic breath. Beside his exhalation organ inside his body, a new organ had grown. This organ could connect to his dorsal fins, gathering the energy there and converging it to his mouth. Additionally, Godzilla's dragon wings had finally stood tall, growing to a size matching his body. Godzilla could finally fly during the juvenile dragon stage without relying on particle jet organs. These changes proceeded slowly. As his body underwent transformation, a faint pink glow radiated from within him, filling the entire cave and even dyeing the stone walls pink. The coins and gems he had piled aside were also slowly changing under the radiation, emitting a faint pink glow that echoed with Godzilla, appearing even more vibrant and dazzling. However, compared to before, these coins and gems were far more dangerous. If anyone dared to steal them, they would come to know what the curse of the demon meant. This time Godzilla slept for over half a year. He was awakened by hunger. Since his stomach had evolved, he hadn't experienced the sensation of starvation for a long time. However, during the next slumber, Godzilla presumably wouldn't wake from hunger, because the energy his dorsal fins could store would see a tremendous improvement. After waking up, the first thing he did was not check his changes, but open his dragon mouth and begin gnawing voraciously at everything around him. With just one bite, more than half of the hard-earned coins and gems went down. After entering Godzilla's stomach, these things began to be rapidly converted into energy, filling Godzilla's empty body. With something in his stomach, Godzilla also regained his composure. When he saw the gold pile he had swallowed more than half of with one bite, he finally realized it. Godzilla felt somewhat annoyed about this. He had been thinking that once he had more money, he would learn from other great dragons and cover the ground with golden treasures, then lie on top to sleep. But upon seeing his increasingly massive body, Godzilla instantly felt this idea was far from realization. After a slumber of over half a year, Godzilla's height had reached 31 meters, and his length was now comparable to the colossal crocodile from before. One must understand that with each additional meter in height, the disparity in volume and mass grows exponentially. Though he stood merely 6 meters taller than at 25 meters, both his volume and mass had increased dramatically. Godzilla urgently needed energy to replenish the deficit caused by his bodily growth during hibernation, yet he chose not to unseal the cave entrance, opting instead to enter the sea through a concealed passage. Spreading his wings in the water, he cast vast shadows over the sunlight. Until his atomic furnace reached its peak, consuming flesh remained the swiftest means of replenishing energy. Moreover, the texture of meat could not be rivaled by minerals. The ocean teemed with life, but the majority were mere fish and shrimp. Godzilla naturally did not rely on them to sate his hunger. Instead, he set his sights on larger marine creatures. Though those marine beings fled in terror the instant they sensed Godzilla's presence, they could not escape his colossal maw. Godzilla was already adept at swimming, and with his wings unfurled and the miniature jet organs at their roots activated, his already considerable swimming speed became even greater. The cost of spreading his wings was a slight loss of agility, yet with the assistance of the tail jet organs, it was not much worse than before and remained within acceptable limits. Godzilla rampaged through the water, his massive body churning up vortex after vortex. Small fish and shrimp too slow to escape were caught in the eddies and torn apart. Sea lions, seals, giant whales, and colossal sharks all were on Godzilla's menu. Only after devouring the last large marine creature in this bay did he finally stop in satisfaction. After feasting, his body began to gradually fill out, no longer appearing so gaunt. Even while in the water, he had noticed that his wings had grown considerably larger than before. When fully spread, they spanned nearly 180 meters. Wings of such magnitude were now sufficient to support his flight. Perhaps without resorting to the miniature jet organs on his body, he could now soar into the sky. Godzilla thought so, and with a single flap of his wings, he burst through the water's surface and ascended into the air. Godzilla soared freely through the sky. Though his flight speed was still slightly inferior to that of other dragons, he was already content simply to be able to fly. not to mention the jet organs he had yet to use for acceleration. Before this, without the jet organs, Godzilla could only glide through the sky. This deep sleep had lasted over half a year. The main reason Godzilla did not immediately open the dragon's lair exit was that he was not in peak condition after waking from slumber. Now that Godzilla had replenished his strength, his entire being was brimming with vitality. He eagerly wished for some reckless fool to provoke him, so he could test his newly awakened ultimate technique. Flying in the sky, Godzilla felt the biting wind caress his face, experiencing an indescribable sense of delight. Within moments, Godzilla flew directly toward the Hepping tribe, an act that unexpectedly threw the tribe into panic. The ordinary kobolds, gnolls, goblins, and other creatures in the tribe trembled at the sight of the figure in the sky. Even the Dragonborn, personally transformed by Godzilla, gripped their spears tightly. But as Godzilla drew closer, these Dragonborn gradually relaxed, for the bloodline connection told them who the approaching being was. It was none other than their master Godzilla. Doug, the one most sensitive to Godzilla's aura, immediately set down his work and waited respectfully in an open space. Godzilla folded his wings and descended slowly, yet the wind stirred by his wings still threw the entire tribe into disarray. This was the first time Doug and the others had witnessed such a flamboyant landing. Though they never discussed it openly in private, they had speculated whether their master Godzilla could fly. This time it dispelled their doubts. After all, what true dragon could not fly? "Hail, master! Your radiance is as dazzling as the sun." Doug as always began with a flattery. "Doug, during my slumber, has anything extraordinary occurred in the tribe?" Godzilla's foremost concern was this. Hearing Godzilla's question, Doug's expression shifted, and he began to speak hesitantly. "Master, do you recall when we attacked the Nuchao Fishman tribe? 2 sharkmen chose to side with us, but after the battle they vanished without a trace." "Oh, tell me what happened." Godzilla suddenly became interested. Had Doug not brought it up, he would have almost forgotten those 2 sharkmen. "It's like this: about a month after you entered your slumber, those 2 sharkmen returned claiming they had important matters to discuss with you in person. But you were already in slumber, so what did you do?" "Because their origins were unclear and they arrived just as you were asleep, I suspected they might intend you harm, so I ordered them to be apprehended." "And where are they now, eh?" Seeing Doug's expression, Godzilla knew they had not been caught. "They escaped." Doug's face fell, filled with self-reproach. "I never expected that each of them was no weaker than I am now. They wounded many of your Dragonborn, and I alone could not stop them. By the time La Er Fu and Xiao Ji arrived, they had already fled into the sea. So according to you, they are foes, not friends." Finding it inconvenient to speak while looking down, Godzilla used a transformation spell to take human form. Having entered the stage of a juvenile dragon, his transformed appearance resembled that of an 11 or 12-year-old human boy. Now he no longer looked so childish. Though still a youth, his features had grown more defined, revealing a hint of handsome masculinity. Upon reaching the juvenile dragon stage, Godzilla's control over magic had improved somewhat. Although he remained a magic fool, spells like the transformation spell no longer failed so easily. "No, I don't think so. When they left, they only injured some people, not killing anyone." Seeing Godzilla in human form, Doug promptly knelt on one knee, striving not to look up at him, and instead lowered his gaze to Godzilla's toes. "After that they came a few more times, but perhaps my earlier actions made them wary. Each time they shouted to me from far out at sea. If it were only that it wouldn't warrant such vigilance." Godzilla gestured toward the gnolls patrolling with spears, noting that there seemed to be far more patrols than before his slumber. "You are right. There is indeed another reason for our heightened alert." Doug paused, then continued. "Aside from those 2 Sharkmen brothers, some Fishmen and Nagas also come by from time to time. Whenever they see us, they attack without a word. Once a Naga even nearly sneaked into the camp. I don't know why, but since the Nagas and Fishmen appeared here, those 2 Sharkmen brothers have been coming more and more frequently. They seem increasingly impatient, as if something truly urgent is at hand. But you were still in slumber, so I had to turn them away again." After listening to Dao Ji's words, Godzilla cupped his chin with his hand, his mind churning with thoughts. He hadn't expected that after sleeping for just over half a year, such a new matter would arise. What exactly were the intentions of those 2 sharkmen? But soon Godzilla gave up pondering. Regardless of their motives or schemes, they were nothing more than insignificant foes before his current self. He could tear them to shreds in an instant. "Dao Gu, I'll stay in the tribe for now. Next time those 2 appear again, bring them to me." Dao Gu was naturally overjoyed. Being able to stay with Godzilla was a great honor. Upon learning that Godzilla had awakened Lin Pai Hai, Gu Li Si La Er Fu, and Xiao Ji all came to visit. As per Godzilla's previous instructions, Lin Pai dispersed his rootless squad, lurking in every corner around the tribe, to gather intelligence for Godzilla. However, the invading Fishmen and Nagas this time all came from the sea, which was indeed the weakness of the rootless squad. Not only could they not ascertain the enemy's intentions, they couldn't even figure out from which direction the enemy had come. Godzilla said nothing, for it was not Lin Pai's fault. But deep inside he secretly resolved that if an opportunity arose he would definitely subdue a group of ocean-dwelling subjects. Liar Fu on the other hand was doing quite well. Compared to when he first arrived in this world, he had become noticeably stronger. The longer time passed, the more loyal Liar Fu and Xiao Ji became to Godzilla, never growing distant despite long separations. Godzilla never expected that the one who had changed the most was Godzilla. After being freed from the fishman's enslavement with ample nutrition and a good mindset, Godzilla experienced a second growth spurt. In just over half a year he had grown several meters taller. Moreover, compared to before, Godzilla had become increasingly confident. According to him, he was now honing some warrior skills, hoping to become a useful giant. The Sharkmen brothers did not keep Godzilla waiting long. Within 2 days the two Sharkmen arrived again, but this time they were not alone. Behind them followed a merman. Judging by the Sharkmen's demeanor, they seemed quite respectful toward that merman, presumably the one behind them. Dao Ji's repeated refusals had already infuriated the two Sharkmen. Their visit this time was more like delivering a final ultimatum. However, what they hadn't expected was that just before their last shred of patience ran out, Dao Go actually agreed to their request to meet Godzilla. This undoubtedly left them feeling extremely frustrated, as if they had punched the air with clenched fists, nowhere to vent their anger. But the matter was too important, so they had to endure. Moreover, they were no longer in charge. To facilitate communication and to conceal his true strength, Godzilla deliberately transformed into human form and awaited the merman's arrival in a fairly tidy hall. A merman mage? How rare. Might I ask why you left the deep sea and came ashore to find me? Godzilla looked at the trio, more precisely at that merman. He had originally thought there were only 2 Sharkmen, but now there was an additional merman. Your Excellency the Dragon, Deluan Haixing pays his respects to you. This merman was not young. Although mermen generally never aged, even until death, Godzilla could still tell from his slightly weakened life force that he was an elderly merman. However, as a mage, life force was never the measure of power, wisdom was the most important factor. Even though the merman mage had restrained himself, Godzilla could still sense the immense magical energy stored within him. Although this mage had not reached the legendary level, he was far from weak. Sometimes whether one is legendary or not cannot be the sole criterion for measuring strength. One must note that despite the vast gap between gods and mortals, there are no few examples of mortals slaying gods. Out of respect for a strong individual, an elder Godzilla straightened his posture and met the merman mage's gaze with bright eyes. Little did he know the mage before him was even more astonished than he was. Godzilla's current appearance was clearly the result of a transformation spell, a specialty of metallic dragons. Yet Deluan Haixing could not discern which type of metallic dragon Godzilla was. If one were to say Godzilla was a part-time mage, that was impossible. As a mage second only to legend, Deluan's sensitivity to magic was unparalleled. Godzilla bore no trace of a mage, instead his body was filled with an extremely violent and dangerous energy. This energy was so immense, he even wondered if he was sitting opposite a magical cannon. Originally he had intended to show his authority, but now he completely abandoned that idea. In such a critical time, it was truly unwise to make another powerful enemy. Otherwise, given Dao Ji's repeated refusals, he would have certainly taught the man before him a lesson. Mutual respect has always been a privilege only between the strong. If Godzilla were weak, Deluan Haixing would certainly not have been so easy to talk to. Similarly, Godzilla thought the same. Since the other party was not to be trifled with, it was better to sit down and talk properly. However, he was not afraid of Deluan Haixing. It was simply unnecessary. Just call me Godzilla. I'm curious. Why have you come time and again? And what is the connection between the fishmen and Nagas that attacked my subordinates and you? That is a long story. Deluan Haixing let out a long sigh, then began to speak. He touched a gem pinned to his chest, as if recalling something. The fishman priest you killed before. He was once my apprentice. What? Upon hearing this, Dao Go was instantly shocked. His hands tightly gripped the spear that Godzilla had given him, his eyes fixed on Deluan Haixing, as if ready to charge forward at the slightest suspicious move. Godzilla narrowed his eyes, his heartbeat quickened slightly. Although the man before him showed no malice, he was prepared to revert to his true form at any moment. Seeing Dao Go and the others so tense, Deluan Haixing gave a bitter smile. His gaze fell upon the spear in Dao Ji's hand, and a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. No need to be so tense. I severed ties with him long ago. So it seems Fei Si was indeed killed by you. Then state your purpose, mage. Godzilla stood up, his not-so-tall frame exuded a terrifying aura. Fei Si was a traitor to our Haixing kingdom. Taking advantage of the coming war, he colluded with the enemy from within, deceived our princess, and stole a portion of her belongings. Other items could be lost, but he also took the Sea Soul Stone. If we hadn't reacted quickly and sealed his escape route, our Haixing kingdom would have been destroyed by now. Speaking of this, the elderly merman mage's face was filled with anger and lingering fear. It seemed that the so-called Sea Soul Stone was indeed a remarkable item. Godzilla's heart stirred. He recalled the sea blue gem he had obtained from the fisherman priest. Could that be the so-called Sea Soul Stone? Because the enemy's assault was too fierce, we had no way to spare resources to pursue him. We could only send the two brothers Sha Shur and Sha Gang to keep an eye on him and prevent him from contacting the enemy. Unexpectedly, he provoked you. At this point, all the mysteries were unraveled. No wonder Godzilla had always felt that the fisherman priest named Fei Zi was excessively wealthy, far beyond what a normal fisherman should possess. So he had stolen the belongings of the Mermaid Kingdom's princess. If that was the case, the dreaded neighbor that the Raging Tide fishmen had been obsessed with, could it be the merman of the Hatchling Kingdom? Godzilla suddenly realized, and a feeling of helpless amusement welled up inside him. He had originally thought that the dreaded neighbor mentioned by the Raging Tide fishmen would be something like a giant sea monster, an evil dragon, or some other powerful creature. To his surprise, it was just that they had stolen something and were afraid of being caught. So what's going on now? Has your war ended? Godzilla asked with great curiosity. The mermaid mage Dallin Haixing's face showed hesitation, but after weighing the options repeatedly, he decided to confide everything to Godzilla. Quite the opposite. After making this decision, an unmistakable weariness spread across his face, and the spirit he had mustered on the way here instantly collapsed. We can barely hold them back any longer. The mermaids and nagas who attacked your subordinates are just some stragglers that slipped through our defenses. The Sea Soul Stone is also an item they must obtain. The news that you possess the Sea Soul Stone has already reached them. As long as the stone remains in your hands, they will never give up. Now only the Sea Soul Stone can save us. So I must obtain it. Dallin Haixing's eyes were resolute, but his expression was extremely submissive. He lowered his head and pleaded with Godzilla. The Sea Soul Stone is of no use to you. Of course we will not take it for free. We are willing to exchange it for any price. Godzilla sat back, resting his chin on his left hand, while tapping the table absently with the index finger of his right. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. I don't know what this Sea Soul Stone you speak of is, but if your apprentice didn't hide it away, then it should be here with me. Hearing this, Dallin Haixing's eyes blazed with unprecedented light. Even Shushi and Shagong, who stood by, were unable to contain their excitement. I can give you the Sea Soul Stone, but... Godzilla paused slightly, and seeing the mermaid mage's anxious expression, put forward his own conditions. I need to know what exactly the Sea Soul Stone does, and who are the enemies you are fighting. Moreover, if you want the Sea Soul Stone, you must provide items worth no less than 100,000 gold coins. Upon hearing Godzilla's words, Dallin Haixing frowned deeply. The function of the Sea Soul Stone had always been a secret in their kingdom. Although most of their people knew of the existence of the Sea Soul Stone, very few knew its specific purpose. But now he had no choice. Judging by Godzilla's expression, if he did not speak, there would be no chance of obtaining it. You may not know this, but the Sea Soul Stone contains the power of the ancestors of our Hatchling Kingdom. Their heritage is hidden within. Only members of the Hatchling royal family can possibly be recognized by it. Once one obtains the power inheritance within, they will at least reach legendary combat power. For countless years in the past, very few clansmen have gained its recognition, but our princess, when she was young, had already resonated with it many times. She is our hope. It seemed that Dallin Haixing must have a close relationship with their princess, for when he mentioned her, his face was filled with affection and admiration. As for our enemies, Dallin Haixing let out a long sigh. They were originally subjects of our kingdom, but later, for some unknown reason, they were corrupted by the evil god. Instead, they became our enemies. Now their leader is the former pride of our Hatchling Kingdom, the princess's elder brother, our first prince. At this moment, Dallin Haixing's face was filled with anguish, as if deeply grieved by the first prince's fall. Family scandals should not be aired in public, but Dallin Haixing had revealed everything, indicating that the situation must have become severe beyond measure. As for the 100,000 gold coins Godzilla demanded, Dallin Haixing did not even mention them. After all, compared to the Sea Soul Stone, 100,000 gold coins were nothing. After all, the Sea Soul Stone could create a legendary powerhouse. Godzilla even secretly regretted not setting a higher price. But since the deal was already made, Godzilla could hardly go back on his word. He was not a pure chromatic dragon. He would not stoop to such a dishonorable act. Since Dallin Haixing had already laid his cards on the table, Godzilla saw no reason to hold back. He readily took out a miniature conch and in front of Dallin Haixing removed all the items inside. Dallin Haixing clearly recognized that conch. In fact, the conch originally belonged to the princess of the Hatchling Kingdom. When Godzilla first obtained it, the women's clothing inside should have belonged to the Hatchling Kingdom's princess. As for why that fisherman priest had not discarded them, but kept them as they were, Godzilla had no idea. As Godzilla expected, Dallin Haixing immediately fixed his gaze on the sea blue gem. That's it, the Sea Soul Stone. So it was indeed stolen by that damned Fizz. Despite having conducted extensive investigations beforehand, Dallin Haixing's heart remained uneasy until he actually saw the Sea Soul Stone, for it was far too important to them. Currently, the Haixing kingdom had only one legendary powerhouse, his elder brother King Dar of Haixing. But among the rebel forces corrupted by the evil god there were two. Having one additional legendary powerhouse, though not enough to turn the tide immediately, could at least allow them to barely hold out against the attacks. Constantly fighting 2 against 1 had long worn down Dar's body. If not for Dallin leading the mage corps to assist from the side, the kingdom would likely have been breached by the rebels long ago. And recently, for some unknown reason, the rebel offensive had grown even fiercer. King Dar of Haixing was gradually unable to hold on. Dallin's journey here was a great risk. If the enemy learned that he had left the battlefield, they would likely launch an immediate assault with their full army. This was why Dallin appeared so anxious. He simply could not afford to waste time with Godzilla. Now, it's yours. Godzilla tossed the sea soul stone over with an air of nonchalance, but inwardly his heart ached terribly. His draconic nature was acting up again. It was the nature of dragons to hoard treasures and never give them away. But having lived 2 lifetimes, he could control this instinct. Dallin Haixing was obviously extremely surprised by this outcome. Even for a metallic dragon, parting with a treasure already in hand was difficult. He had already prepared to offer several times the value in gold coins. It had to be said that Godzilla's gesture earned Dallin Haixing's goodwill. 1,000 thanks. You will be the best friend of our Haixing kingdom. Dallin Haixing naturally did not carry 100,000 gold coins on his person, but as a mage and the younger brother of the mermaid king, the value of the items he carried was far beyond 100,000 gold coins. He casually removed a ring from his finger and handed it to Godzilla. This ring contains nearly 10,000 gold coins along with some mithril and adamantine. It should be enough to cover the 100,000 gold coins. Godzilla took the ring. The spiritual imprint on the ring had already been erased by Dallin Haixing, allowing him to freely inspect its contents. After seeing what was inside, Godzilla was secretly astonished. It was not just enough to cover the 100,000 gold coins. Including the ring itself, it was probably worth over 300,000 gold coins. Godzilla wanted to say something, but after seeing Dallin Haixing's expression, he decided to accept this favor. Not bad. I hope you can defeat the rebels soon. Seeing that Godzilla did not say much, a hint of joy appeared on Dallin Haixing's face. In this situation, using some gold coins to gain the friendship of a powerful being was the most cost-effective deal. However, time was pressing. Dallin Haixing could only suppress his thoughts and hurriedly bid farewell to Godzilla, leaving the place. He needed to return to the kingdom as quickly as possible. The longer he was away, the more dangerous the kingdom would become. Out of politeness, and also for the sake of the gold coins, Godzilla escorted them to the port of the tribe. Dallin Haixing had already expressed his sincerity to Godzilla, so it would be unreasonable for Godzilla to continue hiding. He chose to reveal his true form. Under the utterly horrified gaze of the 3 companions, Godzilla transformed from a harmless human youth into a colossal monster. Sha Shur and Sha Gang, 2 sharkmen, were so frightened that they fell to the ground with a thud. Heaven help them. They had still thought Godzilla was only about 10 meters tall. Even Dallin was startled. A dragon of such size would require even his elder brother to tread carefully. He felt fortunate for his earlier caution. If he had angered Godzilla forget retrieving the Sea Soul Stone, he would count himself lucky if he wasn't left here by Godzilla. Of course, this was merely a modest remark. As a mage, he had many means of escape. Generally, a dragon of this size would have at least reached the level of an ancient dragon. Although he couldn't see clearly, the dragon before him was clearly not yet an adult. This was absolutely a tremendous potential asset. Dallin Haixing's resolve to befriend Godzilla grew even stronger. However, the appearance of the dragon before him did not match any kind of dragon he knew. Could it be a new species of dragon from the outside world? It was no wonder Haixing thought so. There were simply too many dragon species, and dragons were originally creatures from the endless astral realm, though most had chosen to settle in the prime material plane. Godzilla did not know Dallin's thoughts. His choice to revert to his original form was also deeply meaningful. Earlier, Dallin had said that their clansmen had been deceived by an evil god into rebelling. This made Godzilla think of Godzilla. After all, this was the first evil god he had encountered, and there was clearly a connection between them. The probability of a nation being targeted by 2 evil gods simultaneously was very low. If such a thing had happened, the 2 evil gods would likely have fought first, and only the victor would survive. It must be noted that that evil god had declared that if the Haixing kingdom were destroyed, he himself would surely be drawn into the vortex. With the Haixing kingdom as a buffer, he could continue to develop in secret. The existence of the Haixing kingdom was far more beneficial than harmful to him. The reason Godzilla had returned the Sea Soul Stone so readily earlier was not without such considerations. But the people of the Haixing kingdom did not know that Godzilla had already offended the evil god. They would only think he was a unique dragon, a potential ally worth courting. After we eliminate the rebels, please do come to our kingdom as a guest. As he departed, Dallin said this to Godzilla. Certainly. I will come if I have time. The merman and the dragon exchanged a glance, understanding each other's meaning. After receiving Godzilla's response, De Luan's clouded face finally gained a little smile. After De Luan, Hatchling left, Godzilla returned to the tribe in silence. He needed to think carefully about his next plans. The evil god remained a potential threat. If they could be crushed within the Hatchling kingdom, that would be for the best. However, Godzilla would not go immediately. That would make him seem too enthusiastic. Moreover, he intended never to go to the Hatchling kingdom until he could match a legendary. At this moment, there were not a few vassals in the Hatchling tribe. If he could train them well, they could become a great help. Before his transmigration, Godzilla had read many books about transmigrating into dragons. In those stories, under their rule, kobolds and gnolls lived in peace. Goblins and trolls became friends, and ogres and ordinary humans could put their arms around each other and drink together. Their methods were nothing more than a few forcing them to submit through violence, then using coercive measures to change their nature, and using rewarding food as benefits. In the end, they even achieved a society like that of humans where the young are cared for and the old are supported. Godzilla decided to follow their method and reform his own vassals. Even before his hibernation, Godzilla had already done this. Given the intelligence of these wild, evil races, he did not set overly complex rules. First, naturally, was to forbid killing, no matter where population was the most important. Second was to assign jobs to the vassals in the tribe, such as having kobolds mine goblins and frogmen fish, even having goblins farm fields and forage for wild fruits, and having gnolls and ogres patrol and cut wood, and so on. Third, naturally, was brainwashing education. After all, this was the dragon's winning trick in novels. But now, after half a year in Godzilla's view, these races were still the same. Even with ample food and clothing, there were still abnormal casualties every day in the tribe. For example, some gnolls unable to suppress their bloodlust would secretly kill, or an ogre tempted by hunger would stealthily eat 2 goblins. Or goblins stealing from kobolds would be beaten to death on the spot. Even members of the patrol couldn't resist attacking. As for work, kobolds naturally liked mining. Give them a shovel, and they would clink away for a lifetime. Nothing much to say. But goblins were different. Once their bellies were full, they would find ways to slack off. Even if they were forced to work hungry, they would choose to fill their stomachs first. Unless someone watched them constantly, they could never finish the work. As for brainwashing education, it was a joke. They shouted slogans loudly, and after shouting every day, they did remember some things. But as for deep understanding, it was hardly worth mentioning. In the initial period, Daogu almost executed a dozen people every day. Although the number later decreased, executions still occurred from time to time. It wasn't that Daogu wasn't diligent. Even though he had sent out all the dragon bloods to help manage, he still couldn't control the situation. Evil races are evil races. If their nature could be changed so easily, they wouldn't be called evil races. Perhaps there were some benevolent individuals among them, but those were exceptions, probably less than 1 in 10,000 compared to the entire race. Perhaps for a time, they would obey your orders due to your power, but once you left, they would revert to their original nature. If it were merely evil, that would be one thing. Devils still thrive. But unfortunately, most of the races under Godzilla were of chaotic alignment. If he couldn't make them lawful, then the farming development strategy was merely a beautiful wish. Godzilla's vassals were not numerous. Counting newborns, there were at most 4 or 5,000. With just these people, so many incidents had occurred. Godzilla couldn't understand how those dragons who established kingdoms with evil races and governed them orderly managed to do so. Perhaps by selecting the more docile and obedient among them, and then breeding them generation after generation, they could eliminate the innate cruelty and evil in their bones. After Godzilla woke up, even though he personally intervened, it only worked temporarily. Afterwards, he simply halted the plan. Godzilla was at a loss. Although he could easily destroy them, he could not correct them. It made sense. With the reproductive capacity of goblins, hobgoblins, and kobolds, if they could be so easily domesticated, why would the gods in heaven need humans? Godzilla understood this. Since he couldn't imitate them, he might as well give up. Better to use that energy to convert more dragon bloods. The intelligence brought by the merfolk mage caused Godzilla's somewhat relaxed state of mind to turn cautious once more. Although his current strength was decent, he was far from being a match for a legendary tier opponent. Upon awakening from hibernation, Godzilla would enter a period of rapid growth. A sort of implicit bonus he gained each time he advanced to the next life stage. But this was not enough. Should his enemy possess legendary tier strength, Godzilla would have no choice but to flee. To forge steel, one must be strong oneself. Some powerful dragons naturally step into the legendary period upon reaching adulthood. Though Godzilla was far stronger than his dragon peers, he had barely existed in this world for less than 2 years. To reach the rank of one of the top existences below the legendary tier in merely 2 years, Godzilla's growth speed had already surpassed that of nearly all creatures across the multiverse. Of course, that excluded certain beings born as legendaries, since parental heritage also played an important role. Godzilla was eager to increase his strength, and entering a cinematic world was undoubtedly an excellent choice. Whether it was the nuclear materials within the film worlds or the feedback from creatures brought out from them, both could yield considerable benefits for Godzilla. He had slept for over half a year, so new cinematic worlds should have finished downloading by now. Godzilla had assumed there would be at least 2 or 3, if not 4 or 5. After all, the speed of offline downloads was far quicker than when he was awake. But he had miscalculated it. After all this time, only a single cinematic world had downloaded. Shark World. Godzilla had never heard of this film, but it was likely some low-budget production from Hollywood, America. Why would a movie about sharks take so long to download? This was utterly puzzling. But when Godzilla opened the film within his consciousness, he instantly understood why. Perhaps because in his past life he had downloaded so many films that there were inevitably many of the same genre. And this film was nothing less than a comprehensive collection of all shark disaster movies. Jaws, Megalo Shark, Ghost Shark, Two-Headed Shark, Three-Headed Shark, Five-Headed Shark, Six-Headed Shark, Shark the Meg. Americans seem to have an extraordinary fascination with sharks. If sharks possessed consciousness, they would surely beg for mercy. Aside from a few rare species, sharks genuinely did not prey on humans. In short, this cinematic world was a compilation of all shark disaster films and a portion of sea monster movies. Every film had been transformed into a series of plot lines occurring within this world. It seemed that in this world sharks mutated with extraordinary ease. Godzilla even suspected whether there might be 9-headed sharks or even 100-headed sharks hidden within. Godzilla now fully understood the reason this film had required such a lengthy download was precisely because of these countless intertwined plot lines. All in all, this cinematic world did not particularly suit Godzilla's preferences, for the sharks within were not especially formidable. Perhaps for ordinary humans those sharks were indeed extremely dangerous. An encounter with them would likely mean certain death. Godzilla had even witnessed sharks crawling ashore to hunt humans. But within this world, they were merely ordinary creatures at best. Even within the cinematic world, they could at most threaten yachts at sea. Humanity remained the true masters of this world. Nevertheless, Godzilla had no alternative but to accept it. Moreover, with such a diverse array of shark species, if he could bring them all into this world, he should be able to obtain considerable feedback from across the multiverse. Furthermore, this cinematic world was a human world. If he operated skillfully, he might not need to worry about nuclear materials for quite some time. After all, Godzilla's fission reactor had not yet reached its peak. Compared to ordinary matter and uranium-based nuclear materials, the energy released was worlds apart. Because this cinematic world contained so many films, Godzilla paid no mind to the plotlines whatsoever. Most of the events unfolded at sea, and the locations were typically limited to a single yacht. However, unlike before, due to the sheer volume of embedded cinematic plots, even though he now had more choices, Godzilla could only select the time and location upon his first entry. On subsequent entries, he could only arrive at points in time following his exit. Although he now had many options, Godzilla made no effort to deliberate carefully. Instead, he casually selected one segment and entered the cinematic world. The film he chose was remarkably one featuring a multi-headed shark, six-headed shark. It was truly pitiable that sharks, already burdened with grotesque deformities, had to spend every day hunting humans. Shortly after entering the cinematic world, Godzilla witnessed an exceedingly comical scene. The six-headed shark was relentlessly pursuing the male and female protagonists who had already reached shore, yet the beast refused to give up. It had actually crawled on land. Using the 4 heads on either side as legs in an alternating gait, it simultaneously wielded its 2 forward heads to savage the humans. Witnessing this, even Godzilla had to admit his admiration. But according to the original plot, this 6-headed shark ultimately met its end at the hands of the protagonists. As the first mutated shark Godzilla encountered upon entering this world, it was undoubtedly exceedingly fortunate. If a 6-headed shark was already beyond their comprehension, then a giant dragon soaring at over 30 meters tall was an absolute test of their hearts. If a 6-headed shark was already beyond their comprehension, then a giant dragon soaring at over 30 meters tall was an absolute test of their hearts. A piercing, ear-splitting scream wound its way from the female protagonist's mouth, shredding the eardrums of everyone present. Before Godzilla could do anything, that noise-making creature was viciously bitten by the 6-headed shark behind it. Torn into several pieces by the competing heads, it met its end. After devouring the female protagonist, the 6-headed shark finally noticed the enormous figure abruptly appearing before it. It shuddered violently, and the heads on either side used for supporting its body went limp. It seemed these sharks had merely undergone physical mutations and had not become fearless biological weapons. Godzilla thought to himself. This was excellent news for him, as it meant there was a possibility he could tame these sharks. But not now. Godzilla glanced over the trembling humans, turned around, and headed toward the ocean. He had no concern that his presence would be spread by these few. At such close range, they could never have escaped the 6-headed shark's jaws. The seas of this world were truly different from those of other worlds. as Godzilla swam through the ocean within merely a short while he had encountered at least 3 schools of sharks. The sheer quantity and variety of these sharks explained why mutation occurred so readily among sharks in this world. Of course, besides sharks, other marine life had also grown extraordinarily large. Simply by diving a bit deeper, Godzilla encountered lobsters several meters long, crabs the size of millstone, starfish spreading like rooms, and octopuses the size of freight trucks. Compared to these sharks, seemed almost unremarkable. But as the favored children of this world, sharks possessed the highest mutation rate. They could easily break through their original size and even species limitations. Godzilla even spotted a shark with the lower body of an octopus. Gazing at these phenomena, Godzilla recalled the various scenes from the films he had seen and could only sigh that those humans had died without injustice. Indeed, the paucity of foreigners was not without reason. Among these sharks there were also the powerful. Godzilla had once glimpsed figures dozens of meters long in the deep ocean, likely megalodon and certain supersized mutated sharks. But he did not examine them closely. He had no need to await the cinematic plot. Rather, the entire world was awash with unfolding narratives. What he needed now was nuclear material to provide the energy required for growth. The human nations of this world were evidently an excellent choice. During his previous cinematic world, Godzilla had already learned the source of those uranium deposits from within that nuclear power plant. Most of America's uranium ore primarily came from Canada. Canada's uranium reserves were remarkably abundant, whereas the American homeland itself did not possess particularly rich uranium deposits. Thus, Godzilla conceived an idea: searching for them one nuclear power plant at a time would be tedious and laborious, and after numerous attempts he risked exposing his vulnerabilities to the U.S. military founder in a trivial setback. If he went to the uranium mines in Canada, he might obtain sufficient uranium ore in a single raid. With the unusually high concentration of satellites over America, Godzilla did not intend to reveal himself until he achieved his objective. He skirted along the coastline, circumventing every city and port, advancing stealthily along the seabed to avoid any possible American submarines and radar systems. Despite this, Godzilla's progress was still remarkably swift, reaching the waters near Canada by nightfall. The contrast between the two nations was stark. As a representative of vast territories with sparse populations, Canada appeared considerably dimmer against the night sky than America, dotted only with scattered city lights. Canada's uranium mines were located in Saskatchewan, one of the world's top 3 uranium-producing regions, and a land of boundless fertile plains. Situated in central Canada and bordering America, Saskatchewan was best reached swiftly by flight, which Godzilla deemed the fastest mode of transport. Fortunately, it was now nighttime, and Canada's airspace surveillance was far inferior to America's. As long as Godzilla carefully avoided urban areas, he should remain undetected. Although Godzilla was unaware of the precise location of the uranium mines in Saskatchewan, this posed no challenge, and after flying for some time, he faintly sensed a trace of radiation. For a uranium mining operation of such massive scale, even with the best protective measures, some radiation would inevitably leak out. Even the slightest dose of radiation was perceptible to Godzilla. Without incident, Godzilla easily located the uranium mine site. His target was not the freshly extracted uranium, or, as that would have been far too inefficient, those semi-processed materials that had already been mined and refined were his true objective. Though the purity of these semi-finished products was far inferior to the raw uranium rods he had obtained at the nuclear power plant, they were vastly superior to raw ore. Given the immense uranium reserves here, Godzilla decided against stealthy infiltration. He would simply take what he needed. He plummeted straight from the sky like a miniature earthquake. The shockwaves generated by his colossal weight even caused several mine shafts to collapse. Woo! Shrill alarms blared. Godzilla's appearance was akin to dropping a super depth charge in the deep sea for the mine workers. Although Godzilla had not targeted these humans, the destruction caused merely by his fall had already claimed countless lives. Mine workers wept and screamed, fleeing in panic as if wishing their parents had given them extra legs to run faster. The uranium metal stored here was substantial. As a critically important strategic resource, heavily armed guards were naturally indispensable. However, as Godzilla approached the warehouse storing the uranium metal, the guards merely fired a perfunctory volley before scattering in all directions, because they desperately realized that their once powerful firearms were hardly more effective than fire sticks against this unknown behemoth. Buildings designed to withstand a magnitude 10 earthquake were utterly powerless to stop Godzilla. With just a few blows, he tore a gaping hole in the warehouse roof. The entire mine complex was thrown into turmoil. The manager watched the behemoth on surveillance monitors, consumed by extreme terror. What is it doing? Confused, the manager wondered why Godzilla, amidst so many fleeing people, preferred to target an empty building. Though inhumane, the manager presumed that such monsters typically fed on humans. But he soon understood. Godzilla swallowed crate after crate of neatly stacked semi-finished uranium metal, chewing briefly before swallowing. This monster actually fed on uranium ore. The manager felt his head would explode. If only some people died, he could still handle it, but if all the uranium stockpiles were devoured by Godzilla, then he could say goodbye to his family. The true owners of the mine would angrily tear him apart. Quick, where's the guard team? Make them stop that damn monster. The manager's eyes bloodshot roared and mobilized all defensive forces. This stored nearly half a year's production for the mine. This uranium was ordered by the American military. If all were wasted by Godzilla then. Pacing anxiously back and forth twice in the room, he slammed his hand on the desk and dialed the local police station and military. With the garrison strength here, he feared it was insufficient to stop Godzilla. The guards stationed around the mine quickly rushed over upon receiving orders, unaware of what they would face. They had only vaguely heard fleeing miners shouting continuously about a monster. Perhaps they assumed it was just a wild animal that had strayed in. One member thought so. But when they arrived at the scene, they suddenly realized those people were right. Fire. Though terrified, they had to obey orders and open fire on Godzilla. Yet their weapons, designed only to deter ordinary humans, could scarcely affect Godzilla in the slightest. Godzilla felt no pain from the bullets striking his body. He was busy devouring uranium metal. Each crate of semi-finished uranium metal weighed a full ton, yet he consumed one in 3 or 4 bites. His stomach seemed an unfathomable abyss, and after a dozen crates, there was still no sign of satisfaction. A giant dragon's stomach is far larger than it appears, and its digestion is incredibly rapid. Even a young dragon can consume food equivalent to its entire body weight in one meal. Of course, not all of this food is fully digested. Instead, it is stored in the dragon's stomach. And Godzilla's stomach, evolved into an atomic furnace, is even more wondrous. Substances entering the stomach are miraculously compressed, enabling Godzilla to swallow food far beyond human imagination. Godzilla's stomach furnace has gradually acquired spatial attributes, allowing him to eat faster and more. Godzilla, roughly counted, even after consuming over a dozen crates, the warehouse still held hundreds more of uranium. This naturally invigorated Godzilla, who then gorged himself ravenously. Although these humans could not harm him, the persistent gunfire was still annoying. Thus Godzilla cleanly turned and swept his tail, crushing most of the garrison forces that the manager had so highly expected into meat paste. A few who escaped the sweep were now utterly terrified, disregarding any damned orders or lousy jobs. They only wanted to flee this place. Godzilla naturally ignored them. After devouring all the uranium metal in the warehouse, he let out a satisfied burp. Amidst shrill sirens, Canadian police arrived belatedly. Due to the severity of the situation, they even deployed the station's only armored vehicle and 2 helicopters. They surrounded Godzilla. The terrifying aura akin to an ancient beast constantly assailed their minds, making them hesitant to open fire immediately. Under the gaze of all, Godzilla slowly straightened his body and spread his wings. Originally already gigantic, he now appeared even more imposing. Many police officers fainted on the spot, overwhelmed by terror. Boom. With a violent roar, Godzilla launched himself from the ground. Beautiful ribbons of light trailed from his wings as he soared into the distance like an arrow from a bowstring. Yet those police officers suffered heavy casualties in the commotion of Godzilla's takeoff. Perhaps because the converted energy was so abundantly overflowing, Godzilla even felt as though he had eaten his fill. He no longer bothered to conserve his energy, activating the microparticle thrusters located in his wings and tail, cranking the output to maximum. This was a sensation Godzilla had never experienced before. He felt as though he had transcended all limits. His flight speed had already surpassed the sound barrier, shattering the sky before him like a mirror. Turbulent air currents mingled with the blazing luminescence of particle exhaust, forging a long, dazzling exhaust trail behind him. Absolutely spectacular and magnificent. The night sky had become another boundless ocean at his free disposal. What Godzilla did not yet know was that he had already been locked onto by satellites from nations across the globe. In this era of hyper-connected information, events could spread across the entire world in an instant, especially something as grave as this. The moment the incident occurred in Canada, political leaders from around the world were already informed. With intelligence agencies in full operation, within half an hour they had pieced together everything Godzilla had done in Canada. The United States naturally reacted first. In a sense, Canada served something of a vassal state to America. As the boss, it was necessary to step up and defend one's junior ally when they were unable to handle things themselves. Showing muscle was essential. This was precisely what Americans loved doing. They quickly dispatched a formation of fighter jets, joining forces with Australian-based aircraft to intercept Godzilla first. For a behemoth like Godzilla that could recklessly devour nuclear metals, Americans were quite interested. They had always harbored a fondness for researching dangerous things, such as certain viruses and the like. Under the calculations of advanced fire control radar, they quickly determined Godzilla's trajectory. Since Godzilla was not near any densely populated cities, but was instead in the vast open sky, they felt no hesitation in deploying weapons of tremendous destructive power. Before taking off, the missiles carried by their fighter jets had already been swapped out for thermobaric warheads, which were extremely lethal to living organisms. They wanted to recover Godzilla's intact corpse. Launch. Confirmed by the Ground Command Center, several fighter jets arranged in a triangular formation fired multiple thermobaric missiles toward Godzilla's path. Godzilla naturally noticed these uninvited guests nearby, but at this moment he was caught up in the thrill of the moment and paid them no mind. In his eyes, these fighter jets were utterly incapable of harming him. However, the outcome was much the same. Although the missiles they launched successfully struck Godzilla, the thermobaric warheads concealed within detonated instantly, and fierce flames along with intense heat shockwaves filled the space within hundreds of meters. Subsequent thermobaric rounds were also detonated, collectively covering a space extending a kilometer around Godzilla. But what they did not know was that Godzilla inherently possessed the bloodline of the Red Dragon. These temperatures capable of incinerating humans to charcoal felt no different to him than a warm bath. As for the oxygen-depleting, suffocation-inducing effect of the thermobaric bombs that posed even less of a threat to Godzilla. Godzilla could survive in a vacuum. Mere oxygen had long ceased to be a limitation for him. The explosive shockwaves of the bombs did have some effect, but at most they merely disrupted his balance, sending him plummeting downward. But Godzilla quickly regained his composure, so he cared little for these injuries. Yet he was certainly not one who would merely absorb blows without retaliating. Since they chose to strike, they would pay the price. The flames continued to rage, spreading across the sky like a vast expanse of fire clouds, while the fighter pilots were already preparing to return in triumph. However, at that very moment something extraordinary stirred within that enormous fire cloud. The burning mass began to slowly rotate, spinning faster and faster, continuously contracting toward its center. What is that? The fighter formation halted their planned return, pulled back to a greater distance, and turned toward the fire cloud, quietly observing its transformation. But what they had not anticipated was that from the very center of the vortex, a fiery column dozens of meters thick erupted outward, its width constantly expanding. Damn it! The attack came without warning, leaving them completely unprepared. Having flown directly toward the fire cloud, they had no time to turn around, and could only watch helplessly as the flames drew ever closer. Scorching flames baked their fighter jets, their pride and joy, only to end up killing them. As the fire column erupted, the fire cloud grew progressively smaller until it was utterly extinguished. Godzilla closed his still-smoking maw. He had not expected that after inhaling so much flame and expelling it alongside his dragon breath, the power would have been amplified to such a degree. He had originally intended to test his new ability, but it seemed there was no need after all. Satellite imagery clearly captured Godzilla striding away nonchalantly, which made the U.S. military absolutely furious. That was an entire fighter squadron, lost in a single moment to Godzilla's jaws. Even more infuriating was that nearly every nation on Earth had witnessed this scene. They had set out to flex their muscles, yet had ended up looking like fools. If they could not kill Godzilla, where would America's pride stand? Moreover, they had clearly seen Godzilla's breath attack earlier. If they could repurpose it as a biological weapon, then these losses would mean nothing at all. But by now Godzilla had already flown to the seaside, and once he submerged underwater, the satellites of various nations could only watch with helpless sighs. Nevertheless, the U.S. military had already dispatched a second carrier strike group in the first wave. After consuming so much uranium metal, Godzilla's body was currently in a state of heightened activity. Along his journey, he had inevitably left behind traces of radiation, and this radiation naturally provided the U.S. military with a directional trail to follow. This expedition into the cinematic world had gone very smoothly. It could be said that Godzilla's purpose here was already half fulfilled. As for the other half, it naturally lay with the sharks in these oceans. After reaching the juvenile dragon stage, Godzilla had automatically gained certain psionic abilities. Combined with his naturally potent spiritual power, his sensing capability had been greatly enhanced. Godzilla concealed his aura, drifting silently with the ocean currents as he searched for sharks with special abilities. Whenever he found one, he released his suppressed presence and forced it to submit to his will. It must be said that the sharks in these waters were remarkably pragmatic. Upon sensing Godzilla's overwhelming pressure and realizing escape was impossible, they would meekly submit to him. Godzilla did not restrain their movements. He merely branded a mental seal deep within their consciousness. The majority of sharks he had gathered belonged to the multi-headed variety. Two-headed and three-headed sharks in particular were countless in number. But among all the sharks Godzilla had subdued, the four most powerful stood out above the rest. One was a great white shark. This shark was massive, roughly the size of a submarine, which Godzilla had claimed in the waters of the North Atlantic. Another was a megalodon, this shark lineage left over from ancient times, which remained one of the most formidable predators even to the present day. Its body was even larger than that great white. Then there was one that could be considered the strongest among the multi-headed series, a 9-headed shark. Godzilla truly had no idea that shark heads could grow so elongated. A 6-headed shark had already been ridiculous enough, but a 9-headed one took it even further. 2 heads at the front, 2 at the tail, 2 on each side plus 1 on the back. A staggering 9 heads in total. Godzilla couldn't help but feel sympathy for those 2 heads at the rear. Being used as a tail and whipped around all day until dizzy was one thing, being left out of meals was tolerable too, but what was truly tragic was that while the front heads did the eating, those rear ones had to handle the waste. As for the last one, it was a colossal octoshark, with the head of a shark, yet beneath it a tangle of octopus tentacles. Dozens of long tentacles flailed about, creating a sense of chaotic pandemonium. Of course, there were many other shark species, but none were as formidable as these 4. Godzilla drifted along the ocean currents, traversing nearly the entire Atlantic and Pacific. This infuriated the U.S. aircraft carrier fleet that had been trailing him relentlessly. They had not paused for a single moment over the past 2 months, yet Godzilla never stopped. Now the whole world was laughing at their failure. When asked about Godzilla's recent whereabouts, the U.S. president shamelessly boasted, "No one knows that monster better than I do. Just watch. It'll be captured and locked in a zoo soon. Oh, nuclear radiation. No need to worry. Just wrap yourself in plastic wrap, and you'll be fine." Thus the upper echelons gave orders while the lower ranks bore the brunt of the work. After roaming for so long, Godzilla had lost count of how many sharks he had subdued, but he knew the number was substantial. He stopped at a deserted island in the middle of the Pacific and began summoning the sharks he had tamed through his spiritual imprint. Godzilla had no idea how many of these sharks would actually respond. Even though the mutated sharks had grown considerably smarter, it remained uncertain whether they would heed his call or ignore it. However, Godzilla's pause gave the U.S. carrier fleet an opportunity. Using a radar developed by scientists to track Godzilla's radiation energy, the bright spot representing Godzilla finally appeared on the screen for the first time after more than 2 months of pursuit. The U.S. president was so excited upon hearing this news that he leaped from his desk and immediately sent a tweet. "I told you, no one knows that monster better than I do. Now watch closely, we'll capture it soon." This statement quickly garnered a flood of likes from netizens across the globe. Heads of other governments also learned of the news at once and promptly redirected their surveillance satellites toward the Pacific. The members of the U.S. Parliament, meanwhile, could only cover their foreheads in exasperation, resigned to the embarrassment of having such a president. Unbeknownst to Godzilla, the U.S. government had been so tenacious that they had chased him for over 2 months. He was still on that island waiting for the sharks to gather. Some sharks from nearby waters had already arrived, but those farther away would need a considerable amount of time to reach him. Having discovered Godzilla's trace, the U.S. carrier fleet, to avoid alarming him, refrained from approaching directly, instead monitoring him from a distance with radar. After the previous debacle of showing off their military strength, the U.S. Navy had become much more cautious, eager to redeem themselves. To legitimize their display of power, the U.S. Second Carrier Fleet invited the Japanese Self-Defense Fleet, the Canadian Navy, and the Australian Navy for a joint 4-nation military exercise. Though it was called a military exercise, the true target was Godzilla. The other nations dared not refuse their master's request, and they were also eager to claim a share of the spoils, with Japan being the most enthusiastic. These fleets had been prowling along the edges of the South China Sea, causing trouble for the Red Nation, and were not far from Godzilla's Pacific Island. Thus they could easily divert their forces. Once all the subordinate forces had gathered, the U.S. Carrier Fleet finally began its operation. They first dispatched conventional nuclear submarines to the waters near Godzilla's island, laying mines to block his escape routes. However, as the submarines approached, they noticed a peculiar phenomenon: the number of sharks in the area was unnaturally high. Moreover, most of these sharks were mutated. These sharks caused minor trouble for the submarines, but given their size, they could not inflict significant damage on the ultra-strong steel hulls. After driving away the shark swarm, the submarines completed their mission, smoothly planting mines around the island and remaining submerged in the vicinity, awaiting orders. The abnormal movements of the shark swarm were naturally detected by Godzilla. He immediately took to the sky, where the ocean waves and mist could not obstruct his vision. The distant fleet was plainly visible to him. "Damn, the target has spotted us. Move now." The fighter jets on the carrier were catapulted into the air, instantly coordinating with the anti-aircraft guns of the frigates and destroyers, launching a fierce assault on Godzilla. Having learned from the previous encounter, they knew ordinary bullets and explosives were ineffective against Godzilla, so they replaced the aircraft cannon rounds with armor-piercing ammunition, and the missiles were equipped with depleted uranium rounds, the pinnacle of armor-piercing weaponry. Godzilla's eyes blazed with fury. In his mind, he had already done them a favor by not seeking them out, yet these humans were so ungrateful. How dare they attack him here? The United States was one thing. They fancied themselves the world's police and meddled in everything, so their attack made some sense. Canada could be considered a victim, and their coming to seek revenge was understandable, but that didn't mean he would spare them. But that petty nation of Japan and that arrogant Australia. How dare they provoke him? Did they think he was an easy target? After more than 2 months, Godzilla had grown even larger, standing at a height of 40 meters with a tail extending 1.5 times his height. Such a colossal beast exuded overwhelming pressure with every move. The armor-piercing shells that humans had placed their hopes in were now useless against Godzilla. Only the depleted uranium rounds fired from missiles could chip his scales, but even then only the outermost layer. Godzilla's scales were layered 3 or 4 deep, and beneath them his skin was exceptionally tough, almost as resilient as the scales. The kinetic energy of the projectiles was entirely absorbed by the thick hide, leaving not even a ripple. At this moment, Godzilla finally embodied the majesty of the Godzilla scene in movies. The gust stirred by his dragon wings even created sea spouts that swept toward the combined fleet. These warships were large vessels, and the wind and waves could not sink them, but they were powerful enough to clear everything off their decks. Human soldiers had no choice but to retreat inside the cabins, but Godzilla's assault was far from over. Apart from missiles, the fighter jet's cannons needed to be fired at close range to hit Godzilla. Although Godzilla's flight speed was far slower than the jet's, the turbulence caused by his movements combined with his wings and long tail were enough to send the fighters plunging like meteors. Am I seeing things? It feels like it's gotten even bigger. The U.S. president stared at the chaotic scene, dazed. Where was the promised redemption? Where was the show of strength? How had it come to this? But the outcome of war does not bend to individual will. What is meant to happen happens. Eventually, Godzilla even ignored the fighter jet's harassment and lunged directly at the combined fleet. This sent the U.S. military into a complete panic. If Godzilla got close, their aircraft carrier would be as good as lost. We must stop him. The carrier fleet commander hoarsely issued the order. Countless cannons and missiles fired wildly, forming a barrage to intercept Godzilla. But Godzilla's mobility was formidable, especially in flight. His microparticle jet organs were pushed to their limits, and with a deafening sonic boom, he crashed into the joint fleet before the barrage could reach him. No. The carrier fleet commander roared with reddened eyes, knowing that the initiative in battle had slipped from their grasp. Now the roles of attacker and defender had reversed. As a symbol of national power, the aircraft carrier must not be lost. Even though America possessed many carriers, that did not mean they could tolerate the loss of one. The aircraft carrier, escorted by several frigates, quickly turned away from Godzilla and sped off. The other frigates headed toward Godzilla, resigned to their fate. It was a desperate measure and necessary sacrifice. But it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With a casual swipe of his tail and a flick of his claws, Godzilla tore through the warships, as if they were plastic toys, sending them sinking into the sea amid the desperate cries of their crews. Within just a few minutes, a dozen whirlpools appeared on the surface, each marking the grave of a warship. In the White House, silence reigned. Everyone was stunned by the power Godzilla had displayed. It defied all science. Not only them, but every national leader watching through satellite imagery asked themselves, if they were in the same situation, could they possibly deal with such an extraordinary creature? But they soon discovered to their dismay that they would have been defeated even faster. After tearing through the escort ships, Godzilla set his sights on the aircraft carrier speeding away in the distance. He was determined to teach America a lesson. This carrier would stay here. Seeing this, the carrier fleet commander was plunged into absolute despair. Since World War II, no American carrier had ever been sunk. Was he to become the first commander to lose a carrier? Yet he did not give up, clinging to the faintest hope. The invincible reputation of the American fleet must not be destroyed at his hands. As long as the carrier remained afloat, there was still a shred of dignity. What about the Japanese self-defense fleet? Signal them to help us stop that accursed monster. The carrier commander grew more agitated, then instructed the liaison officer to also summon the navies of Canada and Australia to join the interception. Upon hearing the news, the commanders of the three nations' fleets were utterly dumbfounded. Was this a joke? Without a second thought, they unanimously refused the American commander's request. They had come only to offer token support to fight an easy battle and then share in the spoils. But if even the mighty American fleet couldn't stop the monster, they would rather flee than charge to their deaths. The carrier commander's words seemed to remind the American president, who suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. Like the carrier commander, he believed that as long as the carrier was saved, everything else was acceptable. It was the last bastion of pride. Get me Japanese Prime Minister Abe, the Canadian Prime Minister, and the Australian Prime Minister immediately. I need a video conference. Once the video link was established, everyone left the room. No one knew what was discussed, but when the American president emerged, there was a hint of smugness on his face. Though he had made some concessions, he had managed to persuade them. Meanwhile, after the video conference, the Japanese Prime Minister and the leaders of Canada and Australia looked as if they had swallowed something foul. Yet faced with America's bullying tactics, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and comply. The three nations' fleet commanders had been scattering and gleefully watching the Americans' misfortune, but after receiving phone calls from their superiors, their faces were filled with indignation. Despite their reluctance, they had to obey orders and steer their fleets toward Godzilla. The opinions of the sailors no longer mattered. Their only concern now was how to survive the impending onslaught from Godzilla. It was a suicide mission, but perhaps with careful maneuvering a slim chance of survival remained. One obstacle after another enraged Godzilla further. When the three nations' fleets approached again, he resolved to teach them a lesson they would never forget. He didn't want to waste time on these fleets. The American carrier was already fading from his sight. Soaring in the sky, a red glow began to emanate from his throat, and then a torrent of dragon fire rained down, blanketing the sea in a series of blazing fire belts. With his abundant energy reserves, Godzilla could sustain his flame breath for over 10 minutes without pause. Under the bombardment of fire from the sky, the joint fleet of the three nations could not hold Godzilla for long before they were all destroyed. The intense heat detonated the ship's ammunition magazines, even blowing some vessels in two. Now nothing could stop him. The smug expression on the American president's face quickly turned to shock. When he saw Godzilla descend from the sky, ignoring the frantic fire of the close-in defense systems, and smash straight through the carrier's deck, he knew that whatever he did next would be meaningless. He slumped into his chair, utterly dejected. He knew he would become famous, a historically notable president, but not in the way he had ever wanted. He looked up again at the satellite image. The carrier was destroyed, and no other ships remained. The entire second carrier fleet had been annihilated. Seeing this, his expression twisted grotesquely like a ravenous ghost. "Bring me the computer. I want the nearby Ohio-class nuclear submarine to launch a nuclear missile. I want that place wiped clean. I want that damned monster dead." His voice started calm, but grew louder and more distorted, culminating in a furious roar. The White House communications officer looked at the president, feeling a sense of utter alienation. This man before him was no different from a gambler who had lost everything in a casino. But he dared not utter a word of dissent. He had no doubt that if he hesitated even for a moment, the man would pull a pistol from the drawer and shoot him. After passing iris fingerprint and voice verification, the American president opened the computer, entered some commands, and with trembling hands typed the password he had memorized into the pop-up window. Then a bright red button emerged from the keyboard. Staring at it, his face filled with madness, and he slammed his right hand down on it. Having done this, he seemed drained of all strength, slumping into the presidential seat, lost in a daze. This should all end now. Though he knew that pressing the button would cost countless lives, he did it anyway. Although most of the warships had been destroyed, one or two had miraculously survived, and there were countless American soldiers drifting on lifeboats in despair. Once that nuclear war had struck, they would all be buried there. A nuclear submarine cruising in the deep sea suddenly received an order. After a brief pause of several seconds, it began to rapidly ballast out and surface. Minutes later, the submarine broke the surface. The hatch on top opened, and a missile marked with a black and yellow insignia was erected upright. With a thunderous roar, it ignited and shot into the sky. Shortly after the missile ascended above the sea surface, satellites from various countries detected its trajectory. Their expressions turned grim. All of them realized this missile was different from any previous one. It was an intercontinental ballistic missile. Unable to determine the launching party or the target, leaders of numerous nations issued their commands in rapid succession. Nuclear-armed states moved to alert status, while non-nuclear nations likewise aimed their missiles at hostile countries. Global war stood on the brink of eruption. Once this unidentified missile passed over any nation's territory, that country would unhesitatingly unleash its full arsenal. But at that critical moment, the President of the United States initiated a video conference through the United Nations. Leaders of various nations harbored suspicions, yet before the situation became clear, they dared not draw conclusions prematurely. That missile was launched by us. It carries a nuclear warhead with a yield of 1 million tons. Gazing at the haggard appearance of the American president, the presidents of other nations wore expressions of barely concealed fury. The reckless launch of an intercontinental missile armed with a nuclear warhead had gravely offended the sensitive nerves of every nation, especially Japan, since Godzilla was located in the Pacific Ocean and the American nuclear warhead was undoubtedly aimed in that direction. Though the distance from Japan was neither close nor far, it was enough to remind the Japanese Prime Minister of the little boy and fat man dropped decades ago. Have you lost your mind? There are still people alive in that area. And what about the radiation from detonating a nuclear weapon on the high seas? Leaders of several nations could not help but press the Americans relentlessly. America's actions had trampled upon their most sacred red lines. Even to eliminate a monster, one should not casually deploy nuclear weapons. This is an utterly irresponsible approach. Gentlemen, it is already too late to dwell on what has been done. The nuclear warhead is about to detonate. Why not join me in witnessing this rare spectacle? The American president's words silenced all objections. Indeed, even if America had acted thus, what could they possibly do about it? Even after losing an entire aircraft carrier fleet, the United States remained the most powerful nation on Earth. Several smaller nations instantly fell silent. The other 4 permanent members of the Security Council were not so easily cowed. As nuclear powers themselves, they might not match America's strength, but they certainly did not need to fear her. After this incident, America must provide a satisfactory explanation. With those words, all nations understood the matter was settled. America remained the hegemon it had always been, yet most there might be some post-event compensation and concessions. After destroying the aircraft carrier, Godzilla returned to that small island. But for reasons unknown, a sudden and intense sense of foreboding struck him. As time passed, this feeling only grew more severe. Godzilla harbored vague suspicions, but when he spotted a dark speck hurtling toward him in the distance, he was visibly startled. Nothing could provoke such a sensation in him except a nuclear warhead. At his current power level, a direct nuclear hit, even at close range, would leave him severely wounded, if not killed outright. While his resistance to fire was formidable, it had not yet reached complete immunity, let alone withstand the devastating shockwave. The Americans, desperate to defeat him, had resorted to nuclear weapons. Though Godzilla had absorbed far more uranium than what existed inside a nuclear warhead, the difference lay in release. One was a gradual emission of energy, while the other exploded instantaneously. Their destructive power could scarcely be compared. At this point, fleeing was no longer an option. The missile's speed far surpassed anything Godzilla could match. The mere moment Godzilla spotted the missile, no more than 1 or 2 seconds later, it appeared directly above the small island where he stood. Godzilla's pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, he turned and plunged into the ocean, diving frantically downward. Meanwhile, the nuclear warhead had already detached from the missile and detonated with a colossal explosion 400 to 500 meters above the sea surface. In an instant, a blinding flash erupted. The brilliant light pierced through layers of seawater, illuminating even the deepest trenches of the ocean. Godzilla had closed his eyes beforehand, yet the light still penetrated his eyelids. His vision was completely whited out. Following the flash came the ultimate heat and shockwave. Even concealed deep beneath the sea, Godzilla still sustained injuries. Vast quantities of seawater were vaporized by the intense heat, rising as enormous plumes of irradiated white steam. Mixed with debris thrown upward by the explosion, they ascended into the sky, forming a colossal mushroom cloud that covered an area spanning several kilometers across. The seawater was displaced by the blast, carving a crater at the epicenter, measuring nearly 7 to 8 kilometers in diameter and plunging to a staggering depth of 500 meters. Enormous volumes of seawater converged and surged outward as towering tsunamis spreading in all directions. Coastal nations around the Pacific watched in alarm, urgently issuing orders to prepare for the impending disaster. The seawater had been brought to a rolling boil. Aside from Godzilla, virtually every living creature in the vicinity perished. The sheer intensity of the nuclear explosion inflicted serious injuries upon Godzilla. However, buffered by the surrounding water, most of the damage was internal. Massive nuclear radiation permeated every corner within a radius of tens of kilometers. The genes within Godzilla's body were subjected to extreme stimulation, driving him to absorb the radiation with every fiber of his being. His wounds began to heal before their eyes, and under the influence of the radiation his body grew warm and flushed red. After the explosion subsided, the seawater settled, leaving only the enormous mushroom cloud suspended overhead. Through satellite surveillance, the American government watched for several hours, but Godzilla never reappeared. By then they were certain Godzilla was dead. What they did not know was that during this very period Godzilla had been recuperating underwater. Under the stimulation of massive radiation his body continued to grow. 2 days after the nuclear detonation, the U.S. military dispatched numerous vessels to recover Godzilla's remains. Everyone wore thick protective suits, yet despite exhaustive searches they found nothing at all. Godzilla had already left the area. He sought vengeance. That nuclear strike would not go unanswered. Of the sharks he had painstakingly gathered, none within the blast radius had survived. Fortunately, many sharks had not yet arrived, sparing him from total annihilation and preventing all his prior efforts from being in vain. Thanks to that nuclear detonation, Godzilla had grown another 5 meters in height. Moreover, his body, forged by the nuclear explosion, had become far tougher and more powerful. All the scales shattered in the blast had regrown. Godzilla's extraordinary regenerative capabilities were displayed in their fullest expression. Ever since transforming into his juvenile dragon form, he had acquired a new ability, converting the nuclear energy within his body into a beam fired from his mouth. He had once believed this to be Godzilla's signature technique, the atomic breath. But later testing revealed it was merely a high-temperature particle beam. Though far more powerful than ordinary dragon breath, it still fell vastly short of the true atomic breath. More importantly, the beam lacked cohesion, required a lengthy charging period, and its effective range was limited. Beyond 10 kilometers its power gradually dissipated. But now everything had changed. After the nuclear detonation, under the stimulation of extreme, high-temperature pressure and intense radiation, his organs underwent further evolution. The nuclear warhead had served as a key unlocking something long dormant within him. Godzilla was now heading toward Japan, the nearest nation. Every country that had once besieged him, one and all, would not escape his wrath. Due to the earlier nuclear detonation, all Pacific coastal nations were on high alert. Apart from the tsunami triggered by the blast, the radiation cloud alone was enough to give them sleepless nights. Among these nations, Japan bore the brunt first and foremost. If not for the earlier promise made by the American president, that should Japan be willing to send its fleet to hold Godzilla at bay, he would ease restrictions on Japan's military buildup and allow the self-defense forces to arm themselves more effectively. He would never have agreed to let those naval forces march to their deaths. To make matters worse, their plan had already failed, and now the radioactive cloud from the nuclear detonation was drifting toward them. Originally, due to the Fukushima nuclear power plant issue, the land of the rising sun had planned to discharge nuclear wastewater into the Pacific Ocean, forcing every nation on Earth to bear the risks that should have been solely theirs. Or perhaps they were already secretly dumping it, merely doing so less overtly. However, before they could act, the United States struck first with a nuclear strike. Under such circumstances, if they disregarded the warnings of other nations and stubbornly proceeded with their plan, they would undoubtedly face severe international condemnation. Forced into secrecy by this confrontation, they continued their covert discharge operations, ready to shift all responsibility onto the American attack should any crisis emerge. Yet that very day, an uninvited visitor arrived at the shores of the island nation. As Godzilla approached the coastline, he immediately sensed the pervasive radiation saturating the ocean, remnants that had lingered for many years. Following the trail of radiation across the seabed, Godzilla surged forward until he reached the eastern region of the nation, Fukushima Prefecture. The Fukushima nuclear crisis that had haunted this nation for over a decade would cease to exist by day's end. The seafloor rose gradually, and Godzilla slowly emerged from the depths onto land. It was mid-afternoon, and the beach was bustling with people. The moment Godzilla rose from the waves, everyone froze as though enchanted, standing motionless in sheer disbelief as the beast stepped onto shore. Godzilla shook his massive neck, spread his dragon-like wings, and flicked the water from his scales before continuing toward the power plant. Humans, vehicles, and buildings stood no chance of halting his advance. Only when the first person beneath Godzilla's foot was crushed into crimson paste did the crowd snap from their paralysis, screaming and scattering in every direction. But panic only slowed their flight, and no human could match his speed. Godzilla waded through the crowd, leaving a horrific path of shattered limbs and torn flesh in his wake. "You've been working so hard to dump this radioactive waste in secret," Godzilla grinned, his massive jaws slowly opening. "Let me help you with that." Blinding white light coalesced within his maw and erupted outward at the speed of light. The superheated beam slammed into the nuclear wastewater storage tanks like a red-hot blade, threw butter shredding through every container with devastating efficiency. Godzilla swept his head in wide arcs, his white-hot beam carving channels across the facility like molten lava, transforming the entire power plant into a furnace of fire and destruction. At some critical point, the beam struck deep within the complex, and the entire facility detonated with tremendous force, launching rubble and debris skyward. Godzilla instantly sensed the massive radiation burst erupting from the ruins, spreading outward to engulf the entire city. Satisfied, Godzilla nodded and took to the skies toward Tokyo, where an active volcano waited. He had been submerged for far too long, and he simply craved a bath in molten rock. Flying low, he unleashed his radioactive aura without restraint. People fell like wheat before a scythe in his path, and the shockwave from his wings sent every unfixed object tumbling, structures collapsing under the immense force. Behind him lay an unbroken corridor of death. News of Godzilla's return spread across the globe rapidly. While many nations breathed sighs of relief upon learning he had appeared near Japan, neighboring countries braced themselves in terror, dreading his approach. With no other option, Japan's self-defense forces scrambled their fighter jets to intercept. After all, Godzilla was heading toward Tokyo, one of the nation's greatest cities. If it fell, the blow would be nothing short of devastating. Simultaneously, the Prime Minister pleaded with U.S. forces stationed in Japan for assistance while calculating Godzilla's trajectory and initiating emergency evacuations. But the Americans, thoroughly cowed by their earlier defeat, refused to engage, knowing the battle would remain on Japanese soil regardless. Instead, Russia made an offer via telephone asking whether Japan needed their assistance in delivering a 10-megaton Tsar bomba. This was no joke. Russia genuinely entertained the idea, given that Japan lay not far from their territory. In their assessment, the previous nuclear strike had failed for two reasons: the ocean absorbed most of the explosive force, and the yield proved insufficient. Indeed, a 10-megaton warhead would have been more than Godzilla could withstand. Yet Japan could never agree to such an absurd demand. If Russia detonated a 10-megaton bomb on Japanese soil, the nation might as well declare its own demise. Russia could only express deep regret. Meanwhile, the Japanese fighter jets sent to intercept him failed to slow him for even a single second. Even pilots screaming fervently of loyalty to the emperor and ramming their aircraft into Godzilla produced nothing more than massive fireballs. Their efforts proved utterly futile. Under the watchful eyes of the world, Godzilla soared over Tokyo. What brought a sliver of relief to the local government was that apart from the destruction caused by his wing-generated winds, he had not unleashed mass slaughter within the city itself. He touched down on Tokyo's streets and began his march toward Mount Fuji. Crack! Each heavy footfall echoed with thunderous impacts, crushing every building and home that blocked his path. At a shrine, crowds fled in panicked desperation. This was Yasukuni's shrine, where descendants of wartime figures gathered each year to pay their respects. But Godzilla arrived first. The young fled without hesitation, while some elderly attendees accompanied by shrine officials clutched the ancestral tablets and attempted to carry them to safety. Yamamoto, run! What are you still doing there? One person shouted at another within the shrine. No, these are my ancestors. I must protect them. Another man cried out emotionally, clutching the spirit tablets as he desperately tried to escape. But it was far too late. Godzilla had arrived, and as he beheld the distinctly Japanese shrine, a sudden, profound revulsion coursed through him. The shrine stood directly in his path. With a torrent of incinerating flame, Godzilla reduced the structure to ash, erasing both building and its occupants from existence. Naturally, Yamamoto and his ancestors turned to ash together. Continuing forward, Godzilla crushed the burned shrine sign beneath his foot, grinding the inscribed plaque into fragments. Though technically an active volcano, Mount Fuji had not erupted in centuries, a mercy granted to the island nation by fate itself. But Godzilla would not grant such courtesy. As he approached the mountain, white energy gathered once more in his maw and blasted toward the summit. To the horror of onlookers, the peak melted into a gaping crater as thick, glowing magma began to flow outward. Is it trying to trigger a volcanic eruption? That damn monster. There was nothing they could do to stop Godzilla. Godzilla leapt into the crater, sending splashes of molten rock spraying outward as volcanic debris rained from the peak. Descending into the magma, Godzilla swallowed great mouthfuls of the molten rock. His eyes lit up. Its taste was unexpectedly delightful, like the first cup of bubble tea on a winter morning. He opened his colossal jaws and devoured greedily. The molten rock provided welcome relief, tempering the harsh metallic tang of the nuclear energy coursing through his body. Sated, Godzilla resolved to attend to more pressing matters. These arrogant islanders, content in their isolated prosperity, had meddled beyond their station and stumbled upon his path. How else would they understand the value of nuclear peace unless they tasted suffering? Godzilla directed his white-hot beam into the magma's deepest reaches. Violent explosions erupted from below, their deep, rumbling reverberating through the earth. Every inhabitant within the Tokyo metropolitan area felt the ground tremble simultaneously. In an earthquake-prone nation, survival instincts were ingrained from childhood. Once they confirmed the tremor was real, citizens moved systematically, seeking shelter in sturdy structures or evacuating to open spaces. But this time was different. The shrill wail of air raid sirens cut through the chaos, leaving civilians disoriented and fearful. They had never heard such sounds during an earthquake. Elderly survivors, however, recognized the siren's tone and were thrust back to memories of World War II bombing raids over Japanese soil. Every digital billboard across the city shifted to display the Prime Minister's face, replacing all commercial advertisements. Citizens, I am powerless. I could not stop that beast. It has entered Mount Fuji. What you're feeling isn't merely an earthquake. Fuji has been detonated. The eruption will begin shortly, and we do not yet know the full extent of the devastation. Please evacuate immediately. I'm sorry. The Prime Minister bowed deeply before the transmission cut to black. Everyone was completely stunned. Was Mount Fuji about to erupt? This was absolutely the biggest joke of the century. Yet even the Prime Minister of Japan had endorsed the warning, which meant it was all real. The orderly scene descended into instant chaos. They had only learned how to cope with earthquakes, but survival amid a volcanic eruption was an altogether profound and terrifying question. Driven purely by the instinct to survive, they fled in wild desperation away from Mount Fuji. Those with cars piled into them, and those without found every possible means to flee. The volcano had not yet erupted, yet many had already perished in the stampede. Rumble. After centuries of silence, Mount Fuji finally awakened, roaring as it unleashed its fury. Billowing black smoke carrying scalding lava surged from the crater, first raining fire across the surroundings. Following the black smoke came rivers of golden magma. Keen-eyed onlookers even caught a glimpse of a colossal figure flashing within the molten flow. Godzilla emerged from the surging magma born of fire. Having achieved his purpose, there was no need for him to lift a finger. The wrath of Mount Fuji would deliver a profound lesson to the people of Japan. Godzilla launched himself skyward from the lava molten rock, sliding from his body like rain. Under the watchful gaze of surveillance satellites, he plunged into the ocean. In that moment, every nation surrounding Japan fell into panic. They had witnessed Japan's devastating precedent with their own eyes and feared that if Godzilla landed in their countries, their fate would be no better. But their fears were entirely misplaced. Godzilla rarely engaged in such thankless endeavors. Had it not been for America and Japan provoking him, he would long ago have returned to Boron continent. His second destination was Australia. Like Japan, Australia had never imagined Godzilla would come for them. By both distance and sparse population density, Australia seemed entirely safe. Yet Godzilla chose to land in Australia anyway. They never considered that his visit was triggered by their naval vessels whose flags he had spotted. Godzilla emerged from the sea onto Australian soil, wreaking devastation along the coastline. Everywhere he passed, wails of the devastated echoed. In the end, he halted at Sydney. Sydney, one of the most renowned cities in Australia and among the greatest metropolises in the world, was where Godzilla unleashed his death mode. Hundreds of thousands perished from the radiation he emitted. As for the Australian military, it was hardly worth mentioning. They were inferior even to Japan's self-defense forces. At least Japanese pilots dared suicidal attacks, while the Australians only dared to launch missiles from a distance. Finally, enraged Godzilla unleashed a beam of white-hot energy, vaporizing them all. His white-hot breath ignited fires across much of Australia, adding fuel to the already dry continent. The Australian Prime Minister, fearing that Godzilla might stumble upon him and cost him his life, fled with his entire family to Hawaii on a private jet shortly after Godzilla's arrival. Sydney, once a beautiful harbor city, was now reduced to ruins shrouded in choking smoke. Godzilla's white-hot breath brought not only destruction but also lingering radiation. This once beautiful city was ultimately led to its doom. After devastating Sydney, Godzilla plunged back into the ocean. Satellite imagery revealed his final heading North America. Once or twice might have been coincidence, but the probability of it being coincidental a third time dropped significantly. Now even the dullest nations understood that Godzilla was a sentient creature possessing intelligence far beyond ordinary beasts, at least comparable to that of humans. He could distinguish national flags and knew the locations of every nation. This demonstrated that Godzilla's understanding of humanity far exceeded their wildest imaginations. The emergence of such a powerful, intelligent supernatural being caused immense headaches for world leaders. Fortunately, this monster did not seem particularly eager to slaughter indiscriminately. Aside from the 3 nations that had attacked him alongside America, he showed no intention of targeting others. Now it was America's turn to panic. The fact that Godzilla survived was completely beyond their expectations. It had been confirmed that Godzilla was a sentient being, and everything he did was motivated by revenge. And that monster was now advancing toward America. They did not wish to repeat the fate of Japan and Australia, but reality would not bend to their will. Some Americans went mad with fear, desperate to flee from coastal cities. The wealthy escaped to other countries while the poor could only retreat to the countryside. In an instant, all major flights across America were completely sold out. Those living in coastal cities unable to fly out fell into utter panic. They could only take to their cars, attempting to escape inland. After all, Godzilla always emerged from the sea each time he made landfall. But America's highways could not withstand such pressure. Most people were trapped in traffic jams, and they finally understood what the people on the other side of the ocean endured during every holiday. Since Godzilla's appearance, the American military had been seething with frustration. They were accustomed to dominating the world with show of force. How could they endure such humiliation? Godzilla had destroyed aircraft carriers, survived nuclear strikes, and was now advancing toward the American homeland, intending to lay waste to its cities. Each of these events struck like slaps to their pride. To counter the impending crisis, they even deployed weapons from their secret laboratories. Even though these experimental weapons were expensive and unstable, as long as they could halt, or even kill, Godzilla, everything would be worthwhile. After all, no matter how valuable these weapons were, none could match the worth of an entire city. Since they did not know where Godzilla would make landfall, these weapons were stored within supersized transport aircraft accompanied by their developers, ready for deployment at any moment. In America's coastal cities, the streets were utterly deserted. Those who could flee had fled. Those who could not huddled in the corners of their homes, praying Godzilla would not appear. American tank divisions, anti-aircraft rocket vehicles, and armored units were all deployed along the coastline to establish defensive lines. They did not expect to stop Godzilla, they only needed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Their defensive focus was placed on the west coast, since Godzilla had originated from the Pacific. In their view, he would hardly travel in the opposite direction. Yet that was precisely what Godzilla did. He made a wide detour, passing beneath the Bering Strait through the continental shelf between Asia and North America, swimming along Canada's coastline toward America's east coast. As for why he went to such lengths, it was naturally for one special iconic landmark of America, the Statue of Liberty. Whenever American disaster films depicted catastrophic events, the Statue of Liberty was always among the victims. Since its erection, it had been destroyed countless times across films, enduring untold torment. Now Godzilla intended to do the same. Moreover, the White House, the office of every American president, also lay on the East Coast. Perhaps he could accomplish two objectives with a single strike. It must be said that once the American military focused their efforts, their response speed was absolutely formidable. Though astonished that Godzilla would land on the East Coast, their strategists had anticipated this possibility. Their contingency plans were far from singular. American forces were rapidly mobilized, and those weapons still being developed in laboratories were quickly dispatched to the front. High-velocity particle cannons, electromagnetic guns, infrasound artillery, cryogenic bombs, plasma, grenades, super bunkerbuster bombs. Each of these weapons had its own flaws and varying levels of power. Some even suffered embarrassing failures in the field, becoming unusable when needed most. Perhaps these weapons, if deployed properly, could have caused Godzilla considerable trouble. But Godzilla could fly, and at considerable speed. That single ability rendered most of their weapons useless. Under the relentless bombardment of Godzilla's white-hot beam, the American military was quickly routed. The fighter jets and missiles capable of keeping pace with Godzilla faced a fundamental problem. Those fast enough lacked sufficient firepower, while the heavy hitters such as nuclear weapons could not be deployed on American soil. For a moment, the U.S. military found itself in a dilemma, yet Godzilla had no intention of lingering to contest them. He had long since activated his death field, a radius of over 2,000 meters around his body, where any human who remained for more than 10 seconds would succumb to radiation exposure, suffering a cascade of ailments. Fortunately, the weaponry aimed at Godzilla this time consisted solely of medium and long-range arms, sparing ground soldiers from having to advance with machine guns, so casualties remained relatively light. Yet as manpower dwindled, the shortfall was compensated elsewhere, and the financial losses mounting with each passing second were no trivial matter. Godzilla shook off those drones and remote-controlled tanks, yet their destruction could never truly cripple the United States. Despite having anticipated this outcome, the sight of Godzilla proving unstoppable despite every measure they employed filled every American witness with a profound sense of defeat. Once Godzilla reached New York, they had roughly guessed his intentions. Nothing more than leveling the city and toppling the Statue of Liberty. Even with foresight into his plans, they could conceive of no means to halt his rampage. Godzilla, capable of operating across land, sea, and air, was infinitely more formidable than ordinary terrestrial or marine monsters. If Godzilla lacked the ability to fly swiftly, his sheer size and strength alone would not suffice. Under human bombardment, once his defenses were breached, his defeat would be but a matter of time. But reality offered no alternate paths, so they could only watch helplessly as Godzilla wreaked havoc across New York, reducing America's eastern jewel to ashes. The Statue of Liberty. It toppled, torn apart by Godzilla until only her head remained. He gripped it in his jaws. His appetite for destruction ran fierce at first, though as the hours stretched on his enthusiasm waned. These towering skyscrapers were like children's blocks to him. Novel at the outset, yet growing tedious as time dragged on. With much of New York's grand districts already in ruins, Godzilla took to the skies, still clutching the crown atop the Statue of Liberty's head as he set course for his next destination. His target was the White House, and the American government deduced this from his flight path. Bitter with rage, yet helpless, they were forced to evacuate precious artifacts from the building. With time running short, they could only carry away essential documents. The portraits of former presidents had to be left behind, an unfortunate sacrifice. Though the White House boasted an underground fortress capable of withstanding nuclear blasts, Godzilla was something else entirely. They would not stake their lives on concrete alone against such a threat. Yet what caught everyone off guard was that Godzilla came bearing a head in his grasp. After a blast of white-hot energy reduced the White House to rubble, Godzilla flung the dark circular mass toward the ruins and departed without looking back. As the object drew closer, they finally saw what it was. The severed head of the Statue of Liberty, now lying atop the White House like trash. This was open humiliation, and the American president nearly fainted from rage. Godzilla was no longer merely slapping their faces. He was trampling their dignity beneath his feet. And to make matters worse, he left more than just destruction behind. He had expected American fighter jets to intercept him as he flew away, yet they displayed remarkable restraint. With fewer complications ahead, it suited him well. Bored now, Godzilla descended upon a Canadian city with casual indifference, as though going through the motions. And yet, even this perfunctory assault inflicted immeasurable devastation upon that city. 2 months had passed. The uranium within Godzilla's body had been partially consumed, and as his frame grew larger, new space had opened for him to ingest greater quantities of nuclear fuel. Godzilla made another trip to a uranium mining site, this time targeting a different deposit, for the previous one had been entirely consumed. Having learned their lesson, this time everyone concealed themselves the moment Godzilla appeared, desperate to avoid attracting his attention. The mining facility's director, terrified that Godzilla might miss the uranium entirely, actually flung open the warehouse doors, a testament to the depths of their fear. Still, one could hardly blame them, since the entire crisis had originated from those very uranium deposits. Even America now regretted their actions deeply. Had they foreseen these consequences, they would have willingly surrendered the mine itself rather than provoked such destruction. But no amount of wealth could buy regret, and with everything already set in motion, they dared not even contemplate challenging Godzilla until they found a way to counter him. After completing his tasks, Godzilla soared through the skies with brazen confidence, showing no concern for the satellites overhead, and soon reached the vicinity of the small island where he had once made his lair. The island that had borne the full force of the nuclear blast was now gone, erased from existence. Godzilla returned to this location with clear purpose. He found another small island nearby, touched down, and then opened his massive maw to unleash a roar that pressed down upon everything around him. "What is he doing?" someone asked while watching the satellite footage. "He's putting on a show of force." A show of force. Precisely. It appears his intelligence far exceeds what we originally presumed. This assessment proved entirely accurate. Dragons are inherently high-order intelligent beings. Even fledglings possess intellect far surpassing that of humans. Were it not for their various character flaws, dragons could likely leave humanity far behind in an uncountable number of ways. Within dragon society, those who overcome or eradicate their character deficiencies and gain mastery over their instincts typically rise to become the elite of their kind. Such dragons bear a common designation among other intelligent species: aberrant dragon. This is the title bestowed upon those anomalous dragons who defy convention. Godzilla qualifies as a true aberrant dragon in every respect. His appearance near the island that survived the nuclear strike serves as a deliberate message to the world. "I am here. If you dare, come kill me." Given that satellites blanket the skies and leave nowhere untouched, whatever he does next will inevitably reach every nation's eyes. Rather than hide and risk exposure, he chose to reveal himself openly. Let them watch if they wish. Those who seek death may come and try. Some nations stirred with restless ambition, eager to test whether they could obliterate Godzilla. Yet if they failed in that attempt, the repercussions would be catastrophic. In the end, those nations confined their desires to private contemplation. Not a single one mustered the courage to act. Godzilla continued assembling his shark swarm, and as days passed, increasingly mutated sharks gathered around him. Nations keeping watch remained puzzled about the purpose behind his growing collection of aquatic predators. To rule the world, While these sharks terrified ordinary people as harbingers of death, they proved utterly inadequate against human military forces. No matter how fiercely they strained their minds, they could not fathom why Godzilla assembled so many sharks. Godzilla disregarded their speculation entirely. A week slipped by, and those destined to arrive had done so. To his satisfaction, all four of the most powerful sharks had appeared without exception. At this moment, the sharks gathered here had reached a count of over 10,000, though not all of them were mutated sharks. When those mutated sharks arrived, some ordinary sharks would occasionally follow along in confusion upon spotting them. Despite this, the number of mutated sharks still exceeded 4,000. If not for the casualties sustained in the earlier nuclear explosion, the sharks appearing here now might have surpassed 5,000. Godzilla had lost patience and stopped waiting. Through his perception, most of the sharks under his command had already converged, with only scattered remnants remaining elsewhere. On this return to the original world, it was naturally impossible to let those sharks come into contact with Godzilla again and use him as a conduit to reach the Bolan continent. Even if Godzilla's body were covered with sharks, it would still be far from enough for the sheer number of them. Fortunately, after transforming into a young dragon, he had awakened psychic abilities. While not yet masterful over them, he could still perform basic techniques. Using his spiritual power, he could extend his consciousness outward, covering a vast area. Having been reborn as a dragon, Godzilla's spiritual power was already immense, and the chi within his mind connected one world after another. These world coordinates and passages were born by Godzilla's soul, constantly sharpening his spiritual power. Perhaps one day, when Godzilla's spiritual power reaches an unimaginable pinnacle, he might be able to pull the entire world beyond those passages through the connections in his mind. However, this remained merely an idealistic notion. Achieving spiritual power sufficient to encompass a complete world was essentially an impossibility. Under Godzilla's command, all the mutated sharks converged toward him, fins brushing against fins, shark faces pressed together, trapping ordinary sharks that had inadvertently mixed in and leaving them bewildered about what to do. Those overwhelmed ordinary sharks wished to lash out in anger, but after surveying their surroundings, every creature here vastly more powerful, they could only submit and go with the flow. The bizarre spectacle of sharks clustering together left many observers marveling in disbelief. Could sharks somehow coil into balls to mate much like snakes? Before they could dismiss such absurd notions, an astonishing scene unfolded. That enormous shark sphere, formed from countless sharks huddled together, had vanished in an instant. Godzilla disappeared just as suddenly as the sharks did. Surveillance agencies worldwide scrambled to review footage from covert cameras, analyzing each frame methodically. What they discovered defied expectations. In one frame, they seemed to detect a flash of white light before the sharks vanished, within which faint lines of light and shadow appeared. They immediately began processing that white light, and after a series of adjustments obtained an almost inconceivable photograph. Within that white light lay what appeared to be an unfamiliar seascape. Godzilla had already returned to the Bolan continent. As a creature native to the magical world, lingering too long in a magicless realm left him feeling constrained and unable to fully exert himself. Before him, countless sharks plummeted into the sea like dumplings dropped into boiling water, sending up wave after massive wave of spray, as if they had mastered the artistry of the Philippine diving team. The sudden appearance of so many transdimensional beings in such a small stretch of ocean was bound to ruffle feathers across the multiverse. Though lacking self-awareness, it understood when something beneficial occurred. The sharks thrashed in the water as though the ocean itself had turned to corrosive poison. Oh no! Godzilla had overlooked one crucial detail. The simultaneous transformation of so many sharks by the world itself generated an enormous commotion. The magical elements converging here reached magnitudes that shocked even Godzilla. An elemental storm visible to the naked eye had erupted here. This would undoubtedly attract the attention of many, and even the gods might be stirred. Such massive magical fluctuations surpassed even the terror of forbidden spells. Godzilla even witnessed elemental entities birthing themselves within the churning energy. Yet those elemental beings were soon torn apart by violent elemental currents. This was profoundly astonishing. By all accounts, the elemental energy here must have reached an extraordinary level of concentration. If discovered, not even Godzilla could guarantee the shark's safety, and he himself risked exposure. Perhaps sensing Godzilla's concerns, a transparent gem coincidentally manifested amid the swirling elemental chaos. The moment that gem appeared, the turbulent elemental currents suddenly calmed, growing placid. Beyond the magical elements used to transform the shark's bodies, every other infinite variety of elemental particles surged toward that gem, as though it could absorb all types without discrimination. The once raging magical storm poised to erupt had been quelled by that tiny gem. Godzilla stared at it, his eyes filled with disbelief. Those magical elements weren't just one type. Many couldn't even be touched, for combining them would trigger violent reactions. Yet that gem absorbed everything indiscriminately. This was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. Yet Godzilla's appraisal ability, inherited from the Red Dragon lineage, proved useless against it. It certainly wasn't worthless. More likely, none of his Red Dragon ancestors had ever encountered such a gem, nor understood its true value. Finally, the storm subsided, and the shark transformations completed, but Godzilla had no time to examine how many had been successfully transformed. He hastily caught the gem and swallowed it whole. Dragons typically stored their treasures in their stomachs. Not actually into the stomach, of course, for a dragon's digestive power would destroy any hard-won treasure, causing them unbearable distress. Beyond the stomach, as dragons matured, an additional storage space formed within them. Not vast, but sufficient for treasured items. Since Godzilla was far larger than typical dragons, his storage organ naturally exceeded theirs in size, given his considerable bulk. Within his storage space now rested the newly swallowed gem alongside that spatial conch shell. The feedback from the multiverse arrived as usual, but in Godzilla's perception, while this feedback was substantially greater than last time, it fell well short of his expectations. Much less than he had anticipated. Was the world consciousness withholding his reward? The thought crossed his mind instinctively, but incoming information soon brought a wry smile. He finally understood why the feedback had been so diminished. First, the stronger the creature or item, the more rules from its world it contained, and the deeper those rules ran. Only the 4 strongest sharks Godzilla had brought could rival the previous 2 rampage monsters. The rest were comparatively weak. Moreover, since they were all sharks, their internal rules overlapped significantly. Had Godzilla not brought mutants, the feedback received would have been even scarcer. Most crucially, however, the matter of that gem was paramount. Or rather, that was not truly a gem, but merely resembled one in appearance. At Godzilla's will, those rewards he was entitled to under the surging influence of the multiversal consciousness ultimately crystallized into this gem. This gem served as a conversion and storage center for energy. As for suppressing magical elements, that was an inherent function of the gem itself. How could one speak of conversion and storage if they could not first quell the surging magical energies? These magical element particles were transformed into a more primal form of energy, one that even Godzilla could harness to rapidly replenish any type of energy he required. Godzilla bestowed upon it an apt name, the Origin Energy Gem. Though the loss of so many deserved rewards pained him somewhat, he could accept it upon reflection. After all, with the gem's formidable power, the exchange proved quite worthwhile. Perhaps in the future, he would encounter another world capable of yielding so many creatures at once, and this gem would continue to serve its purpose. Not all the sharks survived the world's transformation. Of the over 4,000 Godzilla had brought, only around 3,000 remained. Fortunately, the 4 exceptionally massive sharks had endured the world's changes. The great white shark had enhanced its speed and offensive capabilities and could now generate whirlpools and unleash water cannon attacks. The megalodon had grown even more formidable in size and defense, its body armored in resilient plating that did not compromise its agility. Thick bone plates crowned its head, giving it an even more fearsome appearance. The Hydra shark had been granted extraordinary regenerative and reproductive abilities. It could regrow severed heads, and even after all 9 heads perished, it could split into 9 smaller entities. As long as one survived, it could recover. This reminded Godzilla of the 9-headed sea serpent. Could all multi-headed creatures possess such abilities? The multi-headed sharks shared similar powers with the Hydra shark, and with time, they might evolve into 9-headed sharks as well. The most striking transformation belonged to the octosharks. Creatures bearing the heads of sharks, yet wielding the tentacles of octopi, now completely unrecognizable from their former selves. Their once enormously oversized shark heads had shrunk considerably, taking on something resembling the head of a shark man. Below, the tentacles had grown slimmer and more refined, losing their bulk, but gaining remarkable dexterity. They could now perform delicate movements. Moreover, these octosharks had grown noticeably smarter, instinctively gathering the other shark species around them without instruction. They were beginning to resemble a sentient race, which struck Godzilla as quite remarkable. They were no longer merely octosharks. Octoshark people seemed a more fitting designation. Despite their considerable intelligence, the octoshark people behaved like children, lacking the knowledge commensurate with their intellect. Yet this mattered little to Godzilla. Knowledge was unnecessary, though understanding the common sense of this continent sufficed. He had no intention of teaching them himself. He delegated this task to Doug the Kobold. He did not fear disobedience from the octoshark people. His commands alone would deter any defiance, and their insatiable curiosity ensured they would never refuse Doug. Doug harbored curiosity about where Godzilla had acquired so many mutated sharks, but he knew better than to ask. Since Godzilla had given the order, his only duty was to do his best. Beyond the octoshark people, Godzilla directed the remaining sharks to disperse and hunt throughout the waters, instructing them not to venture too far. Though conflicts among the different shark species were likely, Godzilla lacked the time to intervene. Once the octoshark people understood enough about this world, entrusting them with managing the sharks might prove a wise choice. Godzilla hastened back to the cliff cave he had carved out himself. The beachside entrance could no longer accommodate his ever-growing frame, so he now entered through the seabed. He had long planned his development, originally hoping to define another concept for himself. But the feedback from this encounter was far less than expected, so he would have to focus on perfecting the concept of radiation first. However, Godzilla discovered that perfecting radiation was not immediately possible, since every concept existed in relationship to others. Radiation was intertwined with atomic energy, light, temperature, waves, and a host of related concepts. To truly perfect radiation, each of these connected ideas needed to reach a certain threshold. This did not require perfecting every connected concept entirely. After all, each one's completion depended on others reaching sufficient maturity as well. It seemed completing radiation during this cycle was temporarily unattainable. With some resignation, Godzilla filled the radiation concept to its current limit, leaving just enough to illuminate another concept. Choosing which concept to illuminate proved difficult, though whichever he selected would offer limited benefit at this nascent stage. He chose light, the concept connected to radiation. Unlike last time, the moment he made his selection, he felt a profound shift within himself. His control over the radiation within him strengthened enormously. He could make it fiercely active, multiplying its lethal power against living beings countless times over, or render it entirely inert, so contained that not a trace could escape his body. This was an immense boon. No longer would he need to constantly regulate his state, sealing his scales in fear of nuclear radiation leaking out and turning him into a walking calamity. Though he had strived to suppress the radiation within him before, he could not entirely prevent minor leaks. Now at last he could breathe easy. After all, he was once human before becoming a dragon. If every place he visited left nothing but desolation, with all life perishing, that would be far too extreme. Moreover, the scorching or frost domains that naturally emerged as the great dragon grew could be tempered by radiation. These two originated from the dragon's own energetic radiance. Furthermore, the slight comprehension of light brought Godzilla a pleasant surprise. Through radiation's influence, he could now subtly manipulate rays of light. Of course, this power extended only to light that touched his body. He could absorb it or refract it away. Should the concept of light mature further, Godzilla might achieve literal invisibility. It must be admitted that with feedback from the multiversal planes, as long as Godzilla continued his growth steadily, without meeting an untimely end, he would surely become one of the most powerful beings in this world. Perhaps having resolved such a significant physical challenge, Godzilla's demeanor lightened considerably. Moreover, calculating the passage of time, the moment he had set with Xia, the noble maiden he had once sent away, was nearly upon him. By then he would receive another substantial sum of gold coins, enough to replenish his coffers somewhat. Though Godzilla could restrain his desires, he held a fondness for gold coins nonetheless. More was always better. As for the war within the Mermaid Kingdom, Godzilla had no intention of participating, at least not unless absolutely necessary. Those sharks Godzilla had brought fared quite well here, likely because he had previously eliminated the region's large marine predators, clearing ecological space for them to thrive. These sharks could also serve as a deterrent against the evil god spies. Never again would intruders nearly infiltrate the tribe, as they had nearly done during Godzilla's slumber. The appointed time had arrived, and Godzilla waited at the agreed-upon location. However, after several days of waiting, there was still no sign of Xia. A shadow of gloom crept into Godzilla's heart. Could she dare to disregard his words? Was she not afraid of death? That was clearly impossible, yet she had failed to arrive on time. Either something had gone wrong, or they intended to break the agreement and withhold the money that belonged to Godzilla. Godzilla suppressed his restless heart and waited for another 2 days, but still no human figure appeared. This drove him into a fury. A mere duke of a kingdom dared to ignore him. It seemed they truly had grown tired of living. Godzilla waited no longer. Spreading his wings, he soared into the sky, heading toward the kingdom of Kalo. Whatever the reason, he would make the family of Xia Vera pay the price. And he would kill Xia Vera as well. No one who deceived him could live on unscathed. The place they had agreed upon was outside the Changfeng Valley, where a clearly fractured cliff wall stood. After all, there was a divide between dragons and humans. It was not appropriate for Godzilla to venture into the human world, nor for humans to enter Godzilla's lair. According to Xia, Duke Vera had only her as his daughter, so he would surely not abandon her. The ransom would certainly satisfy Godzilla, yet now there was not a single soul in sight. Godzilla did not suspect that Xia had lied to him. For instance, that she was not the Duke's daughter, but an ordinary woman. But lying to a dragon was extremely difficult, especially when Xia was merely an ordinary human woman at the time. How could she deceive Godzilla? Moreover, her upbringing indicated she was undoubtedly of noble descent. This meant that Godzilla's prize had slipped through his claws. Xia had tricked him. Flames of rage blazed in Godzilla's eyes. However, after flying for a short while before he had even left the Changfeng Valley, his keen senses detected something unusual. Descending a bit, Godzilla saw the scene below. A group of black-robed figures, their heads covered by hoods, were chasing someone together with some human cavalry. From the way the cavalry treated the black-robed men, they seemed afraid of them, yet they had no choice but to obey. The ones being pursued were 2 young women. A familiar scent. Godzilla narrowed his eyes. Both the black-robed figures and the humans they were chasing seemed familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. A dragon's memory was excellent. After a moment of recollection, Godzilla matched the figures in his memory. Xia. Godzilla watched as the 2 women were gradually cornered and forced to confront the black-robed figures. A thought crossed his mind: could this be why Xia had missed the appointment? But until the matter was clear, Godzilla would not jump to conclusions. Regardless of the reason for Xia's absence, she had still broken her promise. As for the black-robed figures, Godzilla's gaze turned dangerous as he looked at them. Without warning, the black-robed figures felt a pang of fear. They looked around in alarm, but found nothing. Godzilla would not forget that the aura these black-robed figures carried was similar to that of the fisherman priests. Though they were not fishmen, they shared a common trait: the presence of an evil god's aura. Although the aura of these men was slightly different from that of the fisherman priest, the difference was not significant. Godzilla did not immediately swoop down to tear these minions of the evil god apart. Instead, he employed his radiation ability. Invisible light radiation spread outward from Godzilla's body, instantly enveloping an area tens of kilometers in radius. However, given Godzilla's current mental strength, his precise perception range was only about 10 kilometers. But 10 kilometers was sufficient. Within this range, all biological activity was sensed by Godzilla. Unless a creature specialized in concealment, ordinary hiding techniques could not evade his detection. Although the probability was low, there was still a possibility that this was an ambush set for him. Caution, however, did not equate to cowardice. Reckless charging might be satisfying, but a single failure could lead to death and the soul falling into the river Styx. Within the 10-kilometer radius, aside from these black-robed men and the 2 women, the rest were some wild beasts and primitive intelligent races. This was within Godzilla's expectations, but out of caution, he still did so. Nothing concerning an evil god should be taken lightly, especially since he had caught the attention of one. Since there was no ambush, there was no need for tactics. The gap in power was too great. Godzilla could simply charge in recklessly. Roar. As he swooped down, Godzilla let out a soul-shaking dragon roar filled with fury and accompanied by dragon might pressing down upon them. Having waited in vain for so many days, Godzilla was already brimming with anger. These people would serve as an outlet for his rage. Of course, if Xia could not provide a reasonable explanation, she would not return to the human world unscathed. Before they even spotted the dragon, the roar stunned them, and the suffocating dragon might followed pressing down on them until they trembled. Their mounts, as if targeted by a natural predator, voided their bowels and bladders, collapsing limply on the ground, unable to move. Some cavalrymen and their mounts before Godzilla even landed were so terrified that their livers and gallbladders burst, their faces pale as they fell to the ground. Literally scared to death. That's a dragon. The black-robed figure's faces changed drastically. Judging from Godzilla's size, he was definitely an adult dragon or older. They were no match for an adult dragon. Godzilla's massive body hurtled down and crashed into the ground, sending dirt, grass, wood, and gravel flying upward, then falling like raindrops, pelting everyone present and leaving them in disarray. The mere aftermath of his landing wiped out most of the human soldiers. Godzilla had aimed for the spot where the black-robed figures were. But unfortunately, just before he landed, one of the black-robed figures managed to tear a magic scroll in the nick of time, teleporting out of Godzilla's attack range. The other black-robed men also displayed their own tricks, but aside from the one who escaped unscathed, only 3 survived, and all of them were injured. The shockwave not only killed the black-robed group, but also nearly buried Xia and the other woman under the earth. Fortunately, the girl with Xia was not weak, and they were farther from Godzilla. She instantly raised a magic shield, blocking the dirt and rocks thrown by the shockwave. Xia, this is bad. Running into a dragon. While he's not looking, let's get out of here. The girl waved away the dust in front of her, spat twice, and tugged at Xia to flee, but the tug didn't move her. What's wrong with you? Are you scared out of your wits? Let's go. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. The girl was anxious, but dared not speak loudly, afraid of drawing Godzilla's attention. Little did she know that at such close range, even a whisper was as clear as if spoken right next to Godzilla's ear. No, we don't need to run. Remember I told you I was saved by a dragon. That dragon is him. The reason we came here is for him. Pointing in the direction of Godzilla, Xia's eyes were red-rimmed, yet the corners of her mouth curled upward. The girl who had always carried herself with such ladylike grace now appeared exceptionally haggard, her incessantly trembling fingers betraying the turmoil within her heart. The upheavals of this period had been too immense, plunging her to the brink of despair. Were it not for the appearance of her friend, she would surely have met an untimely end. Have you lost your mind? Are you sure that's the dragon who saved you? He was only a dozen meters tall, but look at that one. Well, the color is the same, but the size difference is far too great. The young girl was deeply worried about her friend's mental state, even reaching out to touch Xia's forehead. Since the calamity had struck her family, Xia had been somewhat dazed, like a wooden puppet. This was the first time she had seen Xia react so strongly. Xia, however, was unusually agitated. She would not allow anyone to doubt Godzilla, not even her closest friend. Xia, however, was unusually agitated. She would not allow anyone to doubt Godzilla, not even her closest friend. Twice in a row he had rescued her when she was most hopeless. Xia had practically deified Godzilla as her savior, even though each time his motives were not entirely pure. Seeing Xia so adamant, Lumi gradually became convinced, but the overwhelming majesty of Godzilla's descent made her dare not let Xia approach him. On the other side, the surviving black-robed figures were fleeing desperately. Though they were high-level professionals to Godzilla, they were no different from ordinary people, mere weeds by the roadside. The robes of the 3 who had survived were partly torn by the shockwave, revealing parts of their bodies. These black-robed men were followers of some evil god. Their bodies had begun to rot, covered in festering sores. Strangely, the sores had not suppurated but formed scabs, not blood scabs but crusts of dried pus, appearing utterly repulsive. Their heads were the same, hair completely gone, and from the scalp grew numerous curling tentacles that writhed within the semi-coagulated pus scabs, resembling some kind of maggot. Godzilla shot them a disgusted look, halting his motion to crush them. These creatures were even more revolting than his failed dragonborn transformations. He had no desire to touch them at all. Fortunately, during his descent, the black-robed ones had been killed by the shockwave, not crushed directly into paste. He had originally intended to take a prisoner, but now he only wanted to annihilate them. A single scorching blast of dragon breath swept over, turning these monsters, long since departed from human form, into ashes. The one still fleeing was in slightly better condition than his companions, not as severely decayed. He had employed the lightness technique and featherfall technique, and also invoked the power bestowed by the evil god, which made him extremely fast, but at a considerable cost. Evil gods are not as accommodating as righteous gods. What they seem to grant always demands a price. Eventually they consume everything you have, and you become their offering. During that time you can indulge in the intoxicating sense of power from the evil god's blessing. One reason why the cult of evil gods is so hard to eradicate. Godzilla did not rush to pursue. Instead, he breathed another form of dragon breath. He rarely used the paralysis breath. After all, every move he made was devastatingly lethal. To find out why these evil god cultists had appeared in the heart of the human kingdom, he had to resort to a gentler method. Though the paralysis breath could not compare in power to the flame or frost breath, it possessed a utility that those two lacked. Seeing that Godzilla was not pursuing, the cultist's face covered in hideous sores immediately lit up with excitement. He had to escape back. If he could report to the cult that there was at least an adult dragon here, he might even earn the favor of the cult leader. But before he had fled far, he felt his body gradually growing numb. No matter how desperately he drove the evil god's energy, he could not change his condition. He could only watch helplessly as he fell to the ground, then saw a pair of colossal legs like pillars of heaven moving toward him. State your purpose. Cultist of the evil god. If you satisfy me, I may grant you a swift death. Godzilla used psychic energy to temporarily dispel the paralysis breath's effect above the cultist's neck, allowing him to speak. Though terrified the cultist's mind and body had long been corrupted by the evil god, he would never betray him. He clenched his teeth and remained silent, knowing he was doomed. He resolved to reveal nothing about his great lord, even at the cost of his life. Interrogation was not Godzilla's forte. The most skilled at such matters aside from paladins facing evil creatures were the mages. They always had peculiar methods to make enemies talk. This put him in a bind. The only interrogation methods he could think of were physical harm and draconic pressure, but these had little effect on an evil god cultist. Upon seeing Godzilla eliminate all the black-robed figures, Shia could no longer restrain herself from rushing over. Lumia tried to stop her, but failed and had no choice but to follow her friend. The closer they drew to Godzilla, the more they felt the overwhelming draconic pressure. Combined with his colossal size, so unlike other dragons, the sense of oppression was even more intense. Though Godzilla did not target them, it still made their steps arduous. Lumia secretly regretted her decision. If she had known this dragon was so formidable, she would have insisted on taking Shio away. What if this dragon intended to harm them? They would have no means to resist. But now they were close to Godzilla, and even if they wanted to flee, they could not. Shia, however, seemed oblivious to the pressure. Her gaze was still fanatical, her eyes transfixed as she walked forward, but her ceaselessly trembling legs revealed that she was not as composed as she appeared. You did not seize the chance to escape, and even dared to return. That surprises me. Godzilla temporarily ignored the cultist, and turned his gaze to Shia and the other. Lumia felt a jolt in her heart as she met Godzilla's penetrating stare, and she froze in her tracks. She also stopped. She gazed at Godzilla's mountain-like body of flame kindling in her eyes. Great Godzilla, I. She took a deep breath to calm herself, then continued. I came to find you. How could I leave? This is the necklace you left with me. I now return it to you. She untied the cord around her neck, pulled the necklace from her chest, and held it in her palm. The necklace still carried a trace of her warmth, showing how much she cherished it. Yet she offered it to Godzilla without the slightest hesitation. Godzilla was somewhat surprised. A year had passed, and she must have known the necklace's value, but she returned it so readily. Godzilla did not stand on ceremony. He opened his mouth and swallowed the necklace into his stomach for safekeeping. With his current size, he could easily swallow tens of thousands of such necklaces. Shia's straightforwardness improved Godzilla's mood. He looked into her eyes and began to question her. Tell me, why did you break the agreement and fail to arrive at Duan Cliff at the appointed time? The draconic pressure gradually shifted toward Lumia, and Shia making it difficult for Lumia to breathe. She turned her gaze to her best friend, praying silently in her heart. This dragon before her was not as benevolent as Shia had described. She could sense that Godzilla harbored murderous intent toward them. If Shia's answer did not satisfy him, both of them would likely die here. Godzilla had assumed Shia would devise various excuses to shirk her responsibility, though he now roughly understood the reasons behind her failure to arrive on time. It is my fault I failed to arrive in time, making you wait in vain for days, and bringing you all this trouble. Finished, I am as good as dead. I am going to be killed by this silly woman. Lumia's eyes widened, her heart continuously wailing. How could such a superficial excuse possibly pass? Based on her understanding of dragons, this forthright admission was undoubtedly one of the fastest ways to die. Even though the dragon before her differed somewhat from her understanding, it was not vastly different. The most standard response would naturally be to offer one's treasure directly, then kneel and beg for forgiveness. As expected, Godzilla's dragon pressure carrying an incredibly terrifying aura completely enveloped the two of them. Shia's body trembled, yet she continued to gaze steadily into Godzilla's eyes without shifting her focus. Lumia, however, could no longer endure it. Believing Godzilla was about to act against them, she immediately, with extraordinary speed, performed the following actions. She first rapidly emptied all the gold coins and valuable items from her spatial equipment, scattering them across the ground with a clatter. Then she bowed her head, raised both hands, and offered the spatial equipment above her head, while quickly reciting something. "O great dragon, I am willing to exchange all my treasure for the safety of both of us." From the plains of Starfall, a disciple of Flo Ivino, the legendary Storm-Tide Mage of the Dawnspire Senior, Mage Lumia Brahma extends her highest respects. Godzilla was taken aback by Lumia's actions, his continuous dragon pressure, even pausing briefly. Judging by her movements, they were extremely practiced, as if she had rehearsed them numerous times. Seeing that Godzilla had ceased his action, Lumia felt a surge of delight within, thinking this method indeed worked well, worthy of being obtained from her metal dragon friend. Godzilla tilted his head to look at Lumia, then turned back to gaze at Sia, his eyes conveying a single message. "Your friend. Is her head okay?" Sia could only respond with a bitter smile. Although Lumia was usually more lively, she had never been this unreliable. However, after seeing Sia's attitude, Godzilla no longer planned to kill them. He only wanted to give them a profound lesson. But with Lumia's interruption, his interest in doing so instantly vanished. But since Lumia had so willingly contributed all her wealth, Godzilla would not simply watch it slip away. Lumia felt a sudden emptiness before her, as all her hard-accumulated wealth was taken by Godzilla, leaving her not a single coin. Although the items in this spatial ring had been carefully selected by her, mostly consisting of gold coins and gems, the magic scrolls she frequently used were placed in another spatial ring. Nevertheless, these still accounted for over a third of all her wealth. Despite being mentally prepared, she could not help but feel some pain. Godzilla withdrew his dragon pressure, looking down at Sia, his breath causing her golden hair to flutter backward continuously. "Where is my reward?" "I am sorry." Sia silently removed the ring on her finger and offered it to Godzilla, her face etched with sorrow, as she slowly spoke. "My family has been destroyed. All I can offer is this." Godzilla received the spatial ring, and found that besides some personal items of Sia, there were only a pitifully small amount of gold coins, less than half of what Lumia's spatial ring had contained. "Are you mocking me?" Godzilla spoke calmly, his voice slow, yet the oppressive feeling in his words was even greater. "It is not so. It is merely that my father was murdered and all our family's wealth was plundered. If not for Lumia saving me, I would hardly have escaped death. I know these things are far from enough, but I only have this much. If you do not disdain me, I am willing to become your follower, dedicating all I have to you." Sia slowly lowered her head, speaking these words in a tone nearly pleading. Lumia's eyes revealed an expression of disbelief, as she never imagined that her close friend would wish to stay constantly by the side of a vicious dragon. She had originally intended to take Sia away from here, bringing her to the north where her teachers and classmates were making those mere black-robed men completely insignificant. But those black-robed men had pursued them too closely, and unable to withstand Sia's requests, they had finally arrived at Changfeng Valley. Unexpectedly, the moment Sia saw this bizarrely shaped vicious dragon, she seemed to lose her soul. Now she wished to serve a dragon, and didn't she know that dragons could devour her at any time? Has she forgotten all the stories I once told her? No, Sia, you cannot. Lumia hurriedly urged to dissuade her, but after just 2 sentences, upon seeing Godzilla's piercing gaze, she wisely closed her mouth. "An interesting notion. Then everything you possess shall belong to me." Although it was a great pity that Sia's family was destroyed, gaining a beautiful servant was not a bad deal. Moreover, those who had snatched what originally belonged to him, did they think dragon treasures were so easily taken? Godzilla agreed to Sia's plea, and at this moment a slight clarity appeared on her face, which had been filled with gloom. Godzilla turned his gaze once more to the black-robed man lying aside. During his conversation with Sia, this black-robed man had been muttering quietly, and Godzilla could discern that it was a prayer to the evil deity he worshipped. It seemed this black-robed man had not yet abandoned his intention to escape, still continuously communicating with the energy within his body, attempting to dispel the effects of the paralyzing breath on himself. But if a dragon's paralyzing breath were so easily dispelled, how could they become one of the most awe-inspiring existences in this world? Sia also followed Godzilla's gaze toward that black-robed man, her eyes immediately widening somewhat, her expression revealing a hint of hatred. Regarding how to handle this black-robed man, Godzilla was somewhat indecisive. Truthfully, he very much wanted to pry open this evil deity worshipper's mouth to extract some useful information from him. However, he had no particularly good method, and ultimately Godzilla decided it would be better to put him down humanely. Just as Godzilla was about to turn him to ashes with a single breath, Lumia, beside him, suddenly spoke. "O great dragon lord, if you wish to obtain information from his mouth, I might be able to help." If she had not spoken, Godzilla might have even forgotten that there was still a disciple of a legendary mage here. "Oh, since you have a method to make him talk, then go ahead and try." Lumia nodded, slowly squatting before the black-robed man. Upon seeing his face covered in festering sores, her delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly, her face revealing extreme disgust. The evil deity worshipper before her, like herself, possessed the strength of a high-level profession holder. To extract information from an existence of equal rank, she needed some assistance. Lord Godzilla, please use your dragon pressure to suppress his spirit, preventing him from resisting. Godzilla followed the instruction as he seemed to understand what Lumia intended to do. Under the oppression of the dragon pressure, the evil deity worshipper soon faltered, his mental state withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. You are safe now. Having finally escaped the dragon, where will you go? Lumia gently guided the black-robed figure, asking softly. I must go back. I need to return to the secret stronghold and contact the bishop. The black-robed figure murmured, revealing his inner thoughts. What do you need the bishop for? Disturbing the bishop over trivial matters. Do you wish to die? Lumia continued her leading. It's no small matter. I must tell the bishop that there is a dragon at least fully grown in Changfeng Valley. Its presence will affect our plans. The bishop will surely reward me. Then what is our plan? Of course to over. Why are you asking this? Isn't the bishop forbidding us from discussing these matters privately? The black-robed figure, even under enchantment, was still unwilling to reveal their plan. It seemed that the plan was indeed of great magnitude. Lumia intended to intensify her probing, but unexpectedly the black-robed figure nearly broke free from her control, so she hastily changed the subject. Then why did you kill Duke Vera? Lumia played a clever trick, starting to probe on behalf of her friend Xia, and also to inform Godzilla that Xia's failure to keep the appointment had another reason. Xia's ears perked up, her eyes fixed intently on the black-robed figure. She too wanted to know why. Why? For his wealth, of course. And he refused to join us. We kindly offered to lead him into the embrace of the Lord, yet he was ungrateful. But how did you kill him? As a duke of the kingdom, he must have been surrounded by powerful guards. True, he had protection, but when attending a banquet, could they be that thorough? But when Lumia asked how they lured Duke Vera out of his mansion, the black-robed figure fell silent again. This was evidently another secret of theirs. As a duke of the kingdom of Carlo and the owner of the kingdom's largest merchant guild, the Vera Merchant Guild, Duke Vera's wealth, if not rivaling the kingdom's, was certainly close. Within days of Duke Vera's assassination, his vast estate was completely carved up, leaving nothing for Xia. Godzilla could not believe that there was no involvement from inside the kingdom. Moreover, to exterminate her, they sent cavalry along with the black-robed figures to hunt Xia. There must have been substantial dealings between them. After hearing the black-robed figure's words, Lumia appeared deeply worried. Someone within the kingdom of Carlo was colluding with cultists. This was earth-shattering news. After all, these human capital cities were the gods' own domains. They would not allow any other being to interfere, let alone an evil god. They even dared to openly kill a duke of the kingdom. This showed just how rampant they were in the kingdom of Carlo. That they could deceive the church of the human true gods undoubtedly meant they had the support of the kingdom's high-ranking officials. As Xia listened, tears streamed down her face. An innocent man can be blamed for possessing a treasure. Duke Vera possessed wealth rivaling a kingdom, but lacked the power to match it. Xia should have realized this long ago when she had an accident at sea. Her father seemed to have foreseen something before his death. He not only sent her away from the kingdom of Carlo, but also prepared many protective items for her, and even paid a large sum to have a trigger-type defensive magic engraved into the necklace that Godzilla had left with her. This was why she, as an ordinary human woman, could escape from the black-robed figure and hold out until Lumia arrived. At this moment, Xia's eyes held not only hatred but also a glimmer of light, a loathing for her own powerlessness and a yearning for strength. She had lived so freely and carefree before because her father had shielded her from the wind and rain. But when the rain turned into a storm, her father could no longer protect her. Lumia's magic could not last forever, especially since the opponent was not much weaker than her. Now the black-robed figure was showing signs of breaking free from control. Godzilla's gaze sharpened. While the magic was still effective, he spoke up. Who exactly is your lord? We. The black-robed figure's expression began to struggle. He opened his mouth, but could not utter the name stuck in his throat. Perhaps having violated some taboo, the black-robed figure suddenly let out a wretched scream, his voice piercing and horrible. At the same time, Godzilla sensed a different aura within him. Having experienced this before, he was unwilling to repeat the same mistake. With a breath of dragon fire, the sinister aura along with the black-robed figure vanished in the blazing viscous flames. Although he failed to extract information from the black-robed figure, Godzilla still felt a familiar aura from the energy that had descended into the man. That aura, though somewhat different from Gomesila's, clearly originated from the same entity. Godzilla fell into deep doubt. He did not know if Gomesila was the lord these cultists worshipped. Although the auras were similar, the manifestation of energy was different. After standing there for a long time, Godzilla simply burned the entire place, even baking the ground into a glassy hue. He erased all traces that might reveal his presence, then grabbed the two young women and flew back to Raging Tide Beach. The successive major actions of the cultists made him feel uneasy. Situated between the human kingdom and the starfish kingdom of the sea, and with both countries facing grave problems, Godzilla couldn't help but sense that something was amiss. These cultists were far too audacious. Did they not fear the divine punishment of the gods? Moreover, the kingdom of Carlo was the very heartland of the gods' churches. How could it be so easily infiltrated by cultists, even reaching the kingdom's high-ranking officials? These were all mysteries, but with the limited information at hand, Godzilla could not deduce anything useful. Godzilla could only put it aside. Whatever the future held, as long as he was strong enough, anyone who tried to plot against him would pay a heavy price. What he needed to do now was to seize every opportunity around him to grow stronger to meet the challenges that might come. Doug, upon hearing of Godzilla's return, came to report with the Zangsharan. That Zangsharan was the leader of all Zangsharan, one of the 4 giant sharks Godzilla had brought back from the shark world. Doug's education of the Zangsharan had been quite effective. Though the time was short, the Zangsharan could now communicate in the common tongue with some difficulty. Even if Doug stayed longer, he could not teach them much more, so he simply brought the Zangsharan back. Although they had evolved into intelligent beings, the leader of the Zangsharan was still quite large, not much smaller than before. Godzilla named him after his race, calling him Zhangsha. Godzilla wondered if all creatures with tentacles were particularly prone to developing in the spiritual and soul domains. Among these Zangsharan, more than half had awakened psychic abilities. Xia was arranged by Godzilla to stay in the cliff cave, responsible for cleaning his lair and relaying messages, while Lamia seemed idle all day. Every day she followed Xia around, hoping to dissuade Xia from her plan and to accompany her to the northern continent. After figuring out Godzilla's temperament, Lamia quickly returned to her true nature, bustling about all day without a moment's rest. She would only restrain herself slightly when seeing Godzilla, but revert to her usual self as soon as he left. Godzilla simply assigned her to teach magic to the Zangsharan. Initially, Lamia was reluctant, but upon learning that the Zangsharan were a newly emerged race, she immediately became interested. If it were to teach magic to the Gaturan and Chaelangren under Jessila's command, Lamia would never agree. Not to mention that these evil races are inherently hostile to humans. How many among them could possess the talent to become mages? If she taught them, and they later committed evil deeds, Lamia would be ridden with guilt. If she failed to teach them, she could not be sure whether Jessila would think she had not put in her best effort. She was absolutely unwilling to do such a thankless task. But since the Zangsharan were a newly emerged race, the previous difficulties could be set aside. Mages have always been curious about studying all sorts of strange things, let alone a new intelligent race. To serve as the enlightenment mentor of a race was a tremendous boon for Lamia. Even her teacher would not say much about it, at most asking for a few Zangsharan to take back for study. However, Xia immediately proposed a request. She hoped to accompany Lamia when she went to teach the Zangsharan, wanting to see if she herself had a chance to become a mage. Though she and Lamia were close friends, she had never harbored such thoughts before. Lamia had occasionally offered to teach Xia, but Xia would listen and then forget. Now, however, her father's death made her acutely aware of her own weakness. She loathed her helplessness and had been dazed and confused until she met Jessila, which finally calmed her emotions. Seeing Lamia accept the task of teaching the Zangsharan, Xia took the opportunity to voice her desire to go along. To Jessila, Xia was currently in a state of being neither here nor there. The reason he let her stay was simply because they had crossed paths. As for Lamia, Jessila merely did not want her teacher to know of his existence. After signing the contract, Lamia also gained the right to reside here. Though Lamia was only a young girl, her excellent talent and the guidance of a legendary mage had made her a senior mage at a young age, so teaching these beginners posed no problem at all. The talent displayed by the Zangsharan startled Lamia. Among the less than 500 Zangsharan, most possessed the potential to become spellcasters, and even those without such talent had far greater mental strength than ordinary races. Moreover, under Lamia's guidance, some of the outstanding Zangsharan became magic apprentices in just half a month. Of course, what they learned was mana net magic. Lamia would not teach them the more powerful arcane or other spells. Even so, their rate of progress was astonishing. This race possessed even greater potential than Jessila had imagined. However, things did not go so smoothly for Xia. Despite her diligent meditation and the extra tutoring Lamia gave her, she still could not outline even the most basic magic rune. In terms of learning magic, Xia had already passed the optimal age for learning, and her rigid thinking prevented her from grasping the mysteries of magic. Xia took this quite philosophically, but Lamia was visibly disappointed. In the end, it was Xia who comforted Lamia. Learning magic was just an attempt she made. If it did not succeed, she had a backup plan, though that plan was far too dangerous. Not all of the Zangsharan race were suited to become mages, each had their own traits, but overall they leaned toward the magic-oriented side. Lamia did not have so many different professions to teach. If Jessila wanted the Zangsharan to thrive and grow, he would have to figure it out himself. After returning to the dragon's lair, Jessila had been digesting what he had gained. Having acquired the radiation trait, his understanding of radiation deepened day by day. Not only did his radiation range expand several-fold, but its intensity also increased significantly, and his control over radiation energy was greatly enhanced. Half a year later, Godzilla had fully mastered the amplification brought by radiation. Compared to his counterparts in science fiction universes, this Godzilla of the fantasy world possessed far superior control over radiation. After all, this was a somewhat spiritual world, and he had spiritual traits as well. Godzilla could completely restrain his radiation energy, not leaking a single trace or absorb all the radiation energy from a piece of land, something his counterparts could never achieve. Of course, this did not mean Godzilla was stronger than them. Until they actually fought, who was stronger or weaker depended entirely on their own foundations. Having rested for half a year, Godzilla summoned Dao Gu and the others again. The ceaseless arrival of cultists made him sense the calm before the storm. He needed to expand the scale of his Dragonborn. At that time, the number of Dragonborn in Godzilla's tribe was only a little over 30. Apart from 2 Dragonborn who had died in the mouths of magical beasts in Changfeng Valley, the rest had made considerable progress. Currently under his command, there were 1,200 adult Gaturan, 600 adult Chaelingran, 30 adult Shirenmo, 200 adult Daijing, and additionally less than 100 miscellaneous races, including Mutawaran, Heikaoxiran, and others. If not for the severe racial conflicts within the tribe, this number could have doubled. The current numbers of these races had already reached the limit that the tribe could sustain. If any more were added, some would inevitably die. Those solitary races were often marginalized and dwindled in number. Even the highly prolific Daijing could barely maintain a balance. Thanks to Dao Gu and Lin Pai, the Gaturan were the most numerous and lived the most comfortably. However, in terms of conversion success rate, the physically stronger Chaelingran and Shirenmo had a much higher chance than the Gaturan. Godzilla ultimately selected 300 from the Gaturan and 200 from the Chaelingran. He did not bother with the adult Shirenmo and the few other races. The Shirenmo themselves possessed formidable combat power. If the conversion failed, the loss would outweigh the gain. If it were not for the many precious magical materials obtained from the Haixing Kingdom, Godzilla would never have been able to support such a large number of Dragonborn transformation rituals. As for the Zhangxiren, Godzilla did not let them participate. First, their population was too small, so doing so would be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Second, they already possessed high talent as spellcasters, and even without Dragonborn transformation, they would be a considerable asset. But Godzilla did not expect that Xia would also want to participate in the transformation ritual. Perhaps it was the thirst for power that made Xia ignore the risks of transformation. She hoped that one day she could personally avenge her father. When Lamia learned of her intention, she hurriedly tried to dissuade her, but no matter how much she argued, she could not shake Xia's resolve. Rumia was also fully aware of the Dragon Clan's Dragonblood transformation ritual. Even powerful class-bearers could perish if anything went wrong during the process. The danger involved was easy to imagine. And Xia was merely an ordinary human female. To ask such a frail physique to bear the power of a great dragon, Rumia seemed to have already foreseen Xia's grim fate. This was before Rumia had witnessed the catastrophic failures that occurred during Gosai LA's transformations. Had she seen those horrifying scenes, she would have been even more reluctant to allow Xia to proceed. Yet under Xia's relentless insistence, Rumia could only reluctantly acquiesce. However, she laid down one condition: she would accompany Xia throughout the entire process, and Xia was not permitted to go alone. Xia clearly did not wish for Rumia to follow. She feared that if Rumia witnessed her failure, she might do something reckless that would anger Gosai La. But she also knew that if she refused, Rumia would never allow her to proceed unaccompanied. Gosai La did not interfere with Xia's choice. At worst, it would simply cost some magical materials. Yet psychologically, Gosai La harbored hope for her success, even though he knew the odds of Xia surviving were exceedingly slim. This time, the Dragonblood transformation array was finally drawn with considerable proficiency. After all, there was now a professional mage present capable of inscribing magical formations. Gosai La was not worried about Rumia learning the secret, for the core of the Dragonblood transformation ritual resided in the great dragon itself, not merely in the array. To accommodate a sufficient number of participants, Gosai La chose a spacious beachfront for the ritual. The mass transformation ritual primarily depended on the great dragon's magical power. The more potent the magic, the greater the number that could be transformed at one time. Although Gosai La was only in his juvenile dragon years, the magical energy within him was no less than that of an average adult dragon. Moreover, he possessed a gem capable of replenishing his magical energy at any moment. The transformation array this time was drawn on an enormous scale, capable of accommodating 50 individuals simultaneously. Gosai La had also predetermined the types these individuals would transform into. He instructed 200 kobolds and 150 gnolls to make incisions on their arms, then carefully applied blood drawn from Doge into each wound. Gosai La felt as though a strange illusion had taken hold. It resembled vaccination implanting a seed within them first, after which they would assume Doge's form. Yet only Gosai La could accomplish this, for not every species possessed genetic aggressiveness comparable to his own. After 2 long days, the transformation of all these individuals was finally complete. Though carefully selected, none matched the strength forged on the battlefield. Out of 350, merely 80 had succeeded. The success rate fell below even 1/4, a grim statistic that made Gosai La furrow his brows. He couldn't help but feel that all those magical materials had been wasted entirely. Still, what remained had to be done. He could only hope the next subjects would prove more resilient. The scene about to unfold would be both spectacular and profoundly tragic. One after another, kobolds and gnolls trembled as they took their places upon the beach, where 2 items awaited before each of them: a sharpened bone knife and a short wooden staff thick as a wrist. Begin. Upon Doge's command, the kobolds and gnolls grew even more fearful. Some could not bear the oppressive atmosphere and screamed desperately, attempting to flee. Yet before they could take 2 steps, the dragonborn guard stationed nearby subdued them. These had been specially selected to join the illustrious Rootless squad. Yet few among them appeared willing to accept this fate. Bound by circumstance, they had no choice but to comply regardless of whether they consented or not. They took the sharpened bone knife in hand, bit down on the short wooden staff, spread their legs wide, and with a brutal swing of the blade, a bloody mass fell to the ground. Those kobolds and gnolls who had not been selected watched in utter horror. Naturally, not everyone possessed the courage to wield the blade themselves, but this proved inconsequential. Some would inevitably become rootless, requiring only minimal assistance. Lean P led the members of the Rootless squad into view. Their appearance was brief yet efficient as they swiftly resolved the matter for those unable to act. Perhaps because they themselves lacked their roots, members of the Rootless squad developed a peculiar fondness for hunting the genitalia of other males, provided it did not interfere with their duties. They might more aptly be termed root hunters. Their blades moved with ruthless precision, swift, accurate, and merciless, severing only what was necessary while leaving every other part untouched. For those who shrank from action, a sudden chill between their legs marked the moment they lost that which was either merely ordinary, that on which they had prided themselves, or the very source of their deepest insecurities. This was a place filled with sorrow where troubling roots were severed. The Rootless underwent transformation far more favorably than the Dragonborn warriors, perhaps because removing that foundational element held some hidden significance. Of the 150 subjects, 70 successfully completed the transformation, nearly a 50% success rate. The Rootless squad grew once more in number. Their primary mission now was to gather intelligence on the cultists' movements. Though limited by their race and unable to penetrate deep into human territory, they could still conceal themselves effectively in the marginal gray zones. Finally, it was Xia's turn. Her circumstances differed from those of the kobolds, for the ritual would take place within a cliff cave carved out by Gosai La. Rumia herself inscribed this array, adhering strictly to Gosai La's designs and ensuring every intricate detail was precisely executed. All materials required for the array and transformation were funded entirely by Rumia, guaranteeing Xia received only the finest grade components available. Xia was deeply moved by her friend's devotion, overwhelmed with gratitude. When it came to the transformation medium, she declined the dragon scales used by the kobolds and instead begged Gosai La for his dragon blood. Xia understood the distinction between dragon blood and dragon scale transformations. The former yielded far greater power, and its potential for growth was incomparable to the latter. Yet correspondingly, the dangers inherent in dragon blood transformation were substantially greater than those of dragon scales. Are you certain? Gosai La looked at Xia with a mixture of sorrow and contemplation. The gentle noble girl she once was had become consumed by hatred and a desperate craving for power. Were it not for her unwavering loyalty to him, he would never have agreed to her request. Wait! Before Xia could step onto the transformation array, Rumia suddenly called out to her. Xia halted and watched as Rumia tore open several precious magical scrolls before her. Blessing of the Goddess of Luck, Radiant Protection, Breath of Life, Spiritual Resistance. Rumia had deployed every item she could think of to boost Xia's chances of survival during the transformation. She had truly emptied her reserves. You? Xia stared blankly at Rumia, her eyes growing red with emotion. What do you mean, you? Hurry up and go. These magical scrolls were incredibly expensive. Rumia feigned heartbreak while rapidly waving her hand, urging Xia to proceed. Xia fell silent, turned toward the array, and fought to hold back her tears. Don't die, a faint voice called from behind. Xia paused, nodded slightly, and stepped forward into the transformation array. Gosai La watched the scene with astonishment, amazed by how much Xia meant to Rumia. With so many protective enchantments active upon her, Xia might actually succeed. Gosai La ceased his hesitation and channeled the magic within him. Brilliant magical particles flooded the entire array, and the transformation commenced. A single drop of Godzilla's dragon blood drifted forth, radiating immense energy as it surged into the transformation array. The power of the ritual reached its crescendo in an instant. This was no ordinary drop. It had been enhanced by Godzilla himself. He had taken out a gemstone bestowed upon him by the world consciousness, channeled its energy, and fused it into this singular drop of dragon blood. The energy within the gemstone was the most absorbent and gentlest form of power that Godzilla had ever encountered. Nearly any type of energy could be completely assimilated by it. Using this energy served as a lubricant for the Dragonborn transformation array, harmonizing conflicts between various elements, ensuring the array operated more smoothly, and keeping the energy constantly sustained. The dragon blood vaporized, seeping through every pore across Shia's body. A pathological flush immediately appeared upon her cheeks. Magic energy surged forth without delay, gradually forming a colossal cocoon that enveloped her entirely. Witnessing this, Lamia breathed a sigh of relief. At least the first trial had been passed. She had once witnessed Godzilla's own Dragonborn transformation. Some Kenku and kobolds had failed from the very beginning, unable to endure until the cocoon could enclose them. They perished in agonizing screams before it ever formed. From this point onward, everything rested upon Shia alone. Whether she could endure depended entirely upon fate. Neither Lamia nor Godzilla spoke. They simply waited in silence, fully aware that whether Shia succeeded or failed, they would know instantly. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. The cocoon enveloping Shia showed no significant fluctuations throughout, a resoundingly favorable sign. Gradually, both Godzilla and Lamia heard the sound of something shattering. Together, they lifted their gaze to the cocoon that once contained Shia. A dense network of cracks spread across the cocoon's surface before it exploded outward, revealing a humanoid figure curled within. Lamia's previously anxious heart finally settled. Her greatest fear had been the possibility of a hideous monster emerging from the cocoon. As long as the figure remained humanoid, the chances of a successful transformation were considerably high. Yet Godzilla merely fixed his gaze upon Shia, scrutinizing her with meticulous care. Shia retained her familiar golden hair. Her once gentle features had hardened with resolve. Aside from her pupils having shifted to a rose-red hue and acquiring the vertical slit pupil quality of dragons, her face bore little change. Yet her body had transformed profoundly. From her neck downward, her once porcelain skin was now covered with a dense layer of tiny dragon scales, identical in color to those adorning Godzilla's own body, all a delicate shade of pink. The scales were not particularly large, arranged in neat, orderly rows. Without drawing near, they would hardly be noticeable. Beyond her fingernails and toenails sharpening into claws, and the full coverage of scales across her body, Shia's appearance remained largely unchanged from before the transformation, save for the subtle definition of her musculature. At that moment, Shia's senses returned. Upon realizing she was entirely naked, she instinctively covered herself and let out a startled scream. The scales upon her body emitted a soft, hazy radiance, and under the cover of this colorful glow, her form seamlessly reverted to that of a human. A garment she frequently wore appeared upon her, while the scales and claws vanished without a trace. Polymorph, Godzilla exclaimed with surprise. As one of his most masterful spells, he possessed thorough understanding of transformation magic. Shia's face burned crimson, she scarcely dared meet the gazes of either Godzilla or Lamia. In truth, during that interval, her body had been entirely encased in scales. Nothing could have been seen anyway. Congratulations. You succeeded. It was Lamia who broke the awkward silence, first, her words genuine and heartfelt as she rejoiced for Shia. Shia smiled back at Lamia, opened her arms, and embraced her tightly. Tears slipped involuntarily from the corners of her eyes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Shia struggled to compose herself. When she had decided to undergo the transformation, she had resolved to die. Had it not been for Lamia's willingness to exhaust every resource she possessed, Shia would likely have perished. Enough. We will discuss other matters later. Shia, tell me, what abilities have you gained? Godzilla interrupted the two emotionally overwhelmed women. What concerned him most was the nature of the powers Shia had acquired through the Dragonborn transformation ritual. Shia hastily released her embrace from Lamia. Only then did Lamia realize that Shia, who had already been slightly taller than herself, now towered a full head above her. Did the transformation ritual also confer height enhancement? Lamia gazed enviously at Shia's long legs, a dangerous thought steadily stirring within her heart. Unaware of what Lamia was contemplating, Shia immediately turned toward Godzilla. Looking up at him with reverence, she began demonstrating her newfound abilities one by one. Master, I can be a mage now. Shia recounted her transformation with visible excitement, and the abilities she now possessed gradually surfaced within Godzilla's mind. Though she had once been unable to draw even the most fundamental magical rune, she had memorized every lesson Lamia had taught her through sheer repetition. After the transformation completed, Shia noticed an immediate and profound difference. The magic element particles that had previously remained imperceptible to her were now crystal clear in her awareness, responsive to her every whim. Not merely a single type. All elemental particles she could perceive were at her command. This was unlike how warlocks manipulated elements through bloodline, or how mages utilized mental power inscriptions, or the weave. Instead, it was far more fundamental, resembling the manipulation of psionic energy. In essence, it was a matter of willing it into being. The magic spell she had committed to memory could be unleashed after merely 2 attempts. Polymorph, however, was an innate ability granted upon becoming a dragonborn. It was not limited to human form. Xia could sense that she also possessed the capacity to transform into a great WIRM. Though temporary, the ability to become a dragon was undeniably a power of tremendous magnitude. Godzilla was exceedingly satisfied with Xia's abilities. In his mind, he had already designated her transformed dragonborn state as the 3rd transformation template alongside Dao Gu and Lin Pai. Though Xia had previously struggled to learn magic, Lamia had patiently instructed her time and again. Now that Xia had become a dragonborn, Lamia resolved to impart everything she knew without reservation. Excluding forbidden spells and those requiring a master's permission, Lamia would teach Xia every spell she possessed. Xia's aptitude had been extraordinarily enhanced. While Lamia had spent over a decade mastering evocation, abjuration, and conjuration to reach the rank of archmage, Xia accomplished the same feat in mere months. She had become an archmage, but that was where the comparison ended. Knowing a spell did not necessarily equate to wielding it effectively. In terms of timing and battlefield control, Xia still fell far short of Lamia. Yet such mastery required experience and refinement. Xia still had much to learn. Meanwhile, Lamia had also decided to depart. She had been away for a full year, and by every measure of propriety, she ought to return to her master's side. Had it not been for Xia, she would have returned long ago. Nevertheless, this year spent mentoring had allowed her to thoroughly review and organize her knowledge, filling gaps and bringing her one step closer to mastery. Xia could not accompany her to the Dawn Tower, so she had no choice but to return alone. Shortly after Lamia departed, Godzilla also dispatched Xia on a mission. Xia had completely mastered all the magic that Lamia could teach her. After Lamia left without a new source of magical knowledge, Xia's pace of growth slowed considerably. To acquire more magical knowledge, and also to investigate the murderer who had killed her father and made off with all their wealth, Xia proposed to Godzilla her desire to venture out. In truth, Godzilla shared this sentiment. Having Xia stay in the dragon lair would not significantly increase their strength. If Xia were allowed to go out with her prowess as a high-level mage, she could accomplish far more than those kobolds and gnolls. Currently within Godzilla's territory, there was an extreme shortage of training methods for basic professions knowledge that could be purchased in the human world. Moreover, Godzilla had not forgotten one thing: the search for traces of the dragon lion. Of course, these were not tasks that Xia had to accomplish, for the lifespan of a dragon was long, and Godzilla could well afford to wait. To prevent any mishap with Xia, their only mage template, Godzilla assigned her a team of the Rootless to command. These Rootless were among the first to be converted veterans with extensive experience. Under their assassinations, even a master-level powerhouse, if unaware of their presence, would be in danger of death. This shows how much Godzilla valued Xia. However, Xia herself was already a high-level mage, and unlike ordinary mages, as a dragonborn, her physical constitution was no weaker than that of an average warrior. Furthermore, in times of crisis, Xia could briefly transform into a dragon. Even though the dragon she became was not large, it was still a miraculous skill that could turn the tide. Before Xia's departure, Godzilla once again bestowed upon her the magical necklace that had been taken back from her. This made her extremely excited. Although it had come full circle back to Xia's hands, its meaning now was completely different. To provide Xia with sufficient startup funds, Godzilla reluctantly separated a small pile from his own heap of gold coins, placed them into a spatial ring, and let Xia take them away. On the day Xia left, Godzilla suddenly had a feeling that Xia was the protagonist, and he was just the old man who gives away golden fingers and treasures. But he soon cast that feeling aside. Even if she were the protagonist, she would have to submit to him. The Sea Star Mermaid Kingdom sent envoys again, still the 2 Sharkman brothers. However, they were intercepted dozens of miles out at sea, no longer able to approach with the casual ease they had before. The many and varied sharks that Godzilla had released here were not to be trifled with. Under the transformation of this world, all that survived had become magical beasts. Although the Sharkmen could communicate with shark beasts, these sharks were mutant sharks brought back by Godzilla from other worlds, and paid no attention to the 2 of them. If not for a Octo Sharkman passing by chance, these 2 Sharkmen would likely have been unluckily torn apart by the mutant sharks. The first time they saw an Octo Sharkman, the Sharkman brothers were almost scared out of their wits. They could never have imagined that a Sharkman could look like this. This was even more horrifying than when they were children, accidentally seeing an old Sharkman grandmother who had taken out her false teeth, all wrinkled and decrepit, taking a bath. They even momentarily thought they had either fallen under a siren's illusion or stumbled into a trap set by an evil god. But when the Octo Sharkman opposite them, speaking common with a hint of barking kobold accent, asked about their purpose, they were utterly dumbfounded. Fortunately, as a nascent race, the octosharkmen's curiosity about everything outweighed the brutal nature embedded in their shark genes, otherwise these two shark brothers might well have died here. After a period of halting communication, both sides finally understood each other's identities, and their mutual wariness eased considerably. The octosharkman led the two sharkmen into the interior of this sea area, leaving the sharkman brothers utterly astonished. It had been less than 2 years since their last visit, and they never expected such great changes. Not only were there many unprecedented varieties of shark magical beasts, but also a new race had emerged. According to the octosharkman before them, these sharks, including themselves, were all subordinates of Godzilla. This could not help but astonish them. Although the octosharkmen were not lacking in intelligence, their race had appeared too recently for them to realize that in just a few words they had been tricked into revealing the general situation here. On the contrary, he was very curious about these two unfamiliar sharkmen. After all, this race was similar to theirs. Both had heads shaped like sharks. Along the way, many other octosharkmen saw them, and immediately flocked over to gawk, as if they had discovered rare animals. This situation only improved after the arrival of the current leader of the octosharkmen. Because the number of octosharkmen was too small, they were very united. Thus, even the leader of the octosharkmen was not too harsh with his people. The octosharkman before them was far larger than the previous ones. Although the sharkmen had seen many octosharkmen of various sizes along the way, none were as awe-inspiring as this one. The two of them combined were not even as large as a single tentacle of the octosharkman leader. Nevertheless, they were envoys of the Sea Star Kingdom after all. After stating their purpose, the octosharkmen sent them ashore. They stood dumbfounded on the beach for a long while before finally stepping forward and continuing their journey. The situation in their kingdom was now much better than before. After the princess used the Sea Soul Stone and successfully resonated with it, she became the second legendary figure besides the king. Moreover, what was inherited was not only the experience and martial prowess of the mermaid heroes, but also the armor and weapons they had once worn. Now they had returned to a stalemate with the rebels, neither able to overcome the other. However, the enemy had been continuously corrupting sea beasts and other marine races. Although the kingdom was also diligently recuperating and training soldiers, their pace was still much slower in comparison. If this continued, the Sea Star Kingdom would only grow weaker. Unless the princess could fully absorb the inheritance and ascend to demigodhood, they would have difficulty turning the tide. The two had come to seek aid, but unsurprisingly Godzilla still refused them. Even though they offered a sky-high price of 1,000,000 gold coins, Godzilla remained unmoved. However, Godzilla did not completely close the door. He proposed that the Sea Star Kingdom could hire the mutant sharks from him on a mercenary basis. These sharks reproduced very quickly here. With abundant food and known natural predators, the number of mutant sharks had doubled. Although most were juvenile sharks under the care of the octosharkmen, these young sharks would not easily die prematurely. As for adult sharks, they could be hired. After all, the space here was limited. It might not be noticeable now, but once the juvenile sharks grew up, overcrowding and food shortages would inevitably occur. However, if they supported the Sea Star Kingdom by hiring out adult sharks, on one hand it would alleviate the sharks' living space, on the other hand it would stall the evil gods' rebel forces, and in addition they would receive payment from the Sea Star Kingdom. 3 benefits in one. Why not do it? As for the octosharkmen, Godzilla would never lend them out. He was not even prepared to let them go to the battlefield until their population reached 10,000. It must be said that Godzilla's proposal tempted the two sharkmen. However, they did not have the authority to give an answer, so they could only return for now and come again when they had the chance. After seeing off the two sharkmen from the Starfish Kingdom, with Godzilla leaned back against the seat, he had forced himself, his brows furrowed in deep thought. It seemed that the situation in the Starfish Kingdom was far from promising. Otherwise, they would not have come seeking his aid in such haste. After Godzilla had returned the Sea Soul Stone to them, they had temporarily stabilized their position. How could they be struggling again now? Could there be other factions intervening? Godzilla was uncertain, but the enemy's power was undeniably growing stronger, a fact that could not be disputed. What he desired now was simply a stable environment for development. If a balance of power could be achieved between the two sides, that would be the most suitable arrangement for him. Perhaps the Starfish Kingdom had truly exhausted its resources after fighting for so long. Within just a few days of the two sharkmen's departure, the kingdom sent another envoy. Leading this new delegation was someone Godzilla knew well, Darren Starfish, the Merlin Archmage and younger brother of the Starfish King. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Darren quickly steered the conversation to the matter at hand. He had seen those mutated sharks before. While their combat prowess varied, they were nonetheless formidable fighters. The Starfish Kingdom did have domesticated sea demons, though a portion had been seized by rebels during the earlier turmoil. Years of continuous warfare had devastated their numbers. Furthermore, taming sea demons was no easy task. Creatures that could not follow commands proved useless on the battlefield, and might even disrupt their own formations. These mutated shark demons were different. They did not respond to the Sharkman's authority, yet showed a particular obedience to Godzilla's octopus shark warriors. As an archmage, Darren Starfish was naturally curious about the newly emerged intelligent race of octopus shark people, but his concerns for his kingdom's war effort kept his scholarly instincts in check. Each mutated shark demon possessed at least the strength of a mid-level warrior with some of the finest, even reaching master rank. Of course, Godzilla would never agree to lend out those master-level demons. Though classified as mid-level by rank, these sharks proved far more formidable in actual combat, superior in both size and agility compared to typical mid-level warriors. The Starfish Kingdom's millennia of stability had accumulated considerable wealth, and with demand favoring the seller, Darren offered his anticipated price without hesitation. Godzilla, aiming to support the Starfish Kingdom, kept his demands reasonable. Trading gold for the lives of their subjects was, after all, a fair exchange. Contracting a mid-level warrior-class mutant shark cost 100 gold coins with 1,000 gold compensation if it fell in battle. Higher-ranking warriors commanded 500 coins for hiring with death compensation, rising to 5,000 gold. The pricing proved acceptable to both sides, though they also needed to recruit octopus sharks to command these creatures. Their size made them useless without proper guidance. Godzilla had already made clear these octopus sharks would only direct the shark formations, never engaging in combat themselves. Darren readily agreed to these terms and signed the contract without hesitation. 1,300 sharks paired with 30 octopus shark commanders, 1,000 mid-level warriors, and 300 high-level ones came to a total payment of 270,000 gold coins from Darren to Godzilla. Darren had clearly come prepared this time, bringing multiple spatial containers, each stocked with different supplies. Whatever Godzilla required, Darren could produce it immediately, eager to escort these valuable reinforcements away as quickly as possible. Godzilla took a deep breath, suppressing his urge to convert the gold into immediate assets, and calmly stated what he actually needed. I need to exchange these gold coins for training manuals covering all basic professions in your kingdom. And weapons and equipment as well. My subordinates lack expertise in forging, so they still rely largely on bone weapons captured from the fishfolk. I also need basic materials, tomes, and staffs for spellcasters. As Godzilla finished speaking, the Merlin mages accompanying Darren quickly began calculating, but once the conversion was complete, Godzilla discovered an awkward truth. The nearly 300,000 gold coins somehow fell short of what was needed. The Merlin mages hadn't inflated the prices. This was simply the reality. To properly equip Godzilla's followers with everything he requested would require at least 500,000 gold coins. Among these items, spellcaster supplies made up the bulk of the expense. Training manuals, magical techniques, and components all carried substantial price tags. Godzilla had already sent Xia on a search, but he refused to put all his faith in a single approach. If she failed to locate what was needed, he needed alternatives. Being an underwater kingdom, the Starfish Kingdom possessed professions impossible to find on land, and even where similar roles existed elsewhere, their combat techniques and methods differed considerably. Even so, something was better than nothing. His dragonborn subordinates had been fighting entirely on instinct and experience alone. As Godzilla hesitated over whether to ask for credit or dip into his personal reserves, Darren Starfish stepped in and waived the remaining balance owed. Though the Starfish Kingdom might appear to lose out on such a generous concession, Darren didn't see it that way. He valued the goodwill with Godzilla far more than the gold itself. Godzilla understood Darren's intentions perfectly. It came down to wanting him to intervene on their behalf. He would act when the time was right, but not now. At least not until he grew to 60 meters tall. Still, since Darren had given so much, Godzilla needed to make clear his position, lest he appear to be backing out. With Godzilla's assurance secured, Darren had no choice but to depart with his attendants. Fortunately, the mutated shark beasts they'd acquired from Godzilla would ease their pressures considerably. What mattered now was that he moved quickly against their enemy. Though Darren hadn't accounted for everything and couldn't gather all the basic profession manuals Godzilla needed, Godzilla agreed to let them take the shark beasts first. After all, given what they'd already provided, being too calculating would have been unjustified. Several days after Darren's departure, the two Sharkman brothers arrived with the missing supplies. The mutated sharks proved invaluable. They turned the tide after days of setbacks, securing victories and severely undermining their enemy's momentum. Yet this was only temporary. These sharks served as a surprising vanguard, but once the heretic rebels adapted and devised countermeasures, achieving such a triumph would prove exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, with these mutant sharks in place, the heretic rebels' hopes of breaching their defenses were indefinitely postponed unless they too sought allies. With these training manuals for basic professions, Godzilla's followers could now practice according to their own inclinations. Time flowed steadily, and Godzilla's height rose steadily, from 45 meters to 50 and now to 60. His power advanced with unerring consistency. During this period, Godzilla visited another film world. A movie had finished downloading, and like the previous shark world, this realm was dominated by serpents. Every conceivable viper python and giant snake proliferated especially rampant across Southeast Asia. Yet the most peculiar among them were a group of pythons in Borneo. Unlike their counterparts elsewhere, the pythons there grew extraordinarily large. Not only the king snakes, but even ordinary pythons could reach lengths of over 10 meters. Godzilla recalled that the Borneo pythons were likely the protagonists of the film Anaconda, and they're the treasure that allowed pythons to break their genetic limits. The blood orchid awaited. After subduing a vast array of snake deities revered by locals across Southeast Asia, Godzilla set off for Borneo. Perhaps due to the sheer number of giant pythons, the humans of this world reacted swiftly. The moment Godzilla appeared, the surrounding people fled without a trace. Naturally, the armies of various nations would not allow him to roam freely. Soon aircraft and artillery were deployed. It must be said that the nations of this world possessed remarkable self-awareness. After realizing that even their full might could not harm Godzilla in the slightest, they abandoned resistance outright. As long as Godzilla avoided the major cities, they merely watched, daring not to take any further action. The Americans, usually meddlesome, seemed strangely zen in this world. They did not come grandly to pick a fight with Godzilla, which astonished him greatly. But he was content with this. Beyond the pythons, nothing in this world caught his interest, not even uranium, or the gains from the previous world were sufficient to sustain him into the next stage. In truth, Godzilla could have gone directly to Borneo in one step. But if not for the diverse giant serpents of Southeast Asia, he would not have bothered to fly slowly. Though he held no regard for these giant snakes' strength, they could still provide some feedback. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. But the countless ordinary snakes, he had no interest in subduing them one by one. Moreover, these common-sized serpents were even less than mosquito legs. Though the blood orchid was renowned in film worlds, and even in countless novels, actually obtaining it left Godzilla rather disappointed. These blood orchids had no effect on him whatsoever. Perhaps it was because his current power was too great. However, the massive group of pythons did bring him a measure of surprise, saving him the trouble of searching individually. Godzilla simply bit off the cliff face where the blood orchids grew, swallowing it into his inner storage. Although Godzilla's inner space could not store living creatures, plants would be fine as long as they were not kept for too long. With the blood orchid in hand, nothing in this world held Godzilla's interest. But before departing, he still needed to visit South America. After all, this was a world of serpents. As the apex predator among snakes, the anaconda naturally became Godzilla's target. Though Godzilla's arrival put the nations of the Americas on edge after he plunged into the Amazon rainforest and showed no signs of emerging, they all breathed sighs of relief, except for Brazil. Relying on his enormous size, Godzilla carved a path straight through the endless jungle. The towering trees could not withstand even a single light collision from him, crashing to the ground one after another with piercing cracks. The deeper he ventured into the rainforest, the larger the pythons he encountered. His radiation radar and mental power constantly expanded outward, and no creature beyond the norm escaped his perception. The Amazon expedition offered a small surprise. Not only did he capture over a dozen anacondas that had clearly exceeded their limits, but he also found several titanoboa believed to be long extinct. Godzilla, with these giant pythons, hijacked a ship. He had the snakes climb aboard, then lifted the vessel himself and flew back towards Southeast Asia. After gathering these pythons, Godzilla returned to Bolan continent with them. The reactions of the nations who watched him vanish were none of his concern. In truth, Godzilla would have preferred to visit film worlds that either contained giant beasts of comparable size or realms of immortals, Buddhas, and demons. But the next batch of worlds was not for him to decide. Fortunately, no matter what world he entered, he would not lose out. The pythons, unlike the sharks before them, suffered a higher number of deaths from exploding bodies. But the sheer quantity was enough, and Godzilla had even brought back many ordinary snakes. Though most of them could not withstand the transformation of the world, there would always be one or two lucky ones that survived and became magic beasts. These snakes did not turn into snake men like the Zhang, but Godzilla had low expectations for them, so there was no disappointment. Apart from these snakes, the blood orchid that Godzilla brought back gave him a considerable surprise. The feedback from the blood orchid was secondary. Most importantly, after being magically altered, these orchids could not only break the bloodline limits of ordinary creatures, turning them into magic beasts, but also purify the blood of powerful beings within organisms. For Godzilla, this was crucial. The dragonborn among his kin also carried his genes, but their numbers were far too few. If bloodlines could be purified, their strength would increase significantly. That was a minor point, however. What Godzilla truly valued was the commercial value of the blood orchid. Potion of bloodline purification was a commodity that was always in high demand, but short supply in this world. The blood orchid itself possessed this effect, and if made into a potion, it would surely sweep the world. The number of customers seeking bloodline purification would only be greater than Godzilla imagined, never fewer. This was a golden goose that laid golden eggs. Xia struggled alone in the human world to make a name for herself. It was extremely difficult. If she could use the blood orchid potion to establish her reputation, then neither gold coins nor intelligence would be lacking. However, all of that was for later. At present, Godzilla lacked the means to manifest his visions into reality. The blood orchid was a treasure in its own right. Not far from the dragon's lair, Godzilla carved a cavern diagonally upward into the cliff's center and planted the blood orchid there. To ensure ample sunlight, he melted several skylights into the cavern's roof using his white heat ray. Godzilla specially assigned a squad of rootless ones to tend and guard the blood orchids. Apart from them, few other creatures could enter that sloping cave entrance. Beyond that, the feedback from these giant serpents allowed Godzilla to formulate a nearly complete concept. Naturally, he intended to walk the path of radiation and nuclear energy. With the atomic furnace at his disposal, nuclear energy was not an urgent need. Moreover, nuclear energy and radiation were intrinsically linked concepts. Mastering radiation would grant him control over nuclear energy as well. He would continue to delve deeper into radiation. He had briefly experimented with the concept of light, which brought many functional enhancements, but its contribution to his power growth paled in comparison to other concepts. Both the red dragon and the silver dragon, though their breaths were vastly different, were undoubtedly related to temperature. The red dragon embodied high temperature, while the silver dragon embodied low temperature. As a hybrid of both genes, he naturally possessed both concepts. High and low temperatures together formed a complete concept of temperature. However, neither concept within him was complete. Although time might gradually fill the gaps, even if he ascended to godhood, perfecting the concept of temperature would remain beyond his reach. But now with the world's feedback, he might have a chance to experience it. Temperature was linked to time. Both high and low temperatures could affect the flow of time. Absolute zero could even completely halt time. Yet to perfect the concept of temperature would require no less feedback than radiation and nuclear energy. In truth, any concept once perfected would become unexpectedly powerful. With his current feedback, however, he could only complete high and low temperature to about 50% each. Once completion reached 50%, every further increment would demand significantly more feedback. Beyond 90%, each tiny advance would multiply exponentially. Among all the concepts Godzilla possessed, only the dragon concept was complete. The others rarely exceeded 50% completion. The concepts of high and low temperature did not merely enhance Godzilla's dragon breath, they provided a comprehensive boost across the board. After reaching 50% completion in the high-temperature concept, Godzilla's flame breath soared to an astonishing 50,000 degrees, far hotter than the surface of the sun. Moreover, the nature of his dragon breath changed. It transformed from an ethereal flame into a semi-liquid state, though it did not resemble magma. His white heat ray, originally 100 degrees, now skyrocketed to 200 degrees. Having mastered the concept of high temperature, any heat below 100 degrees no longer affected his body. If Godzilla's flame temperature grew high enough, he could reduce even pure fire elementals to nothing with a single breath. Fire immunity merely shields against temperatures below a certain threshold. When extreme heat incinerates even space itself, can such immunity still hold? Compared to the high-temperature concept's boon, the low-temperature concept was more understated. Yet in certain respects, low temperature was often more terrifying than high. Godzilla's frost dragon breath had now dropped to over 200 degrees below zero, precisely minus 212. 15 degrees Celsius. This temperature was sufficient to liquefy oxygen in the air. Unlike high heat, which has no upper limit, low temperature has a definitive boundary. Beyond minus 200 degrees, every single degree drop became a major hurdle. Even a decrease of 0.001 degree could bring about a world of difference. Many creatures could withstand extreme heat, but few could endure temperatures below minus 200 degrees. Additionally, the mastery of temperature allowed Godzilla to fully control his own body heat. If he wished, he could manifest various temperatures across his skin. Combined with his abilities in radiation and light, he would become a master of concealment. Especially in the modern society of the movie world, after distorting his own heat and light waves, Godzilla could stand right before humans without being detected. At this moment, he finally had the confidence to face any legendary being. His massive size and formidable defense would spell doom for any melee combatant, while his dual breaths of ice and fire along with his trump card, the atomic breath, could devastate any spellcaster. It's time to let the humans of the kingdom of Carlos know that they have a neighbor like me. With a flicker of thought, Godzilla spread his wings and soared out of the lair, circling above the entire Changfeng Valley. His mighty dragon might cascaded down, crushing the creatures in the valley into trembling submission. The thunderous roar even frightened some timid beasts to death. I, Godzilla, the atomic dragon, the light of nuclear peace, hereby declare the Changfeng Valley as my domain. Godzilla had long desired to make this proclamation, but he had refrained due to the valley's proximity to the human kingdom and the headquarters of the pantheon of gods. He dared not draw attention. Now he finally possessed the means to defend himself against the pantheon's pressure. However, this did not mean he intended to confront them directly. He was not a purely evil dragon. Godzilla's blatant display of power naturally drew the covert attention of several observers. Both the wet venom jungle to the north and the kingdom of Carlos to the south sensed his unrestrained aura. A new kin. Didn't the silver dragon in Changfeng Valley leave? Why is there another dragon? Interesting. In the wet venom jungle to the north, a pair of gloomy eyes gleamed with sinister intent. Cruel thoughts began to churn in that mind. Yet he soon ceased his probing of Godzilla. Not because he lacked interest, but because he immediately dispatched subordinates to investigate the Changfeng Valley. As a senior and a neighbor, he intended to offer Godzilla a thorough education, perhaps reaping some bountiful rewards. Unlike the composed spirit in the wet venom forest, Godzilla's sudden appearance sent alarm bells ringing throughout the kingdom of Carlos. The red dragon from years past had cost them dearly. With the kingdom's legendary warriors absent, the unstoppable dragon had razed several small towns. Yet that dragon never dared to assault large cities, employing a hit-and-run guerrilla tactic. The churches and the kingdom's punitive expeditions appeared rather clumsy when confronting a red dragon's cunning tactics. This particular red dragon was far more sly than ordinary red dragons, almost unrecognizable as one of its kind. Fortunately, a silver dragon had been relentlessly pursuing the red dragon, and once the silver dragon arrived, the red dragon was compelled to retreat from the area. They had intended to thank the mysterious silver dragon, but inexplicably, after driving away the red dragon, the silver dragon vanished without a trace. Still, there had been reports in previous years of a great dragon emerging from Changfeng Valley, though no one could confirm if it was that same silver dragon. Who would have imagined that within just a few short years another dragon would have appeared in Changfeng Valley? Unlike the previous two, this one clearly intended to make a permanent residence here. As for the mere Changfeng Valley, the Karo kingdom actually paid little mind to such land. In fact, the valley lay outside their control altogether. However, having an unknown powerful dragon as a neighbor was something no kingdom would willingly accept. Though they had not caught sight of Godzilla's true form, they could still sense his immense presence from afar. Even if he were not yet a legendary dragon, he was certainly not far from that status. To this point, they still believed Godzilla to be nothing more than an ordinary dragon. Perhaps only when they witnessed his true size would they realize with shock how far beyond their understanding his power truly was. Godzilla flew so high that humans within Changfeng Valley could not discern his actual size. Moreover, crushed beneath the weight of his dragon aura, they could barely lift their heads, let alone observe Godzilla's appearance and form in detail. Godzilla's arrival stirred not only the official powers of the Karo kingdom, but also sent ripples through shadowy factions, deepening the chaos that already plagued the realm. The Church of Gods, the Mages Organization, the Mercenary Guild, the Assassins Association, and even cultists all responded differently to Godzilla's emergence. Meanwhile, in the distant harbor city, Zelina Zhichu immediately recalled the great dragon she had once encountered. However, she did not suppose Godzilla was that same dragon. The gap between them was far too great. In her estimation, this dragon must be Godzilla's senior generation. Zelina and her companions had been entrusted by the Church of Gods to investigate conditions within the Karo kingdom. Though the cultists operated with great caution, traces of their activities had still been uncovered by the church. Yet what proved most frustrating was that the kingdom seemed riddled with cultist informants. As the local church, every move they made was monitored. By the time they mobilized, the cultists had already been alerted and fled. The cultist gatherings typically occurred within noble estates or officials' residences. Each time they failed to apprehend anyone or uncover evidence, while facing scornful ridicule from those nobles. After several such incidents, all the nobles united and refused to permit the church to conduct arbitrary searches. Though located in the southern heartland of human territory, the Karo kingdom remained a newly established state. After opening its ports, the population grew increasingly diverse, and the influence of the various churches of the gods remained relatively limited here. Relying forcefully on the military might of the various churches' holy armies to conduct searches across the Karo kingdom would be an unwise course of action. Divine authority and imperial power could never truly align. Should the churches take such a stand, the royal families of the various kingdoms, sensing their own vulnerability, would inevitably develop profound hostility toward the Church of Gods. Forced by circumstance, they could only bring in Zelina and her little-known unit from the north. Provided they could find evidence that Karo kingdom nobles, or even the royal family, were colluding with cultists, they would have grounds to mobilize military force without other nations raising objections. However, the situation within the Karo kingdom was exceedingly complex. Leading her companions from the Karo royal city, she pursued leads along the Homs River through each coastal city before finally narrowing their focus to Harbor City. Yet upon arriving here, every lead seemed to vanish. The enemy always managed to slip away before they could catch them, leaving everything at an impasse. Zelina even began suspecting there might be a spy among them. Otherwise, how could she explain why every operation ended in failure? Yet her teammates were all people she had fought alongside in the north, absolutely trustworthy and incapable of harboring ties to local southern cultists. Nevertheless, the Church of Gods had also embedded several individuals within her team. These were faithful believers trained since childhood, dispatched only for such classified missions. There was no way they could betray her. Regardless, Godzilla's emergence had further muddied the already troubled waters of the Kero Kingdom. Perhaps this chaos would yield some clue to the cultists. Godzilla cared little for the reactions unfolding across the Kero Kingdom. After strutting about and unleashing his dragon aura across the region, he swaggered back to his lair. He even dared to sleep soundly. Since his birth, he had always been cautious, terrified of being discovered and slain by the swarming dragon hunters. After years of such frustration, he had only been able to vent his anger in the film world. On the Buluan continent, he still could not spread his wings. Had he been merely an ordinary great dragon, there would be far fewer complications. Just stay careful and avoid humans. But his size and appearance had condemned him to an extraordinary fate. Once discovered, even the slightest suspicion that he might be a different breed of dragon would strip him of any freedom. Neither the dragon clan nor other races would tolerate it. Having grown to this level, continuing to hide would make even Godzilla look down upon himself. Temporary restraint was necessary for survival before gaining strength, but perpetual submission would reduce him to a coward. Awakening refreshed and invigorated, Godzilla let out a thunderous roar, and though he remained in the same place, the long-suppressed oppression vanished entirely with that single cry. Though Godzilla had chosen to reveal his presence, that did not mean he needed to expose everything about himself. He knew that countless spies would soon descend upon this place. The rootless squad alone could hardly hold them back. Nevertheless, he was prepared. Merely sending spies would not be enough to unravel his purpose and strength. As a newly emerging coastal nation, news spread swiftly. Within days, word of the new great dragon in the Kero Kingdom had reached all 6 other human nations across the southern continent. The Kero Kingdom was not particularly powerful among these nations, but its wealth ranked among the finest. The other 6 nations watched the emergence of the new dragon in Kero largely with glee, eager to see how the kingdom would fare. The idea of that dragon toppling the Kero Kingdom was absurd. Should matters escalate, the Church's strongmen were not there for show. At this moment, the Changfeng Valley had become a battleground for various factions, with a myriad of overt envoys and covert spies. Naturally, conflicts arose among these forces, and gathered together, inevitable clashes occurred. Under the mutual collisions, the weaker factions quickly withdrew from the fray. The scouts of the Carlo Kingdom were elite soldiers from the military, yet they were slightly inferior to the peculiar mage organizations, assassin guilds, and other groups. As the host, the Carlo Kingdom scouts failed to even meet Godzilla before being annihilated by other organizations. A great irony for the kingdom. Fortunately, they had not dispatched only scout troops. At the request of the Carlo royal family, the Church of the Gods, though displeased with the kingdom's potential collusion with cultists, agreed to send personnel to accompany them in visiting Godzilla. Among the gods, the 3 gods of justice were undoubtedly the most concerned with humanity, and their churches naturally followed suit. The Carlo Kingdom dispatched a mage group led by an archmage along with clerics from the Church of the 3 gods of justice to visit Godzilla. They could not determine whether Godzilla was a malevolent or benevolent dragon, but regardless, facing both the 3 gods' church and the Carlo Kingdom's archmage, he would surely not act rashly. The king of Carlo was somewhat troubled. In recent years, he had been well aware of the undercurrents stirring within the kingdom. He wished to display a strong hand, but ever since his grandfather, the kingdom's sole legendary mage, had gone missing, the Carlo Kingdom had subtly changed. As king, the power he wielded was not much greater than that of the nobles and princes within the realm. Had it not been for the presence of the Church of the Gods and their reluctance to wage war here, the Carlo Kingdom might have already vanished. For this reason, he had no choice but to turn a blind eye to the deeds of his son and certain nobles. The ascendancy of nobles and merchants was an undeniable reality within the Carlo Kingdom. No ambitious king would willingly tolerate such a situation within his domain. Let chaos reign. Let them all perish. A glint of sharp light flashed in the king of Carlo's eyes before quickly fading. In his view, neither the Church of the Gods nor the cultists were any good. The cultists, after losing a squad in the Changfeng Valley, had sent scouts to investigate, but found only scorched earth, yielding no results. Now, when Godzilla made his presence known with great fanfare, they finally connected the 2 incidents. Yet they still dispatched agents to test whether they could sway this dragon to their side. However, they were destined to return in vain. Godzilla had resolved to turn away everyone this time. If they wished to test him, fine. Let those who truly hold authority come. Godzilla did not return to his lair, but instead went to the cave where he was born. The mountain was not low, and the former cave could no longer accommodate his current size, but that did not trouble him. He sheared off the mountaintop and melted a vast platform with his breath. The cave of his birth had been occupied by another creature, a massive storm tiger. However, when Godzilla appeared, the storm tiger instantly became more pathetic than an ordinary cat. It was terrified. Its 8-meter-long body trembled violently. Sensing Godzilla's aura, it had wanted to flee, but before it could escape the cave, Godzilla had already arrived. Godzilla felt a pang of nostalgia. 5 years ago, encountering this storm tiger would have made him prey, but now the creature was like an insect and his eyes easily crushed. Godzilla ignored it. This cave held no sentimental value for him. No treasures, no warm memories. Only hatred remained. With his current power, he had far surpassed the metal dragon that once sought to kill him. However, tracking down that creature was still quite difficult. Dragons could traverse planes, and it was possible that the metal dragon had gone to another realm. Yet it seemed unlikely, as only 5 years had passed, merely a nap for a dragon. Godzilla chose this mountain primarily because of its open terrain, unobstructed by lower peaks, offering a clear view. After all, it was the birthplace chosen by his mother, and even as a temporary shelter, it was not too bad. Godzilla did not want to reveal his lair's location, so this place was undoubtedly a good choice. From this height, aided by his radiation-enhanced perception, he could clearly sense many humans and strange creatures slowly approaching this nameless peak, following the traces he left behind. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Godzilla's mouth. Even if they found him, it wouldn't matter. The real challenge lay in reaching him. He did not actively activate his internal nuclear radiation, but relied solely on light and thermal radiation for perception. Nuclear power was extremely dangerous. In the eyes of those unfamiliar with it, it was inevitably linked to dark and cursed negative energy. He did not wish to become a malevolent dragon in their eyes, for the reputation of evil dragons was utterly abysmal. Naturally, he also had no desire to be a benevolent dragon. His self-positioning was neutrality. As long as no one provoked him, he would not act rashly. Once this dragon persona spread through these people's words, it would save him a great deal of trouble when he traveled the continent. Of course, meeting him was not so easy. Godzilla had specially set up a trial for them. The red dragon's scorching domain and the silver dragon's permafrost domain were naturally emitted when a dragon's body grew to a certain extent. This domain power could subtly alter the surrounding environment, even transforming an ordinary mountain into a volcano. But Godzilla could not wait that long. After mastering the power of radiation, he had suppressed the environment-altering effects of these two domains. What could be suppressed could also be activated. Unlike ordinary dragons' domains, Godzilla's domain truly possessed combat-assisting capabilities. From the center of his body, a boundary formed. The left half was ice, the right half was fire. One side extreme cold, the other extreme heat. Having grasped the concept of temperature, the coverage of Godzilla's domain was also the scope of temperature's influence. From his body outward, his domain directly radiated over the entire mountain and beyond. He transferred the heat from the left half of the mountain to the right, creating a wondrous spectacle beyond ordinary imagination. The left half of the mountain was bitingly cold. Everything on that side was solidly frozen into ice. The air upon approaching the left side was transformed into heavy snowflakes by the piercing chill falling profusely. The right half of the mountain, however, seemed soaked in magma. Anything flammable had already burned to ashes as soon as Godzilla activated his domain. What remained was only bare rock. Every stone on the right side glowed red and softened from the heat. Some with lower melting points had even turned into lava. Under the extreme high-temperature, patches of flame would abruptly appear in the air over the right half of the mountain. Yet astonishingly, the left and right halves of the mountain seemed separated by a different space. The boundary between extreme heat and extreme cold was sharply demarcated. But such was not the case. Snowflakes drifting down from the left half of the mountain would also float across to the right, yet the moment they crossed that dividing line, they would instantly vaporize. Meanwhile, streams of molten lava on the right side would occasionally flow toward the left, and just as swiftly upon crossing the dividing line, all its heat would be siphoned away, solidifying in an instant. At the very center of the mountaintop, where cold and heat converged, a dark cloud was born. The violent temperature fluctuations rendered the air extraordinarily turbulent, with fierce thunder and lightning constantly erupting within the storm clouds. From the mountain base to the summit, the intensity of both scorching heat and freezing cold increased progressively. The closer one drew to Godzilla, the more severe the extremes one would have to endure. As a result, Godzilla's domain alone was sufficient to keep the majority of people at bay. Of course, the temperatures of these two domains could never match Godzilla's draconic breath. Even at the point nearest the summit, the extremes reached only a mere 1600 degrees above zero and 130 degrees below. However, the platform where Godzilla resided remained entirely unaffected by these thermal extremes. The ground beneath him had been kiln-fired into a vitreous glaze by his breath, yet the air encircling his body stayed as warm as spring. This was naturally not the utmost power his domain could unleash. He had not yet exerted himself fully. Yet even so, it had already melted portions of the rock on the right half of the mountain. If Godzilla were to apply his thermal domain with full force, the entire mountainside would likely liquefy, into rivers of magma. In this regard, the incineration domain bestowed by Godzilla's Red Dragon bloodline had already come close to rivaling the ambient temperature of Red Lotus Godzilla. However, these domains were sustained through the agency of magic. Should he enter a magicless universe, what temperatures he could actually achieve remained entirely unknown. Such tremendous commotion could hardly fail to disturb everyone still within Changfeng Valley. Godzilla's actions were tantamount to lighting a beacon, a blatant declaration to all, "I am here." From afar, the spectacle seemed unimpressive. But the moment they approached the outer reaches of Godzilla's domain, they were utterly staggered by the sheer power he displayed. Not even a legendary could inspire such terror. To conjure such a wondrous phenomenon spanning such an immense area was a feat reserved solely for the forbidden spells of legendary mages. And to sustain such an impossible spectacle continuously, how on earth was Godzilla accomplishing this? Without question, everyone was kept beyond the domain's boundary. Fortunately, the mountain was substantial enough that they did not congregate in a single crushing mass. Some who had arrived earlier had ventured inside testing the waters, but after only a brief span, the increasingly extreme temperatures forced them to retreat. At this rate, not only was there no hope of gathering intelligence on Godzilla, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. Organizations that cared little for Godzilla had little choice but to wait nearby. Were they willing to pay a price they could ascend? But to what end? What would they accomplish once there? Such an endeavor was clearly disproportionate to its returns. Until Godzilla directly threatened their interests, they saw no need to take him seriously. Gathering intelligence on him was merely a habitual practice. Nevertheless, this expedition was not entirely fruitless. At the very least, they had gained a rough understanding of Godzilla's strength. Whatever method he employed to create such a spectacle, his power could not be lesser than that of a legendary mage. They never imagined that this seemingly colossal world of flame and frost was merely the expression of a domain ability common to dragons. Just as a red dragon dwelling in one place for long would make the surroundings ever more scorching, or a black dragon's prolonged presence would cause water to rot and reek. They had assumed Godzilla was either wielding an unknown spell scroll or had laid down a special magical formation. Some departed, but not everyone was willing to leave, notably the cultists. Due to the indulgence of the King Carlo royal family, they had thrived within this kingdom. Moreover, other sinister organizations also held considerable influence here. Nevertheless, on the surface, the region fell within the sphere of influence of the Church of the Gods. They dared not act too brazenly, which explained why no particularly gruesome atrocities had occurred within King Carlo's territory. There was no need for them to risk capture by the Church and slaughter innocents. The adventurers and displaced refugees who arrived here, daily brimming with hope, were more than enough for their purposes. Led by a master-rank warrior, they braved the cold and stepped into the mountains shrouded by Godzilla's domain. At first, the temperature remained bearable, but the higher they climbed, the colder it grew. Even the weakest among them was at least in advanced warrior rank, and within their ranks stood a master-rank priestess. Yet even they found this environment nearly unbearable. The cold turned their festering sores red and itchy. Some of the weaker members suffered cracked sores oozing foul-smelling fluid. "Let's rest for now. Continuing like this won't do. Those lackeys of the gods won't be climbing up so quickly." A remarkably high-pitched voice emerged from beneath the cowl of one of the black-robed figures, sounding both soft and piercing. "Yes, exalted priest." After the others halted the black-robed priest, and another mage began casting spells. A faint crimson glow enveloped the black-robed group, shielding them bulk of the biting cold. "Phew. I wonder how that damned dragon turned this place into such a hellscape, forcing us to suffer like this." One of the black-robed men scratched at his festering sores, grumbling in complaint. "Say another word, and I'll throw you over the edge." The leading evil god priest glared viciously at him before continuing. "We don't yet know whether this dragon is friend or foe. For our Lord's grand plan, we must discern his intentions. If we can bring him to our side, all the better." He lowered his voice as he finished speaking. "Once a mere dragon. Haha." The evil god priest's shrill voice was more grating than nails scraping across a chalkboard, sending involuntary shivers down anyone's spine. As they walked, they gradually strayed from their path, drifting ever closer to the boundary between bitter cold and scorching heat. Gazing at the raging flames mere inches away, the evil god priest fell into deep thought. He tentatively tossed a piece of frozen hardwood across the line. It met no resistance whatsoever, landing directly on the scorching half of the mountainside, where within an instant all moisture was evaporated and it burned into a pile of ash. To his astonishment, the dividing line possessed no barrier at all. This was fortunate news. Even his body, enhanced by divine power, was beginning to struggle against the cold. He slowly stepped out of the frigid zone and into the scorching one. The chilling cold on his body was instantaneously dispelled by the searing heat, replaced by an intensely burning sensation. The stark contrast between one extreme and the other was almost euphoric. Their bodies, long corrupted by the evil god's divine power, had lost most sensation, but not this. In that moment, he could have sworn he had fallen into the fires of hell itself. But after adjusting for a while, the blistering heat became somewhat more tolerable. At the evil god priests beckoning, the rest of the black-robed figures transferred from the frigid zone to the scorching one. Yet after ascending further, the temperature continued to climb. The sword blades on the backs of several black-robed warriors had begun to glow red-hot. The worst offender was their clothing. Though their black robes were woven from magical materials, they could not withstand the intensifying heat and spontaneously burst into flame. Seeing this, they were forced to retreat once more into the cold zone. But the temperature there had dropped even lower than before, making it impossible for them to remain long. Suddenly, the lead master rank warrior had a flash of inspiration. He began darting back and forth between the freezing and scorching zones, advancing steadily. The strategy proved effective, allowing them to dodge both extremes. Impressive. How did you think of such a method? The evil god priest praised him generously. From then on, the impact of the thermal extremes on them was considerably mitigated. Under these circumstances, their clothing was temporarily spared from destruction. However, the higher they climbed, the steeper and more treacherous the path became. Fortunately, the evil god priest and the mages cast enchanted blessings upon the group, so their pace did not slow significantly. Godzilla had sensed this group from afar. The stench of the evil god emanating from them was so distinct that even at a great distance he could clearly detect it. He initially considered obstructing their path and burying them all here, but soon abandoned that notion. He wanted to see what these people intended to do by coming up. However, when Godzilla saw the evil god cultists led by the master-level warriors start repeatedly shuttling between the extremes of freezing cold and scorching heat, he nearly thought he was hallucinating. Were the evil god's recruitment standards simply that of jesters? Godzilla deeply doubted it. Still, after this maneuver, their progress did hasten considerably. But do you think this will be enough? Godzilla let out a cold laugh. Their actions appeared to him like those of clowns. Though they seemed to offset the two temperatures by oscillating between extremes, the seeds of calamity had already been sown deep. The first to suffer were their weapons. The principle of thermal expansion and contraction is known even to schoolchildren. Steel and other hard materials become extremely brittle after sudden exposure to extreme cold and heat, much less when constantly wielded while oscillating. Next came their bodies. Though they felt no immediate pain, frost and scorching heat had already accumulated destructive energy within them. For now, shielded by the evil god's energy, they felt nothing. But once they descended and returned, even a mere disability would be a light outcome. Regardless of the fate that befell these evil god cultists, Godzilla would only applaud. Perhaps the fishman priest from the past had left him with a bad impression, but his sentiment toward the evil god was utterly negative. The cultists did not keep Godzilla waiting long. When they realized they were nearing the summit, the evil god priest halted the group and began shouting loudly toward the peak. "O mighty dragon, we have brought gifts for you. Please allow us to ascend and present them to you." Though the evil god priest had used the loudest voice he could muster to the others nearby, it still sounded shrill and unpleasant. Godzilla did not respond. After waiting for a moment, the evil god priest shouted twice more. Yet Godzilla remained unmoved. The evil god priest's face twitched and a venomous glint flashed in his eyes. How dare Godzilla ignore him so utterly? However furious he was inside, he dared not show it. He buried it deep in his heart. "O mighty dragon, we come with sincerity." The evil god priest bravely stepped forward, intending to set foot on the flattened summit and glimpse Godzilla's true form. But the moment he took a single step, he felt his entire body tremble, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been pressed upon him. This was Godzilla's draconic pressure. "Damn dragon, when I return, I will have the bishop kill you, flay you alive, strip your bones, and offer your soul to my god." The evil god priest's mind screamed with fury, but he could only indulge in such fantasies. On the surface, he had to maintain a humble demeanor. "Great dragon lord, if you do not wish to see us, we shall depart. The Holy Tide Church earnestly hopes to welcome you into our ranks." The evil god priest spoke with feigned respect. As he finished, he felt the pressure suddenly lift. The dragon had retracted its aura. But just as they turned to leave, the familiar weight descended upon them again. "Where is the gift?" A voice of wrathful authority rang out. "Damned greedy lizard." The evil god priest cursed viciously in his heart. Yet no matter how deep his hatred, he could only obediently surrender the goods. At a signal from the evil god priest, large chests that had been packed to the brim were taken out from space rings. They opened them and placed them respectfully aside. Inside were nothing but gleaming gold coins and gems. These items were not all intended for Godzilla, but in their panic they had emptied everything. "Mighty dragon, may we leave now?" "Not enough." A single dismissive word nearly drove the evil god priest mad. The chests they had just produced contained not only the funds meant to recruit Godzilla, but also gold coins allocated for ritual props. Now all of it had been given, and the dragon still demanded more. He was about to explode in rage, but a far more intense draconic pressure than before instantly crushed down upon him. The fear of death flooded their hearts. They could sense that Godzilla harbored an unmistakable naked killing intent. It seemed recruitment was impossible. The evil god priest took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the boiling fury within. Now was not the time to settle scores with this dragon. He had clearly sensed the dragon's hostility. He pulled the space ring from his finger and placed it on top of the chest, then asked again, "Is this enough?" "Get lost." With a roar, a blast of wind swept them off the summit with immense force. Fortunately, the fall was not great. Several black-robed figures quickly straightened up and regrouped. "Priest, what do we do now? That damn dragon has taken everything." The black-robed men were seething with anger. They had not even laid eyes on the dragon. The evil god priest revealed a sinister smile. "The Holy Tide Church's possessions are not so easily taken. Let's go. If we delay, those false gods' dogs will be upon us." Descending was far easier than ascending. To hasten their escape, they cast feather fall and lightness spells on everyone. But they were unaware that the path they took down the mountain had been deliberately chosen by Godzilla. Having sensed the approach of the Triple God Church's followers, Godzilla purposely blew these cultists toward the direction of the Triple God clergy. The chaotic snowflakes drifting in the sky obscured the cultists' vision. They did not notice that a group of people was preparing to ascend the mountain at the foot. Thump, 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 thump. Ah, finally down. Thanks to the feather fall magic, their leap from the hillside made little noise. The evil god priest suddenly froze. Why were there suddenly so many people before him? The Triple God Church and the royal mages of the Kingdom of Carol were also dumbfounded. They had just finished casting spells to resist the extreme environment when people burst through the heavy snow and landed from above. Evil god cultists. The Triple God Church members quickly realized. To their eyes, the evil god's aura on these foes was as glaring as a beacon in the dark night. Damn it! How could we have landed right in front of them? The evil deity's priest was nearly beside himself with rage. To be this unlucky was truly remarkable. The paladins across from them had already charged forward, brandishing battle axes, long swords, and flails, while the clerics of the Trinity Church began casting various divine spells. The evil deity's priest dared not delay. He could only endure this initial barrage of attacks before looking for an opportunity to flee. They were no match for the people before them, and moreover their condition was far from optimal. The evil cultist, a master-level warrior, rushed to meet them first. These paladins were not particularly powerful, yet somehow as soon as combat began he felt his bones and sinews grow weak and sore, unable to exert much strength. The same went for the other senior warriors. They had already struggled to handle the paladins under normal circumstances, let alone in their current state. However, matters grew even worse. After clashing with the paladins' weapons several times, their own weapons began to shatter one by one. Caught off guard, they suffered heavy losses. Some of the unluckier ones even had their heads severed in a single strike. Damn it! How could this be happening? The master-level warrior at their head was no exception. His weapon, too, fell victim to the same fate. Facing arms saturated with the paladin's holy power, he fought desperately, yet ineffectually, utterly humiliated. The evil deity's priest had never anticipated that his warriors would collapse so swiftly. With a ruthless decision, he abandoned all thought of others' fates, and while his fighters still held back, the paladins employed a secret technique to escape. The clerics of the Trinity Church were engaged in battle with the sorcerer, when for a moment of carelessness the evil deity's priest slipped past them. "Halt him quickly." The Trinity Church members were closely knit, so only a single bishop led their contingent. He was a devoted follower of Tyr, the god of justice, and now he shouted loudly toward the court mage, who stood idly by watching the scene unfold without intervention. As the court mage and Archmage Alan Deutschmann was well aware of the murky dealings between the kingdom and the cultists, he neither wished to meddle nor possessed the means to control the situation. Originally, he had planned to merely observe, but who would have guessed the Trinity Church would allow one to escape? Now he had no choice but to act. Yet he was unwilling to alienate the evil deity's cult, so he put on a show, commanding his mage corps to intercept in a perfunctory manner. Under such half-hearted efforts, it would be strange indeed if they managed to hold back the evil deity's priest. The hooded figures, stripped of their weapons, were swiftly decapitated one by one, and the sole sorcerer among them was bound by the cleric's divine magic. Yet their leader alone had escaped. "I have witnessed everything you have done. Do you not have anything to say for yourselves?" Bishop Kale Sarani of the Justice Church's regional temple questioned the court mages of the Carlo Kingdom with great indignation. Had they lent any real effort, the evil deity's priest would not have been able to flee. "Your Excellency, Bishop, we cannot fathom what secret arts that cultist employed. Even you were unable to stop him, so it is only natural that we could not either." Archmage Alan Deutschmann stroked his beard and spoke in an utterly innocent tone. "You?" Bishop Kale Sarani of the Justice Church grunted heavily, a dark cloud gathering in his heart. It seemed the situation within the Carlo Kingdom's royal family was even more dire than he had imagined. Otherwise, how could Archmage Alan Deutschmann have so brazenly allowed the cultists to escape? However, now was not the time to confront them directly. Without concrete evidence, they could only wait for a more favorable opportunity. For the road ahead, we shall part ways here. You will climb the mountain yourself to find that dragon. We must pursue the cultist. Kale Serrani delivered these words to Alan Deutschman with an expressionless face, then led his paladins in pursuit of the direction the evil deity's priest had fled. You cannot do this. You have promised His Majesty the King that you would join us in confronting that dragon. Surely the Trinity Church would not go back on its word. Upon hearing this, Alan Deutschman grew anxious. Without the Trinity Church's backing, he could not guarantee whether the dragon on the mountain would swallow him whole. Merely from the extraordinary phenomena covering this mountain, he could tell that this dragon was far beyond his capabilities to handle. We will naturally go, but now thanks to your efforts we must first capture that cultist. Kale Serrani retorted coldly, and without giving Alan Deutschman a chance to respond, led all members of the Trinity Church away from the mountain's base. A chilling wind swept past, causing Alan Deutschman to shiver involuntarily. Master, what should we do? Among those who had accompanied Alan Deutschman aside from the other mages, the rest were his students. What can we do? We can only take things one step at a time. Alan Deutschman felt a flicker of regret. Even if he had no intention of helping them capture the evil deity's priest, he should not have been so overt about it. Now it was too late. They could only climb the mountain themselves to confront that dragon whose every aspect remained unknown. Regardless, as the court mage of the Carlo Kingdom, he was ultimately bound to obey the king's commands. The physical constitution of these court mages was naturally far inferior to that of the cultists who had been enhanced by the evil deity's divine power. But at least they possessed various magical abilities. With proper preparation in advance, the harsh environment here, though unforgiving, would not inflict excessive harm upon them. In truth, as an archmage, Alan Deutschman could have flown directly to the summit. But he dared not attempt such a thing, and instead obediently climbed the mountain from its base. Since that dragon had laid down such a magical formation, it was certain to prevent anyone from flying directly upward. But the question was why he had not detected the formation's ruins. As an archmage, Alan Deutschman was extremely curious about a formation capable of covering an entire mountain. Yet all formations required runes to function. This one before him, however, appeared as though naturally formed, showing no trace of flowing magical elemental particles whatsoever. A strong thirst for knowledge surged within Alan Deutschman. He longed to rush to the summit and interrogate Godzilla about the secrets of this magical formation. But this was merely a fantasy. Even with 10,000 times his current courage, he would never dare such a thing. Compared to the snowstorm that blotted out the sky in the low-temperature zone, Alan Deutschman chose to enter through the high-temperature zone. After all, spells to resist fire and extreme heat were far more numerous than those to withstand cold. The court mages from the Carlo Kingdom bestowed various enchantments upon themselves and carefully floated upward, ascending the mountain peak with caution. Despite the protection of their spells, the mages still felt a wave of intense heat. Fortunately, it remained within their tolerance. Even an ordinary human could survive for several hours in an environment exceeding 70 degrees Celsius. The high-temperature zone offered a much wider field of vision compared to the low-temperature region. None of these mages possessed the quick wit of that hooded master-level warrior from earlier, capable of devising such dexterous maneuvers like lateral dodging. After great difficulty, Alan Deutschman led his companions to the mountain summit. Like the cultists before them, they dared not appear directly before Godzilla. Alan Deutschman took a deep breath and shouted loudly toward the mountaintop. Great Dragon Lord, we are emissaries from the kingdom of Kaluo. Having heard that you have taken possession of the Longwind Valley, we have come especially to offer our congratulations. Please allow us to ascend and behold your majesty. Did the kingdom of Kaluo send only you? And the Longwind Valley has always been my territory. What nonsense is this about taking possession? Godzilla's voice descended from the summit, causing Alan Deutschman's heart to tighten. We were unaware that this was your domain, my lord. Accompanying us here are also clergy of the three gods of justice, though they have gone in pursuit of a heretic and will likely arrive later. Alan Deutschman wiped the sweat from his brow, his mind racing furiously, fearful that his answer might displease the other party. A heretic? Earlier some insects did come to bother me bearing gifts. I trust you have not come empty-handed. Godzilla's slightly mocking voice echoed from the mountaintop. Cold sweat instantly streamed down Alan Deutschman's back, soaking his spine. Despite the scorching heat, he felt a chill in his heart. They had brought no gifts on this journey, for their purpose differed from that of the heretics, and the Church of the Three Gods of Justice could not afford to show weakness by such an act. Now, however, this predicament tormented Alan. Cursing the heretics and the Three Gods Church inwardly, he set his mind racing. Gifts? Of course we have brought gifts. Master, but we have no. One of Alan Deutschman's disciples could not help but whisper, but before he could finish, Alan struck him hard on the mouth with his wand. Nonsense. I said we have brought gifts. Alan Deutschman said reluctantly, slipping a space ring from his finger with great pain. At the same time, he signaled with his eyes to the accompanying mages, urging them to take out a portion of the items from their own space rings to offer as gifts to Godzilla. His disciples were no fools. They understood why Alan had to do this. Though reluctant, since their master had already made the greater sacrifice, they had to part with items that caused them relatively less heartache. Their personal wealth was not substantial. As mages, they carried mostly magical materials and spell scrolls. Combined, their belongings filled a large wooden chest. Great Dragon, allow me to present our gift. Alan Deutschmann stressed the word, our, deliberately. Oh, then bring it up. But I will allow only you to ascend. Godzilla had initially intended not to see them, but then reconsidered, thinking he might extract information about the kingdom of Kaluo from this cowardly archmage. At these words, the accompanying mages burst into an uproar. After all this, Godzilla still refused to let them ascend. How long would they have to stay in this place that felt like the molten depths of the earth? Alan naturally wished to bring everyone up so as not to appear so outnumbered, but given the circumstances, he had no choice but to send them down the mountain. Enough. I will go alone. You need not wait here. Go down to the foot of the mountain and wait for me. Since Alan had spoken, his disciples hastened down the mountain, unwilling to linger in this place a moment longer. Though they had never visited the elemental plane of fire from books and accounts of otherworldly creatures, they knew that even most of its regions were not as hot as this. Only when Alan's disciples had receded to tiny specks in the distance did he pack all the items into a magical treasure chest, lift it, and slowly ascend to the summit. He had braced himself for even fiercer heat, knowing that temperatures rose from the base to the peak. But to his surprise, upon reaching the summit, the temperature dropped abruptly, returning to normal. Alan Deutschmann even wondered if he had been transported elsewhere by space magic. He looked up to find the source of the voice, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. It was an immensely colossal creature. He could not fathom how any dragon could grow so enormous. He had seen dragons before. In fact, he kept several drakes at his home, but none had ever given him such a sense of awe. Though the dragon before him did not resemble any known species on the continent, and its color was somewhat odd, the pure draconic aura unmistakably proclaimed Godzilla's identity. Alan Deutschmann even forgot that he was still holding the chest. The heavy chest slipped from his grasp, grazing his toes and thudding to the ground. Startled by the sound of the chest falling, Alan quickly recovered. Without pausing to calm his astonishment, he bowed respectfully to Godzilla. Great Dragon, forgive my rudeness. I am awed by your might. Bring the things over. I have some matters to ask you as well. Alan's heart was filled with bitterness. As things stood, not only would he fail to learn Godzilla's intentions, but he would likely also divulge many secrets of the kingdom. However, the dragon before him did not seem malevolent, which somewhat reassured Alan. At least he would not be casually crushed after the questioning. Alan Deutschmann did not stay long on the summit. Facing Godzilla's questions, he answered everything readily, appearing extremely cooperative. Yet for some questions he did not know the answers, so he had to bluff and fudge his way through. To his surprise, Godzilla did not hold him accountable. What exactly he told Godzilla no one knew but the two of them. Judging by his expression, however, he was far from satisfied with the outcome. Master, how did it go? What does the dragon intend? As soon as Alan Deutschmann descended, his disciples rushed over, eagerly pressing him with questions. They were all intensely curious about the dragon that could create such a spectacle. Let us return first. Some things are not for you to know. Alan was in a foul mood. With a snort, he turned and walked away, his face dark. His disciples exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had happened on the mountain, but they had no choice but to obey their master and follow him. Seeing no advantage to be gained, the other organization members, still lingering around the mountain, retreated from the Longwind Valley. They could not afford to waste time here, especially since the dragon in the mountain was not their primary target. The mage contingent of the kingdom of Kaluo had departed, but the clergy of the three gods were still present. Godzilla decided to wait for them. Alan Deutschmann was a weathercock. From his account, Godzilla had gained a rough understanding of the kingdom's internal situation. He had a plan in mind. Now it remained to be seen whether he could handle the clergy of the three gods. He had heard that paladins could see through evil at a glance. Godzilla wondered if these paladins could sense anything about the countless humans he had slain in the film worlds. If they were to discover that he had once slaughtered countless people, his plans would need to change. He would eliminate this entire church squad to prevent them from spreading the tale of him as a world-destroying demon king. Conversely, should they fail to discern the truth, his schemes would proceed smoothly. With the endorsement of the Holy Trinity Church lending legitimacy to his endeavors, future operations would encounter considerably fewer obstacles. Nevertheless, all of this hinged upon one critical condition, that the church personnel remained blind to his true nature. To him, humanity held no distinction from any other creature, nor did he harbor any particular desire for destruction. Whether he would become a savior who rescued the world, or a demon god who annihilated it, rested entirely upon his own volition. Nevertheless, Godzilla generally maintained a reasonably benign disposition, provided one refrained from provoking him. Meanwhile, members of the Holy Trinity Church encountered an unexpected complication while pursuing an escaped evil deity priest. The fugitive had fallen into rival hands. He could not elude them after all. Across from them stood a squad primarily composed of other races, yet as members of the Holy Trinity Church, they harbored no prejudice against foreigners. The Kingdom of Carlo, a nation renowned for its advanced maritime prowess, welcomed visitors from all corners of the earth, making encounters with foreign races entirely commonplace. The foreign race also spotted them, yet chose not to flee, instead remaining rooted in place calmly awaiting their approach. This behavior brought a measure of relief to Corellsani. Judging by their demeanor, they clearly were not there to extract the evil deity's priest. Friends ahead, I am Corellsani, Bishop of the Holy Trinity Church's Caluo branch. The black-robed individual you have captured serves the evil deity. I implore you to surrender him to me, and we shall compensate you accordingly. Leading the group was a striking female elf with long white gold hair and an exceptional bow slung across her back. Bishop Corell, naturally we recognize him as a servant of the evil deity. After pursuing them this long, we have finally caught hold of them. Studying the elf before him, Carol's mind matched her appearance against another person's information, and a smile instantly spread across his face. Odd as you, Lady Windstrider. We are truly grateful for your assistance. The local nobility has placed numerous restrictions on us, leaving our church here in a deeply disadvantageous position. Hilna Windstrider broke into a radiant smile. Having wasted so much time within the Kingdom of Carlo, she finally gained meaningful traction, and her heart swelled with joy. You flatter me, Bishop Corell. It is precisely because of your presence that the Kingdom of Carlo maintains its current peace. The two parties swiftly merged together, with Hilna's foreign race members curiously refraining from complaint. Facing a group of paladins, any benevolent race simply could not bring themselves to harbor ill will toward them. We were heading toward that luminous mountain when this sneaky creature appeared out of nowhere. If not for Sister Hilna's quick reflexes, it would have slipped away. Grey Copperbeard stroked his thick beard and raised his voice loudly. What exactly is on that mountain? Why did it suddenly begin glowing? You likely already know a dragon has appeared in these parts. That mountain is the source of its mischief. We intended to climb it only to find this evil deity follower descending just as we arrived. I see. With a brief exchange of information, they decided to unite their forces and head toward Godzilla's location. Regardless of their motivations, the cultist before them had come from the Dragon's Mountain, so both sentiment and practicality demanded they investigate further. Upon arriving, they found the crowd that had gathered had largely dispersed, and the Kingdom of Carlo's mage corps had vanished without a trace. Given the harsh terrain, and to prevent Godzilla from descending into a rage and attacking without provocation, they chose not to send everyone upward. Some escorted the evil deity priest and mage followers to wait at a distance. Should anything go awry, they would immediately detain these two and transport them to the Justice Church's sanctuary, while the remainder ascended the mountain together. Though Hilna's squad lacked any legendary figures, they had slain legendary magical beasts before. In the event of combat, they possessed the confidence to defend themselves against Godzilla. Ultimately, the Trinity Church deployed only Bishop Corellsani of the Justice Church alongside several paladins and monks. The priests remained behind, employing divine arts to firmly bind the two evil deity followers, preventing them even from taking their own lives. Hilna's ascending party numbered few master-level shield warrior Grey Copperbeard, master-level orc swordsman Angrel lay alongside advanced mage Anna Lancelot and master-level fire mage Tesla Ignis. They had initially refused to bring Anna, but her insistence prevailed, leaving them no choice but to acquiesce. Before ascending, Hilna repeatedly warned them against reckless movements or speech, to which Anna cheerfully patted her chest and gave her word. None among them were weak. Even the two paladins possessed notable resilience against extreme conditions. After all, the teachings of the suffering god dictated bearing all pain and hardship. So what were mere extremes of heat and cold? Compared to the cold zone, the hot region proved considerably easier to traverse. On the opposite slope of the cold zone, thick layers of ice and snow had already accumulated. I quite fancy this dragon. It reminds me of the days hammering iron within the furnaces of underground volcanoes. Shall I remove the fire resistance spell from you then? Grey Copperbeard's face flushed crimson, though the ambient heat made it difficult for anyone to notice. The temperature where he once worked the forge while high did not uniformly reach such extremes. The heat here rivaled that of a furnace itself. No, I prefer it this way. Have you forgotten my words? Do not make jokes like this here. Hilna's brows furrowed, and Anna remained far too boisterous for her liking. I am sorry. Sister Hilna, I understand my mistake. Anna Yage immediately stifled her laughter and hastened to apologize. You should not be apologizing to me, but to Kore. Godzilla suddenly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on the direction where Hilna and her group were. His piercing eyes seemed capable of penetrating the mountainside. This person's aura is so familiar. Could it be her? Although his encounter with Hilna had been brief, Godzilla still remembered her. More precisely, he remembered the legendary bow in her hand. This elf had a compassionate heart back then she had even thought of rescuing Godzilla from the slave traders who had targeted him. Thus Godzilla held a rather favorable impression of her. How did these two groups end up together? Godzilla was somewhat astonished. The members of the Three Gods Church were easy to identify as the nature of their energy was imbued with the distinct characteristics of the deities they worshipped. However, Godzilla did not pay it much heed. With his current strength, as long as it was not a fully organized mage corps or a legendary powerhouse, the number of opponents mattered little to him. Perhaps emboldened by their backing, the Three Gods Church did not stop below the mountaintop, like the previous two groups, daring not to advance further. Feeling the oppressive dragon might enveloping them, Karel Sani began to take countermeasures. They openly unleashed the energy within their bodies, signaling their position to Godzilla atop the mountain. Unfamiliar dragon friend Bishop Karel Sani of the Church of Justice pays a visit. His words were neither humble nor arrogant. Godzilla was somewhat surprised that the Kingdom of Carlo had managed to dispatch a bishop. Since they had sent a bishop, it would be unreasonable not to meet them. Godzilla slowly withdrew his dragon might, and the group immediately felt relieved, their minds eased. Yet their expressions did not relax. Although the pressure did not carry a legendary aura, its intensity indicated that the owner of this dragon might was at least as formidable as an ordinary legendary, if not stronger. Their faces were filled with solemnity. The Orc Sword Saint even nervously rested his hand on his sword hilt, ready to draw at any moment. Hilna noticed this and gently shook her head at him. The Orc Sword Saint Angel took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed the urge to draw his blade. Karel Sani took the lead, being the first to step onto the mountaintop, which had been melted flat by Godzilla. The others followed shortly after. Upon seeing Godzilla's figure, the Orc Sword Saint felt immensely grateful for Hilna's warning. Such a colossal size brought with it an overwhelming sense of oppression. Had he followed his instinct to draw his sword in defense, he would likely have provoked the mighty dragon. Karel Sani took the lead, being the first to step onto the mountaintop, which had been melted flat by Godzilla. The others followed shortly after. Hilna Windrunner, in contrast, was more shocked. Although the size difference was immense, and its appearance had changed slightly, she was certain that the dragon before her was the same one she had encountered years ago outside the harbor city. Its pink scales were still fresh in Hilna's memory. Anna's mouth formed an "oh." She had seen dragons before, but never one as enormous as this. Moreover, Godzilla's physique was vastly different from ordinary dragons. When it stood upright, it resembled a terrifying statue of a god or demon exuding an oppressive aura. So cool. Anna blurted out involuntarily, her big eyes sparkling with starlight. Everyone was stunned by Godzilla, and the atmosphere momentarily froze. Even the normally talkative dwarf forgot to speak. Karel Sani was the first to recover. He took a deep breath and noticed that the temperature on the mountaintop was surprisingly pleasant. This further convinced him that the dragon before him must have a purpose, or else it would not have gone to such lengths to attract their attention. Dragon Lord, may I ask what purpose you had in luring us here? Luring you? Didn't you come here on your own? Godzilla spoke slowly. Dragon Lord, we all know the situation. You must be aware of our intentions. Could you tell us why you have occupied the Longwind Valley? The Kingdom of Carlo is currently amid turbulent times. We must be cautious. I have never occupied the Longwind Valley. This is my birthplace. How can you speak of occupation? Godzilla narrowed his eyes. The bishop before him made him slightly uncomfortable, but it was not the time to turn hostile. Godzilla's words struck like a bomb, causing a stir among the church members. They had never heard of a dragon residing here before, and certainly not one of this unknown form. However, from Godzilla's attitude, he seemed to be telling the truth. A dragon this powerful had no need to deceive them. Hilna, sensing the tense atmosphere, quickly stepped forward. Dragon Lord, have we met before? Godzilla turned his gaze to the elven archer and nodded slightly. Years had passed, and he could sense that the elf's power had grown considerably. She might even break through to the legendary tier soon. A flicker of joy crossed Hilna's eyes. She had not expected Godzilla to remember her. Seizing the opportunity, she engaged him in conversation. Years have passed, and I never imagined your transformation would be so remarkable. Hilna was filled with wonder. Although she knew that among dragonkind there was a rare chance of aberrant dragons, she had not anticipated such rapid growth. You are doing well too. However, I bear no ill will toward the Kingdom of Carlo. As long as no one provokes me, I will not harm you. There is no need for such concern. Seeing that Hilna could converse with Godzilla, Karel Sani was surprised. He had been prepared to face a dragon attack. Godzilla then turned to Karel and continued. You must have captured some cultists of the evil god earlier. They wanted to recruit me, but I could smell their stench from afar. Just as you appeared, I conveniently sent them your way. Karel's doubts gradually unraveled. So that was why those cultists had suddenly appeared before them. The work of the dragon before them. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise we would not have known how far those cultists' reach had extended. Karel Sani's tone softened. He felt that the dragon before him was not as fierce as its appearance suggested. His earlier wariness was merely the innate fear humans felt toward large creatures. I despise them too. If you are still unconvinced, feel free to use a detection of evil to verify my words. Godzilla's words shocked everyone. Even benevolent dragons rarely offered to be scanned for alignment, let alone a dragon that looked more like an evil one. Godzilla had his own motives. On one hand, he was curious about his own alignment. On the other, he wanted to earn the trust of the Three Gods Church. Most importantly, Godzilla wished to confirm whether the killings he had committed in other worlds could be detected in this one. Outwardly, he maintained a nonchalant demeanor, but inwardly, he was prepared. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, his white-hot ray would erupt, melting every living being before him. Karel Sani showed a hint of willingness. If they could determine Godzilla's alignment, they would be much more at ease. Unlike the young paladins who could not tolerate even a trace of evil, he had instructed them before ascending the mountain not to rashly probe the dragon's alignment. Facing such a formidable creature, due caution was paramount. Since the other side had generously allowed them to use detect evil, Karel no longer objected. However, he prepared himself inwardly. If the result proved unfavorable, he would be ready to fight to the bitter end. Having said this much, both sides understood that without conducting a detect evil, they could never trust each other. The atmosphere instantly froze. Karel Sani fixed his gaze on Godzilla's massive form as he subtly released detect evil. In his eyes, a ring of light, representing alignment, appeared around Godzilla. He had already made up his mind, as long as Godzilla did not fall into evil, he would conceal the result of this detection, which would benefit both parties. But the truth stunned him. There was not the slightest trace of evil around Godzilla. Instead, it radiated a brilliant golden light, as if he were gazing upon a deity. Normally, the aura of the good alignment was white, but he had never seen a golden one before. Yet beyond doubt, Godzilla had absolutely no connection to evil. Not only he, but the several paladins who had followed also activated detect evil, and the results were identical. They had prepared themselves to sacrifice their lives to stop the dragon's rampage, but the outcome left them dumbfounded. See, didn't I tell you? Godzilla saw the answer he wanted in the eyes of the young paladins. Their attitude toward him visibly softened, as if they no longer regarded him as a threat. Paladins were such a simple-hearted group. If they ever ceased to be simple, they would cease to be paladins. Phew. Karel Sani let out a deep breath, and then began to apologize to Godzilla. I'm truly sorry. Lord Dragon, our wariness was excessive. Might we have the honor of knowing your name? Had Godzilla not possessed such formidable power, they would not have been so accommodating. At most, they would have offered a mere apology. But now it seemed Godzilla had achieved his purpose. I am Godzilla. Just call me Godzilla. Zilna and the others also noticed the change in the cleric's attitude. They now seemed completely at ease with Godzilla. Yet a doubt lingered in Zilna's mind. The feeling Godzilla had exuded when he killed those slavers was not exactly evil, but it was certainly not aligned with good either. Why did these paladins react this way? In truth, it was all due to the multiverse's consciousness. The feedback it gave was in a sense equivalent to the heavenly Tao's merit in the primordial world. And everyone knows how a person adorned with merit appears to others. Godzilla, as the atmosphere eased, the hearts of the crowd also lightened. They murmured the name, engraving it firmly in their memories. You once said this place is where you were born, but how is it that we never discovered your existence? With this doubt, Karel Sani voiced his concern to Godzilla. I was indeed born here. As for why you didn't know of my existence, it was naturally because I chose to conceal myself. Karel frowned slightly. Godzilla's words were full of holes, and he found them hard to believe. You are so powerful. Why would you hide yourself? Could there be some hidden reason? I think you should ask that elven lady about this question. Suddenly, everyone turned to look at Zilna, who had no choice but to speak. When I first arrived here, I saw him once. He was not even half his current height, and appeared to be in the juvenile dragon stage. What? Zilna's words instantly caused an uproar. Their first reaction was sheer disbelief. That's right. At that time I was escorting a human girl I had saved. I was not yet so powerful. Neither you humans nor my enemies were something I could handle back then. With Zilna's corroboration, the crowd had to accept this incredible result, no matter how hard it was to believe. In particular, when the young paladins heard that Godzilla had rescued a human woman from a group of evil fishman cultists, they trembled with excitement and looked at Godzilla with newfound respect. Are you saying that the fishmen in the water have also become followers of an evil god? Unlike the paladins, Bishop Karel and Zilna seized on the key point in Godzilla's words and immediately became alert. Yes, at that time. Godzilla slowly recounted the incident involving the fishman priest, naturally embellishing it in his own way. After some deliberation, he decided to pass on the information about the fishmen to the humans. After all, he could now be considered an enemy of this unknown evil god, and causing them trouble was the most appropriate course of action. After hearing Godzilla's account, Karel and Zilna's hearts grew heavy. Although Godzilla had stated that the evil god worshipped by the fishman cultists and the human cultists might not be the same, it indicated that the evil god's influence extended not only into the Kaluo kingdom, but also to the seas near it. They must accelerate their efforts to track down the gathering points of these cultists and find out what they truly intended to do. This is a gem I looted from the fishmen I wiped out. Perhaps it can be of help to you. Godzilla produced a gem suffused with a bloody aura. The sense of evil and gore emanating from it made everyone present avert their eyes. Karel Sani fought back the revulsion inside him. He longed to destroy this gem, which was entangled with malevolent resentment. This is truly excellent. With it we can make many arrangements. Delight shone in the eyes of the crowd. They felt that coming here had been a wise decision, one good thing after another. Lord Godzilla, we did not bring many gold coins with us. How much would you require for us to take this gem? I have also taken on some followers. I need some basic combat profession training methods along with the corresponding training facilities and weapons. Godzilla slowly laid out his demands. This gem had been lying around for a long time. If not for the mention, he might have forgotten it entirely. Karel hesitated. Never before had they considered arming a dragon. But after a moment he gritted his teeth and agreed to Godzilla's request. After all, Godzilla was unlike other dragons, and they truly needed this gem. Also, I hope you can assist my human follower, the human woman I mentioned earlier. Godzilla told them about Xia's ordeal, which immediately filled the young paladins with righteous indignation. One by one they vowed that the cultists would never harm her again. Karel, however, was not so pleased. If everything Godzilla said was true, then the cultists' influence in the Kaluo kingdom was alarmingly vast. Regarding the recent news about Duke Villa, he was naturally aware of it, though he was unclear about the hidden circumstances behind it. All he knew was that the subsequently released report stated that Duke Villa had conspired to assassinate the king, and after being exposed, he took his own life out of fear of punishment. As for his daughter, she was not mentioned in the report at all, so there were such hidden details involved. Karel felt a deep sense of unease within him. The cult of the evil god had grown so powerful that they could assassinate a kingdom's duke without stirring up the slightest ripple of fact that could not help but give Bishop Karel much to ponder. So she became your vassal. We will find her and help her reclaim her family's inheritance. Karel agreed to Godzilla's request. He was already eager to return, and the fact that King Kaluo had so solemnly summoned him made him suspect that the matter extended beyond merely the dragon before him. After hearing Bishop Karel's words, Godzilla nodded with great satisfaction. Helping Xia reclaim her family's inheritance was in essence helping himself. If you require any assistance with your subsequent plans, you may relay it through Xia. If possible, I shall come to aid you. Godzilla paused, then continued. Of course. Remuneration is indispensable, is it not? Although Godzilla wished to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Church of Justice, this did not mean he would serve as their willing instrument for free. The mention of compensation was merely one aspect. He was making his stance clear. He could cooperate with them, but they must not attempt to wield righteousness as a leash. Bishop Karel naturally understood this point, yet a wave of sudden delight still surged through his heart. The followers of the evil god had been lurking within the kingdom of Kaluo for quite some time, and who knew what chaos they might unleash. Now that he had obtained Godzilla's promise, his mind found considerable relief. With such a powerful ally waiting in the wings, they could now act with confidence and boldness. Having nearly accomplished their purpose upon arriving here, they agreed upon when to deliver the items promised to Godzilla, then hurried away from this mountain peak with the gem in hand. Godzilla watched them disappear into the distance, his gaze deep with contemplation. He had not anticipated how readily these people would accept his claims, especially those paladins. Were anyone to suggest that Godzilla was evil, those paladins would likely be the first to rise in vehement rebuttal. Nevertheless, Godzilla had his suspicions. Even if he had slain countless beings in the eyes of the paladins, he would likely still shine with brilliance for the multiverse. Mere humanity was altogether too insignificant. That said, Godzilla was not one who harbored a fondness for wanton slaughter. In his view, slaughtering the weak held less appeal than a sound rest. Godzilla made no move to depart for the moment, and after several days passed, Xia arrived alongside members of the Triune Church. The representatives of the Triune Church of Justice had located her and gathered far more detailed information from her account. Whether moved by compassion or hoping to curry favor with Godzilla, the Triune Church opened its spell tomes to Xia for her study, withholding only the most critical texts. With the Triune Church of Justice's guidance, Xia's knowledge would steadily expand, and her ties to the organization would grow ever closer. That said, the Triune Church would not provide alchemical reagents and experimental components for free. However, with this connection established, few would dare challenge the Triune Church's authority when Godzilla needed Xia to liquidate assets in the future. Master, you have given Xia far too much. Xia's emotions overwhelmed her upon seeing Godzilla. Although his intentions were not entirely pure, he had undeniably rendered her genuine assistance. It is nothing. Simply fulfill the tasks I entrust to you, and that will suffice. Xia longed to converse with Godzilla all day long. Though their relationship had shifted to that of master and servant, Godzilla showed no pretense of superiority. The members of the Triune Church were present as well. Per their agreement, they had delivered foundational class guides, combat training materials, and equipment for warriors, bards, druids, monks, fighters, wizards, and other basic professions. Notably absent were the advancement paths for clerics and paladins. For the former depends upon communion with deities, and the latter upon an unwavering commitment to justice and goodness. Though the quantity was considerable, Godzilla possessed ample spatial storage from his plundered goods, allowing him to contain everything. Once all the items were tallied, the Triune Church representatives departed, knowing that during these turbulent times every available person must be assigned where they could do the most good. Xia felt reluctant to part with them, yet she could only bid farewell to Godzilla. Though she was not a member of the Triune Church, she had received so much from them that she could not remain aloof. With everyone gone, Godzilla deactivated the domain he had maintained for days. An actively sustained field consumed considerably more magic than the passive environmental alterations typical of other dragons. Yet, given the vast reservoir of magic within him, he could have sustained it for half a month continuously, not accounting for his natural regenerative capacity. Godzilla took to the skies, leaving behind the mountain where he was born, yet the altered landscape his domain had created persisted regardless of his departure. In time, this place earned the name Frostfire Mountain. The temperature extremes had moderated considerably. The scorching zone now peaked at only a few hundred degrees, warm enough for certain hardy flora to thrive, while the frigid region settled around -50 to 60 degrees. Over time, Godzilla's absence would allow the temperatures to gradually normalize, but the mountain would maintain this unusual equilibrium for many years to come. With these resources in hand, his subordinates no longer needed to rely on the aquatic knowledge of the deep-sea mermaid kingdom, for the marine and terrestrial realms operated on fundamentally different principles. Only those transformed by Godzilla into Dragonborn, along with a select few others, currently possess the qualifications to pursue this path. Heracles, for instance, had immediately recognized the druid class as his calling. Previously, he had only pieced together combat techniques on his own and relied upon innate spell-like abilities inherited through his bloodline. The druid class suited him remarkably well, and he might well carve out a significant path as a druid of the wild. Heracles was nearing adulthood, now standing at an impressive 20 meters tall, a height rarely achieved by most creatures. Yet among giants, he was nowhere near exceptional, for certain specialized giant clans could rival small mountains in stature. Despite his lumbering, naive appearance, when pushed to fight seriously, even Doug and Scalehide combined could only manage to match him in battle. That was only because Doug and Scalehide held back their full power. If they fought to the death, the outcome would remain uncertain. Meanwhile, Godzilla's coffers had swelled considerably during this period, and with wealth accumulating, he found himself growing restless with opportunity. His desire to transform every creature he had subdued into Dragonborn was nearly irresistible, yet impractical. Without careful selection, the conversion success rate would be laughably low. But now it was fine. He had decided to reveal his existence, and his Dragonborn subordinates could use this opportunity to consolidate the entire Changfeng Valley. Changfeng Valley was neither large nor small. It sustained numerous races and magical beasts, their combined population numbering over 100,000. If he could bring them all under his control, he would never lack sources for Dragonborn again. Moreover, his Dragonborn lacked combat experience. If they could grow rapidly through this conflict, it would be an excellent opportunity. Meanwhile, his lesser followers would grow stronger after enduring multiple battles. Whether transformed into Dragonborn or utilized for other purposes, they would prove to be an excellent asset. Upon receiving Godzilla's command, Doug excitedly began organizing his forces. Since settling here, their days had been nothing but monotonous training routines. This deep restlessness had gnawed at Doug's spirit. He yearned to prove himself to his Dragon Master, and now that moment had finally arrived. They launched a sweeping campaign to unify Changfeng Valley, though the kingdom of Karo, separated by a mountain range, lacked the bandwidth to respond. The kingdom was consumed by internal strife and external threats, leaving no capacity to monitor the sinister movements unfolding across distant valleys. Godzilla had chosen his moment with precision. Had this occurred at another time, the Church of the Three Deities, despite their cordial relationship with him, wouldn't have stood idle while he consolidated the monstrous factions throughout Changfeng Valley, for such power would inevitably threaten the human realm. Yet now, weighed against the conspiracies of the evil gods faithful, the malevolent races lurking along the kingdom's borders pale in significance. In this climate, Doug's forces moved swiftly to unify the valley. Per Godzilla's explicit orders, the Dragonborn held back from indiscriminate slaughter. Their strategy was straightforward: defeat one tribe, recruit its strongest warriors, then turn those very fighters against the next. Once a faction surrendered, the Dragonborn ceased hostilities. Naturally, some cunning tribes chose false submission only to rebel once more. For such deceitful peoples, Godzilla chose extinction. Having never known kindness or mercy themselves, they deserved none in return. He demanded absolute authority within Changfeng Valley. Though mountains shielded them from external turmoil, Godzilla maintained his watch over the wider world. Xia had positioned herself among the Church of the Three Deities, and certain intelligence flowed to her deliberately, whether by oversight or by Lord Carroll's design. Her purpose required no explanation. Each month, she returned to report what unfolded beyond the valley's walls. Within half a year, Godzilla had secured absolute dominion over the entire valley. It had become off-limits to humanity. To preserve peaceful relations with the Church, Godzilla forbade his minions from wantonly harming human beings. Yet his decrees proved fragile. His subjects often treated his orders as mere wind. To preempt any diplomatic crisis, Godzilla sealed the valley's sole entrance from the kingdom of Karo and stationed dragonborn guards. Through these campaigns, Godzilla's dominion had swelled considerably. Though newly subdued factions harbored no genuine loyalty, Godzilla cared little for fealty. Any who became his dragonborn would gradually take his shape under his influence. He feared no rebellion. The draconic bloodline's supremacy was no trivial matter. By Doug's accounting, his forces comprised over 30,000 lizardmen, 50,000 goblins, and kobolds, 8,000 werefolk, 500 ogres, 300 merfolk, and scattered populations of forest centaurs, satyrs, bearkin, pixies, and other rare races. Some clans numbered merely a dozen souls, yet Godzilla accepted all without discrimination. Combined, they scarcely exceeded 10,000. Not all were inherently wicked, though benevolent races remained rare. Godzilla assigned them to Hercules, separating them from the malevolent factions. This gesture won their gratitude. Their initial hostility toward the being who shattered their quiet existence was merely tactical compliance. Now they regarded him without enmity. Moreover, Godzilla's consolidation had secured their safety, deepening their appreciation. Beyond these subjects lay the valley's native magical beasts. Though legendary creatures were absent, powerful apex beasts abounded. Not all beasts would submit. Even those whose intellect rivaled humanity's resisted his dominion. Bound by primal instinct, those unable to adapt faced only annihilation. Godzilla entrusted the subdued beasts to Hercules, who, with Ralph the Flying Wolf and George the Albino Gorilla, tamed them effectively. Godzilla expanded his dragonborn ranks once more, selecting warriors who had distinguished themselves in combat, ensuring higher conversion success rates. Among the ogres he subdued, their chieftain proved formidable, matching Doug in Scalehide in prowess, possessing extraordinary durability and a strength that surpassed even Doug's. Recognizing his value, Godzilla sought to convert him, and Doug and Scalehide accordingly restrained their lethal force. Kulu Stonehammer, the ogre chieftain, initially railed against his captor's dishonorable tactics, decrying how 2 kobolds had overwhelmed a veteran of 40 years through sheer carelessness. Yet the sight of Godzilla dissolved his defiance entirely. Before such an incomparable leviathan, he knew his signature technique. The lightning 5-strike hammer would shatter not a single scale. Yielding immediately, he prostrated himself before the dragon's feet. Godzilla envisioned expanding his dragonborn templates beyond the existing warrior, assassin, and mage classes, hoping this ogre might fulfill a siege tank role. Regrettably, while Kulu survived the transformation, through sheer physical resilience his abilities mirrored Doug's rather than offering the specialized durability Godzilla had hoped for. The transformation stripped away his paunch and adorned his body with dragon scales. Though unfulfilled in his specific ambitions, gaining a master-tier warrior remained a worthy acquisition. The number of dragonborn under Godzilla's command had already surpassed 1,000, and the commotion of his unification of the entire Changfeng Valley had been noticed by his neighbors. Of course, Godzilla was unaware of this. Among the races he had subjugated, spies, not belonging to the Changfeng Valley, had quietly infiltrated. With the entire Changfeng Valley already under his control, it was no longer suitable to remain in the raging tide harbor. Godzilla simply relocated to the center of the Changfeng Valley. The frost volcano, transformed by his body's domain, officially became his temporary habitat. These races were now submitting to Godzilla only out of fear of his deterrence. If he remained absent for a long time, they would likely pay lip service to his commands. To this end, under Godzilla's orders, Dao Gu and Lin Pai rebuilt a tribal settlement near the frost volcano. The powerful warriors from the conquered races were kept in this tribe, while the ordinary members were dispersed to various corners of the Changfeng Valley. Godzilla had once intended to gather these races and build a city, but with too many people, conflicts between races became too severe. Moreover, these races were unwilling to engage in production, and a single place could not sustain so many creatures. I truly have no talent for governing a nation, Godzilla sighed. Although these tribes no longer had the protection of powerful warriors, the formidable magical beasts of the entire Changfeng Valley had been consolidated by Godzilla, so it was not as dangerous. Moreover, since all the powerful warriors of the tribes had been taken away by Godzilla, everyone was evenly matched, and conflicts naturally diminished. Of course, he did not abandon the tribe in the raging tide harbor. He had Hegelizi oversee it, as there were many fishing grounds, and some arable land suitable for cultivation. Compared to the evil races unwilling to labor, the kind races relocated there were much easier to manage. This place could become a logistical base for Godzilla. After several years of growth, Hegelizi had matured considerably. His kind nature made him unwilling to witness bloodshed, so he would naturally keep those races in check. To squeeze out the potential of the Dragonborn, Godzilla would activate his domain for a period every day, making all Dragonborn, and those subordinates willing to temper themselves, climb the mountain to hone their skills. Moreover, at regular intervals these Dragonborn would engage in combat, either solo arena battles, team fights, or group warfare. Of course, under Godzilla's orders these Dragonborn dared not actually kill each other. With the regenerative ability of Godzilla's genes, ordinary injuries would heal in a day or two, and even severe wounds would recover after a week or two, making them as good as new. Under this high-intensity training that disregarded injury, the Dragon Legion made remarkable progress, finally showing signs of becoming an invincible army. During this time, news from Shia indicated that chaos was rampant throughout the Kaluo kingdom. Even an ordinary person could sense something amiss from the frequent violent incidents. The heretical priests and mages were purified by their divine arts. The Church of the Three Gods obtained much useful information from them, but when it came to the deity they worshipped, they died without warning. Nevertheless, this was enough to find some clues. From various signs, the evil god they worshipped appeared to be a true god, not some evil creature that had become a demigod by chance. They could not help but heighten their vigilance and inform their allies. They also mobilized many personnel from other churches to the Kaluo kingdom. Using the gems obtained from Godzilla, they set a trap for the followers of the evil god, attracting considerable attention from them. However, at the last moment someone tipped off the enemy, causing the operation to fail. Fortunately, it was not entirely without gain. They captured a large number of heretics, and following the clues eradicated a group of nobles exposed as being connected to the evil god's followers. The informant was found, an orphan adopted by the local church who after growing up chose to work as a janitor in the church. Although the traitor was exposed, who could guarantee that he was the only one? Even an orphan raised from childhood could be a traitor. What about the others? The infiltration of the evil god's followers into the Kaluo kingdom seemed to have begun much earlier than they had imagined, only recently coming to light. Fortunately, they now had some leads and could occasionally capture one or two heretics. But this did not bring them joy, for the more heretics they captured, the more dire the situation in the Kaluo kingdom became. Not only the Kaluo kingdom, but even the underwater Haishin kingdom was unstable. Hegelizi sent word that according to the Sharkmen, the rebels in the Haishin kingdom had suddenly intensified their attacks. Discordant voices arose within the kingdom, and some had seen faint human figures among the rebels. Fortunately, with the help of the shark magical beasts sent by Godzilla, they could still hold their ground, but recuperation was impossible. A storm was brewing. Godzilla sensed it. The evil god cult seemed to be cornered. Perhaps soon they would set their plan in motion. Although Godzilla did not know the exact nature of their plan, he could roughly guess either sacrifice an entire city to bring their god into the world, or initiate some forbidden ritual to drag the entire Kaluo kingdom into a vortex. But the key issue was not here. The important thing was how they intended to perform these rituals, and where they would launch them. This was something the Church of the Three Gods needed to investigate and discover. Godzilla could not help in any way. However, before that, Godzilla could strengthen himself further. Perhaps he could successfully connect to the Source Sea before the chaos erupted, and truly step into the legendary rank rather than merely possessing legendary combat power. It had been over a year since he downloaded the giant python world. As Godzilla grew stronger, the download speed of his golden finger also increased. A new movie world was waiting for him to explore, Dragon War, also known as Giant Python Battle, or War of the Dragons. Although its worldview differed from the multiverse of Crystal Walls where Godzilla existed, this was the only world he had downloaded that possessed true supernatural power. Even worlds like Shin Godzilla and Rampage were still based on science fiction. But in the world of Dragon War there was genuine supernatural power. The Divine Dragon was completely different from the giant dragons of Godzilla's race. Though both bore the name Dragon, they were entirely distinct species. Naturally, Godzilla coveted the power of the Divine Dragon. However, in this world, although the dragons in the movie originated from Chaoxing, Godzilla did not believe that Chaoxian was the only place with dragons. Moreover, there existed an unknown heavenly palace. The Dragon Pearl was a treasure bestowed by the heavenly palace to enable Yamoji to become a divine dragon. Yet there was another giant python, Bunaji, who also coveted the Dragon Pearl, and thus engaged in a fierce struggle with Emoji. Godzilla immersed himself in the film, scrutinizing every frame intently. The more he watched, the more he sensed something amiss. Although it was a film made by Americans rife with Western fantasies about Eastern dragons, this was nonetheless a real world. How could a deity residing in the celestial realms fear a mere giant python? Perhaps this Dragon Pearl was nothing but a farce, a performance stage for the heavenly palace. The world appeared to be merely a clash between two giant pythons, but in truth the undercurrents ran deep. Not only were there monster legions that had survived for centuries, but also other supernatural energies at play. Even the United States had its own paranormal military units. If one were to judge solely by the surface-level combat power of this world, Godzilla could easily crush them. Even if both giant pythons attacked together, they would merely be fodder for him. However, considering the unknown heavenly palace and the possibility of other equally powerful beings, Godzilla had to plan with caution. Not to mention how Buchun, the mightiest warrior of the gods, could be wounded by a group of common soldiers. His omnipresent guidance alone was enough to raise suspicion. Moreover, a single celestial pendant carried by his disciple possessed the power to annihilate the entire evil legion and stun the giant python with one blow. Godzilla strongly suspected that the male and female protagonists in this film were mere pawns to be toyed with. Yet Godzilla only sought the Dragon Pearl. If he handled it properly, there should be no major issues. Throughout the entire film, the easiest opportunity to obtain the Dragon Pearl was naturally at the beginning, when Buchun told his disciple Han Nu's reincarnation, the current male lead Yi-san, the origin of the Dragon Pearl, and his own lineage. That was precisely when the Heavenly Palace sent the Dragon Pearl into the mortal world, incarnating as a newborn in Korea. But unfortunately, Godzilla could not enter that scene. Perhaps the story's timeline had already moved to the modern era. Godzilla could not travel back 500 years through a memory. This disappointed him, but it was not a big loss. There would be other chances later. However, he had to choose the right moment. The Dragon Pearl would only fully awaken when the female lead turned 20. That would be the time for Godzilla to act. The giant python in the film, though not yet transformed into a dragon, still possessed some special abilities. After all, its massive body could appear and disappear abruptly in the city. Godzilla could not easily replicate such a feat unless he took human form. Of course, perhaps that giant python could also transform into a human like Godzilla, which would explain things. After reviewing the film multiple times, Godzilla finally decided to enter at the end, when the female lead fully awakened and summoned the Dragon Pearl. That was the climax of the film. The Heavenly Palace would be watching without pause. They would never allow Bunaji to become a divine dragon. Even if he were only a hair's breadth away from success, countless obstacles would inevitably arise to thwart his ascension. And Godzilla choosing to cross over at that moment would certainly draw the attention of the Heavenly Palace. But Godzilla no longer cared. He had few opportunities to intervene throughout the entire story. Although he could abduct the female lead in advance, he would still need to protect her from death until she fully awakened the Dragon Pearl. During that time, unpredictable events could easily occur. The most opportune moment was naturally at the instant the female lead summoned the Dragon Pearl amid the struggle between the two giant pythons. Godzilla could choose to descend suddenly and snatch the pearl while they were off guard. But Godzilla did not do that. Instead, he had his eye on the army under the command of that giant python. Those humans and dragon-like creatures had not only survived for 500 years, but also possessed formidable combat prowess able to overwhelm the U.S. military in a direct confrontation. Moreover, they had a complete array of troop types. If he missed them, Godzilla truly had no idea where else he could find such a suitable batch of followers. It was a great pity that such a powerful army was destroyed by a single blow from the male lead's pendant. So advancing the time point by a few minutes and entering just before the army's destruction would not be a big deal. That time point was also near the end with only a 2-minute difference. He would have to confront the Heavenly Palace anyway, so a little extra time made no difference. However, subduing them would still require some effort. They would surely treat him as an enemy and aid the giant python against him. Although it would not affect Godzilla much, he was truly afraid that in a fit of rage he might annihilate them all. Then what would be the point of coming? Regardless whether he entered early or late, he would likely have to face the people of the Heavenly Palace. So why not give it a try? Perhaps he could even gain a band of followers. In a dim space, the two protagonists of the Dragon War world were bound, both panicking. The male lead, Yi-sun, was tied to a pillar, while the female lead, Sa-la, was bound to a circular altar. Beneath the altar stood countless humans clad in black full-body armor. They were arranged in a phalanx like an army, as if awaiting inspection. At that moment, the massive python Bunaji appeared at the summons of his subordinates, gazing at the offerings before him, his heart brimming with craving. Transformation into a dragon had become his obsession. He could no longer bear to wait. Yet just then, countless dark clouds gathered in the sky, filled with thunder and lightning. In the next moment, the gem pendant on the so-called male lead, Yi-sun, would be activated by the Heavenly Palace, unleashing a cataclysmic power that would sweep away all of Bunaji's minions. Such an eerie celestial phenomenon naturally alarmed everyone, especially the oppressive pressure descending from the heavens, chilling their hearts. At this critical juncture, a spatial ripple suddenly appeared in the dark sky, rapidly expanding into a passage. A colossal creature utterly different from Bunaji descended from the sky, exuding a soul-shaking draconic might. Under the horrified gazes of all, Godzilla landed and immediately swatted aside the bewildered Bunaji with one claw. Then lowering his head, he swallowed the male lead tied to the pillar along with the gem pendant on his chest in a single gulp. Godzilla felt bewildered. Were the brains of all these movie villains kicked by donkeys? They needed the dragon pearl, which was on the female lead, while the male lead was only there to protect her. So why not simply kill the male lead when they captured him? Instead, they kept him alive only to be killed by him later. But Godzilla would not make that mistake. To avoid the consequence of losing the bait, while trying to snatch the prize, he simply swallowed the male lead in one bite as soon as he descended, ending him once and for all. The dark clouds and thunder in the sky had been slowly gathering energy, but after Godzilla swallowed the male lead, they suddenly halted. Then an endless violent fury erupted. Countless silver serpents danced in the sky, lightning bolts striking down one after another aimed at Godzilla's body. The sky grew even darker, oppressive to the point of suffocation, as if a divine being ruling over thunder and lightning had been enraged and was now exacting heavenly punishment. How dare you? How dare you do this? Do you realize the grave mistake you have made? A figure suddenly appeared in midair, roaring at Godzilla. His hair and beard stood on end and flames of fury burst from his eyes, revealing his extreme rage. Only someone with a deep bond to the protagonist could speak thus. Given the circumstances, who else but Issun's enigmatic teacher Bucken could it be? Alas, no matter how fierce his fury, it could not affect Godzilla in the slightest. After Issun's death, whatever plans he might have harbored could now be declared a failure. Godzilla did not swallow Issun into his stomach, but rather deposited him into a dimensional pouch, a space unique to dragons for storing items. He had taken an interest in that gemstone pendant. Had he simply swallowed Issun whole, he would have gained nothing. However, to prevent the protagonist Issun from stirring up trouble within his belly akin to Sun Wukong's upheaval in the Dragon King's treasury. Once Issun was swallowed by Godzilla, he underwent a process within Godzilla's mouth, first high-temperature sterilization, then radiation disinfection, followed by liquid nitrogen flash freezing. Though it sounds complicated, the entire process took less than a second. With this complete sequence, Godzilla could be certain that the protagonist was thoroughly and utterly dead. What I do is none of your concern. Godzilla cast an indifferent glance at Bucken and casually backhanded him. You? Bucken was first astonished, then grew even more furious. He had assumed Godzilla was an unintelligent beast, never expecting such a colossal monster to possess wisdom. From the current situation, it was clear that his purpose in coming here was also for the Dragon Ball. However, witnessing Godzilla's swinging claw, he dared not meet it head-on. He swiftly flashed to the ground a short distance from Godzilla. Swish! That was the sound of air being torn apart. Godzilla had missed Bucken, but he did not pay it much mind. He was merely a human. Unless he could reach the legendary strength spoken of across Bulan continent, Godzilla would not spare him so much as a second glance. The thunder in the sky had also arrived overhead, and Godzilla could sense that at the center, where dark clouds and lightning intertwined, a stubborn energy was gestating. In an instant, Godzilla opened his massive jaws, looked up at the sky, and a blinding white beam erupted from his mouth, forcefully pushing against the lightning and shooting straight toward the center of the thunder vortex. The scorching ray furiously pierced through the surging thunder and crashed into the center of the dark cloud. Boom! An extraordinarily violent explosion rang out from within the clouds. The collision of two opposing energies triggered a massive detonation. The piercing white light began spreading outward from the cloud center, instantly whiting out the entire sky. Under such blinding radiance, everyone involuntarily closed their eyes and pressed their hands hard against their faces. Yet even so, the light penetrated through the gaps of flesh and blood, dyeing everything before their eyes in white. Accompanying the intense light came thunderous roars and shock waves. Though the energy had been weakened by more than half after traversing through layers of space and filtered by air, it still managed to blow most people to the ground and leave their ears ringing. As the female protagonist of this world, Sala was bound to the altar, her condition at this moment truly lamentable. At her most desperate moment, a colossal monster suddenly appeared in the sky and swallowed Issun, the man she had fallen in love at first sight with, into its mouth, plunging her into even greater despair. Before she could even process what had happened or begin weeping with grief and anger over Issun, the massive explosion triggered by the beast's white-hot beam swept her up once more. Although she closed her eyes immediately, her body bound, so that she could not move in the slightest. That thin layer of eyelids could do nothing to stop the intrusion of the white light. The piercing white light penetrated through her eyelids and scorched her retinas. Even after the white glow had vanished, her vision remained nothing but a blank whiteness. She had been literally blinded. The accompanying sound waves and shockwave also sent her flying from the altar, slamming her onto the ground hard, and she lost consciousness in an instant. Blood slowly trickled from both her ears. Her eardrums had been ruptured by the sound waves. Fortunately, she had fainted, sparing her from further suffering the torment of blindness and deafness. The male and female protagonists of this world. One had endured a trial of ice and fire compounded by radiation, while the other was no less fortunate, directly joining the deluxe package of double disability, complete with permanent blindness and deafness. Truly commendable, truly commendable. After Godzilla used his white-hot beam to destroy that cluster of dark clouds, the sensation of being watched by some presence since his arrival in this world had now completely transformed into malice. This feeling was omnipresent, seeming to emanate from all directions, as if from every rock, plant, serpent, insect, rat, and ant. Could this be rejection from the world itself? Godzilla pondered within his mind. But he quickly dismissed the notion. Though unclear of what form world rejection might take, this malice enveloping him clearly carried the will of an individual. Just then, Buckin, some distance away, seemed to have received some information and began shouting at Godzilla. Damn alien creature. The Dragon Ball is beyond your reach. I advise you to surrender soon and come with me to the Heavenly Palace where the Divine Lord will judge your crimes. Buckin's words sounded righteous and noble, but to Godzilla's ears they were almost laughable. The film had not explained things clearly. Originally, he had worried that the Heavenly Palace he faced might be the legendary Heavenly Court. Even if it were merely this world's version, it would undoubtedly far surpass him in power. But now Buckin's words had revealed a corner of this world to him. The so-called Heavenly Palace was likely nothing more than an imitation built by certain powerful beings or entities. Particularly laughable was the name, Divine Lord, neither fully Eastern nor Western. Buckin had no idea he had already revealed his hand to Godzilla. He could never have imagined that within the massive beast before him resided the soul of an Easterner from another world. He would never have dreamed that his own world could be portrayed in a film. However, one piece of information from Buckin's words caught Godzilla's special attention. He had explicitly referred to him as an alien creature. In the Eastern cultivation systems, even the low-level practitioners could divine and calculate. When entering higher-level Eastern cultivation worlds in the future, it was very possible that shortly after arriving in the film, he would find himself surrounded by a large crowd. It seemed he would have to be careful. If even this film world, which merely touched upon the Eastern cultivation realm, could so easily discern he came from another world, then certainly the orthodox Eastern cultivation worlds would be far more perceptive. This served as a reminder, prompting Godzilla to take note secretly. In the future, when encountering Eastern film worlds, even if he had thoroughly mastered the plot, he could not simply enter without caution. But for now, he must first seize the Dragon Ball. Yes, even with the Dragon Ball's appearance, he did not plan to devour it immediately. After all, something about this Dragon Ball seemed off. He did not wish to fall into someone else's trap. But once he brought it back to his original universe, all problems would cease to be problems. The Divine Lord? What manner of being is he? I will definitely claim the Dragon Ball. Even if the Divine Lord comes, he cannot protect it. I said so. Buckin was shocked by Godzilla's blasphemous words. Having lived for so many years, he had never encountered any existence daring to provoke the Divine Lord. Just as he flew into a rage, wanting to teach Godzilla a lesson regardless of the consequences, a profoundly majestic voice suddenly resonated from the sky. Oh, is that so? Even if I come, you cannot be stopped. Godzilla was startled by the sudden voice and glanced anxiously toward the sky, but there was not a single figure in sight. Although he had mentally braced himself for someone from the Heavenly Palace to descend, he still had no desire to directly confront its lord. For all his might, Godzilla possessed self-awareness. Even the least formidable master of the Heavenly Palace would surely far surpass him. If this were indeed the Balan continent, then the Lord of the Heavenly Palace must undoubtedly belong to the realm of gods. There is no need to search further. I am speaking with you through a fragment of my consciousness. My true body has not arrived. The voice appeared again, and upon hearing this, Godzilla's tense heart eased considerably. He had originally planned to seize the Dragon Ball at this opportunity and immediately return to the Balan continent, but now it seemed the time had not yet come. Divine Lord, I imagine a mere Dragon Ball amounts to little for you. Would you truly descend to the mortal realm for such a thing? No, the Dragon Ball is indeed important, but my primary purpose in coming is you. For me, Godzilla's heart trembled. Were they intending to treat him as an otherworldly demon to be destroyed by all? Naturally, I have come for you. You are a creature from beyond the borders, inherently different from the beings of our world. Should you pledge allegiance to me, not only will the Dragon Ball be yours, but I shall also appoint you as the Guardian Dragon General under my command. What do you think? Godzilla suddenly understood. The other party had this scheme in mind all along, clearly coveting his identity as an otherworldly being. What appeared to be an offer of recruitment was merely a desire to study him. Godzilla had consumed countless novels in his past life, none of it wasted. No matter how one looked at it, the other party's intentions were far from pure. I am grateful for the Divine Lord's kindness, but I have always been untamed and cannot bear confinement. As for this Dragon Ball, since the Divine Lord has spoken, I shall abandon my pursuit. The Dragon Ball had not yet fully awakened, and Godzilla was uncertain whether it would still function in its incomplete state. For now he could only employ delaying tactics. Though Godzilla appeared to yield the moment, he openly rejected the Divine Lord. The surrounding malice grew heavier and heavier, as though countless yakshas and evil spirits might leap from all directions at any instant. What is the Divine Lord's meaning? Surely you do not intend to force me to stay. Sensing the increasingly oppressive atmosphere around him, Godzilla spoke slowly. Yet no voice came from the sky again, as though the Divine Lord had seen through Godzilla's stalling as well. Suddenly a beam of light shot down from the heavens and enveloped Bucken entirely, who displayed an expression of pure delight within the radiance. The light grew even brighter, but within mere seconds it dissipated. Bucken had completely transformed. No longer the somewhat capable humanoid old man, he now stood as a towering warrior clad in full-plate armor with an eagle-crested helm upon his head. In his hands he gripped a gleaming silver spear, his entire body wreathed in lightning. Standing 3 or 4 meters tall, his overwhelming presence soaring to unprecedented heights in an instant. Godzilla regarded him with grave seriousness. If the threat this humanoid old man posed to him was zero before then, now Bucken possessed the capability to inflict damage, and even kill, Godzilla. I am grateful to the Divine Lord. Bucken first knelt on one knee, reverently bowing toward the sky, then rose to his feet, his gaze piercing as he fixed his stare upon Godzilla. With the armor bestowed by the Divine Lord, my strength now surpasses what it was when I served in the Heavenly Palace. Eliminating an anomaly like you will be no difficulty. Bucken held his spear, pointing it directly at Godzilla, its tip gleaming with lethal coldness. Though the Divine Lord has commanded that I not take your life, I believe that as long as you remain alive, should you lose a few limbs, the Divine Lord would hardly hold it against me. Godzilla felt a surge of anger within. He was being looked down upon. Although the Bucken before him could now pose a genuine threat, Godzilla had never from beginning to end deployed his full power. The evil giant Python Banaki and his numerous subordinate forces stood dumbfounded by the series of events that had just unfolded. They had originally believed they still had a chance to seize the Dragon Ball, but now it seemed they were merely chess pieces manipulated by others. Setting aside the Divine Lord's arrival, which alone through voice and aura had paralyzed every one of them without moving a muscle. Even the old man, merely moments ago, now displayed such overwhelming power that they, including Banaki, would still stand no chance even if they attacked together. Then what was the purpose of all this? 500 years of scheming, 500 years of patience, all for this very moment. But now it seemed the outcome of everything had already been sealed. The majority of soldiers had lost their fighting spirit, and even their commander had fallen into a daze. But Banaki thought otherwise. To become a dragon, he would pay any price. The transformation into a divine dragon had become his lifelong pursuit, even if it meant defying the very heavens themselves. At this very moment he would rebel. While Godzilla and Bucken faced off, Banaki secretly gathered his strength, and then launched his entire serpent body forward with sudden force, his target aimed directly at Sarah, who lay on the ground. Regardless of whether the Dragon Ball had fully awakened or not, he would devour it, once he became a divine dragon. Though Godzilla was locked in confrontation with Bucken, he had kept a fraction of his awareness on Sarah precisely to prevent Banaki from making a desperate move. But then Banaki ceased his motion, for he had already spotted another giant python, not unlike Banaki, hastening toward them. That was Imagi, the one chosen by the Heavenly Palace as the destined master of this Dragon Ball, who was destined to transform into a divine dragon. Imagi emerged mid-path and viciously bit into Banaki's flank, shoving him away from Sarah's direction. Amid the earth-shattering commotion, the two colossal pythons entangled themselves in combat. Everywhere they passed, sand and stones flew, the ground was smashed into one massive depression after another. The battle between the two giant pythons would not settle for some time, and nearby Bucken took advantage of Godzilla's divided attention, spear in hand, and in a flash of movement, charged forward. Bucken had been waiting for this very opportunity. Having maintained silent coordination with Imagi, he had been gathering strength all along. A single cold gleam arrived first, and then the spear struck like a dragon. Godzilla could not recall where he had heard these words before, but at this very moment the thrust Bucken delivered truly gave him the feeling of a dragon released from its lance. In that instant it seemed as though an actual divine dragon were charging toward him. No, that was no illusion. Upon Bucken's spear now coiled a dragon-shaped aura, its maw opened wide, rushing toward Godzilla in a ferocious bite, with the spear tip positioned at the very center of that dragon's mouth. The point of the spear was aimed squarely at Godzilla's heart. Although Godzilla's physique was now such that even a pierced heart would not constitute a fatal wound, any attack of this nature should still be avoided if possible. However, this thrust came with overwhelming force. It was Bucken's signature technique, and avoidance was impossible. Yet Godzilla did not panic. Since he could not evade it, then he would not. His claw snapped outward, his slightly curved talons cutting through the air like the sharpest blade in the world, slicing fiercely toward Buchan. Even if Buchan's spear could pierce through Godzilla's scales and penetrate his body, Buchan himself would be struck by Godzilla's claw in the process. At this moment, Buchan had only two choices: either recklessly exchange injury for injury in a head-on clash with Godzilla, or he could only abandon this hard-won opportunity to attack, and it would be extremely difficult to wait for another moment when Godzilla's guard was down. But what astonished Godzilla was that Buchan did not hesitate even a little, still aiming straight at his own heart. Was he so confident? Was he not afraid of a mutual destruction? Since Buchan dared to attack so recklessly, Godzilla had no reason to back down. The dragon claw striking at Buchan sped up by another 2 notches, even stirring up streaks of white lines at its tip. The gleaming spear, wrapped in a dragon-shaped energy, effortlessly pierced through Godzilla's chest, and the residual force even bored a hole through him. Damn! Buchan's heart tightened. The moment the spear tip touched Godzilla's scales, he sensed something amiss. This thrust felt as if it had struck air with no sense of solid impact at all. But Godzilla's dragon claw was not illusory. Buchan, having committed his move, had no time to dodge and was slashed across his body by Godzilla's extremely sharp claws. Squeak. Ryup. Godzilla's claws slashed harshly across Buchan's armor, producing a series of grating sounds that set one's teeth on edge with sparks flying. Godzilla even secretly heated his dragon claws to tens of thousands of degrees, yet still could not break through Buchan's gleaming armor. However, although he failed to breach Buchan's defense, the immense force contained in the dragon claws still sent Buchan flying. Buchan's armor was unexpectedly so hard. This was something Godzilla had never anticipated. The Godzilla whose body had been pierced suddenly vanished, only to reappear about 1 body length away from his original position. That was actually an illusion. While Buchan was undergoing unknown changes, Godzilla had already stealthily laid an ambush. Using his ability to manipulate light and heat, he refracted his own form to the side, while he himself hid, even adjusting his body temperature to match the surroundings. He also concealed his aura. What Buchan had been facing all along was merely an illusion created by Godzilla. He failed to see through Godzilla. His charged spear struck only empty air, but Godzilla's attack landed solidly on Buchan, causing him to suffer a great loss. However, Buchan was no pushover either. After sensing something wrong, he used energy to protect himself. The armor on his body was bestowed by the Divine Lord with astonishing defensive power, which is why he remained uninjured under Godzilla's strike. But even so, he had lost face greatly. Seeing that he could not break Buchan's armor, Godzilla was not discouraged. He blasted a scorching white-hot ray toward the direction where Buchan was flying backward. Buchan hastily raised his spear horizontally before his chest, pouring all his energy into it, and desperately resisted the white-hot ray from Godzilla's mouth. But he underestimated the ray's temperature and impact force. The spear in his hands quickly turned red and scorching hot. Although its excellent quality prevented it from melting into liquid iron, it became extremely brittle and began to bend under the ray's force. Buchan could no longer hold the burning spear but spun and was knocked away. The scorching beam, now unobstructed, struck Buchan's chest, pushing him backward continuously. The full-body armor that had protected him from harm now seemed to have turned into a steamer. Although the armor also had energy protection, the temperature of Godzilla's white-hot ray was simply too high. Even with the armor reducing some of the heat, it was still lethal enough. Buchan couldn't help but scream in agony, and the armor was slowly turning red-hot. This was even more excruciating than the brazen bull torture. Godzilla stopped spewing the heat ray with some reluctance. He had never seen anyone as resilient as Buchan. This time, he had truly enjoyed a good blast. The spot where Buchan stood had been melted into a deep pit dozens of meters deep. Much of the magma inside had been vaporized, emitting billowing black smoke. And Buchan was now lying motionless at the very center of the pit. The armor on his body was rapidly cooling down, isolating the residual heat around him. This was undoubtedly also a treasure. Compared to the protagonist, Isen's pendant, each had its own merits. The battle between Bunaji and Emog was also drawing to a close. Emog, unable to match Bunaji, had fallen into a disadvantage and was violently flung away. At this moment, the unconscious female protagonist somehow woke up. She sat blankly on the ground, 2 streams of tears flowing from her hollow, expressionless eyes. Isun was dead, and she could no longer see or hear. Never before had she felt such deep disgust at the fact that she was the spirit of the Dragon Ball. She felt like a chess piece whose fate was predetermined, like an NPC unable to escape the destined outcome, no matter what. Although she could not see, she could still sense everything in the field. She could sense Emog and Bunaji, but not Godzilla and Buchan. Suddenly a voice surged within her heart, telling her it was time, urging her to offer the Dragon Ball to Emog so that it could become a divine dragon. This was her duty, and her fate. Haha. Fate. Sa-La's hollow eyes showed a trace of mockery, and she laughed scornfully. Now, no one shall manipulate my fate anymore. Her body began to glow, and before everyone's eyes it coalesced into a dragon ball, while she herself vanished. The dragon ball emitted an alluring glow. Bunaji could wait no longer. It roared and charged toward the dragon ball, opening its massive maw ready to swallow it in one gulp. But the dragon ball dodged. However, it did not fly toward Emoji, who was opening its mouth wide waiting for it, but instead flew toward Godzilla, who was standing nearby. Emoji was dumbfounded. It had already assumed the pose ready for the dragon ball to enter its mouth and transform into a divine dragon. So why did this suddenly happen? This script is wrong. Godzilla reached out his dragon claw, grabbed the dragon ball, and saw La's figure emerge from within the dragon ball. I am very curious. Why do you give me the dragon ball? Don't you hate me? Saw La's eyes were filled with a wild madness. Hate? Of course I hate you. You killed Isunu. I wish you all would die. Then why do you still do this? Godzilla stared at Saw La's figure, not knowing what she was up to. After hearing Godzilla's words, Saw La became somewhat calmer. Doesn't the heavens love to manipulate my fate? Wasn't my destined fate to become the Dragon Ball and let Emog transform into a dragon? Now I will make their scheme fail. A crazy woman. Godzilla thought to himself. If that's the case, then why don't you let Bunaji become a dragon? Bunaji, it has been hunting me for so long, I don't want it to become a dragon. Besides, isn't it also a pawn toyed by the heavens? But you are different. You are a creature from another realm. An otherworldly being snatching their Dragon Ball and ruining their plan. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it makes me happy. So that's how it is. Godzilla suddenly understood. This woman had rebelled against her predetermined fate, which was why she had acted this way. However, Sarah still had words unspoken. She naturally harbored deep hatred for Godzilla as well, and would certainly not offer such kindness and warning. As the spirit of this Dragon Ball, no one understood its inner workings better than she did now. If Godzilla were to use it upon obtaining it, that would be something to behold. Yet after Sarah spoke these words, a sudden brilliance erupted from the Dragon Ball. Sarah's ethereal form began to distort her face, contorting with excruciating agony before dissipating into the radiant light. At that moment, the Dragon Ball began to tremble violently, as if struggling to break free from Godzilla's grasp. He quickly exhaled his frost breath to encase it in ice, then swallowed it to secure it within himself. Of course, he kept it from touching his body, directly storing it instead in a special compartment meant for items. The torrent of energy and radiation surging through Godzilla's body appeared to sever the Dragon Ball's connection to some hidden presence. The orb stilled and grew calm once more. Bunaji burned with fury, watching as Godzilla snatched away the Dragon Ball, on the verge of claiming it. Undeterred by the peril radiating from Godzilla, it lunged forward with jaws agape, ready to strike. Meanwhile, seeing any hope of transformation vanish, Emoji also descended into madness. Together with their former rival Bunaji, they closed in on Godzilla from all sides. Even at the cost of death, it would reclaim what rightfully belonged to it. The two colossal pythons towered over Godzilla in length, but mere length offered no advantage. Their combined mass paled in comparison. Facing the aggressive pair, Godzilla showed no fear. With a single swipe of his claw, Bunaji, who had struck first, was torn open along several gashes, blood gushing freely. Emoji launched a sneak attack from behind, but Godzilla seized the python's head and slammed it repeatedly against the ground before hurling it toward Bunaji. The two massive snakes crashed into each other with such force that an entire section of the mountainside collapsed. Godzilla unleashed his dragon authority, letting out a thunderous roar. His wings spread wide. One side wreathed in flame, the other encased in frost, resembling a demon god heralding the end of the world. At that moment, his presence reached its zenith. Those who had been lurking in the distance, serving Bunaji, mostly fell to their knees. Their gaze fixed on the demonic figure before them, torn between terror and fervent devotion. Submit or perish. Godzilla's colossal roar echoed through the air as he locked eyes with the two giant pythons, demanding their submission. But Bunaji remained unmoved. Having lost the Dragon Ball felt like losing everything. Even death could not shake its resolve. Emoji felt the same way. 5 centuries ago, it should have already ascended to become a divine dragon, yet here it remained waiting all this time. Now, with its last hope shattered, its inner fury rivaled that of Bunaji. Godzilla easily read the outcome from the two pythons' reactions. He understood that subduing them was impossible now. Perhaps it should be said that from the moment he chose to seize the Dragon Ball, he had already entered a life-and-death struggle with the two great pythons. Just as Godzilla was about to make his next move, a tremendous force surged from behind him, striking him hard in the back. Godzilla staggered forward, and even the scales on his back cracked under the impact. Who is it? Godzilla's heart skipped a beat. Was there someone else present besides the two pythons? Died. A hoarse cry rang out from behind Godzilla, a voice that sounded strangely familiar. He turned to look and was shocked to see Buchun. At this moment, Buchun looked utterly wretched. The scorching heat had completely seared and charred his outer flesh. His skin and muscles clung to his armor, and even the slightest movement brought heart-wrenching agony. Just moments ago, Bu Chun had secretly located the spear that had been knocked away, gathering every ounce of his remaining strength to hurl it at Godzilla. Unfortunately, the spear had been damaged by Godzilla's breath, losing its sharpness. When the tip struck Godzilla's scales, the tremendous force drove it into a mangled lump rather than piercing through. Now Bu Chun's figure stood firm on the ground, appearing unstable, yet radiating a tragic, unyielding resolve. Ashen white flames erupted from his body. Unlike ordinary fire, Godzilla detected no extreme heat from them, but the energy radiating from Bu Chun carried a distinctly ominous presence. Bu Chun lowered his stance, dragging one foot backward while coiling his right arm behind him. He had poured everything into this single strike. Once it landed, he would have nothing left to fight with. Bunaji seized the opportunity, slithering around to close in from the blind spot, aiming its jaws straight at Godzilla's neck. But Godzilla seemed to sense the threat, raising his left arm to intercept. Bunaji's bite found no purchase, sinking its fangs instead into Godzilla's shoulder. Snakes were never built for crushing bites, and this attempt achieved nothing. The forceful impact shattered every tooth in Bunaji's jaws. Godzilla seethed at the sudden assault, the vile stench of the serpent's breath nearly overwhelming him. He dared not imagine the devastation if those fangs had found his throat. Constriction was the snake's natural weapon, and the giant python excelled at it. Despite the agony of shattered teeth, Bunaji's massive body coiled around Godzilla, in an instant locking him in an iron grip. Its goal was clear: to squeeze the Dragon Ball from Godzilla's body through sheer pressure. Meanwhile, Emoji refused to be outdone, whipping its lengthy tail to deliver a devastating blow aimed at Godzilla's head. The constriction power of giant pythons is formidable. When they strike, every inch of their muscular frame applies crushing force. Victims of such strangulation either die instantly or experience the slow, agonizing process of suffocation as their lungs compress and the space for expansion dwindles with each passing moment. Neither outcome offers a swift end. Even a modest 6-meter python can exert 1 kilogram of pressure per square centimeter on its prey. In other words, every area the size of a fingernail on the prey's body must bear 1 kilogram of inward force. So what crushing force must Bunaji, given its immense size, be capable of exerting? But this time Bunaji found itself thwarted. Its previously unstoppable squeeze failed to tighten even slightly, as if it were coiling around a solid block of iron rather than Godzilla. Even solid iron would have been twisted like rope by Bunaji, yet against Godzilla, it couldn't compress even a fraction of an inch. Despite expending every ounce of its strength. Feeling the constriction around him, Godzilla opened his mouth in a cruel grin. His arms and dragon wings suddenly surged with power, and Bunaji's once tight coils began to slowly unravel. Before Bunaji's eyes of utter shock, Godzilla flexed his arms and spread his wings, tearing the python's iron-hard body into multiple segments in one brutal motion.